Good morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And it is going to be Rockets heavy because they were heavy last night. They were slow footed. They were out everything last night. Outshot, out. They didn't out. weren't out rebounded, but they were just not. They didn't get to the loose balls. Nothing about last night was good. It was an ass kicking. The Golden State Warriors move on. The Rockets don't become the 14th ever team to come back from 3-1 down. All right, let's start with Jalen. He is a hot topic of conversation right now in the city of Houston. Still very young. He said no excuses about me being young and my first playoff experience. He got taken out of this series, except for one game. He just was bad. He just wasn't. He wasn't a guy that you can win with. What now? I saw you had a Jalen tweet last night.
Mm-hmm.
This offseason, do they just say, okay, that's it, we've had enough, we're going in a different direction?
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to say it like we've had enough of Jalen, because I think he's gotten better over time, and he is accountable, and his defense has gotten better. I think it's really just a case of the Rockets realize, look, we've got an opportunity here, and we just kind of know what we have in Jalen. It's probably not going to be good enough. Like, he's not wired the way we need him to be wired. Your leading scorer cannot be that mentally, unstrong. I hate to say weak, but cannot be that flighty against one team. It was terrible. 7, 8, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 38. I mean, absolutely atrocious. And it's been that way all year long for him against Golden State.
Well, the 38 was the aberration. He doesn't do 38. Yeah.
I'm telling you all the points he scored.
Yeah.
He's been bad against Golden State. He played 12 games. He was bad in 10 of them.
Yeah.
So against Golden State this year, I just think the Rockets are going to look at Jalen Green and say, we like him. He's a nice player and all that, but there's something missing. Like, he's not. They've got to get so much better in the half court. So there's a lot of stuff to talk about, but the first thing you have to talk about is, can you ride with Jalen Green? Like, what does it look like moving forward? Who do you count on, and who are your best players moving forward? And you start with Amen Green and Alperen Sengun, and then you move from there.
Amen Green.
I mean, Amen Thompson, Alperen Sengun, and then, even though Amen can't shoot, like,
no,
you're counting on a guy who can't shoot to be your top two player.
Amen's got a lot of work to do with that shot. If he gets a shot, his mid range is okay. I don't know that we want to see him taking threes, three after three, but he does. He's got a lot of offensive work. We'll hear from Elpy. He says he's got a lot of offensive work. What about Ime? What about Ime and their offense? What about, I know that we know all about how, defensive, the intensity, and even Steph last night said this is probably the toughest defense I've ever faced.
Mm-hmm.
And that's saying something. All the games and all the big games that Steph Curry has played in, that this was as tough as it gets. But what about them offensively? We saw. I don't know what the hell with Fred now. I have no idea, because he was about the only one that really showed up in this series. He was unbelievable, but he just, I don't know. He had an out of body. Steph rubbed off on him, or he woke up with some kind of Steph magic dust on him, or something happened, because that's not the Fred that we've seen for the last 2 years. Holy crap. But that's why they got him. I mean, He was great in Toronto in the postseason, and he was great.
It'll be good enough to get him an extension, and everyone will regret the extension by the middle of next year. But he saved your season.
He really did.
In Game 5 and Game 6, he saved your season. That's just the truth. But I think people are going to, it can't go more than a 2-year deal. They're going to give him an extension. They're not going to pick up. They could pick up the 1-year deal. I mean, frankly, picking it up and using it as a trade chip would be an option, but I don't think anyone's dying to get their hands on a $45 million Fred VanVleet, other than saying it's a contract that's going to expire after a year. So I don't know how it's going to work. The Rockets have plenty of trade pieces. They have plenty of maneuverability. But Fred played great in 5, 6, and had his moments in 7. He had a really terrible possession at a critical time where he literally just dribbled the ball. If Fred has the ball in his hands more than 6 seconds, he's for sure going to just take it all the way down to the end and take the shot. Like, the ball gets really sticky with Fred sometime. And he took that, that one where he had the ball in his hands about 23 of the 24 seconds and then fired up a shot 30 feet in the air.
I'm having a hard time criticizing Fred today because there's so much.
No. That's fine. Yeah. What I'm telling you is you're going to be criticizing Fred next year come February the deal of the Rockets. You will.
We criticize Fred all year, but listen, Ime loves him.
Yeah, he's coming back.
There's a reason for it. He loves how he runs the offense. I'm not sure it's not a great offense. They have got to add that guy. They have got to add a guy that can fill it up.
You just need somebody who is efficient offensively, who knows how to, who has a go-to game.
That's a star. I mean, that's a guy. If you're efficient offense, or you're really, really good offensively, you are a star in this league.
Star, superstar. I mean, look. I know who the targets are going to be. It'll be Giannis. It'll be Booker. It'll be Kevin Durant. I mean, those would be the 3 that they should be looking at, and I understand that. And the half court, like you ask about the offense for Ime Udoka. I don't know that Ime's quote unquote offense is a problem. I think the people he has running it, you get into this problem with heavily defensive oriented basketball coaches. Is it the same players that you want primarily on defense? It's hard to find good two-way players. Right. It's hard to be great on both sides. It's
how would it
really
be
hard.
If Cam Whitmore actually played defense? How would that be? That would not.
I don't know. He's played his last game, so I don't care.
If James Harden played defense, if Luka played defense, you just don't find that.
No.
You don't find a guy like Michael.
Alex English didn't for years and years. The best scorers don't play defense.
Right. Except the super
Michael
elite.
Jordan. LeBron became a much better defender. You have to be, and Steph gives effort. Hey, Steph had some good reps yesterday, I thought, defensively. He gives effort. He's just, he's not the biggest guy, but he's lifted weights. He's gotten bigger during his time. You just have to put effort in. You don't have to be a great on-ball defender, but if you try hard, I think Ime, you definitely can work around having some limitations if you're a hard worker. I think Jalen Green has shown that. He's more athletically inclined. He's gotten better, but I don't know how you can look at this Rockets team and say, well, when the game goes to half court, they still got to have a really good chance. They don't have a really good chance when it goes to half court. They rely on streaky shooting, and they rely on getting to the rim and getting baskets. And when the refs decided it was going to be a, let them play game, which is typically fine, you could see they weren't going to call anything by the rim. So you got to finish stronger. You can't be soft around the rim. And the Rockets couldn't finish anything around the rim.
Advantage Rockets in that.
It should be, yeah.
I loved it that they just let them play. And I thought last night there were fewer LBs, both hands in the air and every single time. He was doing that in the middle of the series. I think he slowed down on that a little bit.
Got bad,
but it was a physical series. You beg for that as opposed to ticky-tack fouls. And up until last night, it was advantage Rockets. I don't know. They were out physical for I know all the time with
everything with the arms out.
Everything with the arms.
Run back on defense. He got beat back on defense by Podziemski. I mean, you got beat by Podziemski and more importantly, Buddy Hield. Did you look at the rest of the team? They shot 9 of 32 from the 3-point line. The rest of the team. They scored 3 points off the bench, John. They got 3 points off the bench and shot 9 of 32 from the 3-point line. Buddy Hield beat you.
Buddy Hield beat you. But Buddy Hield, let's not forget, Buddy Hield was he just came out. I mean, that was a Buddy Hield I thought was going to be an NBA player. Not the one that
maybe not a 9 of 11.
Not that.
Yeah, but he's older. But he was a non-factor in 5 and 6. Scored 6 points total.
He came out. Oh my goodness! Buddy Hield again is open.
Yeah, is open. For what they did against Steph, and they did an incredible job. It was watching them communicate and switch off at the top, and then Stan Van Gundy pointed out they were going to blitz anything over the top with the big. They blitz it, meaning Alperin or Steven Adams was going to was going to step over the top and they were going to force Steph high. And then anything with anybody else, they were switching it with everyone else. But what happened was, and we saw this happen in Game 6, even though the Rockets got, ended up blowing out the Golden State Warriors. Well, Golden State got a lot of open looks from three, a lot. And I think the Rockets really struggled at times to find shooters for Golden State. And yesterday they had trouble with Buddy Hield, and it bit him in the ass because he created a moment. He helped create a momentum that in your own, suspect play helped create a momentum that they just couldn't get out from under. But the Rockets never led once in the game. Never led
Golden
once.
State took 25 more threes than the Rockets did. 25 more threes. Rockets just 6 of 18. They couldn't even get looks. You know what? We got to give the Warriors a little bit of credit. Draymond and A-hole move again last night. But, boy, I want to tell you, we talk about the Rockets defense all the time. Golden State can D you up now.
Yeah.
Golden State it was hard to get anything off. Because, listen, they were going down low. And Alpi couldn't get anything going down. They couldn't get anything outside. I mean, they were closing out on the three-point line, and yet you still couldn't get inside. You couldn't get the ball to Steven Adams. You couldn't. I don't think we're giving Golden State enough credit for what they
deserve a lot of credit. They deserve a lot of credit. I mean, they challenged everything at the rim. They challenged. I just think the Rockets have to be stronger in the paint, more physical, finish when they have a chance at and ones and stuff like that. But I give Golden State a lot of credit, man. The Rockets are a much more talented team. But Golden State, their veterans played better when it mattered most in this Game 7. And they did defend. They do defend. Like they play hard. They play hard. And eventually, there's just so much to like Alperen just really had a dookie game. When he's not in a flow, he can really be very disjointed. His game gets disjointed. There were too many guys playing like that for the Rockets to win yesterday.
Well, you were saying, and we've got sound from here. Adele, let's hear from Alpi. You were saying it for most of the year, and I was like, you're being a little bit hard on him. He's offensively, you're like, no, he's not as good this year offensively. He's just not. The numbers all show it, but he took a huge step defensively because he was really, really good defensively. And then, he distributes. He's okay. Only he and Jokic this playoffs, they're the only ones that lead their team in points, assists, steals, rebounds. They're the only ones in the NBA. Yay, baby Jokic, way to go. No. I mean, you're not going to win anything if he's leading you and all that stuff.
No, he still needs work. Like he needs work in the low.
He didn't shoot worth a damn for the most part in this series. So many chippies he missed. It was unbelievable.
Bunnies were awful. The 7-footers, missing free throws, missing those short ones. Right now his game, he has pieces. It's just not. He's got to put everything together for a more consistent flowing post game when he's playing when he's not faking. Once he goes to pump fakes and he tries to fake one way, fake the other way, it really bogged down this year. And I think a lot of people realize don't jump with the pump fakes, just stay on the ground and you can and he'll start to force some of the shots. He's obviously very talented, and if you're a smaller guy, he's much better at you. I just thought Draymond did a really good job of defending him because he made him very uncomfortable.
Oh man, he's just so physical. Here is, we got to give Alpi a little bit of credit. He is self-aware.
I think I improved my defensive way this season, but, I got to work a lot more in my offense, I think. And I didn't have a great year with my offense, I was even better last year, I would say.
Thank you.
I just kind of was, struggling with offense, but I'm just going to focus on that and on my body, on my touch, everything, and I'm long summer is waiting for me, so I have a lot to do.
Yeah, I don't know why I got so much pushback, and I'm not like people on the internet, John. Like anytime, I thought it was pretty obvious that he wasn't as good offensively. It was a lot. I know the points were there and all that stuff, but it didn't flow like it did the year before. It looked like he was in his head thinking too much, and I'm glad he could recognize it. I'll give the Rockets a lot of credit under Ime. The accountability is high.
Yeah.
Jalen's accountability after the game, before the game, in the middle of the season, Alpern's accountability. Like, that's the step. That's what gives me hope, is that these guys know they're not lying to themselves. They know, and they've created a accountability. We're going to be pissed off today. We'll be upset, but the reality is the Rockets have made huge strides in a very short period of time.
Yeah, no question. I mean, this was I mean, they got. Listen, when you're the 2 seed, you don't play Golden State. You don't play Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. I mean, you just don't. And they got, in a way, just that's the way it fell. And that's what their lot in life was. They did fight hard. They gave us a lot of great moments. Getting to Game 7 after being down 3-1, really, really good, cool. A big popcorn fart last night. But there's a lot to look forward to with this basketball team. Let's break it. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here. We got What Did You Learn This Weekend coming up in one sentence, coming up in less than a half hour here. So let's go. John Daspit is what we're talking about right now.
Yeah, John Daspit is going to fight for you, whether it's a Game 1 or a Game 7. He's going to show up, and he is going to give you his best effort. There are no bad games with John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. They show up, and they show up in a big way. They're ready to roll, and they're ready to battle, and battle they do. They will overturn every stone to make sure every medical issue is covered. When you're badly injured, workplace, out in a, could be a slip and fall out on the water, a refinery blast, an accident on the freeway, you get T-boned with one of these idiots who run through red lights whenever they feel like it because they got paper plates on. You know what? You've got to, it really doesn't matter. You need someone like John Daspit on your side, and here's why. You may worry about going to the hot doctor. Maybe you just don't like, I just don't go there. You need to go there. You need to find out exactly what's going on, because if you are injured and it ends up having an impact on your life, once you get the settlement check from the insurance company, you're done. That's it. You're responsible for everything else beyond that. And so you want to make sure that you know exactly what's going on with the injuries that you have, and that you get them corrected and fixed. You get the physical therapy you need. You get paid for the time that you missed from work. That was not your fault. You may not even know that you have that coming to you, but you do. And you've got pain and suffering coming to you as well. So John Daspit will fight for you. He will passionately pursue justice for the injured, and he will win at an incredibly high rate. Most of the time, it never even has to go to a court, because the other side eventually gives in and says, okay, we understand. Here's your check, Mr. Daspit. And John gets you paid and gets you taken care of. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now. That's 713 call now.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm sure you all got thoughts. What are your thoughts on the Rockets last night and the season? What are your thoughts on what they have to do this offseason? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776. We had a Lance McCullers sighting.
Oh,
Okay.
LMC.
87
nice.
pitches for
Yeah.
3 2/3.
I mean, it's kind of what he does. He had 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, victorious return in game 1. Gave up no runs. Like, I was happy with what he did. I'm not expecting a whole lot, truth be told. I don't think he's going to be real efficient. I think he's going to have to work. This is kind of what you're going to get. I think more than likely he ends up being a middle reliever would really be probably what you'd like for him. But you can't on this team. You just don't have, your pitchers are hurt, so he'll have to keep throwing his 3 2/3. But I'm sure he'll
87.
take
87. That was a lot more than I thought he'd go.
Did you, Dell and I asked the question? No, I asked it with you. We were talking about the number, and Dell said he had. Didn't you say, John, he had gone in the 80s in his last minor league appearance? One of y'all did.
71.
Oh, in his last
what?
minor league appearance. Okay.
Yeah, 71 pitches.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think that they would bring that he would throw that many. And it was, a lot of just scuffling. He was just scuffling. 4 strikeouts, 3 walks, hit a guy. They didn't get any help defensively with DeCenzo dropping the ball. That's just the White Sox. It's just
lost
crazy
2 of 3 to a team going 8-23 going into the series. You lost 2 of 3.
And I just saw a stat. The Padres are 7 games better than they were last year. Going into yesterday's games, the Padres were 7 games better than they were last year. You know how many games? Where are the Astros compared to last year?
That's same 17-16. I don't know. I mean,
5 games. 5 games better than last year.
Okay.
5
yeah,
because
better. It was kind of panic city.
There was a lot of panic with this team.
Kikuchi saved your whole season.
Who saved it?
Kikuchi, when they rented him for like 30 days.
Kikuchi. Remember the Kikuchi?
I remember him. I don't know if he still plays, but I remember him.
Yeah, he plays baseball.
We're in the rental business.
No one
now.
knows. It's impossible to tell where he plays. But
how about Jake Myers almost had what they call the El Chingon, where you have almost a cycle and you have an error.
Yeah,
and 7 RBIs.
2 homers, a triple, and a double.
I know. An error, it's 7 RBIs.
Yeah.
Craziest stat line I've ever seen in my life. For
Yeah.
Jake Myers?
Jake Myers. It's one of the greatest offensive games in Astros history.
Jake's damn near 300 again. You've got Jeremy Pena's out hitting Altuve by about 15 points now, at least with batting average. Altuve's really – it's been a prolonged little funk Altuve's been in now. He wanted out of the 1 to get to the 2. He wanted, he kind of felt like he was hurting the team in the 1 hole. He ain't doing a whole lot more in the 2 hole. Yainer Diaz has made a nice little return to I guess factoring into some games, which has been good. But I'm just kind of waiting through things. I mean, to me, now that basketball's over, you start really focusing on Astros. It's a long season, but I'm just kind of waiting for Jordan to become Jordan. I don't know that this team is where they need to be yet. And they're still hanging in 17-16. Like, it doesn't bother me. They're not playing great baseball, and they're in the middle of everything. So that's fine. We'll see what happens over the next 10 to 15.
No. You got, with the return of Lance McCullers, you got to figure out, you got Eric Getty that'll be coming back, allegedly Christian Javier. We'll see. But you got a lot of, there's a lot that that has to be played out this season. Christian Walker is starting to hit a little bit. Isak is meh. Altuve is meh. The offense is just meh. The offense is just, you can't count on them day to day. They'll put up a 9 spot and then just get shut out or 1 run the next 2 games. It's so Jordan isn't Jordan yet. Christian Walker isn't himself. Yainer's just suddenly starting to. Altuve's not himself after a good
Frommer's
start.
not himself.
I'll tell you, DeCenzo catch the ball, but goodness gracious, that guy got to be in the lineup. DeCenzo is crushing it. You almost have to. And Jake Myers, there was a single up the middle yesterday. You're like, okay, come. It was hard hit. Let's go. Oh, he just throws it in the second base because he has zero chance to throw anybody out ever in center field. It just is. It's most. I swear I grew up that center fielders had to be able to throw. I swear that's the way I grew up. I don't understand how you could have your weakest arm in center field.
No, the Astros have really backed off of the defensive standards, including arm strength in the outfield. That is not a thing for them right now.
That's not a priority at all.
Low priority.
Yeah, at all. And and Cam Smith is a work in progress. So here we go. They're just it's what they do. In April and May, they just do. When we'll get there later. Just 3 games back. They're 17-16, which is much better than they were last year. Is this a better team than last year? I don't know that.
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
I don't think
there's a long way to go, and we'll find out a lot more. But boy, you just talk about blase.
Who do you have that's a? I mean, you had Kyle. Guys, Kyle Tucker was putting up an MVP caliber season. He was on. He had for half a season. He was on pace for over 50 home runs. He had a good, well, not half a season, but he had, when he had pitched, he was into. Yeah, he was at the 60 game mark, and he was. I mean, it was a pretty decent amount of time. He is having a great year. Well, you don't have anything remotely like that this year. Not even remotely do you have a killer right now on offense. Who's your best offensive weapon right now?
Jeremy Pena might be your best.
Man, I mean, that's why 17-16 is a minor miracle.
Yep. Well, the pitching, and you still lost Eric. I can't wait till Eric Eddy gets back. I mean, I'm telling you, that Hunter Brown, Eric Eddy combination, and if Lance McCullers can actually pitch for a couple of years, and Christian Javier actually, after the big contract, he actually can pitch a little bit, you're still going to be okay. It's
if the arm health, but we already see Garcia. I noticed you didn't mention him. You're kind of writing him off, and I feel like you almost have to. Now
well, he's gone now.
Well, he's not gone, but
yeah, he's gone. Yeah, they said that's all. Luis Garcia.
And what did they do to him?
I don't think they executed him, but
okay, where is he?
They let him go.
Luis Garcia, the pitcher.
The pitcher.
When did this happen? During the draft?
This happened. I don't know. This happened a while ago. Luis Garcia, see ya. We're done. Bye.
They designated him for assignment?
Yeah. They did. They just said bye. That's all.
I don't think. Are you right?
They put him on the 60-day.
Yeah. They didn't say bye. They didn't cut him. He's just on 60-day. I was going to say, he did not get designated. Like, what? When did this happen? They did not say bye. They did not get rid of him. He's on 60 days because he had more.
They said goodbye.
No, he has more inflammation in his elbow. More it showed. I mean, no, he's not by, but he is.
No, they did release somebody. I thought, okay, it's not Luis Garcia. I could have swore they released him, but okay. And when was the last time he actually?
He's not coming back. That's why.
I was thinking of Urquidy.
Okay.
Urquidy
yeah. So Christian. Oh yeah, another arm guy.
Yeah.
So this is what. Urquidy, arm guy. Lance McCullers missed 2 years, arm guy. Garcia missing 2 years, arm guy. I don't have a whole lot of. Apparently, Tommy John takes way longer for the Astros than everyone else. So I don't have a lot of confidence that Christian Javier comes back as Christian Javier. Sorry, I just don't. Seems like a death sentence to your career as soon as you get this with the Astros. I'd like to know who the successful. I guess the one guy you can point to obviously is Justin Verlander, who was already a borderline generational pitcher. Before the injury. These guys don't have that kind of pedigree and background. So, 17-16, I'll take it. But to the rest of the conversation, they got a long way to go. They don't look like a team that can win anything right now. And yet here they are. So I give them a chance because their best player hasn't shown up all year long. They've got an ace in the pitching staff. Fromber can pitch way, way better. So it can get better. They're 17-16, and they definitely can play much better. So I'm willing to hang on. Now, Scott's got to go. We're at the point now where Taylor Scott just can't be an Astro.
Taylor Scott was a godsend last year, And a month into this season, he can't. You can't even throw him.
He's
out
got
there.
a whip and almost 1.6. Like he's terrible on a consistent basis.
Well, last year was
out of here.
It's a typical last year outlier. Pitched the most innings by like 5 times that he ever pitched in his life, and he comes back and he sucks. It's what happens every single time. Their outlier year. That's it's just that's when that's when the Astros give their most money to relievers. If you want to know the truth, their outlier year. We got a break still ahead in 15, less than 15. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I learned something about myself this weekend that I will share with you next or coming up. And what did you learn this weekend? But you guys got to pick yours. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776. That's in about 12 to 15 minutes right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did I learn about testosterone since I started taking it? Well, I've been testosterone replacement therapy for years now. I mean, a decade more, over a decade now. And it's important that you make sure that your testosterone. I was sluggish. I was like, and I went to my doctor, and he said, "Well, we did some blood tests, and man, did you know how low your testosterone is?" Well, you don't have to go if you're sluggish and not feeling yourself. Then you know what? You go to Game Day Men's Health, absolutely free. You get a consultation. They take your blood. They will take blood. They will tell you whether or not you're a candidate, where you are, and they're not going to charge you like the other guys do. They've got a lab right there, which is awesome. And they've got professionals who will get you in that testosterone treatment and the peptides to get you where you want to go. What do you want to do? Are you not as good as you used to be? Of course you're not. You're getting older. It's what happens. It's natural. Testosterone replacement is important for you to stay on top of your game, no matter what it is that you're looking to do. GameDayMen'sHealth.com is the place for me. I hope it is for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Hey, Dell, have the omelet ready.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So I thought, okay, we know what we got. I like what we got in Ahman. He's got to get better offensively.
Yeah.
Ahman met the media after the game last night. And, you know, I liked a lot of their honesty. Jalen was like, I got to be better. I was not good. I can't be shut down the way that I was. Alpy was the same. Alpy said, you know, I got to get better offensively. I really did like that. We'll hear from Fred, too, in a little bit. And I don't know what you do with Fred if you want to know the truth. But I thought Ahmed was I thought he was dead on with this when asked about, you know, the season and the season ending, what the positives to take away.
I'm proud of the team. You know, we didn't even make playoffs last year. This year we were the 2 seed going against a bunch of Hall of Famers and came close. But, I mean, next year I feel like we'll have that experience, you know, coming into the playoffs time. Like, we all have been there at this point. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of our rotation guys, I think we got 3 that even ever been to the playoffs. So the rest of us are young, so we can just build off that.
Yeah. You don't love hearing something like that today, but it's the truth.
That is
You're frustrated, but it's the truth, and they played like it. And that's one of the reasons the Golden State Warriors was what I worried about started this series is Rockets are the better team. And I don't think there's any doubt when you watch, objectively speaking, the Rockets beat the brakes off the Warriors in 3 of these games, outplayed them in 2 of those other games, and then were outplayed in game 1. After the first quarter, they were pretty badly outplayed. And then, of course, they were demolished yesterday for all intents and purposes. I mean, you had one little run in the third quarter, and then you had cut it down to 3. And then by the end of the quarter, you look up and they won the quarter 23-19. Like they only won it by 4 by the end because Buddy Hield kept getting, and Steph started to make. And because Buddy Hield actually didn't do a whole lot in the second half, but Steph started to make. And
yeah, but Buddy Hield in the first half. And Buddy Hield for the game.
Yeah.
12 of 15.
He
9 for, I mean, goodness.
My kid, Sebastian, came running into the room saying that Buddy Hield should be held down and choked unconscious after he shot a 3 with like whatever time, 17 seconds left in the game. He was furious. I mean, the clock was going to, you know, it was going to, but a lot of times players will just take the little turnover and then, you know, the other team won't shoot, won't do anything, and that would be it. Buddy Hield got another shot off. And so he tied the NBA record with 9 3-pointers in the
good for him
in the playoffs. So bad for Buddy. Bad for Buddy Hield.
I mean, but good for him. He's at 33 points. He had a Buddy Hield game. And you know, that was the Buddy Hield game. That was a game 7. You step up that big. That is good for him.
It's always, you know, you got beat with Steph Curry rarely being a factor in this. Now, he was a factor in the second half. Make no mistake about it. But the Rockets, if you ask Ime Udoka and the Rockets, here's what Steph's series is going to look like. Would you take that? You ask any of us, I would have said, Rockets are going to win for sure. They may not even – it'll go 6 at most and probably Rockets 4-1. If you showed me stats, the stat line. Now, you obviously didn't show me Jalen's stat line. Yeah. So I had no idea what Jalen was going to do, which was terrible. Jalen, and people talking about trading Jalen, I was thinking about this today. You know, the idea of trading Jalen, where is his trade value right now? Just right now, off the rip, your first thought is, ugh.
No, I think it's pretty good, especially with the contract.
You do? It feels like when you try to sell a house where there's been a murder in it and the value is plummeted and you're just like, I got to tell people, I've got to disclose that there was a murder here, and you can't sell it for
people in the league
value.
look at him differently than we do because
we'll find out.
Because he does have the potential to be
a choker.
He does, and listen, and Draymond even addressed it. I think we got that down. Draymond addressing, he was like, you know, he's not the first star. He actually called him a star. He's not a budding star that had a rough first playoff series. He's not. And a lot of people look at him. I've asked NBA people about him, and they're like, he's too young. He's too young to judge yet. Because he's got the talent to be great. He does You know how you
Sometimes you
always
gotta
talk about
yeah.
traits all the time.
Yeah, I know he's got traits, but you have to project. But ultimately, the thing that separates good from great is mentality. Do you think he has mentality? I don't think he has the mentality.
I think he was
Is he
he's at a
mentally
disadvantage
tough?
because he had Steven Silas for his first couple of 3 years.
Yeah, but then that's not changing. Then
But
he
he
forever,
didn't.
when he dies and in his grave, he will have had Steven Silas
But
for
wait a
3
minute. But
years.
what did you see a lack of effort from Jalen?
No, and that's the problem is I don't have a problem with the person, John. I don't have a problem with the effort, none of that. I just think fundamentally, based on the team, look, if the team had a great player next to him, if you dealt Alperin for Giannis in some kind of deal, okay, Jalen doesn't have to carry the load. He can, if he disappears, you can still win games. But right now, you need him to be your best player potentially, at least one of your two best. And it's just not like this has been a whole season. It's been 3 seasons against one team where he somehow can't do anything against the Warriors. And they're not even a great team. So I don't know. Like, I like Jalen. I think he's gotten a lot better. I just think the mentality, I'm just trying to project what it will take to win a championship. And I don't think he can be one of your two best players. I don't. Now, if Amen takes a huge step up, if Şengün keeps getting better offensively and Jalen doesn't have to play that role and he can take on a sometimes role, that's fine. But you also don't know pecking order late in the games. Like, there's no real pecking order late in the game. Jalen doesn't have there needs to be some go-to moves created. The Rockets have so much potential, but it's like all these ingredients are there, but the cake is not baked. Like, you see everything, you see the little pieces, but they're not interconnected just yet. And yet they're still pretty good on the court. They finished second in the West. Like, that's something to really be excited about. I just don't think Jalen, I think you can move on from Jalen and potentially use him in a trade and get something that maybe brings all the ingredients together. That's what I'm saying. That's not against Jalen. I just don't think he can be one of your top 2 players and win a championship. That's just my opinion. I know the Rockets probably think he's one of the greatest that's ever suited up because they get super, super emotionally attached to their players, which is a concern for me. I mean, the James stuff, if you couldn't see, they wanted James back. That is troubling that they wanted him back. And you see what that fraud did again.
Yeah. I mean, it's real.
It's super real. It's on his gravestone now. He can't get away from it. It's too etched in.
Yeah. No question. I mean, it was embarrassing again. He is James. The elimination James is real.
It's so real.
713-780-3776. Time to break and get in with, and let's go. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I know what I learned. I learned it about myself. It could be about yourself. It could be about your team. It could be about your wife. It could be about your girl.
About your wife?
It could, you learned something about your wife. Yeah. I don't know. What did you learn about her? What did you learn about your boss? What did you learn? Your kids, whatever. You learned something this weekend, and you get one sentence to tell us. 713-780-3776, the number, if you want to get in to tell us, please. Let's go. One of the best segments that we have here during the week, and it's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Right now, though, we got a little Underdog Fantasy.
Yeah, you got Underdog Fantasy has something new going on as well. Previously we had that I've told you guys about the playoff extender. That was something that they had going on. Well, right now, Underdog Fantasy is saying, look, they're the best spot that you can go to play your high or your low game. They're the leading place to make all those sports picks. They have millions, have already won billions on there. They got 100,000 5-star reviews. Right now, all you have to do is go play these playoffs, take advantage of what's going on. And you can, beyond the series where the Rockets were just eliminated, go to the next series. You got a good feel for Golden State. Let's face it. You watched them a lot. You know who's up, who's down, and how they play. Use that knowledge in the next series against Minnesota. Go higher, go lower, watch a whole series, and really, bear down on 2 different series and get a feel for 4 different teams and all the players on those teams. And you get a great opportunity to pick 3, 4, 5 players correctly and win up to 1,000 times your original play. Even when it's much lower, like let's just say 65 times. I mean, do the math on that. $10 can net you $650. Yes, if you're looking at your stats, all the stats that they offer, and I'm talking to individual stats or points, rebounds, assists in the first half, things like that, and go higher or lower. Use your sports knowledge, and you can win real money and big money. Now, you can bet as little as you can play as little as $1, and you can also get up to $1,000 in bonus cash on your first deposit when you use promo code Lance. That's promo code Lance on your first deposit, and you're going to get up to $1,000, but you have to use promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713-780-3776.
Only one person learned something this weekend on the line.
No,
We got one
there's
call.
more.
One person
They
learned
usually-
something this weekend.
No, usually when we get it started, they also, okay, I learned something.
I learned that Jalen Green and Cam Whitmore have played their last minutes with the Houston Rockets. And I learned that Cam Whitmore's body language could get worse than game 5 once it got to game 6. It could actually get worse.
Okay, that's one sentence. That's
go.
more than one sentence.
There you
That's
go.
more than one sentence.
There you go.
713-780. Lance does not play this
What'd you
game
learn?
well. He is
What'd you
just
learn?
really terrible at this game.
What'd you learn?
You are the Draymond Green of this game. You continue to flagrantly beat up this little segment. 713-780-3776. I learned this weekend what Mark Andrews must have felt like to come up and drop the ball at the biggest time waiting to get your team to the championship.
One sentence.
That's what I
Here's
learned.
your sentence.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I learned. I learned what it was like. 713-780-3776 is the number to hang out with us here. But I was on a bigger stage, the member guest at Highland Ponds than he was.
Yeah,
So,
that's true.
713-780-3776. Who is it? Ocho? 713. Let's go. Give me what you learned this weekend in one sentence, everybody. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Ocho, what'd you learn this weekend?
Yeah, this one is still hard for me to believe considering how long baseball has been around. But I learned that Riley Green of the Detroit Tigers is the first baseball player ever to hit 2 home runs in the 9th inning.
Oh.
Ever?
Wow. Ever.
Man,
2
baseball
home runs in the 9th
has
inning.
been around forever.
Well, it ain't easy to hit home runs in the 2 home runs in the same inning. It's been done. It's been done.
No, that's been done, but that's why I'm surprised.
It's been done, but in the 9th inning, usually you take the foot off the gas, I guess, if you're going to hit, if you're batting around, I guess.
No,
you know what? In baseball, though,
you don't take the foot off.
You don't
gas.
ever take. You never take your.
And
never
it's
take your
okay.
foot.
You don't have a bad at bat. It's okay to try your hardest at every single at bat.
Right. Unless they bring in the right fielder or something.
No, that's when you got your shot at a home run. What are you supposed to bunt? Taken out? Hell no.
Yeah.
You could get embarrassed. Striking out against a right fielder, that's embarrassing.
Oh, absolutely.
You should be cut if that happens.
All right. This is brought to you
Next
by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? See, that's an interesting one. Ocho, well done. Well, did your homework. 713-780-3776. Dell, have you learned anything? Did you learn anything this weekend?
I learned that people call in once they're prompted several times. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that James Harden has lost Game 7s for 4 different franchises.
Nice.
That's true.
Yeah.
True story. Rockets, Nets, Sixers, and now Clippers. And he's played poorly for all of those.
All of them.
All those teams, he's had a really bad Game 7.
Listen. We did not learn that Elimination James is real. It's been real for some time now. Been real for some time now. But
even people who have fought it in the past were in my timeline saying, nah, when one guy was trying to defend James, and they're like, no. I used to be the same as you. And
it's real.
We got to stop.
It's real. Who's next, Al?
Let's move to Woods. Woods, what have you learned?
What's up, fellas? I learned that somebody stole Jalen Green's special Game 2 nail polish, and that's why he can never shake that.
See, I didn't know there was a Game 7 nail polish. I'd never heard that before.
Okay.
And he just paints it black, doesn't he? Does he, like, there's different lacquer or something?
I don't know. There's a different sheen, but Game 2, wherever that nail polish went, disappeared.
Was Elimination Ted Cruz there?
No, there was a rumor. Somebody took an old picture, but I never. If he was there, you would have seen a picture.
Probably.
Yes, I don't think we can blame him.
I saw
on
that
Ted.
before the game that he had his ticket.
Jalen was praying that Ted Cruz was there.
Yeah.
Please let Ted be here tonight so I get some heat off of me. Nope. Sorry, Jalen.
He's Elimination Ted Cruz is what he is.
Yeah. Elimination Ted is not a good thing. I learned that I was not only am I not a jinx, I'm the good luck.
Yeah.
Ask Game 5.
No, that doesn't count. Let's move.
I was there. What do you mean it doesn't count?
Who cares? Game 5.
It's just a
good luck
footnote.
for Games 5 when you're down 3-1. Who cares?
It's a footnote.
Here we go. He did text that to me yesterday.
Oh no,
he did. Let's move on to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen, and I hate to echo it, but I learned, like Lance did, that Jalen is not him, averaging 13 points a game in the playoffs with a 38-point game.
That's not him.
It's not.
He's not him. He is not him. No,
doesn't appear to be. Now,
not in his first playoff series. We gotta.
Can you remember somebody who was bad in their first playoff series who ended up being a really good player? I can't think of anybody. Like, there's nobody that famously started off really poor but became great.
Lamar Jackson.
Well, we're talking basketball.
Oh,
Basketball, you individually can win in front of you.
I'm sure there were a lot
I'm
of
just
guys.
asking if you can come up with one.
I'm
Anthony
sure there were a lot
Edwards
of
was
guys.
pretty good.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember. But, you got years and years of guys playing.
And this is his 4th year in the league, so it's not like he was a rookie. He's not a
it's
rookie.
his first playoff, though.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of other people there.
I'm pretty sure they weren't a playoff team before this. I'm pretty sure.
No, but I'm saying.
Well, the issue is there are levels of bad. He wasn't just, he shot poorly.
He was elimination James bad for 6 games.
He was bad for 6 out of the 7 games. I won't give him game 6. They didn't really need him there. But 5 out of the 7.
They didn't play him in game 6.
Well,
they took him out.
How about Steven Adams came in within 3 minutes after the game started, and it was Jalen he pulled off the floor.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. But then the double bigs wasn't really working in the first half, so Ime got away in the second half. Steve Kerr made some good adjustments.
Yeah, Steve Kerr probably. Who's next, Del?
Casey, what have you learned?
Yeah, morning, fellas. I learned you shouldn't book a 7:50 tea time that's an hour away and go to Cinco de Mayo party the night before at 2 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds like you just learned that today.
That sounds like you're this old.
You're learning it right now.
You're this old when you learned it. Yes, that is not a good plan. Let me go to a Cinco de Mayo party till 2 in the morning, and then play golf at 7:60 at 7:30, an hour away.
That's
what
tough.
is wrong with
he
you,
learned
Casey?
it. You have to learn it at some point. Let's get Tom on a mobile. What's up, Tom?
Hey guys, so I learned there's a creep running around town named the Fountain View Flasher. And just because I ride my bird scooter with a trench coat and I show people my dong sometimes, I'm the lead suspect.
No, beat it, Tom on a mobile.
On a mobile.
Too much.
Too far.
Too much. He keeps going further and further and further.
I know. Tom is not creepy.
No.
And by the way, Tom just brought a sports take to the table. How about that?
What did you learn, Tom on a mobile?
Yeah, Tom on a mobile. I learned that Tom.
It's not a real thing he learned.
He said, just because I fit all the things that make me a flasher doesn't mean I am a flasher. Right? Or what did he say? I don't remember.
I don't know.
Something about a flasher with a special name.
He said show people dong.
Yeah, I heard that
he
part.
He said that out loud.
But he started with there's a flasher out there, and he just happens
the Fountain View flasher.
The Fountain View flasher.
Yeah.
And just because I stop.
I wear a trench coat and show my
too much Tom on a mobile.
I would say
Tom on a mobile.
I would say for a Monday, not enough.
Clean it up, Tom on a mobile. Tom on a mobile.
Bring some levity to this sad sack of a show.
I also learned that Scotty Scheffler can't even make a putt to set the record for 32 under at a golf tournament. Nice job.
A weak course.
Weak 31 under.
Lance, you were at a course this weekend.
Yeah, I was at Agnes Moffett. Although I will say it's gotten easier since some of the trees had to be cut down due to derecho. I will say that, yeah.
You want to tell people what Agnes Moffett is?
It's a disc golf course, but it's but they also the grass was really high.
No, he sent
No, I sent it on. I tagged you on it. I said, did you shoot even on any golf course in your so-called golf courses this weekend, John?
Well,
I sent you my scorecard.
All we found out from John is he choked down the stretch.
Choked at the biggest time. Gagged.
Elimination John.
Elimination Johnny.
No, it was more Mark Andrews. It was anyway, I felt bad for my teammate. He did everything he could. He was Lamar Jackson and I was Mark Andrews. in the playoffs. Just in the playoff. Yeah. But we got there all the way to the one step away from winning it. So but
when we get back, I gotta mention a picture. When we come back, the TNT crew, when a team is eliminated, they always do the kind of the 1, 2, 3 Cancun, and they're going. You're eliminated, gone fishing. Yeah, we'll tell you about the Rockets version that they did. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Whoever does their photoshops is pretty good.
Did they put that out, or did somebody put?
No, they have that. I'm sure they did it.
Okay. All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you got thoughts on the Rockets or anything else. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for bringing us What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Right now, I'm talking about HRP. I'm talking about how important it is for you and your business, like it is for us and our business. Instead of having a big payroll department, which is, oh my God, we got salary, we got hourly, we got commission, it's too complicated. You got taxes. You're going to need a CPA. You got to do all of these things, jumping rope and jumping through hoops to try to bring your people. No, let professionals who do that streamline your business to make it easier, to make it better, to make it less expensive. That's what HRP does. We love what HRP does for us. And if you're not completely satisfied, because you might be with an admin company already, and you look and you go, wait a minute, that is a big bill every month. Maybe HRP is going to be less because HRP is not in the business of benefits packages. They're just in HR and payroll, and they do your tax. They're experts. Oh, by the way, they're experts in the tax game too. So you're looking for the best way to streamline and make it so much easier to get your people, your payroll. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back. Rockets lose. Astros lose. Oh, my God. Did you guys happen to see the end of the Jets-Blues game? The end of regulation? They were down 2 goals with like 10 seconds left, and they tied it up and then won in double overtime. That is a game 7 to move on? Are you kidding me? Holy crap. That is playoff hockey. That is it. Listen, NBA is great. It's awesome, but playoff hockey, there's an intensity there that is unmatched. I don't know in any sport.
Yeah, I'm dying to go to a hockey playoff game. I've got an opportunity too, but I'd have to go to Vegas, so that's not happening. And I don't even know if they're even in it anymore. I doubt they are.
It is crazy, I'm telling you. Good luck getting a ticket in Vegas.
Well, I've got a connection there.
Anywhere. But man, oh man, oh man, what a finish! What a great game! It wasn't even a finish; it was 2 overtimes after that. So, just a great game.
Yeah,
That's the kind of stuff.
Jerry in the chat just said he was watching that because the Rockets were so bad. He checked out of that and went to the Winnipeg
Oh my God.
one.
Yeah, I saw one, and I don't know if have you ever done this where you're standing in front of your TV watching the game?
Yes.
Yes.
100%. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't
But
know
I
why,
mean-
but yes, absolutely.
Yes, when it's so intense that you can't even sit down and watch it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see. Well, I don't know, Dell. That's not you.
No.
I don't believe that.
Dell's sitting. Dell doesn't get. Have you ever been excited about a game, Dell, or actually about anything? Has anything ever made you excited?
You don't want to hear it because it's going to bring bad memories to you. You don't want to hear what I'm about to say. When Miami made the Final Four and went through the Cougs in Texas, I was very excited.
Oh, you are?
What does excited look like for you?
I was yelling Final Four over and over again when they
I
made
can't
it.
see that.
Well, that's why I do it at home. I don't want anyone to see it.
That doesn't sound real.
Well, don't worry about it. It happened. So I didn't want to.
Why have you been shamed into not being your authentic self?
I don't like watching games that matter to me around people.
Why?
Because it's not an enjoyable experience to listen to people chatter about a team I know more about than they do.
I mean, that is real. I've been that way at famously at Super Bowl parties. I talked about it on the radio a lot. And when my wife and I got together, when we were just dating, she said she was so nervous at the Super Bowl game, not to mess it up. And I'm like, I just don't like hearing the people talking who don't care about the game and stuff like that. That was Super Bowl. I'm assuming at a game 7, you're not. If you're at a game 7 with people who don't care about that game, you shouldn't be there. That's on you. You shouldn't be at a game 7 with people or a Final Four, or a Elite 8 game with a chance to go to the Final Four with a bunch of people who don't care. Beat it.
Well, that don't care or probably don't know. They're just there because it's a big game.
Yeah. Well, then don't talk. Then don't mess with the rest.
You can't control people. You can't
Well,
tell them
you
not to
stay
talk.
at home like you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand
That's what
it.
I do.
I understand it. I don't like
spent
dummies.
a lot of money on that game. Okay, they spent a lot of money to get there. So
no, we're not talking about at the game.
You can't tell them they have to shut up.
No, we're not talking about at the game spending money.
Whether
we're talking
it be a
about
party or a sports
at a party
bar,
or a house or an apartment or something
either
like
way,
that.
Just,
get together.
I don't want to hear your nonsense. Just leave me
Yeah,
alone.
not at the game. That's different.
But even at a party, so they're there. You don't have to be at the party with them. So what's better for me to be furious and maybe pop off at someone because they're talking, or just watch the game at home? I'll just watch the game at home. It's easier for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
That's fine.
Yeah. Well, I like to be out. I like to be at a bar. I like the excitement. I like the electricity of being out. Or, like last night, if you were out watching that game, you're like, they suck. This
You got to drive home.
My buddy went to the game, and after we played in the member guest all weekend, and his son wanted to go, so he went, and he was like, oh my God, why did I do that? Why did I go? And because it was just what a waste. He could have sold those tickets. Wanted to sell them, but you know what? That's what being a good dad is: taking your kid to the game and sucking and having it suck. But I guess that's good child, dad son time together.
Well, the son now builds scars along with the rest of the team.
Well, that's part of being a fan. Yes, build scars. Scarring.
Yeah.
That's how you get emotionally involved.
Yep.
With the team.
Well, how come we do it? I feel like we scar more than other cities.
We probably don't, but it feels like we do.
Well, it's because you play the Warriors.
Well, you always get beat up by the Warriors. Like, this is really a problem. I'm tired of getting my ass kicked in my life by the Warriors.
2 different generations of Rockets teams.
Yeah. Like, the Warriors beat the brakes off of my Rocket teams and yours and everyone else listening. If you followed the Rockets, I mean, Steph Curry spans across generations. My kids have been beaten by Steph Curry at age 8. We got stuck on a flood. In the flood game, we were stuck on Highway 59 with because we were on the overpass. There was floods all over the place. That Steph Curry flood game. Although, actually, the Rockets, I can't remember if they won that game. I think they won that game against the Warriors. But, my kids were in pajamas in the backseat of a car trying to get home during a flood. Now one of them's in college. He's still getting his ass kicked by Steph Curry.
Curry beat the Rockets when they were pretenders, then contenders, They were awful for several years. Now they're back, and he beat them again. It's a generation.
And Draymond too, by the way.
It's a
Draymond beats every
We're
iteration.
talking about generational ass beatings.
Yeah.
That he's doling out to the Rockets.
Man, this is scarring right
no,
here.
Is he not the biggest ass beater ever in Houston history?
Yes, 100%.
I mean,
you can't come up with anyone else. Steph's spans childhoods. There are some kids who grew up in their first Rocket game they saw when they were 8, and now they're graduating high school, and they're still getting their asses kicked by Steph Curry. Yeah, and Draymond. You got to throw that. You got to throw Draymond in there. You know, but Steph Curry, yes.
No,
8-year-olds are getting beat up by Steph Curry because he was beating the Rockets in 14. Now it's 25. That's 11 years. Literally, from your entire childhood has been Steph Curry beating you in big games.
Did you see what Buddy Hield said? He said the vets, Jimmy.
He does
Steph,
have a wide ass mouth.
And Draymond. He said they had a very emotional meeting the night before the game, and he said it was like everybody had chills and we were all locked in. He said, I mean, see, that's funny. This is a first round game. Steph has got 4 championships, right? And yet this team isn't gonna. This ain't a championship team, but it's so important to him that they move on in this series with this team after all he's accomplished. See, did James have a meeting with the Clippers and implore them all, to just be the greatest they could possibly be?
Don't put James with
Well,
Steph.
I know, but
of course not. Of course, that's why. That's why he wouldn't shoot. James didn't want any smoke, so he didn't even shoot.
Steph and Draymond are still, and Jimmy, they're still doing this.
It still matters. It still matters. Steph is just as competitive.
It's crazy.
He's just as competitive as he ever has been. He is one of the all-time greats, without question.
To want it this badly in the first round after you've got all those titles, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you learn in the postseason. Because when you're coached by Steven Silas for 3 years, you don't learn anything like that. There's nothing you learned. You learned nothing about being a champion. Nothing.
No.
Nothing.
The Rockets, the Gone Fishing, TNT created a Gone Fishing Photoshop. And on the boat, it says 1, 2, 3 Galveston, which they famously crush Galveston. Chuck just crushes Galveston every chance he gets. And everyone from Houston and Galveston are like, Chuck is true. What he's saying is true. Dirty ass water. It's trash ass water. They've got a picture of Kenny in his red Rocket uniform, Chuck in the pajamas, pointing to his head. There's a CJ Stroud picture, or CJ's on there with the Ghetto Boys on his T-shirt, like a T-shirt of the Ghetto Boys album cover when Bushwick Bill had his eyes shot out of his head. You got Alperen Sengun there holding onto a picture of Paul Wall. Michael, so you got Jalen Green and Michael Strahan holding a picture of Hakeem with goggles on. And Strahan, because he's from Houston. Beyonce's in the background. And then you got 3 guys. I don't recognize who they are. In the right behind Alperen Sengun, to the right of Sengun, and then up there by Beyonce. I don't recognize those 3 guys. And then there's in the very back, and this is a deep cut, there are 3 guys on a telephone, and I didn't know who it was. I followed the string. It's from Seinfeld when George was there, when they go, "When are you bastards coming to Houston?" They're supposed to be guys from Houston who are, and George somehow befriends these 3 guys, and they're like on a phone call with them from a plane talking about, "When you bastards coming to Houston?" He goes, I'm going to come out there and see you bastards. George is talking. So it's those 3 guys from a Seinfeld.
Altuve's in the water in the trash can.
Altuve's actually floating in a trash can.
Jim Parsons, known as a Houston guy.
Oh, that's Jim Parsons?
Yeah, the dude from what is it, Big Bang Theory?
Big Bang Theory, yeah.
I don't know who the guy in the background.
Where's Manny?
Who? Oh, I didn't see Manny. There's one guy unidentified. He's got a backwards hat on, some sunglasses.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's got a beard. Maybe it's an Astro. I don't know who that is. I can't tell. Can't tell. I don't know.
Sad.
Yeah, but Altuve is
going to Galveston.
1, 2, 3 Galveston.
Yeah, no, Altuve's just sitting over there in the water by himself.
But we ain't doing that.
Altuve in a trash can. Why does it have to be Altuve?
Oh, he's the most famous Astro.
No,
Yeah,
but they put him with all this. This is disgusting.
Yeah, that's garbage. That's garbage. 713-780-3776. Come on in, hang out with us. 713-780-3776. Hey, what's the date today? Today's the 6th, May
It's
the
the
4th, the
5th.
5th, 6th, 5th, May 5th. Holy crap, you got 10 days till you can. And so let's go. Let's go right now because you're literally 10 days away from not being able to protest your taxes anymore. And if you just let it sit on your hands, let it go. It's okay. We don't have to do it this year. It's all okay. See how that compounds because next year when they do it, if they overcharge you this year, and they are going to overcharge you 86% of the time, they overcharge you for your taxes, your property taxes. Then they're going to do it again, and then do it again, and do it again, and the compound of money. How it's incredible how it increases. You're looking for the best way to fight your property taxes. Protest it. Do not let it go without doing it. Ownwell's the best way. Technology, they just do it. They just do. It's incredible what they do. They save an average of $1,100 per person. You want that $1,100 in your pocket? Go to ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. It takes just 3 minutes to sign up. Then they do everything else. Let them start your property tax protest. Ownwell.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Yeah, I think Joan makes a pretty good point. Jake Myers did all that from the 9-hole. It may be the greatest game by the ninth hitter ever.
Maybe so.
Uh-huh.
2 homers, a triple,
Usually,
a double, and 7
forever
RBIs.
Forever it was pitchers, and now recently, of course, since the DH, which is, I don't know, going on 50 years old, but it's still relatively a small sample size baseball-wise. But is there a possibility that any 9-hole hitter?
No, it's a really good
2
game.
homers, a triple, a double, 7 RBIs?
That's a really good game. Baseball's been around a long time, so probably something. But, man,
Jake
it's
Myers,
up there.
the greatest ever?
It's up there. Jake Myers having one of those seasons. It's a career season. It's a Buddy Hield season. It's like a Buddy Hield game 7, but it's his whole season. Jake Myers. So there you go. What would you like to see the Rockets do, John? What's your perfect scenario? Is there a scenario where you're okay with everything staying status quo and running it back?
No, you've got to add. They're not going to just sit on their hands. They're not.
What would you do?
It's not Tillman. It's not Rafael. It's not Patrick. I know they love stars, and you know what? Stars do win. Stars win. It's what they do. That's why they're stars. What I would do is go get Durant. I would go get Durant. I want him for a couple, 3 years. I don't know. I don't have to give up nearly as much for him. I think you got to make the money work, but you could probably do that with a third thing. I think that Jalen probably could go. If you didn't have to get rid of Jalen, okay, that would be great. But if there is somebody, I think that I think Jalen might benefit from a different place. I think you need somebody that can come. Look at how stagnant they get. Kevin Durant would actually stop those runs, just with a couple of baskets, because they can't. It's so laborious them trying to make a basket when the other team is on a run. I mean, I think Kevin Durant could end that for you. He can stop the bleeding. He can keep you in games. The offense is just simple with him. Just get him the ball and let him just take a jumper over anybody, because he can hit a jumper over everybody in the league. So, and he's such a great shooter. I think that would be what I would do. I'm assuming you want Giannis more?
Yes, 100%. But, there's a sliding scale of what you give up and what you get. So you have to have that conversation. Giannis, I think, locks you in for a 5-year run. Durant gives you a chance at 2 years probably. One costs substantially more, but you're locking in your core and you have some certainty, a lot more certainty when you have Giannis, because you know that, especially if Jalen or Alperen were part of that deal, because now you've got the money to pay Amen Thompson. You have 2 expensive, you can afford 3 expensive players, and then after that, you got to be smart with how you do it. Dell and I talked about this Friday. You feel like the Rockets window is wide open with all these young players, but the reality is that a lot of these guys are going to be up for contracts that you're not going to be able to afford. And so there is a little bit more. It's not like baseball where you have club control for 6 years. You know what I mean? Like, you got a long window. In football, you've got a 5-year window with a rookie quarterback, for example. In basketball, it goes a lot quicker. It feels like.
But you did lock up your core last offseason.
Yeah, you did, but you also have to move on from part of that core, is what the argument is that you have to move on from Jalen Green. That's one of the arguments. And you say locked up your core. Amen Thompson is a core player. He's not locked up. You got 2 more years with him, so you don't have to lock him up, but you will. You will, and he'll probably be a $40 million player. $40 million plus.
Right. Probably.
So you're going to have to, you have to start planning for that. Tari Eason. Can you afford Tari Eason? Boy, did he stink when he came in yesterday. He was a non-factor for much of that.
I don't know. I think Tari right now, he's not a break the bank guy.
And I don't think Tari is a can't trade guy. You have to have You may not want to, but he has to at least be like, you have to leave it open to potentially moving off of Tari Eason. Obviously, Amen, no chance. Alperin, no chance unless it's for Giannis, in my opinion. Jalen, you leave it open. I'm not trying to give Jalen away. Jalen's got a lot of value in those 82 games. Against Golden State, he has almost no value. Don't know why. This is just where we are, and I'm not going to fight it. 10 of his 12 games stunk this year against Golden State. He never plays well against Golden State. Other than this 38-point game, it's like it's awful for him.
That's so crazy. He can't play against that team. It's just, he's up and down. But Dell, you were wrong about him. I mean, he averaged 13 a game. He was very consistent at 13, and right around that 13.
Yeah, I overestimated his ability to get back to 22. Hey, so I was positive about him. So don't come at me. I thought he just reached his level. Didn't do it.
He didn't reach his level. Yeah, I mean, I know the whole city. Listen, this whole thing isn't just on Jalen Green, and I know the city is squarely he's in the sights, everybody's sights, but it's one series. I'm torn on Jalen. I'm torn on Jalen. I can see he is going to torture the team if he goes somewhere else. I'm telling you, he is, because I don't know, for whatever reason, maybe it's just that Phoenix doesn't play any defense, and so makes it a lot easier. But he's got a special place in his heart for Phoenix because of all the Booker talk for all these years. So he kicks ass. He kicks ass against them. I do think Jalen's going to come back and haunt this team if you get rid of him. I do. I think he's a special talent. I mean, we see him, we're like, wow. This is incredible.
What is this? What is this? The Jalen hate from you, just to name Jalen, has been a thing for Lance has commented on it for several years now. Now he's got to haunt the Rockets for years. Lance, what happened to him?
He's doing a character.
Okay.
No,
what
it's
happened?
not a character.
He's doing a character.
No, I'm torn on Jalen whether to get rid of him.
You're literally torn on him after literally the greatest example of why he's not him, and you said that 2 episodes, he's not him. This is a character. It's a new character that John's working on.
No, I'm telling you
here
now. No, I've been fighting for Jalen against Dell, who hates him.
I don't hate him. I don't have to.
Fighting for Jalen should not be a T-shirt that you wear.
I am not hating him. I just look at him and go,
train out of town.
I don't see what people are so enthused by when you can't depend on him from game to game, except you could in this series because you knew you're going to get an awful performance.
He's got some Steve Francis with a better shot from a more likable Steve Francis with better effort, better basketball IQ, and a little better shot. But at the end of the day, his game is primarily based on athleticism, which is cool. I like that he's explosive, but at some point you got to develop, you're going to have to develop the half court game. The Rockets do in general. Their half-court game is just simply not good enough. They can't shoot. They're a bad shooting team. The missed free throws are absolutely, fundamentally untenable and inexcusable. Cannot continue on.
Alpi has got to fix that. Alpi is awful. Awful. He has got to fix that. Jalen, too, missing a bunch of free throws in this series. Terrible. I'm just saying, you guys want a bunch of Carusos. I like the athleticism that he brings to the table.
Caruso? What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's what you want.
I don't want
little
a Caruso
white
here.
headband guys.
Yeah.
Little short, fat headband guys.
Yeah, I profile that way, looking for white headband guys to come play for the team. I understand the infatuation, and plus he's your guy. He was supposed to be the first in a line of guys who was to bring the Rockets back to prominence, and he certainly has helped the cause. But hey, you want to trade him player for player for someone just because you like that other player's skill set? I'd be fine. You want to trade him for just a knockdown shooter, and that's all you get out of Jalen? Cool. Because at least from one series, I'm looking at it and go, you know what? I got mini Giannis out there playing for me. You watch Amen go at it, and at some point, teams are just going to have to build a wall like they do against Giannis, because if you just give him the ball and go, we're going to spread it out and Amen make a play. His ability just to get his own shot now sometimes doesn't go in.
But he can do it.
But he can get his shot, just simply get out of my way. I'm going to get a shot that's a pretty good one. The Warriors at points just built the wall. Sorry, we got Draymond. shading you in the paint. We've got our on-ball defender. You have to pass the ball. We're not going to allow you to do what you're doing.
They can dive down off the height. So he likes to come from elbow extended. They can go from whoever's at the top of the key, and you dive down to help build that wall because you're willing to take chances with the Rockets. Like Rockets took chances against Golden State, and they got blistered by it too many times. Although, I say that. They gave up way too many open looks in Game 6. And the Rockets, it didn't come back to haunt them because the Rockets really beat them up. In Game 7, if your name wasn't Buddy Hield, you shot 9 of 32 as the Golden State Warriors. Like you shot less than you shot.
That's definitely
you shot
going to the
under
fourth
30%. Yeah. So like it's not like Golden State beat you up from the three. I mean, they did, but really most of it was Buddy Hield. Most of it, almost all of it was Buddy Hield.
There's a couple possessions when the Warriors went zone, and you have the double bigs out there. So you have two non-shooters in your bigs, and then Amen's not a shooter. And then look, Dillon Brooks was pretty good knocking down shots this year, but he was off. And then Fred, he was great, and they were fearful of him, but it's still Fred. You just never know. So you could look at it and go, you almost had like 3.5 non-shooters out there in a playoff game. You can't run offense that way.
And honestly, I think Reed Shepherd's got a chance to be a pretty good player. With that said, though, there is a scenario where he's just simply not strong enough. Like he just becomes a defensive liability that Ime may not be able to be okay with. If he does play, he has to be great as a shooter because he is going to be a minus defensively.
Let me give you something because I said knockdown shooter. This is not a real thing, but an example. A guy who can play off of others because that's what his career has been. If I said straight up, Jalen for Austin Reeves. For this team, for what this team needs.
You wanted slow white
for
guys.
what this a shooter for what this team needs.
That should be a no. And Rocket fans will say no. But if you're objective and if you really work through it, it's an interesting proposition because one guy's a much better shooter and may fit what the Rockets need better than Jalen. Now, I'm also looking at this through a playoff lens because it's recency bias. So in 82 games, Jalen was pretty damn skippy. Although he did shoot 42% from the field. Like he wasn't really better statistically than his career. He pretty much came in. It just felt better. It was much better defensively.
And you know what Luka needs? The championship attitude of a Jalen Green.
Now Reeves didn't shoot.
Hey, he's at least Jalen's accountable.
Now Reeves didn't shoot well in the postseason. I just brought it up because the Lakers are trying to improve really for a big man, so they might include Reeves in the trade. But Reeves is about a 38% shooter from three. 46 from the floor. He is willing to play off of others. He can create his own shot.
He's athletic.
Yeah, he's fine. But I was just saying, like 1 for 1. If I told you,
all right,
that guy for what this team needs.
2 trades.
All right,
Reed for Pat Spencer.
Reed Shepherd for Pat Spencer.
Yeah. Would you do that deal right now?
No.
Pat Spencer, number 61 with an undershirt and a mustache.
No.
Well, Spencer's better than Reed right now.
Sure, but I'm not making that trade.
It's
Ime might play Pat Spencer.
Oh, no. Ime would like Pat Spencer.
Yeah.
Pat Spencer headbutted somebody. Ime's immediately like, man, kid's got grit.
Yeah.
Pat Spencer looks better than Reed Shepherd. And listen, I don't want to say that ever again. I'm just saying. Well, Pat Spencer did give the Rockets work every time he was in the game and looks completely confident every time he touches the ball. Now, he does have that big lacrosse energy, so I get that. He's a great lacrosse player. His confidence level is very, very high, but Reed Shepherd could be really counted on. Like, you can't really afford to have Reed Shepherd sit on the bench all game, and you can't afford to have him play poorly next year. Reed Shepherd has to be a little bit of a factor coming in next year. I don't think any of us think that. Like nobody thinks that Cam Whitmore's on this team next year, do you? Even if it's Cam for a second rounder, they're getting him out of the building. They can't have him in the building.
No,
did you see? By the way, John, did you see Dell? Did you guys see the last 2 minutes when the backups came in Game 6, including Cam Whitmore? Did you see Cam Whitmore's act?
Well,
if you didn't watch it, Cam Whitmore, his trifactor was so low, it was terrible.
Yeah, well,
and Ime was pissed.
Well, again, he was the only guy when they were up. Remember when they blew the lead, and he was the only guy that didn't come in the fourth quarter until 2 minutes. I mean, I could see where he'd be like, I'm done here. I'm done. It doesn't help him because that's the attitude that everybody in the league sees in him, and it's a problem. It's why he lasted until 22.
He fell, yeah.
Until the 22nd pick. That's why he lasted. So he hasn't changed that attitude at all. he's got to. I don't. He's just. You're right. He's got to get out of here. All right, we got a break. We're way late. We're going to talk about a little Allstate, Lance.
Yeah, let's talk about Allstate Windows and Siding. Everyone needs an upgrade on your home. Sometimes it's the interior stuff, and you want to do that, and that's great. But what about when it's the exterior? What are your thoughts? You thinking about painting your home? Okay, that's fine. Maybe you're painting your home because the wood is dilapidated. If you've got Hardy Plank from Allstate Windows and Siding, and they have a variety of colors, by the way, you're not painting your home anymore. You put the siding on, and it is going to withstand all of the weather elements. It's going to make your home more energy efficient, and it's going to look beautiful. New windows from Allstate Windows and Siding, made right here in the state of Texas for our weather. It is going to beautify your home. Your home's going to look so much better. It is going to protect you against the elements. It's going to lower your energy bill and become more energy efficient. It's going to add a layer of safety, and it's going to make things more quiet. So you can really upgrade the looks of your home on the exterior while lowering your energy bills, and you're doing something that's going to last you for that life that you're in that home. That's how impactful Allstate Windows and Siding can be. Make sure that you go to their website and check out all the products, because I promise you right now, you're going to find the opportunity to make your home look better and to function better in terms of the efficiency. And it's all at one phone call, 832-204-1936. They've got $30, 30% off each window, minimum 10 jobs, and $2,500 off complete siding jobs. Then when you tell them you heard about it from Lance at ESPN 97.5, they're going to take even more off. So don't forget that part. 832-204-1936 or allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
All right, time to talk about poker. I love me some poker. I love poker in Texas. I love poker in Houston. The place to play now is Texas Card House. Westheimer, okay, right there in the Galleria area, or you get over to Spring, right off 45. I've been to both places. I played a tournament there. I played cash there. Love what Texas Card House does. Clean facility. Everybody gets wanted, secure. Okay, you got a bar there that's open at both places till 2 a.m., 24/7 they're playing. They've also right now, you can, if you don't like to go to a card house, you like to play online, real money on Hijack Poker, Hijack Poker. Go to your app store and get you the Hijack Poker app and play against Houstonians right here. If you have a problem depositing, you can bring cash over to Texas Card House and put the money into your account that way. Any kind of way that you want to do it, you can do it at Hijack Poker. It is awesome. Put in Spring 20 if you're a newcomer to Hijack Poker and get $20 free play. And if you've been there before and you want to reload with another $20, you get 20 more in free play by Cash 20. So you're looking for a great way to play. You could do it live at Texas Card House, or you could do it online at Hijack Poker. Get your app, Hijack Poker.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, what you want to talk about from the weekend, you are more than welcome to do that, to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's been mostly Rockets talk, but we're throwing in a little bit Astros as well. Did y'all happen to see Tank Dell's leg this weekend?
See what?
Tank Dell's leg?
No, where was it? I don't want to see it, actually. I'm not going to look at it. Just tell me what it looks
Dell,
like.
did you see this?
I didn't.
The tats that he has from the Tank Dell's, it's all the horror, all these different horror movie characters that are tattooed all over his leg. You haven't seen this?
Oh, Tank Dell leg sleeve.
Oh, I've seen that before.
You seen that?
I know there's a story maybe a week or so ago about all his tattoos.
I thought you were going to tell me it looked like
Alex Smith's leg.
Alex Smith's leg. It looks like he
bit
by a shark.
The what came out was that he's not going to be able to play, right? Or that it looks like 2025. He's not coming back this year. Think there's like
no.
zero.
There is 0% chance.
Yeah, but I never seen his leg tattoo before, and I was like, "Are you sure you should be doing all this with them? I mean,
doing all what?
Legs? I mean,
what's wrong with it? Wow, this is wild.
You haven't seen that, right?
Holy
it's
crap!
Crazy. It's crazy.
His tattoo artist is bananas. Whoever it is really, really good.
He's got Chucky on there. He's got Scream. He's got Michael Myers.
He's got stuff I don't even
Joker.
recognize.
He's got I don't know who's the lover.
What's the
loser?
first one that's got that mask? Oh, that's Jason. That's Jason. It's a different kind of mask.
Yeah. Or Michael Myers.
And he's got the yeah. Oh my gosh. Whoever his tattoo artist is an unbelievable artist. But yeah, he is high on
your leg forever.
I mean, it's his choice.
Yeah,
some people are saying
his choice.
Do you want those? You want that on your liver forever?
I do.
You go after your liver hard. No one tells you to stop doing that to your liver.
He's got Ghostface on his leg.
Yeah, let that man live his best life.
My liver is screaming.
Yeah. No, I don't want that on my leg forever, but Tank Dell does want it on it, and it's his leg. His leg, his choice. Stop trying to limit personal choice. We're trying to let people. Do you want the liberty and freedom of Tank Dell to be who he's going to be and do what he wants to do? Yes or no?
I love that he lives in America and he has the liberty to.
He has the freedom to put whatever he wants on his leg.
So why are you trying to regulate his freedom?
Oh, why? I'm looking at a story here. I swear to God, the guy looks just like he's doing this. I think he's some kind of medical guy. He looks just like Raheel. I mean, just like Raheel.
And could be one of his characters.
It's scary, actually. I'm gonna send this to you guys, and you tell me if this is not Raheel doing this story.
What's this medical guy doing?
I don't know. He's talking about, or maybe he's a tat guy. I don't know.
One of the two. Who knows?
One of the two. But
no one knows.
No one can tell.
Oh, he had to go under. Oh my gosh, Tank had to go under anesthesia.
That's very intricate. What's going on in his legs?
Well, that's a lot. He had that all done at one time.
I don't think all at one time. That feels like multiple sessions. That takes forever.
Yeah, I don't. Man, if
you had
that's
under for this.
Yeah, look, they put him under for a tattoo.
Do you see the guy telling the story? Is that not Raheel?
No, I don't see the guy telling the story. I don't have the volume going, but I just know that something feels off about this. Like, you got to go in and somebody you have to have an anesthesiologist to get a tattoo. I feel like, yeah, you probably shouldn't do whatever. If it takes an anesthesiologist, I don't know. He went from 0 to 100 with leg tattoo. That's for sure.
Where are you looking at this article story on? Like Sports Kita? Is that what you're looking at?
Ooh,
it's on TikTok.
Oh, because I'm looking at the dude who you may think it's Raheel. I don't think he looks that much like Raheel.
I think he looks just like
not the
Raheel.
bald guy.
No.
Yeah.
Is his name Sanu?
I don't know. Probably
Sanu Abraham. Is that who you're looking at?
Why do you ask him? Is his name Sanu? You
I'm
know he's
looking
going to
at-
say probably.
I'm looking at
Is
a
his
guy-
name Sanu Patel?
I'm looking at-
Probably.
It's
He's
left-
Pakistani.
I'm looking at
Stop.
a guy who
It's not.
I'm looking at a guy who is attached to one of the articles about Tank's leg, and I would assume this is the guy John thinks looks like Raheel.
Well, I emailed it to you too. So you take a look and tell me that that's not Raheel.
I will tell you. Well, I know
Wait till
it's not
he's
Raheel.
sitting there talking about this with all the. Yeah, I'm telling you.
I don't have an email yet. Now I want to see this guy.
Okay. Well, I'm
How
just
much
saying.
do you think this guy looks like Raheel? Lance, if you had to guess, before you take a look, do you think it looks exactly like Raheel or not at all, considering how much you know about John?
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit like Raheel.
But watch the whole thing because he's in his office then, and it's Raheel's clone. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Sanu Abraham, he's a writer in
No.
Essentially Sports.
Well, it's a different guy. That's not him. The guy I just pulled up the video. This doesn't look like Raheel.
Oh, MD Anderson.
I'm looking at this guy right now.
Well, this guy doesn't look like, he looks more like Russell Wilson than Raheel. At least the LinkedIn picture, he's MD Anderson
it's
Cancer
a
Center.
video.
I'm looking at the video. He looks more like Jose Martita than he does Raheel.
Oh.
No, his name's probably Sanu, and he's probably
It's not Sanu. Sanu's a writer. I don't know who the video.
Oh, wait a minute. Sanu Abraham, the writer, is who you're talking about.
No, he's talking about someone else.
You sure?
Yeah, inked.
Because
no, I see the video. It's at the account on TikTok. It's inked MBAA. And that's the video. I don't think he looks like Raheel, but then again, I don't think a lot of people look like Raheel. So
yeah, well,
the one guy from
that's your
the
problem.
Night Out or whatever. When he was in that.
Riz Ahmed.
You don't see,
Riz
you don't
Ahmed.
see people. You don't see people for what
no,
they
I
are.
see people for what they are. That's why I don't assume one person looks like another just because there's a slight tone that's similar.
It's his double.
I don't think it's his double. Is that guy even Pakistani?
That doesn't matter, does it?
For you, generally it does. So that's why I'm just confused by this.
I think there are even Polish people that look like
Are
me.
we
It doesn't matter.
this far past the break? Or we're
way past.
That's what I was
way
thinking. I was like, oh no, we break in 7 minutes.
So
we're 7 minutes.
We're just
going to
combine breaks, so don't worry.
Okay.
About it.
All right. So
Keep
what we're
going.
talking about?
All right, we
So
got to
then-
get off the Raheel. A picture I still haven't seen a picture, and definitely nobody listening knows.
Who cares?
Would you? I'm going to ask you a really hard question. Here, we're doing some hypotheticals.
All right. On the other side.
No.
We'll do that.
We're
combining. We don't
combining
need to go on
breaks.
the
We
other
don't need
side.
to.
We'll
We're
just go to
combining
break
breaks. There's
a
no
little
reason
bit
to.
later. Don't worry.
Yeah. So, would you? Your immediate answer is no. I already know your immediate answer is no. It's going to be an emotional answer. And now I want you to think. Once you get past your emotion, I want you to be able to think, John. Because you're talking about Kevin Durant, and you'd be okay with the Rockets traded for Kevin Durant.
Yep.
Okay. LeBron James.
Trade for LeBron James?
Mhm.
Nah.
Why not? Because you just don't like him, right? Because
Well,
LeBron James has more
think that's
in the
probably-
tank than Kevin Durant potentially.
I don't know.
Well, look at his performances.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why would you be okay with Kevin Durant and not LeBron James? Now, if you want to make a basketball argument that you don't think LeBron brings what the Rockets need, I'm
Yeah,
cool with that.
Rockets
He's
need
not a
instant-
shooter.
They need instant offense. I don't just. I mean, yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. I don't like LeBron.
That's all it is. Yeah, I figured
want
that
him on
was
my team.
emotional.
I don't ever want him on my team.
And that's fine. That's fine.
But I don't know. Is LeBron the answer for this team?
Well, see, that's my point. I think basketball wise, if you get past the emotion of it, what is LeBron? Is LeBron a good shooter? No. Is LeBron?
Well, he was at nearly 38%.
He's better
on
than
6 threes per game, 38%.
Yeah, he's not like Durant's a better shooter. Durant's a better scorer. Durant can find his shots easier. I think LeBron is another version, kind of what Amen does. I mean, it's not the same, but what I'm saying is you create your baskets, but not through moves that get to shots, just through being kind of a bull in a china shop.
But he also creates for others.
He does. No, LeBron, that's why I think you'd have to. I mean, the Lakers, I think LeBron would be fine with going. Now, LeBron in the past has basically vetoed Houston.
It's not like
he doesn't want to go to Houston. He doesn't like Houston. So I think it's a non-starter because he doesn't like Houston, and this came out before he went to LA. With that said, if you're having just a hypothetical basketball discussion, it's an interesting discussion because he gives you a toughness. LeBron's got a toughness. He's won multiple championships. He's got, there's a lot of things he brings you. Rebounds. He brings you an ability to, there's a lot of things that you could use on your team that LeBron gives you. But
okay.
he's missing an element that I think you need badly, which is a consistent shooter.
All right, be honest now. Is either LeBron or Kevin Durant? I mean, do they put you over the top as a championship team right now?
I think it's debatable.
My answer is no.
I think it's debatable. You're basically saying, can you beat Oklahoma City?
Can you beat Oklahoma City? Can you beat Cleveland?
Cleveland, yes. I don't even know that Cleveland's not as good as Oklahoma City.
I don't know you can beat the Pacers. Boston?
I think Boston. I think your question is not. I don't even think it's Cleveland. I think it's, and I didn't think so before the series. Boston's been the favorite, by the way. I think it's, can you beat Boston and can you beat Oklahoma City? You beat Oklahoma City twice with the team you had this year already. Could you compete? Absolutely. With LeBron or Kevin Durant? Absolutely. Now, who are you subtracting? Because I got to know who you're subtracting from the Rockets.
Exactly. No, that is absolutely, you have to know that. And I don't know who that is, to tell you the truth. I don't know that Fred. Oh man, I'm so torn on Fred now. Fred, playoff Fred is the best Fred.
John wants the entire backcourt back next year. He wants no changes.
You are the anti-Twitter. First of all, he does want change. He's just saying that. He wants Jalen Green gone.
I don't know. You listen to him.
Okay, Jalen Green out and Kevin Durant in, John?
Yes.
See, he's already said that. He's on record.
But he is on record saying Jalen will come back to haunt this team as well.
Jalen will haunt you. So?
I don't think so.
That'll haunt you.
That's like Kyle Tucker will come back to haunt you. Had to be done. There's just there wasn't a discussion. You had to do it.
You think right now it has to be done that Jalen's got to go?
I think that it may be a decision you have to make.
I don't think that's
because you got to get somebody else in.
I don't think that's a have to do.
You got to get
Kyle Tucker. You had to do because he was an expiring contract coming up. That was an obvious move.
You don't have to do it, but every year that passes, a lot of times a player brings you less value because there's less club control and there's less contract and you have to pay a new contract. With Jalen, you got to run with.
Wait a minute. After what they saw, I want to give this guy $30 million a year. Really? I mean, Jalen may be more valuable when he's got an expiring contract.
Jalen had a great 82-game season. He had a
He did
bad
not have a
season.
great 82-game season.
Oh, well, that's true. He had a good one.
He
had a good one. It's not great. We need to quit being
inconsistent.
too hyperbolic about Jalen and, frankly, Şengün.
Yeah.
Okay, Şengün had a good season, too. I'm tired of just throwing all-star on it and acting like he's some kind of first-team All-NBA player. He's not. He's got a lot of room for improvement. A lot.
Yep. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number. I've got to tell you about Air Team. I used Air Team at my house. They put in air conditioners at my house, and it was a great, easy process. I loved them. Brutal. The summer's coming up. It's going to be brutal. Your AC is going to be running. You need to make sure that you're going to be able to sleep in this heat, and you've got Air Team on your side. They're here to save the day. All-star HVAC performance and service. They'll make sure your AC is running smoothly so you can enjoy life as it should be. Have you checked your air conditioners lately? Because they're going to be working overtime. in Houston. It's going to be, I mean, they're going to work. Don't wait to get something done when it's broken. Okay, make sure that you do the maintenance that you need to do on your air conditioning. Air Team goes above and beyond to ensure your comfort when it comes to customer satisfaction. They're unmatched. I loved what they did for me. I've had these guys at my house putting in my air conditioning units. I'm really a big fan of Air Team. Call Air Team today. Experience the difference for yourself. Don't let a malfunctioning AC hold you back from enjoying life to the fullest. With Air Team, you can rest easy knowing you're in good hands. Check them out at airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com, or just call them at 713-936-5346. Tell them you heard it here. All right, time to talk about your roof. Have you done anything? I was just talking about air conditioning. You take preemptive strikes. You got to take preemptive strike with your roof too, okay? Because if you haven't done anything with your roof in 5, 10, 15 years, guess what? You're in trouble, okay? You're in trouble if anything happens, get a hailstorm, or all of a sudden it starts leaking and you're like, what the hell, and ruins your furniture and the rug and everything else. Well, did you do anything? Did you even look at your roof for 15 years? I mean, because especially if you see it's shiny, then you got some problems. Residential roof repair, residential solar shingle installation. How about that? It's no longer those window panels for solar. It's shingles now, and it looks great. Okay, so you're looking for and listen, talk to Jason about this too. He said, if you're going to replace your roof, man, replace it with solar. Are you kidding me? It pays for itself in the long run. Your electricity bill is not noticeable. It's incredibly less. You're looking for the best way to get that roof, 844-215-2865. It's a free consultation from Brinkman. You got any issues whatsoever, Brinkman Quality, BRINKMANN, BrinkmanQuality.com. All right. Who wants in? What you want to talk about? You are more than welcome to get in here. 713-780-3776. Rockets done. Yeah, I mean, you got a thought. We've been talking about Jalen. No. Jalen, yes. Whatevs. Kevin Durant, yay. Giannis, yay. Nay. What's your thoughts?
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
You've got opinions and you've got solutions. I'm not opposed to running it back. I just think that you're going to run into the same issues that when it bogs down in the half court, I don't see something on your roster. I mean, unless Reed Shepard takes a big step forward, I don't see a solution. You just have to be more efficient with how you get your baskets. And you never knew how you were going to get your baskets with the Rockets this series. That was the thing. You know, it took a red hot, not that you would have lost game 5, but Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet were insane in game 5. Then Fred VanVleet was on another heater in game 6. But, you know, Fred having one of those games, that's a big outlier. That's not, we know he's hit or miss, but I don't know the last time Fred strung 2 games together like that. It's not crazy that you got beat by an outlier game from Buddy Hield. Like, that kind of stuff happens in the playoffs. But I still wonder, John, how do you get your points? Because with Amen Thompson, it's just, he just MacGyvers his way to points. Like, he just finds ways to score, and he does it. But there's no real one way that Amen scores. And so, but that's fine because he's got room to get a lot better. With Jalen, it's about getting downhill and attacking the basket. With Alpern right now, I'd like to see Alpern in the standard low box learn to operate better. This stuff from the top of the key, it was so much better in the 23-24 season than 24-25, where he backs you down. He's got spin moves. When he makes one move and it goes up, it's usually really good. Like, he's really good when he's in a rhythm. But when he starts trying to make fake, he gets out of rhythm and he tends to rush jump hooks. You know, to me, if he were in the low box where Dream used to always operate of, his favorite was on the, let's say you're walking down the court, it's the left-hand box. They would dump it down to him, and if he felt you square or even pushing him more towards the middle, it was just one big power step, and it was a fluid jump hook. It didn't take a lot of, and then he had one where he would fake that and then go right to his fadeaway. Alpern needs to develop but remember now, Dream developed this. Let me also say this, to be fair. Dream started developing, and I swear on God, everything I say is going to be accurate because this is exactly how it happened. Dream came into the league in 84. He didn't start putting those elements in his game until his 7th and 8th years in the NBA. He didn't have a go-to jump hook that was featured. And then they used to just call it, oh, he has a dream shake. Well, it's just a lot of fakes and turns. But he developed a go-to move with his jump hook, and then his counter off that was the fake and then the baseline fade, and it was automatic. And then from there, he started adding his up and unders and things like that. But he's like a pitcher with multiple pitches, and he could go to whatever pitch he needed to go to against you. Right now, Alperen, only 4 seasons in, which is what you have to say. So he is not a finished product. We didn't expect Dream to be a finished product. We shouldn't expect Alperen. But he's got to develop a couple of go-to moves that he can get to quickly and beat guys, and then he's got to develop counters off of that. If he can do that, working from the low post as opposed to just trying to create off the dribble from the top of the key, like I think he's got to get a lot better on the high pick and roll. What do you guys think about that? You know, the high screen and roll, when they came back to him, he wasn't that efficient. When Fred would get, you know, when they'd roll off on Fred and then he kicked it back to Alperen there at about the free throw line, Alperen just lost his confidence with mid-range shot. I don't know what happened to him where he's short arm and everything, but they got to get a lot more efficient off that high screen and roll. Why can't Alperen become a better shooter and turn it into a Karl Malone situation where he can get to the basket or shoot from 14 feet? I feel like he's got that in him, but we don't see that consistently.
Yeah, I mean, what does he do? He's worked with Dream already.
He has.
So does he?
And it's helped.
Yeah, he needs help. I mean, this short arm and everything. It just turned it. It wasn't that bad early on.
No,
it just got worse.
It got in
his
head after a while. He started thinking about it.
He had to have this touch as opposed to like shooting the ball. Goodness gracious, it was maddening how many times he came up short and short-armed everything. And then in, the game-winning basket that he could have had, he just threw it up there, and it clanked off the side of the rim there, and just it was I don't know. He's really got to get much better. But I still don't know who the go-to guy is in a game situation.
That's it.
Because he was hot at the end. He sucked early on.
Yeah.
That game that he was, great at Golden State. He was 12 of 28 from the field. He was garbage early on. And then he just took over the game and he got him back in it. But is he their go-to guy going forward? If Alperen Sengun is your leading scorer like he was in this series, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. You need a scorer, not a guy who he's not as much as we want to compare him to Jokic, he's not Jokic. He's just not. He's not Jokic.
I saw
There's
someone
like
point out that Alpi should not be the guy you toss the ball into to score, but should be more of an offensive hub, where you're cutting off of him, where because of his ability, depending on if you can get a small on him, to create disadvantages, where you can allow him to be someone who creates easy shots for others, as opposed to just him simply bullying his way into his own shot. And he's a good enough passer, and he's a willing enough passer where that could create some easy offense. Because, look, the Rockets did a great job playing defense against the Warriors, particularly denying Steph the ball. But there were times where the Warriors' movement would get them an easy layup, an easy dunk. And for a team in the half court who struggles to get looks and frankly just shoot the ball, that might be something to look into. Off-ball movement, using Alpi in one of his strengths as a passer, because you've got enough athletic ability to finish around the rim if you get easier looks. So that would be something that's more about Ime than more about and his offensive system more than Alpi. Can you create open looks for some of your athletic guys who may not be great shooters? Because Amin, he can finish around the rim. Getting him in spots where he's not always having to create for himself, I think would add to their offense. But that's a reworking of your offense. I don't know if they're willing to do that.
Yeah. 713-780-3776. What do you guys have? I'm satisfied with this basketball season, though.
Yeah, I am too.
I am too.
Good season, bad game.
Yep.
Is what I thought.
Yep.
I'm fine with it. I don't want to overreact. But I do think having discussions about what they can do to get better, how quickly you enact a change. Do I think this is all good conversation. I think it's stuff that's going to happen in their building. The season, good season. The step forward, big step forward.
Huge step.
Really happy with all of that.
Huge step forward.
But I do think that they're at a place where they can unlock a different level. Like they got to get past this level They're not to the boss level yet, but they've got to get, that's probably Boston. Boston is the boss level. Isn't that what it's called, Dale? What's it called? It's the boss level where you have to beat the boss. It's in video games.
Well, there are multiple boss levels, but yes.
Boston is the ultimate kill screen. To me, I think they're the toughest. I think they're going to be the toughest team for the Rockets to beat if they have to win their way to a championship. But initially, it's Oklahoma City. Make no mistake about it. You could say Golden State, but to me, I think Golden State's probably cooked after this year.
You're saying Boston's the final boss.
The
one you have to beat.
The final boss is Boston to me, and Ime is going to have to beat them.
You got Golden State beating Minnesota. I'm not sure they do.
No, I don't.
I don't
no,
know.
I'm saying in the future, if you want to get to a championship, I don't think Golden State's the team you're going to have to climb past. I think they're fading. They're only as good as Steph Curry. But I think Minnesota handles them. There's a lot of rust, but Golden State played. Steph played 46 minutes yesterday. Did you see the Golden State, how much they played? Their starters played a ton of minutes. That has got to wear on Steph Curry. He called it, what did you say, John? He called it the most physical the toughest team he's ever had. What did you say?
The toughest defense he's ever faced.
That's going to wear him down. I don't think rust is going to be a factor. I think Anthony Edwards just blasts them.
And they've been sitting. They're playing. Sometimes it's an advantage to keep on playing. But they've got older players that are playing a lot of minutes, like you just said, because they have to, because their bench isn't deep. And Minnesota's been waiting for them, and they got to start this series right away on Tuesday, tomorrow.
Wow.
I mean, they get a day off, and here we go again. So, I listen. While the mid-season acquisitions were great, was Luka a great acquisition for the Lakers?
We'll find out.
I mean, public relations wise, yes, but basketball wise,
we're gonna find out.
Well, that's a future move. Whatever they weren't. They tried to get Mark Williams to help Luka with that vertical threat as far as getting to the rim, but that didn't work out. So acquiring Luka's, and they have to get him to re-sign, get that extension done, but was for the next decade of Laker basketball.
Well, there was an innuendo that there was something that they really didn't like about Mark Williams.
He's hurt all the time. He's got a lot of injuries.
That and something. I don't know. There was some intimation. I don't know. Whatever.
Then why'd you trade for him?
They need a center. They need a center bad.
And that's what they're going to be. That's what they're going to try to do. Luka's at his best when he has a guy who's a lob threat. So they'll try to go get that done. But it didn't work out this year, and he's just supposed to be the one. Sure, they would love to win in LeBron's last years, but he's the one supposed to take over, which is why it's so infuriating that the Mavericks did it. LeBron, at some point, whenever that happens, whether he's 42, 43, will have to deteriorate and go away. And then they just set the Lakers up for the next decade. Of course, Luka can never care about his body and stay out of shape, and then maybe we all win.
Well, we never talked about. Maybe you guys did on Friday, but JJ Redick's comments about we got to get in shape.
We did.
Championship
we played
shape,
that.
yeah.
Sean Mapes had it. He is an elite producer, and he, of course, had that sound ready for us on Friday.
So you didn't put it on the rundown?
Well, I texted him. He's like, he didn't say anything back, which meant I already had this.
Okay, that's what it meant.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at Alfie, by the way. Field goal percentage, just by game, 61% game one. I'm working from game 1 to game 7. 61%, 40%, 38.9, 42.9, 66.7. That's game 5. 40%, 39.1. If you're big, you need to be around the 50% mark, field goals historically. Historically, you need to be much, much higher.
Looney was too much for him, and Draymond was too much for him.
Yeah. Well, and Looney didn't play that much. Draymond, Draymond was he was the defensive player of the year. I give Draymond a lot of credit. He's just plays strong. He's a pain in the butt. I don't like all the extra stuff, but it felt like Alpern could get shots against him, but they rarely went in when he was matched up against a lot of his best work came against smaller guys when Draymond was out of the game. It's just frustrating to see. It's really frustrating because they were the better team. The Rockets 100% were the better team. And then, you didn't even – we've seen this, John. Do you remember the Lakers? I remember this with the Rockets had a game 7 against the Lakers where they were beat up from box to wire. It was another from wire to wire. It wasn't even close. Then I remember when they got beat up like that in a Game 7 against the Dallas Mavericks with Tracy McGrady. This is the McGrady era, Yao era Rockets. Now, it wasn't even close in either games. They were beaten really, really badly. But it was one of those games where you were never really in it. And yesterday's game, yeah, they cut it to 3. But there was really, to be honest with you, there was only like a 6-minute run where you felt, man, they've got to, this game's about to flip. Other than that, this felt like a lot of Rockets Game 7s I've seen. A lot in different iterations.
How in the world? I mean, I know you went to the double. You went often, and the double bigs was effective up until last night.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, it was just Draymond and just little people.
Yeah, it's not
basically,
a good big
the
lineup.
Whole series. How in the world did you not just dominate them inside in these games? Because I mean, Jabari is long.
Mm-hmm.
You got Steven Adams. You got Alpi. I mean, how in the world are you not just – and the Rockets shot – they were crappy inside.
How about Pajinski is rooting guys out and I mean, that guy plays pretty stout for being just some curly-haired little punk.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he looks like a curly-haired little punk, and he plays pretty stout. He
looks like a skateboarder.
Yeah, but he defends the guy plays hard. He gives effort and all that stuff. It is kind of crazy that team beat the Rockets. I mean, you're right. They have no front court.
There's nobody
It's
inside.
Draymond, who's not an offensive factor, and of course drains 2 early threes, and it's like, oh, not one of these games.
Well, he
This
did it
cannot be
earlier in the
happening.
series too. He was draining threes.
Yeah, but I just one of the problems is Jabari, for all that length, does not live in the post. Like,
no,
he's kind of like Robert Horry in that way too, where if you have that advantage, he's 6'10" and long, 6'9" and long. If he has somebody small on him, wouldn't it be great to be able to have him just shoot turnarounds from 6 feet on somebody and just beat them up? Like the Rockets have long, tall guys. You should be able to do it you should be able to beat up Steph Curry down in the low post with the variety of players. Amen Thompson, Tari Eason, Jabari Smith. They should be able to turn and shoot over Steph Curry left and right all day long. But that's not really basketball now. And then I don't think some of those guys are really built for that. Jabari is too easily, pushed off his spot when he tries to go low because he's, one of those tall, high center of gravity guys that's not real strong in the lower base.
Is Jabari expendable if Durant?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I
love Jabari, but yes.
I mean, both of them. They just face the basket. They never turn on their back on the basket, and they're just gonna. I really like what Jabari did, but if it's Jabari or Durant, then there's no question.
I like a lot of these guys what they do, but the fact is, they are valuable pieces to other teams because they're young and they can play and they've got upside. So it has nothing to do with me wanting to get rid of some of these guys. It's really just about these guys have value to other teams. It's not one of these, they have value. And so teams are going to want one of those. They're going to want Jabari Smith. He plays hard. He has good basketball character. He can rebound and shoot from 3.
Well, I want to get rid of Dell, but I can't because he's got to talk about Monument Chevrolet.
Finally, let's talk about something that's important. 20 minutes rambling on with the Rockets. Wake up, everybody. Let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. Maybe the Rockets gave you a bad feeling last night. Understandable. It's a great feeling getting a new car and getting a great one from Monument Chevrolet. Just check out all they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. Truck month is over, but they got deals on their EV vehicles you can check out for well-qualified buyers. Take a look at all the stock in the inventory right now, whether it be new, used, maybe you need something for your fleet because you're either starting a business or want to add to your business. They have it all out there for you. And I would say going out there, once you check it out on the website, to the campus. I call it a campus because it's sprawling. It's a one-stop shop, whether you need something from the service department or parts is all out there for you in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. They got great salespeople, and they understand from a variety of people who've been there for years. They will get you set up in the car of your dreams, and they understand the process can be a little harrowing, so they want to let you know. They're going to treat you like family as soon as you step out on the lot and get you the car that you want, walk you through the process. They won't rush you, but they understand you probably don't want to be out on the dealership for that long. So they'll get to you and your vehicle as quickly as possible. So remember, go to monumentchevrolet.com, check out all the deals there. Remember, if you want to be treated like family when you get a car, Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to. And also this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Who did you say wanted to get in and talk Rockets, though? Oh, Gilbert wants to talk a little Rockets. Hey, Gilbert.
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
What'd you think of the Rockets, Gilbert?
I couldn't watch it last night.
Why not?
I fell down last night anyway.
Oh, you fell down. Why would you? You don't usually get up. You usually sit in your chair or your bed, and you don't get up.
Yeah, but when I watched the game, I fell down anyway. Nobody want to come help me give us any cheer anyway, you know.
Yeah. So you don't
Where's Lance at anyway? Is he there?
Yeah, he's here.
Lance, are you there?
Lance, are you there?
He's here now? You hear me? off.
Where you
I
at
think
right now? Where you at right now?
microphone is going off.
Are you there, Lance?
Yeah, I'm here.
Kind of.
Well, now you come see me anyway. Because it is almost
Yeah,
near
she
anyway for me.
she just got back from overseas. She literally just got back.
Yeah. So
well, I want me an Astro cat with the star in there.
We'll
anyway.
try to come see you. I don't think we're bringing an Astros cap though, but I do have.
I wonder that guy he worked for the Astros.
Yeah, we don't know. We never knew who that.
Anyway.
Yeah, but we don't know who that is.
What's the name again? I don't know the name.
We already told you. We never figured out who that was. Remember that, John? Who was your guy? Tiger, right? Tiger came. This guy Will came. Different people have come there. John came and brought food for you from China Garden, but we don't know where this Astros hat came from.
Yeah.
If somebody who worked for the Astros, we have literally no idea who that was.
Yeah. So I went to the Astros. You don't know who it was. Anyway,
we don't know. Nope, we don't know that.
Don't know, Gilbert. Yep.
Yeah. The Astros will be pretty good this year, probably, don't you think?
Astros? Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see. I mean, they're
feels.
I don't think so. Yep.
So when you gonna come visit me anyway?
We'll see about this week. We'll see about We'll see about this week.
When are you going?
We'll see about this week. You were here 2 weeks and you didn't go see Gilbert. Why not, John?
No, I was
gone all draft and you were here. John's been here 2 weeks and now he leaves and now all of a sudden he finds his voice.
Where you going, John? Where you going?
I'm in L.A., Gilbert. L.A. Remember?
Well, he wasn't for the first 2 weeks.
No, I was there. I've been here. Can't get out. I'm trapped here, Gilbert.
Gilbert, have you ever?
Why come see me, John? Before you go.
Answer that question.
I'm already in L.A., Gilbert. I'm in L.A. right now.
Why didn't you see him before you left?
Yeah,
I did.
He
I
asked
did
you a
see
question.
him before I left.
No, you didn't.
Weeks and months ago, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
He means this before you took off.
Yeah.
Oh, I
again.
don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Gilbert, have you ever been to Los Angeles before?
Yeah, back in 1972.
I'll never forget that anyway.
Specific.
Would you like to go out again?
What?
Would you like to visit Los Angeles
he
again?
Want to come to L.A. He can't travel.
He's
he
not
just
going to
fell
be able to
down.
travel. What are you talking about?
He just fell down, Del.
To see
He
John?
could travel to Clear
Yeah,
Lake
well,
to see you.
I went to L.A. to a wedding anyway.
1972.
22. Never
You were
forget
12 years old.
Yeah, he must be one popular guy on TV. Sam Chu Lin.
Yep.
I went to his wedding anyway.
Sam Chulin?
How did you go to a wedding of the most popular guy on TV in L.A.? Your parents knew him? What did your parents do for a living?
Yeah, I went with my parents anyway, yeah.
Gilbert, what did your dad do for a living?
He run a grocery store a long time ago.
You ran a grocery store? What about your mom?
She worked with my dad anyway at the grocery store.
So hold on. How did they know the most?
1970.
Yeah, I'll never forget that. Anyway, but how did you know? How did they know someone that popular in L.A.? What was the connection with your parents in Los Angeles?
Yeah, you used to be at Greenville, Mississippi a long time ago. Been with my parents a long time ago.
So this guy who was famous in Los Angeles was with your family, spent time with your family in Mississippi?
In Greenville, Mississippi.
Greenville, Mississippi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Wow, you guys got
Yeah,
around.
from Mississippi anyway. Their son got married anyway.
Did you
Sam Chu and
did you grow up in Mississippi or did you?
I was born in Mississippi a long time ago.
You were? I didn't know that.
Not on that bingo card.
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know that?
You didn't know that, John?
I didn't know that anyway.
There's a plot line in Sinners about this where I'm not kidding. Like we're Asian Americans. There's a population of them in Mississippi in this movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Father from Mississippi. My father was from Mississippi anyway.
And they were grocers. And
no way. Are you serious?
And the family were grocers. Yeah, they owned two grocery stores.
Who plays Gilbert in this?
No, Gilbert's not in
Is
the
it
movie.
Michael B. Jordan?
No, he doesn't play Gilbert in the movie.
Michael
But there
is it Delroy Lindo?
No, but there is a there's a Asian family in Mississippi in that movie who owns a grocery store, two grocery
Lou
stores.
Diamond Phillips.
He's
That's
not
who
in the
it
movie
is.
at all. Actually,
He's not in it. He should be.
no.
He can
Wow,
make
are
it.
you serious? So
Yeah,
gross.
why'd you ask, John, why'd you ask those people there? They remember
What
Sam Chu and the
Ask those
TV
people in
reporter
L.A.
from-
Do you remember Sam Chu, the grocer from Mississippi?
Yeah, Sam Chu and
Why
Sam
was he
Chu-
famous? What did he do in Los Angeles that made him famous?
he did the news a long time ago, back in the 70s.
He did the news. Yeah, Sham Chu-Lin. I'm looking at him
He was
right
a journalist.
now. Yeah, he had Cool News, KOOL. I guess he talked about cigarettes.
I don't think that was
No, it was
it.
KTTV
Oh, yeah.
anyway, Channel 11.
I'll never forget that.
Channel
It
11
says
a long time ago.
he was a pioneering Asian American journalist whose career spanned 5 decades.
Wow.
Making significant contributions to radio and television. Born in Greenville, Mississippi. He faced discrimination growing up, but developed a passion for journalism early on. Chu Lin began his career in '56 as a DJ and later transitioned to news reporting, becoming one of the first Asian Americans to regularly appear on major networks. That's cool.
That's great. And Gilbert,
Wait,
you
it says
knew him.
Gilbert's name in here.
It does not.
Yes, it says he was. It says right here, Chu Lin was in Greenville. Blah blah blah. Gilbert. This is Gilbert. Met Gilbert Liu.
It doesn't say
radio
that.
legend in Houston.
What's wrong with you?
And then it says
Yeah.
before
The
he
two of them
moved
teamed
out of
up.
Los
The
Angeles.
two of them teamed up at a wedding.
Gilbert's got. If we
Teamed
did
up,
it,
huh?
I will say this: if there was a documentary about Gilbert's life, I think we would find. Now, I don't know that the stories would be very deep, but I think he would. Gilbert meeting famous people along the way. There'd be a lot of Gilbert, and there'd be some other
Would
stuff.
Steven Spielberg do a movie about him? Because he did a movie about another guy who met a lot of famous people.
I
You wouldn't
know.
believe.
I'm not talking about that movie. I thought about it.
Gilbert, did you have a childhood friend named Jenny?
What are you saying?
Did you have a
You know
child?
it-
Did you have
you
a
know any
childhood
Jennies?
friend named Jenny?
Well, what'd you say again? One day, one more time.
Never
I don't know.
mind.
Here's my
Nothing.
ear.
Never mind. Never mind.
Nothing. No Bubba Gump.
Jenny. Do you know a
No
Jenny?
Captain Dan. No.
There's none of
Lieutenant.
that?
Oh yeah, Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
Did
Right,
you ever
right.
meet a president?
Did you?
Anyway,
Wait a
let's
minute.
forget-
Have you ever met a president? I'll bet he has. I bet you've met George
No, I
Bush.
never met the president.
You never met
Donald?
you never met
Never
George
met Donald
Bush?
Trump?
He wouldn't have met Trump, but Bush he might have.
Well,
Bush
yeah, he
won.
could've
No, I
met
never
Trump when
met
he
Trump a
was-
long time ago.
Yeah, he
He met-
could have met
he met him
Trump
a long time ago.
Not when he was a president.
Not when he was president, but he met a president.
The
If
one that
met
he
Trump-
could have met would be George Bush, but you'd have to get
Hmm.
past security.
Were you ever an All-American kick returner at Alabama
or Mississippi
or Mississippi?
or Miss State?
No.
In the
He ain't none of
SEC.
those. All right, that's enough. We got to stop that. That's were you ever? Did you know anyone named Jenny? Okay, we got a break. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about Texas Card House again. I love me some poker. I might play over here, but when I'm in Houston, I love to play Texas Card House on Westheimer. It's close. I'll admit that. That's very convenient for me because it's right there on Westheimer. Right there in the Galleria area, up everybody up in Spring or the Woodlands up there on 45. Easy to get to over there as well. But hey, listen, travel. You can travel to Texas Card House because you got games 24/7. There is always, and I hate to use the word always, but there's always a game. There's always a game 24/7. They don't close. They're just going to be open, and you're going to be able to walk in at any time. I feel like playing at 8 in the morning. Go get your poker on. Great card, great poker room. Great. And you've got the bar that's open until 2 in the morning, open 24/7. They've also got hijack poker, which if you like to play online as opposed to in person, you can do that as well. If you don't like people, like Dell, he'd probably be a hijack poker player, okay? Because he doesn't like people. He doesn't want to be around people. If you don't like to be around people, Texas Card House has hijack poker. It's just for Texans, by Texans, only in Texas. That's Texas Card House, and download the app Hijack Poker.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We want to reward you guys for sitting through this Rockets eulogy with some Greek Fest tickets. So caller 4 at 9:45 wins a pair of tickets to Houston Greek Fest. If you don't get them from us, you can buy tickets at HoustonGreekFest.com. Admission is for all 3 days. And of course, you know, they serve the great food. They bring food up here. We enjoy like gyros, Greek salad, the Greek pastries, and they'll have live Greek music and dancing. It's pretty much like you're going to Greece and you don't need a passport. Greek beer and wine, Santorini market and imported Greek products to take home with you. Carnival rides, a game for the kids. It's at 1100 Eldridge Parkway, just south of I-10 on Eldridge. So 4 tickets to Greek Fest, caller 4 at 9:45.
Just real quick, apparently there's somebody in the chat who knows Gilbert and his family. This is a real person. And he said, oh, no, Gilbert is Forrest Gump. And he talks about all the people that Gilbert's met, which we know, I think all of them, most of them, if not all of them. But he also mentioned that Gilbert's dad was president of the Chinese American, what's the name of it? Chinese American. He's met Ali, Cosell, Marie Osmond, Tony Randall, etc., which we all knew that. And then he went on to say he is Forrest Gump. He said, his dad was president in Houston of the Houston Chinese American Association. His name was Peter Liu. So, yeah, I guess Gilbert has well, we kind of knew that, though, didn't we? Mr. Liu was active civil rights in the 60s. Gilbert's dad was active with civil rights movement in the 60s. See, there's probably a lot we don't know about Gilbert.
No. Yeah. No,
well,
absolutely.
Gilbert's family.
Yeah.
I feel like Gilbert's an open book.
Yeah, they had a hard time.
Except for the dark days.
They had a hard time.
Yeah, and I don't want to know.
No.
I don't want to know about the dark days.
You guys,
in the 80s.
Seen, because last week, for whatever reason, my daughter texted me, Dad, 100 men versus a gorilla. Who wins? Okay, that was going around.
Yep.
Did y'all happen to see the video this weekend of a security guard versus 100 women?
No.
Oh, you haven't seen that?
No, well, I'm pulling it up now.
It was crazy. I mean, just women on top of him. He's punching. I mean, it is insane. And it said, the caption was that, okay, we talked about 100 men versus a gorilla. Here's a man, here's a guy against 100 women.
Oh, my God.
Do you see this?
What is happening in this video?
It's crazy.
This society should not be this.
No.
Oh, my God.
You see this?
Is he a security guard? Oh, no, they're getting punched in the face.
Yeah, he's not pulling punches at all. He
no.
is
None.
Oh, my goodness.
throwing people around.
Oh, and then he's like,
them.
oh, yeah. No.
He pinned one woman to the ground and just started wailing.
The one in the red.
Yeah, in the red. Bang. I don't know how this started, but ugly.
Yeah. It was ugly.
Well, it looks like, is he a member of a security team?
Well, see, the other security guard comes up and he ain't stopping him. He's like, okay,
no,
go.
I don't think he wants any. That guy's swinging. I think he's like, hey, easy, big fella.
You can see the stuff on the guy's belt that he.
Yeah. He's something.
He's in some kind of security. Anyway, I mean, I don't know. That dude, I think he could take on 100 women. He'd get tired after a while, but of punching them. But
jeez,
I think he could win.
What? How did this begin?
I don't know. Whatever happened, they did not like him, and he did not like them.
The video, we see the video as it's already going on. We don't know how this began.
No.
It's just a big dude. He's a big man swinging on women at a club.
I mean, landing.
They're swinging on him, and he is defending himself.
He is
as much as he can.
He ain't holding back.
Maybe not 100 women, but it looked like 8.
Enough. Yeah, not every one of the women in the room is swinging on him.
We didn't see how it started either.
But the women who are, he is not pulling back.
I mean, he is throwing. And then did you see all the white kids fighting in this? There's a boxing match going on. They're in some kind of a restaurant. It looks like they're all in high school.
Yeah, it was a UFC fight. Right?
Oh,
it was UFC, and then two guys start scrapping, and then one kid jumps off of, like, he jumps with an elbow drop
I know, right? Like he's in.
It was like freshman in college age.
It looked like at
Is
most.
about what it
I
looked
thought
like.
they were
yeah,
like they're
and it
more
could
like
be high
17.
school. Yeah, just
Yeah.
punk ass kids basically.
Yeah, it is. It's a UFC match, and they just start going like they're in it. But you want to talk about different? I mean, just a bunch of white kids hitting each other. I mean, and not really, kind of.
The security guard, I can't stop watching. And no girl in the red.
She got pummeled.
She was like,
I mean,
oh my God.
He went left, right.
Oh, yeah.
And she was
somehow she got up.
Yeah, I don't know, but she was on she wasn't on the ground. It looked like maybe she was on someone
on a chair
or something. He kept swinging. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to get resolved.
How it's going to get resolved?
Like as far as the police and stuff. Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work out.
Yeah, I don't either. It was at a Mexican restaurant in Jackson, Mississippi.
Boom, 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 boom. Oh man, that is fun. Hey, you ever having fun? It's just fun. Okay, that's all. You want to talk about? I don't care. I am punching you. I don't care.
Oh, it happened because he threw some woman out at the restaurant, like threw her down on it. Was, yeah, I can see why they got kind of ticked at him. Oh, I don't know what happened. Maybe some other woman. I'm glad I'm not going to that Mexican restaurant. That's all I'm going to say. It's Cinco de Mayo today. If you go to a restaurant, just make sure that no one's swinging on you and punching you in the face. Just try to have a margarita. Try to have your little chips and queso if that's what you're going to have. That's not really Mexico, not interior Mexican food necessarily.
Boom, boom, boom.
Dell thinks you're getting a little too excited about this video clip. You're laughing and going, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, like, hey, it's not great. It's pretty horrifying.
I think it's pretty funny. 780-37. We're behind, right?
It's our last segment before our last segment.
We're good. Did we miss anything today, boys?
Yeah, we did. Let's see. Let me bring it up what we missed. Let's see. Ooh.
Anything that Dell's holding for his show?
Probably. I saw this. Fubo apparently is getting killed financially. So apparently that's a big concern for people because it's one of the only, cord cutting locations that has Space City network. It's carried by 3 major providers: DirecTV, Comcast, and Fubo. So it's a big concern because you're down to like, if something happens to Fubo where they shut down, you're down to Comcast and DirecTV again. Unless they do a deal with YouTube TV.
I mean, Space City Fubo is very important to me. I was watching it on the plane last night back here. That's how I watched the Rockets game.
Oh, you could watch that? Well, yeah, because it's a long flight, so you had streaming. Well, did you have any problems with it? Well, Fubo, you could have watched on ABC on the ESPN app.
No, it was on TNT. It wasn't on. Oh yeah, I could have probably watched it on.
Oh no, wait, it was on TNT. Yeah, but you could have watched it on.
No, I did. Fubo doesn't have TNT, so.
Well, then how did you watch? Oh, they don't have TNT. Oh, that's right, because you didn't have the tournament.
I got Space City. I need Fubo to keep Space City. Shut up with Fubo. Don't tell me Fubo's.
I could have just given you my DirecTV login.
This is the worst.
You could have just watched it on the plane with DirecTV.
Yesterday was the worst day of my life. Oh man, Delta, you're just awesome. They had a plane sitting on the tarmac for 4 hours yesterday because the pilot said the wings were too long to dock there at the gate. And in fact, they said the people inside were like, "No, we've had longer wings here." So I 4 hours I was waiting in that, and then so I just went on a United flight. I just said, "Screw it, put me on a United flight. I just can't take you, Delta. I just can't take you anymore." So thank you, Delta, for nothing. You suck. I don't ever take Delta though. We're not a hub.
I don't know the last time I flew. I think from Seattle back to Houston I did, and then all those flights have to stop in Salt Lake City. Like I've known people who live on the coast. They do a lot of stopping in Atlanta and Salt Lake City. Those are the two.
Delta's the hub. Atlanta's the hub. So Delta just
in
goes
Atlanta
everything.
And we're getting close to being as Atlanta's so spread out, their airport. Like they say, if you have to go from one terminal to the next, you're just going to miss your flight. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's like Denver. You walk forever.
Is that what it is? Well, Houston's
Denver
like, have you ever been to a gate? I don't think I've ever been to a gate in Terminal C, which is the longest terminal ever, where it was one of the early gates. It's always at the very end. It's like at the very end, as far as you can possibly walk is where I have to go.
They don't
every single time.
They never open the ones near the near the door.
Like, gate 21. Well, that doesn't sound that bad. 21, 22, and 21, 22, and 23 are all right there at where it ends. It's like a cul-de-sac.
Right.
Like, God, man, that was a long ass walk.
Oh my God. And I can't even tell you. I got there and I hear over the speaker, Los Angeles closing the gate. And I walk and I run up to the gate and I'm like, it's gate 14. And the woman goes, no, it's 17.
Oh, they changed.
They changed the gate?
Yeah.
So in 17 and 14, you would think they're close. They're across the freaking airport to get to 17. I run there, and they're loading the plane, and they're finishing up, and it's the last people, and I go, oh, this is Spirit going to Los Angeles. Are you guys taking –
Get on a scrap.
Is this Delta? No, this is not Delta. It's so they were calling they just happened to be calling Los Angeles. I didn't hear the Spirit part. And some woman tell me that, 17. Are you? So I go back and then I waited for 4. I ran like I was going to have a heart attack. And then I wait for 4 hours. Jerks. Anyway, that was my day yesterday after blowing we would have been the champs of the if I don't miss a 2-foot putt yesterday. We would have been the champs, and I blew it.
You really missed a 2-footer?
I missed a 2-footer. Yeah. Yep. And I couldn't. I wanted. That's why they don't sell guns with golf clubs. I would have ended it.
Is that the reason?
Oh my God.
Yep. I would have ended it.
Well, I'm glad I'm glad they don't sell guns at the golf shop.
That I swear I would have ended it. Right there, I was so pissed. All right. News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now it's Chastain Ford. I'm talking about my people over at Chastain Ford. Look, I love what Chastain Ford does. I love what they've done for me. I'm buying all my cars from there. All my trucks come from Chastain Ford. I've got the F-150 Lightning, which I love. It's my favorite vehicle ever. I bought an Explorer from them. JT's got a truck from them. My daughter Steffi's got an SUV from them. It is the place to get your Ford on. I love them. It's not just because, I knew Patrick before I started doing the spots and buying a vehicle from him. I didn't care about I speak for him. No, what happened was I loved the deal that I got from Chastain Ford. I love how they went about it. I love that they didn't try to upsell me. I love the first thing that they asked me was where do your payments have to be? I'd never been asked that before. I don't know about you, but I've never been asked that before. Because the other dealerships, they just want to add on. They don't care what your threshold is. They really don't. They don't care. Chastain Ford cares. They want you to have the best car buying experience you can have. And right now you got employee pricing. And right now you got 24 still on the lot that they've got to get rid of. So this is the best time to buy. You ask any dealership, the spring to get rid of those year before vehicles, best time. And right now, employee pricing, best time ever. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. No. Yeah. You like your room? You like your room? I don't know. Did you have wine? Do you have wine? Yeah, I have wine. You've been drinking it, haven't you? You've been drinking wine? Well, okay, so we have some. Well, I have to go to the store and get some bread and stuff. Okay. I like your slippers. You like them? You like that? It's cold. Love you. Love you. What? Oh. Air team. I did air team. I did air team. Dell. I did air team. Oh. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Florida man was arrested for having 3 wives in 3 different countries. Do you guys want to, I just don't understand this. I don't understand. I don't know if I'll ever get the secret life thing. What?
Can he just plead guilty by reason of insanity?
I mean, is that not
for the 3 wives? What are you doing?
I
don't know.
And you got to always,
Why do you want 3 families?
You're always juggling.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
And then you like lying, fine, I guess. You don't mind lying, but juggling 3 and then dealing with all the complications that come with 3 families, why?
Why
are you adding that to your life?
I don't need. Why do you need more of that complexity? If you're going to go to other cities, don't you want to be away from all that?
Shouldn't it be easy when you're in another city? Like, say you're not an upstanding individual and you don't mind committing adultery. Why add a marriage to it?
Just don't get it.
You don't have to.
You don't have to get married if you want to be with other women.
Yeah, you could be. You can just have affairs.
I mean,
why do you have to go to prison for this?
We're not condoning any of it, but if you're choosing that lifestyle, why add 2 extra wives?
I don't get it. I'll never get that. Did you guys happen to see the 30 bikini-clad influencers stranded after the $4 million Lamborghini luxury yacht flipped over in Miami Beach?
No, did it really?
Yeah. So apparently, it's a $4 million Lamborghini luxury yacht. $4 million doesn't really seem like a lot, does it, for a yacht?
I don't know how much yachts cost.
Well, yachts are really
$4 million
really
doesn't seem like a lot.
No, $4 million is not a lot
for a yacht.
No,
wow.
But that should have been the first. That should have been the first hint for them, since it's a $4 million Lamborghini luxury yacht. It only holds 5 people. They had 30 on there because the influencers thought, it's okay, we're influencers.
Lance.
So it sunk, and they all had to be rescued by the water police or whatever they're called.
Coast Guards? Whatever they're. Sean Mapes, the elite producer that you guys say is, points out the authority with which John is speaking about the price of yachts. The man of the people.
Yeah. It is like, how do you know how much yachts cost?
Well, I've been
on a lot of them.
I've been on Tillman's yacht.
And been asking.
MOP?
And I'm going to tell you.
Asking questions of Tillman.
I've been on Tillman's yacht is something no other media member is going to say in this city.
And did you ask Tillman how much this run you?
If you get invited down to Galveston for the Mardi Gras, he has a bunch of people on.
And who's that?
Who else did you recognize? Was Mark Berman on the yacht?
Well, who have you seen?
Was Mark Berman there?
I'm sure.
What do you mean you're sure? You were there.
He's not sure.
No, well, I didn't see him per se.
Did you see any other media members there? Will Kunkel, was he there?
I don't know that. No, he doesn't. I don't know that he knows
Nate Griffin?
Will Kunkel. No, yes, other media people. Yes, there have been. Oh, I'm sure.
He keeps saying, "I'm sure."
He's not sure.
I'm sure. I'm positive.
Based on who is it?
That news people.
Who is it?
On there.
Name one.
Who's been invited
Was
and
Cheetah
not
there?
covering? And it doesn't
Gina
count if
might
you
have
have a
been there,
microphone
yeah.
and you're covering it.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can't
Gina might
cover
have
an
been there.
event.
Yeah.
Yes, Cheetah's pretty. She's probably been invited to the party.
Cheetah has been there.
She's been invited to a party at some point.
I'm sure Daniela Guzman. I don't know.
John, did you say to Tillman, "Hey man, how much this run you?" And then he told you the price.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
how did you still figure out how much it costs?
Oh no, dude, you're
Well, no,
talking
we
about
believe you. I don't. How do you know how much a
hundreds
yacht
and
costs?
He keeps talking.
When
to
does
us.
this conversation come up? Like you and your boys talking. How much is a yacht? Oh, it's $6.7 million.
Oh no. Well,
how do you know that, Mark?
First of all, it says on that yacht, and then the question came. Oh, he's building another one for $900 million.
Who is?
Oh, okay. Tillman. He's building another one right now. What he does,
$900 million. That's a
yeah.
floating casino.
Oh,
He's
dude,
building a riverboat that's a casino.
It's huge, dude. You know this thing has two pools. At the
$900
top,
million.
it has. It's ridiculous.
That's
It's
more.
$900 million.
That's almost as much as what the Texans are going to try to steal from the taxpayers for their renovations.
Well, guess what though? Here's what he does though: is he builds them and then he sells them to different
other rich people?
really rich people, and he makes money on his yachts.
That sounds like that's none of my business.
Yeah, it's none of my
sounds like
business.
it sounds like that's a good business plan.
None of
if
my
you got
business.
$900 million to throw around.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what
let
it
me
sounds
know.
like.
No.
I don't think I have $900 to throw around right now.
The scoreboard, the new scoreboard costs less than that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That he put in Toyota Center.
Yes, it costs less than
I'm just
$900 million.
I'm just trying to get some relative.
Yes, it costs
things to figure
substantially
out.
less.
I'm trying to figure out $900 million. Wow.
That's all. Huh.
Cal's like, can I get
think it's
$900 million?
900. It could have been 8. It could have been $1 billion. I have no idea.
Oh, now he's not sure about numbers.
I'm telling you, you can build yachts are expensive. So a $4 million
believe
yacht
you. We
does not
believe
hold
that.
30 women. I don't care what kind of influencer you are. You might be skinny, but you do not put 30 people on a Lamborghini yacht ever again because you sunk it.
Didn't know there was such a
And
thing
then
as a Lamborghini
the
yacht.
thing was they just kept on partying. They're getting rescued by the Coast Guard, and they're all still partying. Woo! This is a great
John,
time.
why do you live the life of an influencer? I just figured it out. You fly around from Houston to L.A. You know how you have the L.A. Houston, and then you have the Plaindale.
Yes.
And
in his profile.
And he takes pictures of his shoes sometimes accidentally when he's at a baseball game. You guys don't have. You guys look at this picture, guys.
You know who he is?
Where are you? He's in Cabo at giant houses with other influencers.
He's like
you live the life of an influencer.
Or he's more like Walmart brand John Hamm's character from Your Friends and Neighbors. I mean, he's not stealing from the people, but he's everywhere where money is, and he has answers to all our questions about how much things cost.
Well, we need somebody to answer them.
Yeah, we need an inside man.
I don't know. Like, we know a guy who can
Look it
tell
up.
us.
Go try to buy a yacht. It's easy.
Why would I ever look up? Just try to buy a yacht. That's what I do when I go home.
Yachts?
How much do yachts cost? This one is $9.4 million, $250,000, $1.49 million, $1.19 million, $1.29 million, $595,000.
And I'm looking at this,
$1.5 million. I don't see.
I'm looking at this $4 million Lamborghini yacht. It shouldn't have 30 influencers on it, but it could take more than 4.
It says the average overall price of a yacht is $159,442. That's from Yacht World. Yes,
What?
it says the highest is $6.2 million.
Okay, here's one you can rent, Lance. $325,000 per week.
Yeah, if
what
you
are you
rent
talking
it,
about?
No,
That's
we're
renting.
talking about that buying a yacht. Yacht World is telling me that the highest price is $6.2 million, and it goes 721. 212,721.
Yeah, I don't know.
6.2 million.
900 million.
900 million.
No, I don't know if it's 900 million, but it's probably around there. Probably around there.
There is the biggest is a Russian billionaire and oligarch who's friends with John. It's called the Eclipse, and it's a $1.5 billion yacht.
Okay, those exist.
Yeah.
It's the highest in history, and it's a Russian oligarch.
Yeah.
Are you calling Tillman an oligarch?
Tillman? No, I'm not calling Tillman an oligarch.
A Landry's oligarch.
I don't even know what an oligarch even means. What does it mean?
It's usually not complimentary.
I know, but what does
really,
it mean? What's an
rich
oligarch?
guy running a country.
The money behind the country, pretty much.
We have some oligarchs in this country too.
Oh,
Is that
yeah,
what
we
it
got-
is?
There's
Russia's got
oligarchs in every country, by the way.
yes,
Yeah,
of course.
It's a
Yes.
rich person with political influence,
Yes.
which
Yeah.
means we have plenty here too.
We have a lot of that going on. We gotta end it. Okay. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What I really want to talk about right now, though, is McGrath Pest Control. We don't have McGrath Pest Control here in the city of LA, and that bums me out because we do need a pest control company. And in Houston, to me, the answer is it's easy. It's McGrath Pest Control. They will do everything they can to make sure that you do not have any bugs. If you got bugs, it's gross. Okay, so you need McGrath Pest Control to make sure, because we got that. You could be the cleanest person in the world. Them roaches are going to try to come into your house. They're going to try. There was nothing. There's spiders. Everything. We got so many. They want to escape the heat. And now is the time where you need McGrath Pest Control because they want to come in where it's cool and there's food. And guess what? You need McGrath Pest Control to put that barrier around your home. You also need the mosquito murdering system. They have that as well. And if you're selling a home or buying a home, you need to find out about termites. You need that right now. You need McGrath Pest Control. I've needed McGrath Pest Control, and I love them. And if I'm in Houston, I want McGrath Pest Control on my side. McGrathPestControl.com. You tell Scott that you heard it right here, McGrathPestControl.com.
Welcome into the show. We left you talking a lot about what a big weekend it could be. It didn't go that great in Chicago for the Astros. We'll get into that. And you know what? I can't say that what happened last night with the Rockets and the Warriors is surprising at all. Despite the fact that the Rockets went in and took a game 6 from the Warriors, dominated from the start of the fourth quarter until the end, just put the Warriors away, starting with the Fred VanVleet 4-point play that Draymond referenced and saying it took the energy out of them. It felt like you get that game 6, maybe things are finally turning your way. You're finally going to take out the Warriors. And then once the game started, you're like, oh, yeah, this is kind of what happens when these two teams face each other. The Warriors take their heart. And that was a lot of what transpired last night, where you get a good defensive start on Steph, and then Buddy Hield does something that Philadelphia fans have had to be losing their minds over. Got to be a lot of Philly fans punching the air because of what Buddy Hield did. That's what they brought him in for, to play alongside Embiid and Maxey and just take a lot of open looks and make them. He did not do that in the playoffs last year, and he didn't do it to start the series this year. That's why he wound up on our playoff scapegoat list, the first one we did, because he was bad. And then he was great. He kept the Warriors afloat. I guess when you knock down, a 45-footer to end the first quarter, you're in for it. And that gave the Warriors a 4-point lead, and they extended that lead in the second quarter. And it became a game of them just batting the Rockets away. The Rockets got as close as 3, thanks to Jabari Smith 3. And then after that, the Warriors, I think they put together a 5-0 run or something like that to give them some distance. And then, the score stayed within 6-9. And then eventually they blew it open late in the fourth quarter, where a Buddy Hield 3 led to the night-night celebration from Steph. So you lose a game 7, disappointing. But at this point, the PTSD has to have you used to it. The Warriors coming to town, take what they want. We'll hear from Draymond a little bit later. He discussed that team's success in town, and you get why they were supremely confident. Even as poorly as that fourth quarter went for them and as good as it went for the Rockets in game 6, did anyone really think the Warriors, considering who was on that team, was going to be shook by walking into this arena or Toyota Center with a game 7 on the line? No. And as far as the other side, there is one guy in the crosshairs right now. There probably should be more, but the guy who's in the crosshairs right now for the Rockets is Jalen Green. And certainly the entire offseason, until maybe there's some statement made about we're not trading Jalen Green that gets pushed to some loyal media member that they can use to disseminate their information. The conversations are going to be about him, and should he be around, and should he be traded, and what can you get for him? Is he part of this future, or is he just simply a piece that's going to be needed to acquire the right guys? And do the Rockets make a big move, or do they make smaller ones that are more tweaks? These are the questions that front office along with that coaching staff has to answer. And the question is, do the Rockets value internal growth or external help? So we'll get into that a little bit later as far as where they should go. But the game itself, you never want to hear it's the Buddy Hield game. We talked about the Jalen Green game being something you don't want to hear as a Rocket fan, because you want him to be consistent the entire series. Where as for the Warriors, Buddy Hield's in a place where he can be a guy who shows up big one time a series, and that swings the series in your way, and you'll take that because you have Steph, because you have Jimmy and Draymond on the defensive end. Buddy Hield is there for these type of games, not 9 of 11, but swing a game our way because of your shooting. And the Rockets, because they weren't really playing a triangle into it, I think it was pointed out, because no one does in the NBA. It was more a box and one. We're just going to follow Steph everywhere, double him off the ball, and then we're going to allow the other guys to either beat us or lose us by whether they make shots or not. And in this case, they got Buddy Hield knocking down everything from movement threes to near half court threes to wide open threes. He did it all while Steph struggled. And that's the difference in the game. Of course, you want more from your backcourt. Fred VanVleet, who probably locked himself into like a 3-year, $90-something million deal from this series alone, he could not keep up what he had done through 4, 5, and 6, and you don't expect him to. Fred VanVleet had been shooting above his norm throughout the back half of the series. you would have loved a normal Fred game, like a normal good one, 20 points, 6 of 14 from the field, whatever it took. You didn't get enough of that, and you didn't get enough from Jalen. And he admitted after the game that, or at least he said after the game, that your first playoff series is an excuse for the performance, and it isn't. Look, the Rockets tried to protect them. We heard Steven Adams when he was asked about playoff risers, and he said, hey, when they're doing everything they can to take you away, take that into account when you're judging a player. And that's a very, let's just say, protective way to talk about Jalen Green's performance, because, and I don't want to make the comp to Steph, because Steph is Steph and Jalen is just really at the start of his career. But you just look around the league. There are a lot of guys whose main goal is to take away the biggest offensive threat. A lot of teams do that. A lot of teams focus on one, and it's still that person's job to go find a way. And Jalen, right now in his career, isn't capable of finding a way when the team directs that much attention. You know what? Am I sure that the Warriors were supremely focused on Jalen? That's the narrative when you're trying to talk about why he didn't particularly play well. He got a lot of one-on-one coverage. He just could not beat Steph off the dribble or other Warriors. It wasn't like it was always 2 on the ball. It wasn't like it was always we're shading coverage over. At points, the Warriors like, you just can't beat our guy. You, right now in this series, got nothing for us. So I appreciate slanting it a certain way, because you don't want to just say, hey, the guy played poorly. They did. Yes, the Warriors did what they could to limit his opportunities, but it's not like they were playing a box and one on Jalen the entire series. And it got so bad that his minutes got limited as the series went on. He was the first guy to the bench in the first quarter, when the Rockets went double bigs, when they brought in Steven Adams. And the fact that Steven Adams got almost like a standing ovation when he walked out onto the floor. Shout out to Steven Adams stats. Your agenda is thriving.
I know. Success.
Salute to you. I don't know how many people at the game are Twitter people, but whatever you're doing out there, the Steven Adams agenda is thriving.
I mean, for Steven Adams stats, a Steven Adams fan page on Twitter, more or less.
Yeah.
Actually, just that is what
That's
it is.
what it is.
There's no more, no less. He had the exact opposite performance in this playoff series than Jalen Green stands. The Jalen Green fan accounts, they had the opposite of, now everyone sees how great my guy is. Like that was the Steven Adams stats guy. I was just like, see, I wasn't lying about the double bigs.
I know
that works.
Limited minutes. So when I'm pulling stats during the regular season,
it looks cherry picked.
You guys think I'm full of it, but look what happens. He was the first guy off the bench in a deciding Game 7. Now the double bigs weren't so effective last night. They weren't that effective.
No.
But for the majority of the series, and you saw the plus minus come up when Steven Adams entered the game, it was an impressive plus minus. They had done a really good job, and the counter for Steve Kerr was, instead of continuing to go small, he brought his most accomplished non-Draymond big in the game. Kevon Looney's been a Warrior for years now. He's been kind of put on ice because of the way they want to play Quentin Post, stretch 5. We'll put him in the game. That he fits more of what we want to do. But it became a thing where the Warriors said, okay, we can't allow this unit to dominate us. Wow. And Quentin was not like Quentin Post is scoring, so we got to provide a bit of a defensive deterrent. And Kevon Looney, for his limited minutes, did his job.
The Warriors basically, every lineup decision they made was, we're going to prioritize defense and mucking this game up, and then we'll just make enough shots.
Yeah.
But what we're not going to do is have Quentin Post out there and have offensive guys out there to make offense easy for the Rockets.
And then not make
we're
shots.
We're gonna make the offense terrible. We're gonna play prison basketball for most of this game, and that's what they did. I mean, it was just absolute combat in the paint, and they came out clean on the other side. Now that helps when you get a 9 for 11 Buddy Hield performance, but I mean, also in that first half they got 3 points from Steph. So even if you kind of like spread that out, like the plan worked. It was just more Buddy Hield than you would think. Yeah.
So they scored 51 points in that first half. It wasn't a big scoring first half. They just simply held the Rockets to 39. And who knew that GP2 not playing was an ad
Yeah.
for the Warriors because he
had the opposite of the plus minus for Steven Adams.
Yeah, his plus minus was awful in the
he
series.
was by far the worst player.
Yeah, he had one game was the game 1 where he shot the ball well and helped them with the game 3. I don't remember.
Game three was that was the Gary Payton game.
Yes. And so he played well in that one, but overall he was not good for them. I mean, he did piss off Amin, so I'm not sure that was a good thing
I think that was
for the Warriors. So he doesn't play because he's ill. Does not matter. The Warriors get it done.
Also, what's with this illness? That Pods missed a game, or he didn't miss a game. He played
ill.
5 minutes in a game because he was ill.
And
what's going on?
3 guys were ill in some way, shape, or form. GP2 was the one who missed. I think Kuminga, did he have like a headache or something, a migraine or something?
Well, yeah. He also didn't play in some games for
other reasons.
Coach's decision.
Yeah, he played yesterday for short stints and he was terrible.
0 for 4. Boom. Quick hook.
So you get it.
Give me Looney.
Once again, we talked about Ime being justified when he ran Reed Shepard out there trying to hold the lead. And Steve Kerr's like, see, this is why I don't play him. Look at him. Look at him.
He just turns around to Mike Dunleavy Jr. Just like,
Yeah. I'm sure sometimes, and we knew what happened in Denver. Shout out to the Nuggets for winning, and we'll get into that series and why it wasn't surprising, considering who plays for them. For the Clippers, number 1 who plays for the Clippers, we'll talk about that. But sometimes there are front office coach battles about who should play, who shouldn't play. That's why part of the reason Michael Malone doesn't have his job anymore for the Nuggets. Don't know if Dunleavy and Steve Kerr have that issue. I don't remember who drafted Kuminga. I don't know if that was Dunleavy or someone before him. It was before him, so he probably isn't.
Bob Myers on the ESPN set.
Yeah, Bob Myers should apologize.
Shaking his fist.
Just
play him more.
Took Wiseman and Kuminga when there are much better options out there, and the Warriors are paying for it right now.
Still want a ring.
That's true.
With both those guys. Both those guys.
They happen to be there, yes. They happen to be on the roster, but the guy who really helped them win the ring had to leave because Draymond punched him in the face.
Well, that happens.
That happened too. That happens to Draymond, not to a lot of other guys. So
he just couldn't control his body.
No, that's what happened when he hit Fred VanVleet in the face. He couldn't control his body. What he did to Jordan Poole in practice, he had plenty of control. Controlled right to Jordan's face. We will talk about Draymond because he spoke about the Warriors' success in Houston, not just against the Rockets, but in the city, in Toyota Center, the big games they've won. We'll talk about that. We'll hear from him. We'll hear from the Rockets as well as the Rockets drop Game 7. Their season is over, and we'll get into the future for the Rockets and how this front office and coaching staff might go about improving the team. Is it a run it back scenario, big tweaks, big moves, or small ones? We'll figure that out, or at least we'll talk about it as we go on today. We'll talk about what happened in Chicago with the Astros. Anyone want to get in? You can. 713-780-3776. Me and Sean just getting started. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
It's always fun winning in the city and winning in this arena. So Fred had made a comment earlier in the series, said this ain't that team. It's that organization, though. And we like coming to this city and playing in these situations. It's been good to us.
It's really bothersome where you've been taking, at this point, generational ass beatings from the Warriors. We went through it this morning. If you were someone who had a kid who was 4 or 5 years old, didn't understand basketball, but was just getting into it, they have watched the Warriors come in when the Rockets were pretenders early in Harden's tenure, to legitimate contenders, to the Warriors forcing a rebuild, to now this. So if you think about it, let's say your kid could go from elementary school to high school, and maybe they stop crying about sports teams losing, but Steph Curry could very possibly have caused your kid to cry for the last decade. Maybe you too, depending on how emotional you get about basketball games. Certainly some screaming. Draymond's probably worse. At least you accept that Steph is great. And sometimes you just shake your head. It's like the game was over. They're up by 14, but that ISO, was it on Jalen or Amin? I don't remember who it was. Not the one that Amin pulled up lame on.
Yeah, that I think it was against Jalen.
But Jalen, where he just put him up 17, where he just goes, all right. Look, I haven't had one of these really all game. Like even the Amin one, he couldn't contest because he was hurt. I'm just gonna, hey, we're up 14. We're not losing this game. Let me take this shot, see if I make it. And he knocks it down. And then he passes it to Buddy Hield next, and he puts him up 20. Then he does the night-night thing. It's like, come on, man.
Don't think you can do the night-night when
the other guy makes a shot?
Yeah, and had a better game than you.
Well, he did it. Who's going to stop him?
Me.
Well,
if I was out there.
Good luck.
If I was out there.
Okay. Jalen could stop him. Maybe
I
you could.
have 6 fouls, Ime Udoka. 2 flagrants.
Oh. You divide them up into 2? You would just go flagrant 2 on one of them?
Who knows?
Well,
who knows?
Maybe you get a roster spot just for that, to be the enforcer. Sean Mapes, enforcer for the Rockets. But they have just punked the Rockets for years and continues. At some point, it'll change, because at some point, Steph won't be able to do it anymore. But then even then, the victory will be a little empty. If you beat the Warriors in a series and he's no longer there, you're like, okay, cool. But it doesn't mean the same.
That's why, like, even if they would won this one, I wouldn't be like, yeah, finally got one. It's like, I don't know. It's still an entire generation of, like, that team's best shot to win a title. He slammed the door on. So winning, like, a first-round matchup with 2 teams that are very flawed.
Yeah, that's the takeaway from this series.
I'm not quite, like, if the Warriors won, like, they can still do the whatever. They own the Houston thing, but it's like on the flip side, if Houston won, I don't think we can go like, take that, Golden State.
Well, you haven't met Rocket fan then, because they would. Because Steph and Draymond still remain.
You can do that, but
they
you
would.
Shouldn't. You
they
should.
Would. Steph and Draymond still remain. And
Kevon Looney too.
Yes, Steve Kerr's still there too. Particularly if you come back from down 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 would have been fun.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they couldn't get it done, as they walked into the trap and took over the trap like they always do when they come here. Unfortunately, let's we'll hear from some Rockets here in this segment before we go to break. But let's hear from Eric. He's got a question for me. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Dad, did you hear Giannis might come to the Rockets, but also hear he might go to the Lakers. And also, what's up with Thunderbolts? Why are those superheroes trying to be comedians? They're not funny. I'll hang up to listen.
Well, that's the writers writing them comedic lines, and you can either laugh or not. I went to Thunderbolts matinee on Friday. People were laughing. It got applause. Like, people applauded at the end of the movie. So,
wow. Streets are feeling Thunderbolts.
Streets are feeling Thunderbolts. I liked it. It was fun and serious at the same time, so I enjoyed it. Marvel did something they don't normally do, dive deep into mental issues, which is just not normally what they do. They did it. Did a pretty good job. The guy who played Sentry, Louis Pullman, the son of Bill Pullman. Nice job playing that role. Go watch it if you enjoy Marvel. They did a good job. Marvel, as our good friend Michael Carroll would say, isn't back because they didn't go anywhere. But it was a good movie. They made a good move, and that's really all you can say about it. And then what it does as far as a bigger universe, we will see. But they did say with their new name, which you can figure out once you watch the movie, I won't give it away, that they will be back. That end of that title card at the end.
They will return.
They will return. So there it is. As far as Giannis to the Rockets, that's just fan casting at this point. Sure, he'll meet with the Bucks front office and they'll decide the future. Shams reported that last week. But as far as where he will go, that's just people assuming he's going to say, "Get me out of here," because that's what a lot of stars do. They want out. Will Giannis ask that? It's not a bright future for the Bucks.
I was gonna say this is one where you should ask out, dude.
They traded picks away, and one of them led to a title when they acquired Drew Holiday. They traded picks away again.
Andrew Holiday,
yes.
They traded that guy and picks
away to acquire Dame. It did not work out. So maybe Giannis decides, I'm done here. Maybe he's one of those dudes who doesn't want to leave. But are the Rockets in position if they want him? They got enough assets to do it. Of course, OKC has all the assets. Will OKC cash in those chips if they don't win a title? We don't know. We got several rounds to figure out.
Got to pray they win this series at least.
Yeah.
Maybe even make the finals.
Because if we're playing the big bank, little bank game,
yeah,
OKC has the biggest bank when it comes to acquiring people. They could send Chet and the good Jalen Williams and go, hey.
And a bunch of picks.
And we still got enough plus Shea with Giannis to go win.
Yeah.
It's just up to, and it's up to Giannis and it's up to the bidders. So while the Rockets are not in a bad position, they're not in the best position. The assumption just is OKC wouldn't do it because they're the 1 seed. Get knocked out in the second round. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see how comfortable they are.
It's also not like a OKC move. It feels like they want to just be sustainable forever.
Sure.
But
they tried that once.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. And this Eric brings us something we'll talk about when we come back. We'll hear from the Rockets as well. The Rockets are supposed to be the next team up. Of course, the Thunder are the team that's up, but the Rockets are looked at as, hey, a move here, a move there.
Yeah.
They're next up. We talked about it on Friday. The Grizzlies were a team that was next up, and it never came to fruition. And now they look like a team listless as far as what their next move will be. And they got to pay Jaren Jackson Jr. a lot of money. And by the way, they still have their core. The core that was supposed to lead them into the future has not changed. It's still Jaren Jackson Jr., Desmond Bane, and Ja Morant. They just don't feel like a team who can go win a title. So when we talk about internal development versus external help for the Rockets, they have to weigh whether it's time to strike now, or do they think in the next 2 years or so they can take 2 big steps to eventually be a real contender. So we'll talk about that. We'll hear from the Rockets. As far as Giannis is concerned, he's got to say he wants to go, and he's got to put the Rockets on the list. We don't know any of that's the case. We're all operating on the assumption he wants to play here, or he wants to leave. We don't know any of that right now. We're just saying, realistically, you should leave. Maybe Giannis is going to pull the Dame thing where he doesn't decide I'm going to run from the grind until he's 34 years old. And then when Dame finally decided to, and these are his words, not mine, run from the grind, he was old as far as basketball terms and now injury prone. So maybe Giannis takes a note from Dame and goes, you know what? I'm not going to wait. Or maybe the smooth stylings of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, or what he wants to do.
Cream City.
You just never.
That's what it says on the jersey.
Yeah, that's not Sean being inappropriate. That's what they put on their jerseys because that's their nickname. I would say pick a different nickname because anytime I hear that, I go,
Cream City.
That's terrible to put on the jersey.
Giannis, by the way, also just had another kid. Shout out to him.
Does he want to raise his children in Milwaukee or Houston or LA or Oklahoma City? We don't know. I'm sure.
Or anywhere on the planet because he can afford it.
Yes. But as far as NBA cities
are concerned, yeah. Okay.
NBA cities who would love to have him, all 30 of them. We'll figure that out. At least he will. And then maybe we'll have a ongoing storyline this offseason about where's Giannis going to go. Who's most likely to let it be known? Because Chris Haynes let it be known, right? Or was it Shams that Dame wanted out? I think it might have been Shams first, and Chris Haynes had all the.
Normally it's Chris Haynes
because he's a Dame guy, but I think Shams might have let it be known because maybe he talked to ownership, or maybe it was Woj. Some of them, somebody did it, and then Chris Haynes had all the updates because he knows Dame. Who's the guy who's going to let us know that Giannis wants out,
I don't know.
Or that he doesn't
Thanasis,
want out?
Probably. He's got a podcast.
It's got to be an exclusive to Thanasis. Give your like you haven't given your brother enough. Give him a little bit more. All right, we'll come back with some Rockets and their take on the end of the season, and we'll start to talk about who should be here, who should get traded, and whether any of that should happen. We'll talk about that when that comes back. When we come back, excuse me. But before we do all that, we're going to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. The Rockets have some things to clean up. You don't want things to clean up, but if you do, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com to check out all the services they have to offer. Look, dirty water, disgusting water can really mess up your day. From how you clean your clothes to how you clean yourself to what you use to cook. Well, clean water is very important. And if there is an issue, there's only one place you go. The local plumbing company that takes care of the local customer. So check out all the services they have to offer. They have a very nice drop-down menu once you go to the website, and they'll show you everything they provide, whether you need a new water heater or you need something fixed on that water heater, tankless or the traditional ones. Maybe a water filter is an issue that you need looked at. Maybe you need a free price quote because you don't know what's wrong and you don't want to get charged for someone just telling you what's wrong. So they provide that free price quote at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. You can call them at 281-488-6238 for all your plumbing needs, from big jobs, small jobs. Maybe you need an experienced contractor. Maybe you need a remodel. It's all there for you. And as I said, that website will tell you all you need to know about the company that Billy Brown has created and what those services are. So go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I'm proud of the team. You know, we didn't even make playoffs last year. This year we were the 2 seed going against a bunch of Hall of Famers and came close. But, I mean, next year I feel like we'll have that experience, you know, coming into the playoffs time. Like, we all have been there at this point. Like, you know what I mean? A lot of our rotation guys, then we got 3 that even ever been to the playoffs. So the rest of us are young, so we can just build off that.
That's Amen Thompson last night. You know, the series is long, particularly in the first round when it goes 7 games, where we went from, hey, Amen needs to be benched, Jabari needs to play more, to Amen's untouchable. He's the only one on the perimeter who really carried his way beyond Fred that series. That's how long this series has gone. hey, Ahmed's got to sit down. Jabari's knocking down shots, play him, to don't even put him in Giannis trades. 2 weeks of a playoff series.
Like
that's what it'll do to
4
people's
good
opinions.
games.
Yeah. And he was untouchable coming into the series. Then he was very touchable.
Yeah. Back to untouchable.
Back to untouchable.
Don't touch him.
Don't put him. Hey, if you call about Ahmed, hang up the phone.
Yeah. Take that, Bucks.
Yes.
He's never living in Cream City.
He only spent time there on the second night of a back-to-back or something.
Yeah.
But he's not gonna have a house there. He's never gonna live there. So Ahmed was a guy who, at points in the game where they would just give him the ball above the arc and go, hey, we're going to spread the floor. Just go make a play. And it's
run
like,
past this guy.
Could not keep him in front of them. And even when you did, he'd do his Euro step where he just elevate. There's a lot of, speaking of Giannis, they would just give him the ball and turn him into a mini Giannis. And if the Warriors did not build a wall to keep him away from the rim and deter him and tell him to go turn around, he was getting to the rim. Now, there are holes in the game, certainly. But as far as what he is right now, I think he, of all people in that series, sure, the Steph clutch, Draymond on the Jimmy, all that stuff, fine. They've already have a pedigree, so people, when they see them do things, they're just, hey, that's just those guys being those guys. But as far as guys who stake the claim to what they can be in the future, I'm in top of the list. That guy, night after night, from the bothering of Steph to his ability on the boards and some of the offensive stuff he showed, you got a clear guy who you believe in can play in a playoff series.
Yeah.
And that was part of the conversation starting this run, or this playoff run, which ended prematurely, was who are the guys you can count on? Alperen, I'm still up in the air on. I know he's going to give maximum effort. The question is, what's that effort going to lead to? And he spoke to it after the game. And I think we should play that clip that led into the season, because maybe it was a harbinger of things to come, considering what he was focused on in the offseason. But here's Alperen about what he thinks he needs to work on.
I think I improved my defensive way this season, but I got to work a lot more in my offense, I think. And I didn't have a great year with my offense. I was even better last year, I would say. And I just kind of was, struggling with offense, but I'm just going to focus on that and on my body, on my touch, everything, and I'm going to long summer is waiting for me. So I have a lot to do.
Yeah, the offensive game needs to improve. You would say it's a down year. Made an all-star team, important player on the 2 seed in the West, but the numbers, and even just watching him in this series, the bunnies that he missed, and the part of that's Warriors defense, because they're inviting him to take shots in places they don't think he's comfortable taking them. So while you think, he should make that 7-footer, he's not in a spot that he normally is. It's not a shot he wants to take, and that's why they're going, hey, go ahead. And as much as we know they're NBA players, and if they're in an open gym and no one's on them, they'll make those shots 90% of the time. We know pressure, playing the game, speed of the game matters. And the Warriors, hey, if you continue to make those, I guess you're just going to beat us. But we don't think you can, and he did not, unfortunately. So that needs to be worked on. That's what these playoffs are about, forcing guys to do things they don't like doing. And we saw that quite a bit. And hell, the Rockets did it to the Warriors too. That's why you wind up sometimes with Moses Moody taking multiple threes in a possession, even on offensive rebounds. Hey, go ahead, take that one too. See if you make it. And for the most part, he didn't make them. Hey, the scouting is at the highest level. And they know Alperen's not great there. He just needs to get better. And you hope that he will. Let's get to one more Alperen thing before we move on here. This is something from very early in the year. And I asked this question of Lance last night through a text, because we would never be together watching the game. Who the hell do you think I am? But we're watching the game, and he texts me about something, and I respond back with this. Does Alperen Sengun spend more time with his arms above his shoulders begging for calls, or shooting free throws? Or shooting shots? Lance said calls. And maybe we should have known this was going to be part of Alperen's game after this sound that he gave us before the year even started.
We saw you using kind of a new move in preseason where you would hold your arms out and kind of draw the fouls by going through defenders, kind of like James Harden,
Yeah.
Joel Embiid. Did you look at some film of those guys in the offseason to add that to your game?
Coach Cam, he's close to players like Darius and all those players, so he taught me that move. And it's hard to guard for the bigs, because I play with the 7', 7'1", 7'2". They have long arms, and it's just hard to do for me. But it's another bag in the court for me.
Coach Cam, don't do that this offseason.
You ruined Alperen Sengun.
Don't teach Alperen to foul bait, because whether he's getting fouled or not, he is not getting those calls. Did it affect his offensive fluidity? I don't know, but I want to hear next late September, October, whenever training camp begins, that Alperen's worked on, I don't know, the mid-range jumper, the floater, whatever it is. I don't want to hear about he worked on his foul baiting moves. It should have been a red flag, because as soon as we heard it, in fact, we called it out when we heard it. I didn't like it then, but then it turns into a thing where all the foul baiting moves aren't leading to him taking trips to the free throw line, which, by the way, is probably a secret benefit for you, Alperen, considering how poorly you shot from the free throw line.
That's what I was going to say. I was like, can we focus on foul baiting like after you get over 75%? Yeah.
Yes. You know what?
Because I think he was 60 or no 67, something.
And then it was
like that
worse in the series, right? Then the regular season he wasn't great. Then I think it was.
He was 69, nice, during the regular season, and I'll find the series. Hold on.
Either way, he missed a couple big ones in the second half yesterday. No more foul baiting. No more working on your foul baiting. Work on putting the ball in the bucket. And you know what? Maybe you'll get more respect if they don't deem that you're working for calls. But the number of times his arms go above his shoulders asking for calls, that's gotta stop.
62.5%.
So it did drop.
Throws.
It did drop the playoffs a little bit. So we should have known, man. I didn't know it would affect his offensive game to the point where we're calling out things. When he noticed it, he wasn't good this year offensively, so he needs to get better. So he's aware. Amen's aware. Jalen's aware. In a short clip that's online, he talked about how, as I said before, being up in your first playoff series isn't an excuse for what happened. So a lot of your young players get it, which is good. They just have to implement it. And the question is, how many of them will be here when it's time to talk next year?
Yeah, I'm glad Jalen Green realizes that he can't make excuses. It would have been really bad if he tried to make an excuse.
Yeah.
After this,
you can only use, the lights are too bright, my legs are shaky, the court felt too big. The one time,
and you have to do it after you actually have a good game.
Yes.
He deployed that perfectly.
He did.
I would raise my hand and say, Jalen, even if that's true, just don't say that, because then you have 5 more games this series.
There was no evidence that his good performances were going to continue.
Yeah, and after each one of them, I think you and I were both like, looks like the court's too big for him. The lights are too bright.
Yeah. For whatever reason, game 2, he was able to overcome all.
It's a nice Wednesday game.
Yeah. You're down 1-0.
Yeah,
sure.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, just go out there and ball, and he had a great game. You credit him for that.
They're not playing defense on me yet.
The Warriors.
They're not respecting me on offense.
Yeah, the Warriors got their one. They're a little bit more relaxed, and then you take advantage of it and you win the game. Instead, the rest of the way they decided, I guess, to focus on you more, and then you didn't come through. But there is some self-awareness which will take better on offense for Alpi. Amen gets it that, hey, we're young. We'll figure things out because we haven't played in the playoffs together. And Jalen goes, hey, I got to play better. As I said, do we think they're all here in 2025, 26?
The 3 of them?
Are all 3 of them on this roster in 25, 26?
For game 1, let's just say.
Yes.
Cutoff.
They're not moved in the summer. They're here to start game 1.
I'd say it's like 45%. 40. I think I think there's a good chance that they do actually just run this back. Or run it back like with a Thunderbolt style asterisk of like some other moves along
where your core remains.
Yeah, because I don't think so. Jalen Green's the one where I am thinking like, you might want to get off this. Like the price of the brick might go down. This might be the last summer that he's viewed as enticing prospect that has some potential to be unlocked. If he is the same player that he's been the last 4 years of his career, the only 4 years of his career, I don't know if going into next summer we're like the key piece to a star trade, Jalen Green.
Yeah, the question is, will the Rockets value him more than the league? And then when you're thinking about a potential move, you don't, particularly if it's not involved for a big player, as Jalen's a piece of a trade to get a superstar. If it's just, hey, we want to make a tweak here, and Jalen feels like an asset that can maybe get us a guy who fits our team better, does the rest of the league value him the way the Rockets do? Because that happens sometimes where you value your player more than the rest of the league does, and you can never come to a deal because you think you're getting shortchanged.
The thing is with Jalen now is that starting this offseason, he's going to count as a $30 million contract. So even like the paying him, like, don't care. Sorry, Tillman, going to have to tighten the belt on the $900 million yacht.
The alleged
from
$1 million
John
yacht that John put on him.
Like that doesn't matter to me. And even like the cap space, like they're in that weird zone of they don't really have cap space. They're not close to any of the aprons. So like the money, while it's too much for what Jalen's giving you, it's not like insane. However, him making $30 million, basically he has to be traded for a guy who makes a lot of money.
Or a couple guys.
Or
whatever
two guys that add up. Like I can't see him. This is the second time that I've done this series, compared him to this guy. I'm sure he loves it. You can't really make the Josh Giddey trade with Jalen Green now that he makes $30 million a year, because you're not going to be able to get the $30 million role player just like out there who is the $30 million role player that Caruso, because Giddey was still on his rookie deal, Caruso made much less. And so you can just trade a guy for a role player like that, where Jalen making as much as he's going to be making. There isn't really that like, we can just trade him for that, like flip him for this guy and he makes everything click into place.
Yeah, I brought up the name in passing during the transition from this show, or at least the John and Lance show, this show. Like, if you're looking for someone who you think fits the roster better, someone who can shoot the basketball, who you can spread the floor. If Ahmed's your primary ball handler, Fred is, you have a guy who can't be left, and it opens up the lane for everyone else. Duncan Robinson has a partial guarantee on this deal. But even if it's the full guarantee, it's still in the $20 million range. So the Heat would have to add another piece. They don't have the cap space to just take in Jalen. Look, I'm not saying
Davion Mitchell.
Yeah. And they would have to resign him to make that happen. He's a restricted free agent. So there's a lot of things that have to work out. So it's very complicated. We know the CBA is very complicated to make moves. But just for a guy who you think 1-year deal, you don't have to give him anything else other than he's part of your roster for this year, and you can make a determination on him after the year. And he's a shooter, 6'8", not a great defender, but does have some size. So as Sean pointed out, you can be a bad defender, but at least not be small.
It helps.
It helps to be and he can get a shot off other guys because he's a movement shooter that the Rockets really don't have. A guy who can come off screens and do that. So if that's something they wanted, that's the type of role player you're talking about. Yeah. But he's making $10 million less than Jalen. So it wouldn't be as easy as you think for a team on the other side who doesn't have any cap space.
Could you do Desmond Bane for Jalen Green?
I mean, you could.
Who would be like, no? You need to give us more?
I think the Grizz. I think maybe would they both say it and they can never come to an agreement?
I think that's likely.
Possible.
That's more likely
because Desmond Bane
or there's some like complicated pick swaps happening.
Something
where it's like they kind of muddled the math enough to where both sides can be like, got one over on them.
Possibly because Desmond Bane has a long-term deal at a lot of money.
Yeah.
And do the Rockets want to be in a Desmond Bane business for that type of money?
Yeah.
That's a question.
I mean, I guess, the Jalen Green contract is short. So.
Yeah, it's shorter, which is beneficial for the Rockets.
And it's beneficial to Jalen Green, like Shams Charania told us, because it allows him to receive a full max earlier.
Yeah, that seems likely at this point. It's years away from that.
Good job by Jalen Green and his representation.
Yeah, the agent got the word.
Got him that much closer
to Shams to make sure he wrote it the way they wanted
to. Mid-level acceptance.
They wanted out. I don't know if he'll be that, but hopefully for hopefully for the Rockets' sake and his sake, it isn't that, because that means they're way overpaying him. And
that's Phoenix's problem.
And and his career has taken a downturn.
I think that's the actual. It's like could you do Jalen Green and some other stuff just for
Kevin Durant?
Just for Kevin Durant.
Maybe, but to your Desmond Bain potential trade, Desmond Bain's making 36, 39, 42, and 44 over the next 4 years.
Yeah. The numbers the right, but the years I'm like, no thanks.
Yeah. And Desmond Bain would only be 30, so he's young enough where he would, if he was great, he would just get his max too.
That's the other thing. He's like the right age, because that's what makes Devin Booker like the most appealing, even though to me he's the second best player that we talk about as potentially going to the Rockets, and it's pretty close to the third with Kevin Durant. It's just that he's 28 years old, and it's a team full of 22-year-olds, where to me, like trading for a 37-year-old Kevin Durant for what, a 2-year? Do you think we get 2 more great Durant years?
If he's healthy throughout the 2 years, sure.
Exactly. And then you're kind of at the same spot, or at least you bought yourself time, and you hope that by that point, Amin Thompson actually is close to the fully realized, at least offensive piece that he can be. Sure. But it's also, you're going to be paying a lot for past his prime Kevin Durant doing that, where Booker, at least theoretically, could raise this team up. They probably win the series with Devin Booker, and also you're not just one last jobbing it. It's going to be for however long this core stays together.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes down to, before we go to break, how do the front office feel about, and what do they feel about this team? Coaching staff and front office, are they aligned in the vision? Do they want the internal growth, or is there a push to go get someone now? Because you don't have to pay Ahmed now, but Jabari Smith, his extension, not that close, but it's something you have to consider this offseason. And Tari Eason, whatever you think he's worth, because after this upcoming year for both, I believe it's restricted free agency. So
yeah, they're a year behind the
Alperen and
Jalen.
So if we're going by what they did this past offseason, those other two are in line for something. The question is, are you going to pay them? So the financial considerations become a thing, and that's why maybe a consolidation trade helps you out, as opposed to paying 2 guys maybe more than they're actually worth, but you have to pay them what they consider market value.
Speculation.
Yeah, there are a lot of stuff to consider for the Rockets, and it's going to be a big offseason. Maybe no major moves happen to bring in an external piece, but they got some internal things to figure out as we go forward. So a lot of Rockets talk. Certainly, if you want to get in on anything, you can. 713-780-3776. We'll talk about the other team in town. The Astros went into Chicago and shamed the city. And we got to talk about one Jeff Blum. Because aren't we done with the celebrating of his home run? Are we done with that? Particularly when the team you're broadcasting for is in town. I have a thought to resolve this issue the next time they want to honor Jeff Blum, because the White Sox don't have a lot to celebrate. So why not honor the World Series hero? We'll talk about that when we come back. We're back with hour 2. And the Astros go to Chicago, lose 2 out of 3. Yesterday's game was shortened. But they lose 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. McCullers pitches yesterday. And he didn't give up any runs and kind of did what I thought he was going to do. He could have gotten to 4 innings, got squeezed on a call that could have led him getting to 4, 3 2/3. Didn't give up any runs. Kind of what I expected, which maybe you should expect at least for now as he tries to work his way back. But let's hear from him here. We'll get into the rest of the weekend that was. But, after the game, a lot of questions to be asked about how he felt coming back and where his emotions were. But let's have Lance tell you about what he felt on his stuff after the outing against Chicago.
No, overall, solid. Just felt like my overall stuff was pretty good. I just, for whatever reasons, didn't feel the slider was not obviously very good. So you got a team that's 5-6 guys deep with the righties. One of my main weapons, main game plans is kind of, evaporates kind of in front of you. But overall, I was happy with the overall stuff. Physically, I felt strong through the game. Wished there in the second, after those couple quick outs, I did a better job. Didn't let the inning get long on me. That's kind of the main issue with the pitch count. I think throwing another 20 plus pitches there in the second, and was one pitch away from getting out of it with mid 30s. So, but overall, very grateful to just be back out with the team. And
he throws 87 pitches in 3 2/3. Had 3 walks, 4 Ks. So, look, the fact that he is back and made it through it and seems to be okay and like what he felt out there, you'll take that. You had Fromber and Hunter Brown go the 2 games before. Fromber not good, kind of been a consistent theme for him, his inconsistency. You're starting a White Sox series, you're hoping you get more from him, and it's just not been in the cards for him so far. And I don't know what to say about Fromber other than maybe it helps the price, although not that the Astros are ever going to bring him back because no matter what happens this year, he's going to be asking for quite a bit. But he is not pitching like an ace. He's not pitching like the guy who you give $30+ million to over 6 years or so at 32 years of age. He's not pitching like that. But there's enough in his on his resume to suggest he'll get something similar to that once he hits free agency. But the 4 runs over 5, ERA now over 4.3. Fromber's been, I would say so far, a disappointment. It's not what you want. The team has got their head above water. Hunter Brown wasn't his normal spectacular self, but he did enough, and the Astros got the win on Saturday. But the Fromber thing is something to take a look at. Win-loss aside, because some of that can be determined by what your bats do. But, man, 5 innings pitched to 4 earned runs. Not a quality start all weekend from those guys, but I think the biggest thing is you lose 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. They're awful.
Just can't be doing that.
No, you can't. And maybe we should be talking about this now, because if we just start to dive deep into the Astros losing to the White Sox, it gets a little depressing. But I have a question for you, Sean. How do we fix this thing? Because every time it feels like I remember that Jeff Blum played for the White Sox, it's because the White Sox are reminding me by honoring Jeff Blum.
Yeah.
He throws out the first pitch, right, this weekend, puts on a jersey, and what? Does he just go upstairs and call the game?
20th anniversary of the World Series team.
Okay. At some point, we got to say, you can take the weekend off from Astros baseball and go to Chicago and get honored, but I don't like that they're planning this honoring of Jeff Blum around an Astros series. So he's got to be on the field with the White Sox jersey and then goes up to the booth and calls the game.
At some point, hopefully take off a White Sox jersey.
Hopefully he took it off before he got up there. But, just give Jeff Blum the day or the weekend off. Let him spend the time in Chicago honoring that team. I know you won a World Series. It's a big deal. He's got a World Series ring.
Yeah. Hang out with Jermaine Dye and AJ Przinsky.
I just don't like it. It's like if in 20 years, Howie Kendrick becomes a play-by-play guy for the Astros or the analyst for the Astros. And then every time they play the Nationals, when they go to Washington, Howie Kendrick gets honored, and then he calls the game. Who else? Does Pujols want to want to be a broadcaster too, although he never played for the.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Jorge Soler.
Oh, yeah. Who? How?
Jock Peterson.
If Pujols ever gets a job here, which will never happen, does he get honored and he puts on the Cardinals jersey and then walks up and calls games to whoever's doing the play-by-play? I don't know. Todd Callis' kid. I don't know if he has a kid who's a play-by-play guy. Just laying it out for you. Whoever it might be.
Yeah.
Enough. Do that on your day off.
Yeah. I mean, great stuff from the White Sox. Like, this is how you do it, is when the team that you won the World Series off of comes to town. That's when you have one of your nights celebrating it.
Sure.
I'm guessing they're doing some sort of celebration of the 20-year White Sox World
they got to
Series.
try to get people in the building.
Yeah. A, because of that. B, it is like a milestone year. It's not like they're doing this for like the 17th year.
Understood.
But I do want you to realize that what you're saying to help ease Astros fans' trauma from disappointment over the years is you're saying to have Jeff Blum out of the booth and him replaced more than likely by Jeff Bagwell.
They can choose someone besides Jeff Bagwell to do it.
That's not who they ever choose, though. They always choose Jeff Bagwell.
They don't have to choose Jeff Bagwell. Brian McTaggart's sweet. He's got his phone pointed at the big screen of Jeff Blum on the scoreboard throwing out the first pitch in his White Sox jersey. Every
Crazy
time.
How they switch up on you.
I know. What are we doing? Then Jeff's gonna take it off and run up there and talk about how great the Astros are.
Yeah. Maybe that's one where it's like, hey, Josh Reddick, we're involving you a little bit more on the media stuff.
Get Josh Reddick to call the game that day. Let Jeff just sit down with his White Sox brethren.
Yeah. Have a hot dog.
Just hang out that day.
Yeah. Scott Pasednik. Yeah.
In fact, don't even know if he went up to the booth. I'm just assuming he did. I'm assuming he didn't get the day off. He could just call the game. But either way, I don't want the Astros in town and then the optics of Jeff Blum getting honored and then heading up to the booth. Just do it just take the week. Hey, you know what NFL players do when they go back, when they want to see their college team play, they go on the bye week. So I don't know if Jeff can ask off for this, but just give it to him. Just give it to him.
Yeah, it is a little early because normally they do the vacation for Blum and TK. Normally that is like a June series, a July series. You know, that's when it's like, 3 games of Kevin Eschenfeld calling the game, or
he's got a Space
Jeff Bagwell.
Got a Space City Home Network pullover hanging out with Ozzie Guillen.
Oof, that's tough.
Golly. Look, Jeff does a great job on the broadcast, but just for this weekend, just let him be a White Sox for the weekend, or just keep the Astros out of it. Look, like you said, I get why the White Sox are doing. Hey, remember this team we beat in the biggest moment in our team's history? They're in town. Let's honor our team. I get it.
It's like in 2037 when the Dodgers come to town.
Yeah, maybe
they're gonna have a night.
Yeah, maybe Jeff doesn't want a night off in May. Maybe he wants to stretch his vacation to later.
Yeah, he's like, I can get through Memorial Day, like still
easy,
fresh legs,
easy,
fresh vocal cords, still excited about this team. Man, once we have to start going to like Kansas City in June, miss me with that.
Maybe whatever city he doesn't like, he's saving his days off for that.
Guardians on June 7th. I'm out.
And it's only the 6-year anniversary of that, right?
6-year anniversary
since they beat the Astros in the World Series. Was that the Braves or the Guardians in 19? Braves.
Oh no, the Nationals in 19.
Yeah, sorry,
Braves in 21.
Yeah, Nationals, not Guardians. Nationals. There it is. That's the Howie Kendrick joke I was making earlier.
Yeah.
Just keep that man away.
When do they play the Nats?
Yeah. Do they get honored in 6 years?
I mean, that entire team has been broken up.
Fell apart.
They could celebrate. Like half the guys don't play anymore.
Yeah. So every time the Astros are in town, so the Braves could do a night when the Astros are in town. The Nationals can do it as well.
Steven Strasburg throwing out the first pitch.
Whatever it takes to get people in the ballpark.
Can't throw another first pitch for another 5 years.
Ugly joke, but in some ways, dead on when it comes to Strasburg. Either way, yes, it does speak to the Astros' success that there are a number of teams could have nights celebrating their World Series wins. I just don't like that Jeff Blum is their doing it while the Astros
Tampa
are
Bay
in
is
town.
celebrating the 2020 ALCS.
That's too far. That's
in their
too
minor
far.
league ballpark.
That's too far. You can't celebrate every time you win a series over the Astros. That's ridiculous. Do it in the World Series, Rays, although it'd be impossible because, both in the American League. All right, so that happened. That was a takeaway. The pitching wasn't great.
Yeah.
You found a way to scratch out one win, and that's not great to say when the White Sox are the team you're scratching out against.
And Jeff Blum, we're watching you.
Not a traitor. The optics bother me. That's all.
Yeah. Thank God Ryan Hollins doesn't have anything to.
Did he ever win an NBA title?
I don't think he
someplace?
did.
No.
I mean, I remember him mostly as a Clipper, so that immediately disqualifies him from winning anything.
Yeah, we'll get to the Clippers and mostly Harden's nonsense. And Keith, how dare you call in on a Friday about, hey, James Harden's Game 6, as if you didn't.
We didn't
know
give
what's
him
coming.
enough credit for Game 6.
As if you didn't know what was going to come in Game 7. Keith, you call in about a lot of things that are fine. That was embarrassing. You weren't aware of what was coming your way. And are the debates over about Harden? Are we done here? We're going to do this again next year?
Yeah.
The cycle's going to come back
He's
next
going to
year?
have a good Game 3 next year.
So we'll talk about the rest of the playoffs. We talked about a lot of the Rocket stuff. We'll probably play some more Rocket sound before we wrap it up. But we had other games to talk about. We had a deciding Game 7. We had a Game 1. And, of course, the playoffs continue tonight. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
The one thing I do need to have happen is to get all the Warrior stuff off my For You page, because you're looking up stuff for the show and you're watching the game. So you're getting all this stuff. There's a lot of Warriors content on my For You page right now. So I need that to dissipate at some point, as now the Rockets season is over and they head into the offseason with assets and decisions to make. But in the other series, former Rocket James Harden, as Sean pointed out during the break, provided what he always provides. If you're a hate watcher,
Great playmaking.
no, if you're a hate watcher, he comes through. He doesn't come through for his team, but if you're hate watching James Harden, he will always come through.
Yeah.
2 for 8. He did have a lot of assists, but
setting the guys up.
Didn't turn the ball over as much as he has in elimination games, but simply did not shoot the ball enough. In a game where the Nuggets took control in the second quarter and then blew the Clippers away in the third, and it was a runaway after that. They dominate that series, at least that game, and really since the Aaron Gordon dunk to win it in LA, the Clippers had their last stand in Game 6, but for the most part, the Nuggets controlled that series from that point on, and they take Game 7. Now they're going to see the OKC Thunder. So while the Rockets season's disappointing, the end of it, is disappointing. Their future is one of the more bright ones in the NBA. I don't know where the Clippers go. Like, you got Kawhi under contract. James has a player option, I believe. So now you have to figure out, do you want to give James Harden an extension? Do you want to be in the James Harden business for a couple more years?
This is a team that decided they didn't want to be in the Paul George business last year, or at least the 4-year Paul George business. They did offer him a 3-year contract.
He just said, you're insulting me because you gave Kawhi the full 4 years, so I want the full 4 years. And it turns out the Clippers, through really their just unwillingness to give the extra year, luck out.
Yeah, because I would give him credit if Paul George started falling apart in year 3 or year 2, but like he fell apart game 1 of the new contract. I'm not giving you credit.
I'm not giving you credit for that. You just were fortunate.
And James Harden is a guy that has had various different beefs with different decision makers on each one of his teams that he's played on. So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility that they can't come to some sort of agreement.
Steve Ballmer is a liar.
Say that one more time.
Steve Ballmer is a liar.
Okay.
Are we going to get that from James?
You know what? I'm glad I signed up for this Adidas camp in Beijing so I can hear this.
So James has a $36.3 million player option this year. Is he going to opt out of that? Is he going to get, I guess the Clippers have to promise him something, but is he going to get that from any place else when there isn't a lot of cap space to go around?
That was the thing with the Philly thing. It's like Philly was like, no one else is going to give you a big deal. Like, you're just going to have to sign our deal. And he was like, no, I don't.
No, I don't. I'll call you a liar, embarrass everyone, and then make you trade me. You don't know how far I'll go.
Yeah. And so I don't know. It's also hard to see like the James Harden. That's why I think like the Clippers are just like the perfect James Harden team. Cause like they're good enough to where they're like a credible Western Conference team. They also don't have crazy expectations, and they do need a regular season innings eater for Kawhi Leonard.
Yeah.
And I don't know that they won 50 games this year. Feels like basically no matter what they do, barring anything super crazy happening, they'll probably just be like another 45 win team. Like they'll just go down a notch as these guys kind of age out. Not just Kawhi and Harden, but all the role players are also very veteran role players.
How much more are you getting out of Batum?
Man, Batum. Good. Shout out to Batum.
Norman Powell helped win them a game in the series.
Derek Jones isn't spring chicken.
He's been around a while. Norman Powell's not old, 31 years old, but hey, they're going to just be fluctuations between performance. He had a really good year this year. Not have a good Game 7. None of the Clippers did, really. And the Nuggets survive. A team who fired their coach 9 games before the season was over is now in the second round. And, their ownership group is like, justified.
Yep.
GM out, coach out.
Jokic after the game said they don't win this series if they don't make those moves. Which is
and Mike Malone is someplace going, what the F, man?
That was your boy.
What are you doing?
I just didn't want to play those bum 19-year-olds.
Yeah, see, Russell Westbrook showed up. And it's funny, they were talking to Russell Westbrook after the game. He's like, I don't know, my experience, man. Sometimes I make like the Russell Westbrook experience. He was talking about it. I'll miss threes, I'll make layups, I'll miss layups. I'm a force of nature, man. That's who I am. And they asked him about his 3-point percentage because he was being left open. Like, how much? He goes, how well did I shoot? Oh, 43%. He goes, oh, guess that didn't work out for him. So Russell Westbrook, one of his former teams, he's got a lot of them now. He took them out. So congrats to Russ, I guess.
And now he has another former team.
Another one. We'll see how
Locked
it goes.
and loaded.
Yeah. That one ended well because Kevin Durant won it out, and then Russ won his only MVP there.
Yeah.
And just like a lot of stars, when he saw no real path to success, he won it out. And we'll see if that happens in Milwaukee and who benefits from it with them. Okay, the other series, you think Cleveland was like, oh, there's a real team on the other side. Uh-oh.
Yeah, you think they're like, oh man, this team's like 15 games better than the other team that we just played. Oh my God.
Like
and they're running.
Not only did they have all that time off, then they got smacked with, wait, this is a competent basketball team we're playing.
God.
We're not going to just, let them get off to a good start, run them down and win the game. They're actually going to punch back.
Yeah. Damn.
And that is what happened. As
I guess Tyrese Halliburton is better than Tyler Hero.
And maybe Neesmith is better than Haywood Highsmith too. There's a lot.
Now you're talking crazy.
There's
my boy Haywood.
Haywood is who he is, and he's not someone you should be depending on for giant minutes in a playoff series, at least not the Haywood Highsmith of this year. So the Pacers go into Cleveland and win. And the Pacers are better than you think. Their defense has been better than you would imagine, particularly since the All-Star break. They've been able to get stops, and they were able to force a tough shooting night out of not Darius Garland because he didn't play, but Donovan Mitchell was awful from there. I think he finished 1 for 11.
Yeah.
Ty Jerome in more minutes. Turns out, once again, when you play a real basketball team, maybe Ty Jerome taking 20 shots in a game, not great. Charles pointed out that no two guys should combine for 50 shots between them. And that's what Donovan Mitchell and Ty Jerome combined for.
Oh, definitely if one of them's Ty Jerome.
Yeah, 8 for 20. Look, Ty Jerome.
No offense. Hey, great year, Ty Jerome. But Ty Jerome and anybody else should not be combining for 50 shots.
No, he should not be involved in a 50-shot night unless someone goes for 38.
Yeah,
he shoots 12.
It's the Kwame Brown Kobe combined for 82 or whatever.
Yeah, that's what it should be like. And when you are clearly the second option against, as I said, a competent basketball team, some of Ty Jerome's stuff isn't going to go well. And it always comes back to this, and people, for some reason, don't understand it. Like, if your third option is having a great night, don't compare your third option to the first option on another team, because that third option's not being game planned for like the first option. So when all these Twitter conversations come to be like, I can't believe they thought this guy was better than this guy. Well, assess the situation. Is the guy who isn't your guy, who you want to put your guy above, is he playing against the best defender on the other team? All the game plans that another team puts in place are for this guy, while your third option can eat off the first two? Think about that. And that's what Ty Jerome got to experience throughout the year. And when the Pacers had time to look at what was best to defend Ty Jerome, he'll go for 8 for 20 in the first game of the second round of the series.
Okay. So I shouldn't be looking up Andrew Nembhard's contract to see if we can trade Jalen Green for Andrew Nembhard? Okay.
Well, maybe.
No, but
you should not be going, man, wouldn't the Rockets be so much better with Andrew Nembhard? Because Andrew Nembhard doesn't get the same type of attention.
It's like, well, it would be worse for Şengün, or it'd be worse for Fred VanVleet. It would be, there's the knock-on effects. And we both talked about how, yes, Jalen Green is getting defended differently, or was in the Warriors series, but also you can score more than 8 points while doing that.
The defense, his defender saying he was defended differently does not make up for the fact.
No. Hey, watch the series Minnesota's about to play against the Warriors coming up. I guarantee you that Anthony Edwards will be the focal point of the Warriors defense. And I can also guarantee you he'll score more than 8 points.
Yes, because there are certain levels to stardom in this league, and Anthony Edwards has reached the level where he can win a series nearly by himself.
That's the Phantom. You're the 300.
As we've talked about, across the 300 does look like a phantom until the Phantom pulls up, and we'll see what started that bit for us against the Warriors. Unfortunately, the Rockets won't have the opportunity to to see the Phantom in person, partly because their Chrysler 300 didn't show up. Sometimes that's how it goes. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go before we wrap it up. Look at that, Sean. A Michigan coach gets suspended. More things change, the more they stay the same. We'll get into that and some other things before we go. Paul Gallant's up next, but like I said, 2 segments to go here. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We were going to talk about the goings-on with the Wolverines because another coach is getting suspended, is what they do. But Cal McNair and Hannah McNair are at some what appears to be charity golf tournament. So the media had a chance to talk to the 2 owners for the Texans. And of course, one of the big topics was the potential of a new stadium or refurbishments for NRG, what's going to happen there. And Cal talked about their wants for a new practice facility, but also the possibility of the stadium, whether it be at NRG or someplace else. Here's Cal McNair on all those things.
We're working with some really good partners with the rodeo and also the county, and it's a complicated kind of a mixture, but with the practice facility, we're working on that almost every day, and the lease, overall lease, we're working on that, and Where we wind up with practice facility, I'm not really quite sure yet. We have a lot of great options, and we'll sort of sort through that, sooner rather than later. But we're in a good spot, and we'll keep looking at a complex program.
How far are you willing to go distance-wise from where you are now to find something that works for you?
Well, what's great is we're okay where we are, and so that's our starting point. And then would we move out? Yeah, we would move out and do a brand new one somewhere. But
Greater
it'd be
Houston.
Greater Houston area, I'd say.
Look at Hannah jumping in. Not out the city. I didn't mean out the city.
Okay.
Cal didn't mean out the city. Greater Houston area.
We don't have to print our Austin Texans.
Yes, the San Antonio Texans. Yeah. Hannah had to jump in. Hey, I don't need you guys aggregating that. We have real thoughts of moving out of Houston, Greater Houston area. Everybody, relax. But if stadium upgrades are going to cost, what did they say? If they surpass 1.5 billion, they would rather have a new stadium. They want a new stadium. No one wants refurbishments of their old house. They want a new house if they can. Particularly if you're an owner of an NFL team, you want a new place. You don't want to be like, yeah, we're putting in upgrades. Then you have to figure out where they're going to play for 2 years or so, which I guess would be a thing either way. Although if you're just building a new stadium, you could just play at NRG. Or would they knock it down and go play someplace else? What would be their goal? Either way, I don't think they want to fix up NRG.
I think it's clear that they would prefer something new. Like they're saying that they're happy with where they're at. I wonder if that means literally NRG or if that means the NRG Park kind of area that they're in right now, because that is a good spot to have a football stadium like that, because like you said, you can work with the rodeo, you can do all sorts of stuff there. Concerts, it's great. 610
access,
But also, how thrilled do you think he is to be in a 25-year-old stadium? Probably not that thrilled.
No. And the question would be, they certainly want to be in the rotation for big events. So would a refurbishment work? Miami had to do it, and it worked out for them. They did something very unique with their build. Is it just simply cleaning out the insides and redoing them? Would that be enough? They'd have to fix the roof. That's a problem. So
yeah, that is a problem.
It's not as sparkly to just remodel the inside of your building.
No, because you don't get the same. You don't get the same. Also, when you get a new stadium, you also get that Monday night, Sunday night game where Al Michaels or Joe Buck is like, and let's take a second to talk about this beautiful new stadium.
Yeah, you get all of that.
Like you get the glamour shots of SoFi or whatever. You get all the like, this is top of the line. You have your like one thing that you did that no other stadium in North America has ever done.
Yeah.
Like you get all of that as opposed to like just refurbishing NRG Stadium. Like that doesn't. It's also not like exactly Lambeau Field.
That's the other thing. It's not one of these historic sites where people
where if you tried to like move out of Lambeau Field, people would actually get upset.
Yes. And so they did what they did. They added the luxury box, all the things. They refurbished Lambeau Field, but the guts of it remains. They did a lot of stuff to make it a more enjoyable experience for the fans. And Soldier Field tried it to less than stellar results.
Yeah, people don't love that as much.
So they're going to move. The Titans are building a new place. I think that's the other thing. Like the Titans get a new place.
Joneses to be kept up with.
Yeah. Like the Titans in their own division.
The Adams keeping up with the
Jags are getting a new place as well.
Are they really?
I believe so.
Oh.
I believe that's the Jags are getting one. We know the Colts, and that's a newer building, certainly compared to NRG, and the Titans are getting theirs too. So to be the oldest facility in the division is probably not something they want.
No, especially because when Nashville gets their new stadium, Super Bowl in Nashville, just book that right there.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. So, when you get a new stadium, you also pretty soon you get a Super Bowl.
Yes, as I said, Miami, the Dolphins had to do it, and they got one. But Miami is a city that the NFL wants to be in, so that certainly didn't hurt their cause. The Jags are getting a new one, and of course they're going to get a Super Bowl.
They already, they get one when they open up a new stadium.
Yes.
They got the one. in the 2000s. They're going to get the one in the 2030s or whatever.
Because everyone will just simply complain about Jacksonville, but because they got a new stadium, they'll get
And
their
then
Super Bowl.
You wait 25 years and do it again.
How many new stadiums can Jacksonville get?
It does.
Just so they can get a Super Bowl.
I mean, it feels like the lifespan of like the current, recent vintage of NFL stadiums is like after 20 years, you kind of want to move out, or at least the owners are like. I mean, that's what they did with the Georgia Dome. Georgia Dome wasn't that old when the Falcons moved out of the Georgia Dome. It's just what you do. Again, unless you have like the Superdome or Lambeau, Soldier Field, although now they are trying to get out of there. But like, unless you have like either a really great deal or a really historic building, 20 years. All right, let's get a new one.
Yeah, and the Texans unfortunately haven't done enough in the 20-something years they've been at NRG, formerly Reliant, to make it an historic place. I mean, there have been some historic collapses, some moments, but nothing positive where you go, we don't want to leave this place. I mean, one J.J. Watt pick six isn't going to be enough.
I forgot who was it. Jadeveon Clowney who got a fumble return or an interception.
If you
of
say
Connor
so.
Cook.
If you say so.
Of Connor Cook.
I'm sure it happened. If you say so. I don't remember it.
Actually, yeah.
Which is the
Brian Hoyer 5 interception.
And some of the more memorable moments in NRG involve the other team's success. From Vince's run.
Oh yeah, that was a great.
And of course, the opening kickoff from the Chiefs
Mhm.
to the Wattcat that didn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Then of course, as I said, JJ's pick six. Yeah, I don't know if Christian Harris's pick six is going to go up there. The Steven Nelson pick six against the Browns. I'm not sure that's going to rise to the level.
No.
You know,
The Beyonce concert from Christmas.
It was sandwiched around an absolute ass kicking by the Ravens.
That was a dope performance.
Hey, and Cal and Hannah were in there. And so was Blue Ivy. She was there too.
Throw your H's up.
That's right. I'm sure they're going to throw their H's up all over the city so they can go get themselves a new stadium.
Throw the H's up, but this time it's for Humble because that's where they're moving this.
They don't. Is that? I guess that's a greater Houston area.
I don't know. I just like
you tried. Yeah, during the break, Sean tried to put the new stadium in League
because
City.
every place you go,
there are only a couple places people are going to be happy to have the new stadium if it comes about.
Clear Lake, that'd be nice.
Nope. Don't knock down my Bojangles. Don't knock it down.
You're gonna be out there picketing.
What? The one guy. We just got a Bojangles in town.
We can't uproot the history of this Bojangles.
How do I make a Bojangles
3-month history?
How do I make that spicy chicken biscuit a historic
like the Astrodome?
landmark? Yeah. What do I have to do to keep the Texans from knocking down that restaurant in the Webster area? But hey, they're trying to get something done, and with the help of the people of the greater Houston area, it's going to be up to you guys. I'm not stumping for the Texans.
I'm doing my part.
I live in Galveston County, so I can't help the Texans. I just want them to know, stay out of my county. Don't knock down any landmarks in League City. There's a Great American Cookie place I don't want you to touch.
Wow.
Leave it alone.
Also, you don't want them to be near these places because on
Sundays, it's an easy drive if I want to just get a snack.
Yeah, during halftime, you can just zip over, zip back.
Yeah, get back for the second half of Cam Ward's debut, whatever it might be. But if they build a state, actually, 2 years from now, it won't be Cam Ward's debut. I'm sure it's another Titans quarterback. Arch is a Jag? Nice.
Cool.
They likely will both need quarterbacks at that time. And Arch is going to be there for the next few years. Arch ain't leaving next year. That's not the Manning way. 1 year of a starting quarterback. That's not what they do.
That's what Mitch Trubisky does.
And look at how that worked out.
Yeah.
Arch won't be following the lessons of Mitch Trubisky.
No, he's following the Shadur Sanders game plan. Play a lot.
Get your number retired?
Hopefully. I realized you can't hear the shrug. Hopefully.
Win a couple national titles. See what Texas does there. All right, we'll go to break with that. We were talking, somehow we got into college football, but Arch is always at the top of our minds. So we'll talk about another program, historic program, that can't stop cheating. And their coaches get punished for it. We'll talk about that when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
A couple of injury updates from D'Amico. He's out there with the McNairs before we get to the other thing, the story that I mentioned before we went to break. Jimmy Ward's out of his boot, starting to run off injured Jimmy Ward. So I don't think anyone was really concerned about whether he'd be back by the time games mattered, but he's running again. The other guy, the bigger question is Tank Dell. The assumption is, and I think the belief is by most, that he's not going to play in 2025. And when D'Amico was asked to put a timetable on it, he wouldn't. We need Tank back when Tank is ready to be Tank. Just makes you think a long road to recovery is in store for Tank Dell that likely stretches into 2026. And whether he is ever the guy we saw in the first 2 years before his injuries, that's really the question, not whether he's going to play in 2025. Is Tank Dell anywhere near the guy that he was? And the Texans have done what they could to protect themselves. They drafted 2 receivers. They traded for another. So the expectation is, even just by their actions, even if you didn't know anything, was that he wasn't going to be someone to count on. You don't take 2 receivers that high and then trade for another if you think what was your number 2 after Stephon Diggs got hurt was going to be available. So no timetable, probably the right move, because how could you put one on it considering how extensive the recovery process and the surgeries were for Tank. So there's D'Amico on Tank Dell. Okay, so story comes out of Michigan. Michigan is suspending Sharon Moore for 2 games. He is the national championship winning OC for them. Jim Harbaugh was the head coach. He had to fill in for Jim Harbaugh in their national championship year because Jim Harbaugh got suspended for games. And now Sharon Moore catches a couple this year. Is this his second suspension? Did he get suspended last year too? Did he catch a couple games last year too?
Like a 1 game or something like that,
So
right?
So he's going to be suspended for the first couple games this year, and this all relates back to Connor Stallion. So while Sharon Moore protested about his involvement in it, his own school said, all right, we've seen enough. You're involved enough for us to cut you out of a couple games this upcoming year. So he'll miss week 3 and week 4. Do they play? So they play New Mexico at home, and then they go to Oklahoma, which is apparently Sharon Moore's alma mater. So why did they wait to week 3 and 4? Why don't you just divide them up? Suspend him for week 1 and suspend him for week 3. Since you have chosen which games he misses, I guess you don't want to be too obvious that you needed him for a big game, so you just waited for 3 and 4.
Also, is their fourth
game against Nebraska, Central Michigan?
If I'm Nebraska, I'm like,
it's a little insulting.
What the hell?
It's a little insulting. You playing in my face. You think Oklahoma means more, so you're gonna have him available for that, but against us, you say no. That's not even a conference game, the Oklahoma game.
It's at Nebraska too.
It's insulting.
It's still a road game.
Matt Rule, I've insulted you for some of your things I think are cowardly that you do. This is more insulting than anything I could have said. They say, you know what? We're good.
Who's food? Nebraska.
We're going to put you in the same category as Central Michigan.
Yeah. Why didn't they just do 1 and 3? Because it is ridiculous, but also being like, he will be suspended next season, not for week 1 or 2.
Yeah.
But
even an SEC coach, well, I guess an SEC coach would if they had a big game early. But it is very SEC-like for them to pick and choose instead of just making it 1 and 2.
I mean, at this point, why didn't they just go November 1st and 15th against Purdue and at Northwestern? That's when he's serving his. That's when he's serving his.
If you're going so far as to wait 3 weeks into the season, just pick random games that you won't need them for. I get Central Michigan. This game you should win at home. Then go find the next most likely game you're going to win at home and pick that one. If we're going to go that far, Nebraska catching it. I'm not afraid of you.
And like this isn't Jim Harbaugh, Michigan, guys.
Like,
it's a Michigan team that like it's not crazy that they would lose to Nebraska.
Apparently, to them it is.
I don't know.
Yeah, we saw. Well, a lot of people didn't see it because it's Michigan's spring game, but they still don't have an answer at quarterback. So they could lose to cosplay Mahomes, possibly. Has he cut his hair yet?
I don't know.
Did Raiola cut his hair?
I don't know. I don't want to know. I want him to, whenever he chooses to debut it in
You want to be
a
surprised?
TikTok. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to watch the trailers before going to the movie.
Yeah, I'm not looking for it. If it comes across my timeline, cool, but I'm not going to search it out.
Yeah, that's the thing. You put me in the spot where it's like, do I want to look up Dylan Raiola haircut today, right now? Not really.
Ask me that at any point, not just right now. There's never a time I want to look it up. But when college football starts to kick off, as far as news,
when Phil Steele's preview magazine hits, I need a section of like Nebraska, Dylan Raiola, whatever, second season. Anything about a haircut, Phil? No?
Or I just wait for my timeline. I'm never gonna search Nebraska football for really any reason that involves Dylan Raiola. But once the preview mags start, once the previews online start, I'm sure Dylan Raiola spring game footage, although they didn't play a spring game, part of my take on Matt Rule's cowardliness. That's a word. But whenever that stuff starts to happen, then I'll take a look at a picture. I want to be surprised, as you said.
I don't even want to be. I just like I don't care enough to know until it actually.
If I had to pick my options, surprisingly, it coming up on my For You is a better thing than me searching it out.
Yeah,
for my own self-esteem.
Because there's probably still a lot of old haircut stuff, SEO wise, that comes up.
I'm sure. So I'm like, the old Mahomes, as opposed to the new Mahomes. We'll see if he.
Also, there's plenty of time for Mahomes to grow his hair back out, so you don't want to commit.
It's true,
Raiola.
but Mahomes pointed out, I believe, that he couldn't believe people let him get away with this haircut for years after cutting his hair.
Hey, dude, you're
the
awesome.
You're the young goat, man. Who's gonna tell you otherwise?
Like
do whatever you want.
Who's gonna after they let you get that off at Texas Tech? Once you got drafted, the rest is kind of history. No one is gonna be like,
look, man,
cut your damn hair.
You have a loving wife and a mom and a dad, and no one said anything to you. What do you think we're gonna say it? Just do whatever you want.
Honestly, I don't want most of those people giving him that much advice.
See, I didn't want to get ugly. You had to do that. If I had said Jackson Mahomes, then it's allowed. That's understandable.
I thought you were going to say brother too.
No, because that would have opened you up for it, and you did it anyway.
I mean, his dad also.
As I was saying it, I remembered some of Pat Mahomes, the dad's issues. But hey, maybe he gives great advice on haircuts. Just took a long time for Patrick to take that advice.
Sink in.
Yeah. Either way,
you're a father now. Get a real haircut.
It took an ass kicking in the Super Bowl to get it done. Sometimes you just need a slap in the face, and a lot of that was Milton Williams and the rest of that Philadelphia Eagles defense doing it to him. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Jason Tatum and his Knicks the Celtics taking on the Knicks. That's tonight. I'll watch that. I don't know who to root for. I want both of them to lose, honestly. But either way, we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, May 5th of 2025. Yes, it is Cinco de Mayo, as some call it, Cinco de Drinko. I am dressed for the occasion. Listen, I know it celebrates a victory that the Mexican army had in 1862 over the French in a war that they still ended up not doing so hot in, but eventually got some assistance from the United States. We should call it the Gulf of America. Whatever, it's fine. We're going to have some fun on today's show, and you know how to get aboard. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. And guys, we got to talk about it. This weekend was one that was full of some sports joy, but not enough. Because, guys, the Houston Astros lost 2 of 3 to the Chicago White Sox over the weekend. White Sox? You're losing 2 of 3 to the White Sox? Saturday was fun. But you're losing 2 of 3 to the Chicago White Sox. Worst team in the American League. At least was on pace to be perhaps worse than they were last year. And you lose 2 of 3. Ridiculous. But hang on a serious note, I'm not going to say that this is embarrassing, because it certainly wasn't unexpected going in. But we got to talk about it. Some disappointing news. The Houston Astros are in 3rd place behind the Oakland A's. I know, right? I mean, going into this year, some people said it was possible for the A's to overtake the Astros, but I don't like looking at the American League West standings and seeing the Astros in 3rd place after losing 2 of 3 against the Chicago White Sox. But I'm sorry, everybody. I'm procrastinating. I'm delaying the inevitable. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off. We got to talk about it. And it just sucks to continuously see this guy shrink away in the biggest moments. And I mean, yeah, we've seen a lot of that. I'm, of course, talking about James Harden and the Los Angeles Clippers. Oh, boy, what the hell was that? Blowing that series. What a no-show by James Harden in Game 7. What a surprise. Not going to lie, maybe I'm not so disappointed about that one, right? Wouldn't it have been so annoying if James Harden and the Clippers were still playing today? But okay. I know what you're here for. And we got to talk about it. You know, when you are the top seed in a playoff series, there's expectations attached to you. Even if you've never been able to get it done, there's expectations attached to you. So what we saw yesterday, I think it deserves a lot of ridicule. And what, of course, I'm talking about is the Donovan Mitchell-led Cleveland Cavaliers, 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. I thought they were the best team in the East. Losing Game 1 of their playoff series to the Indiana Pacers? What are we doing here? But I get it. I get it. I know what you're here for. I know what all of you are here for. Maybe you're here from outside of the city of Houston, in fact, because you've been waiting for me to talk about something that died this weekend. The end of the road. And this is tough. This is really tough considering my upbringing, my background, where I've been. And I know a lot of people don't think that about me. They think like, Paul, you're a carpetbagger, but you live here in Houston now. And I get it, but I got to talk about it. Journalism lost the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Journalism lost to sovereignty. Unbelievable. I hate seeing that. Journalism is much more important than sovereignty. Come on, guys. I went to a Big J journalism school, Syracuse University. But okay, fine. Let's talk about it. I see the people on the text line who are getting pissed at me. It's time to rip the Band-Aid off, and this is actually a little embarrassing for me. You know, I've been so focused on this for the last week, fixated on it. It's all that I'm paying attention to. I was watching it last night, and now I have to look at it in a different way. You've guessed it by now. In case you couldn't tell, I'm of course talking about the Dunkin' Donuts Super Bowl commercial that Bill Belichick's girlfriend forced her way onto. My dog, Bill Belichick, is taking L after L after L after L. That's my fearless leader. And he's getting clowned around online, and now he's looking at outside help for PR firms. Hey, Bill, I'll do it pro bono. I can do your propaganda pro bono. It'll be amazing. Be rather glazy. Isn't that what you're looking for? But I see everyone's getting so mad at me. Stop. Please stop. I will get to where I'm going. And you know where I'm going. Because this was a major disappointment over the weekend. You know, to find this out yesterday, to find out that my summer wasn't going to have a little more fun in it due to a game. It hurt. And for those who don't know, Grand Theft Auto 6 is not coming out this month. Not anymore. They've delayed Grand Theft Auto 6. I was so excited to have a game to play, to watch this summer. No more. Fine. I'll talk about it. Guys, you know, sometimes the youth, they just got to respect the old, the seasoned, the grizzled. And this weekend, I don't think we saw that. And now, on this Monday, we're sitting in it, wallowing a little bit. I think we're all just a little disappointed that the young guys aren't getting past the old guys in sports. But the Giants, the New York Giants, they will not allow Abdul Carter to wear number 56 or number 11. Can you believe the balls on that guy? Imagine you're a number one draft pick of the Giants, and you're asking the Giants to let you wear Lawrence Taylor's number. Phil Simms' number I can kind of get, and apparently Phil Simms was going to give it up, but his family stepped in and said, no, dude, you're not giving this up. You're the Super Bowl winning quarterback for the New York Giants. Your number stays retired. Honestly, I might have to unblock him on X because he was actually willing to give the number away. But, you know, the veterans stay winning. The old stay winning. The boomers stay winning. Millennials, Gen Z, it's tough. And, that sucked. Gen Z took a big L. But fine. Fine, guys. I'll talk about the slapdown that took place in the last 24 hours. It was a lot of shooting themselves in the foot, but doing it in a way that might help them out in the big picture. I'm, of course, talking about Michigan self-imposing a 2-game ban on head coach Sharon Moore, but I guess it's not for the first 2 games of the season because they're playing good teams the first 2 games of the season. So that's fun. So, yeah, when you shoot yourself in the foot, sometimes you got to punish yourself for shooting yourself in the foot. Fine. I know. You wanted me to talk about it, so I'll talk about it. I went downtown to find something. And I thought it was something that would be a little easier to find. But it was difficult. It was a fight. It took longer. And ultimately, I think I came out and we came out on the losing end. Because today, I maxed out my credit card buying an El Tiempo themed Houston Astros hat, which I'm currently wearing right now. I maxed out my credit card. It was awkward. I mean, incredibly, the hat cost more than an El Tiempo margarita, which I didn't know was possible. So I go there, and El Tiempo margaritas, you've been to Dyken Park before, $69.42. That's how much they cost. This hat that I'm wearing is legitimately $1,000. Yeah. But it's sick, huh? If you're watching on YouTube, you're watching on Twitch, this hat's sick. So don't judge my personal lifestyle choices, okay? It's $1,000 for an El Tiempo margarita hat. Okay? We had to talk about it, and we talked about it. So it is Cinco de Mayo. I am taking the rest of the show off. It's going to be the Sean Mapes show from 12:15 to 3. There's nothing else we need to talk about. Nothing else. So, Sean, you can take it from here, and I'm going to go get Bleep Housed at OLT.
Yeah,
Okay?
well, thank you for talking about all the biggest news today.
Nothing else happened.
My entire rundown, you got to it in 15 minutes. So.
Yeah. So now you're just going to have to do a little bit more detail on all those things.
Jordan versus
We
LeBron.
got to talk about it.
Jordan versus LeBron, Mount Rushmore talk. I think I can get to 3.
All right. Well, listen, we delayed the inevitable.
This was one of our better.
This is the best one we've ever done.
Stall segment.
Yep. Yeah. The Rockets lost. We'll talk about it next. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
One of the best filibusters we've ever done. Listen, this sports town, you know what you are. I know what you are. I appreciate what you are. When things hit the fan, you don't like it. Who does? And you don't want to sit in it. I don't blame you. So the Rockets losing to the Warriors yesterday was tough. 103-89. And I felt the need to help you out on today's show that we'd have a little bit of fun in the first segment. And I would put together a filibuster that would make Ted Cruz, who was not in attendance, by the way, cut Ted some slack, that would make Ted Cruz proud. Although I suppose that Ted Cruz has had his record taken for the longest filibuster by some other fella in Congress. Whatever the case, Rocket season is over after an awesome Game 6 on Friday, which was a lot of fun. Thank you to all those who joined by my watch party for that. I had 4 margaritas, and I'll be having some more today. It is, after all, Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo to one and all. Paul, it's a corporate holiday for alcohol sales. Shh. It's still fun to celebrate, okay? But the Rockets go down 103-89. This one doesn't hurt as much for a couple of reasons. First off, it's a young team. And I'm not going to get mad at them for things that I do think can get better over time. And I'll just tell you this, as somebody who is a Boston Celtics fan, took the Celtics a while to start doing actual damage in the playoffs. To go up against the Golden State Warriors, a team that has been there and done that for this first round. Sure, the Rockets shot themselves in the foot a lot. It's super frustrating. They're going to have to sit with that all off season. But I thought that they showed some balls fighting back into this thing. So not mad. I'm just not. I know some people are. I know a lot of people are pointing the fingers at a couple of different players. But really, point your fingers at the totality of the team last night. This is just an offensively struggling team. This is an offensively challenged team. They really have a tough time making anything happen. You know, I mean, could they even get set up in yesterday's game? And credit to the Warriors. They play phenomenal defense. They just packed the paint. They said, all right, Alperen Sengun, we know he's not strong enough to get through us, and he doesn't have the best touch this year when it comes to some of the easy shots he gets. Amin Thompson, we know that he can't create from outside. Jalen Green, we're just going to throw a bazillion dudes at him over and over again and force him to throw the ball to other guys. And then on top of that, Fred VanVleet, listen, they did the same exact thing. And VanVleet had an incredible game 4, game 5, game 6. He was going to come back down to earth at some point, you know? So while I did think the Rockets were going to win game 7, I can't be mad about it because they just looked so incompetent offensively, whether that's due to the way that things were drawn up or it's due to some of their players. Take your pick. But they were 100% outgunned going into this series. We all had a feeling about that. We just thought that, hey, the Warriors have less guns than they have had in years past. There's no Klay Thompson anymore. It is Jimmy Butler. It is Steph Curry. But did you expect Brandon Podziemski or Buddy Hield to have some of the moments that they did? I'll be honest, I didn't. Credit to them. They played their asses off, especially Hield yesterday. Good God. 9 of 11 from outside. I didn't even mind that the Rockets left him open from time to time. It's Buddy Hield. No offense to Buddy Hield, but credit to him. Credit to all those Warriors. I know people are mad at Draymond. That was actually an incidental moment, but it is hilarious that Draymond Green continuously has zero control over his motor skills in the weirdest of spots. I know this because I know that Fred VanVleet and Draymond Green actually like each other. I do not think that Draymond did that on purpose. I even asked Fred VanVleet about it afterwards, and Fred said, yeah, it's fine. It's nothing. Because I honestly thought he would say that. So I set it up in a way where he would be able to say that. I think that players deserve to be able to quell narratives that to the average eye look like they might be a thing, but in real life aren't. And that was not a big thing. But it is hilarious that Draymond constantly does things like that where he just spastically moves his hands around and ends up taking somebody out as a result. Like he's a wild bronco, like taking out a horse trainer.
Yeah, it was a crazy, like, it leads you to believe that it was accidental because why the hell would he do that in that situation? Like, he just drew a foul.
Yeah.
There's already a foul called on Fred for the reach. And the Warriors were cruising at that point. Like, or not full on cruising, but they're basically the entire game they're up 8.
Yes.
And so it was like, why would he wouldn't do that if the Rockets had just like cut it down to 5 or 3, maybe he does that just emotionally. It just didn't make sense for him. And so yeah, Fred immediately just being like, and also didn't he also talk to Jimmy Butler like friendly in a friendly manner after the game after he shoved him down with 2 minutes left?
Yeah.
Like Fred VanVleet, like in between the lines, they're all battling, and then everyone's just cool with Fred, especially Fred VanVleet after the game.
I think that for a couple of the younger Rockets, they're not necessarily cool with the Warriors leaving this series, even though the Warriors had a lot of complimentary things to say about them after the game was done.
Also, Fred VanVleet got a ring off these guys. So
exactly.
No hard feelings.
There's no hard feelings from them. For Tyrese and for Jalen Green, maybe a little bit of a different story. From the 409, yeah, smart move. Leave 3-point contest winner Buddy Hield open. 3-point contest is not the NBA playoffs, okay? Listen, certain guys you respect, certain guys you don't. Who do you respect? Steph Curry. Also, Steph Curry. All of your attention should be focused on Steph Curry because eventually he's going to go off like he did in the second half. But the Rockets offense, boy, it was brutal. And to see them fight and claw their way back in the third quarter to make it a 5-point game, 3-point game, whatever they did, only for the Warriors to have just a 1-minute stretch where they scored 6, 7, 8, 9 points or something like that. I knew the game was done then. And then you had Fred VanVleet with that frustration foul with about 5 minutes left on a breakaway. This was one of those games where the fact that the Rockets never really had a chance made it a little bit easier to stomach. After the game, the two guys who are getting the most criticism are Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün. To their credit, both took accountability for their struggles. Jalen Green in particular.
9. Besides that one game, straight. I gotta be good. First playoffs is no excuse.
Green's a bit of a mumbler, but he said I was bleep. And that being in my first playoffs is no excuse. It's a good answer. The Warriors threw a lot of attention at him. And I don't know how you develop confidence when you look like that in a series for 6 of 7 games. But I do think some people need to slow the roll with the coming after him. I think that this is not James Harden, you know? Like James Harden, who had the long track record of struggles, honestly, before he joined the Rockets, if you want to talk about his time in the NCAA tournament, and if you want to talk about his finals performance with the Oklahoma City Thunder, there are reasons to question Harden. And okay, Harden was young, but Harden, and maybe there's a little bit of captain hindsight benefit here. I think with James Harden, who had been to a finals, it was fair to put a little bit more on him when this team did not go where it was supposed to go. It's Green's first attempt. So I get why people are going after him. And there's a very good chance that he won't be on the team going into next year. I don't know, by the way, if that's the right or wrong move. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, get his ass out of town. I don't know. I don't know about that. Sure, he doesn't look like he's going to be Anthony Edwards, and Amen Thompson looks like he has a chance to at least be a top 10 player someday. A chance. But what if Green is a top 40 player? What if he's actually competent? The big thing for the Rockets is the spacing for this team. It just doesn't exist. And this is not excuse making for Jalen Green, who shrunk away from the light. It's more, I can't get that mad at him over this one. And I know in totality, you take a look at the 6 of the 7 games, and he did disappear in them. No doubt about it. But to me, I look at him coming out of this series as someone who is pissed at himself and is mad at himself, as opposed to someone who's rather nonchalant, like I always felt James Harden was after things went down. Meanwhile, you got Alperen Şengün, who was 9 of 23 in this game. Oh, man. And it's been an all-year thing for Şengün where there have been easy buckets that he has just not made. Is it because of the extra attention that he's putting in on the defensive side of things? It could be. Is it because he could be in better shape? I think so, that too. Is it because he's not as strong as he needs to be? Yeah, I think it's that too. To Alperen Şengün's credit, he also took a look at himself in the mirror after last night's loss.
I think I improved my defensive way this season, but I got to work a lot more in my offense, I think. And I didn't have great year with my offense. I was even better last year, I would say, and I just kind of was struggling with offense. But I'm just gonna focus on that and on my body, on my touch, everything, and I'm gonna long summer is waiting for me, so I have a lot to do.
They're all saying the right things. And I know that only goes so far, right? It's one thing to say them, it's another thing to actually act on it. But this offseason, for Jalen Green, for Alperen Şengün, forget about, hey, the possibility that they get moved, which I don't think is zero. I think there's a chance with both of them. But this is a huge offseason for both. For Green has to find a way to actually remain confident when people are attacking him. And he'll have moments every now and then. He had a couple of moments in last night's game where there was this one layup he made. I don't know how he got his left hand up and put the ball in the bucket. He has occasional moments, but the Warriors just kept on throwing guys at him. And, Ime Udoka said it. Draymond Green said it. Like, there's a great deal of respect that Golden State had for Green to the point that they were throwing guys after him over and over again. He did have 38 points in game 2, and that is something to go back to. So, again, I'm not out here to crucify Jalen Green. I'm not out here to crucify Alperen Şengün, but both definitely struggled, and it's frustrating to see the way that they struggled. With Green, it just seeming like he was afraid of the big moment, and with Şengün, a matter of size, strength, indecisiveness, touch. Like, there's a lot of things missing. There were a couple of moments where you know what? If Draymond Green's on you, I get how Şengün might have a difficult time scoring. All the Rockets had a difficult time scoring in the lane. I think they missed like 30 shots in the lane in this game. Insane.
Draymond Green, that was a 5-star masterpiece from Draymond Green on defense.
That's why I love Draymond as a player. I do. I know people do not like it when I say this, but I've always had a soft spot in my heart for Draymond Green. The dirty stuff has made it harder and harder to over the years. And sometimes when he talks, it drives me crazy.
Yeah. I think if he just never had a podcast, I think I would
Totally agree.
actually like him.
He is Patrick Beverly, the Patrick Beverly I enjoyed on the Rockets, like times 10.
Yeah, he's like actual Hall of Fame level defense while also being that intense.
Hall of Fame player you want on your team.
Yeah.
And he played so well in this game. And for Şengün, it wasn't just against Green that he was struggling. There were moments where he had smaller guys against him and he hesitated and he passed the ball away. And I think those guys in particular, Green and Şengün, they need to watch the film and somehow they got to figure out how to have a little more confidence in their game. Because Şengün could have taken guys a couple of times and the lack of physicality bothered me. Get bigger, dude.
Yeah, and it's the same guys that he was taking in Game 6.
Yeah.
All the games in this series, really. That was really my biggest takeaway from this series is that anyone but Draymond on Şengün was bad for the Warriors. Şengün could single-handedly take a game over as long as Draymond was not on the court for the Rockets. And in this game, there was some hesitation where he got Kevon Looney on him and didn't immediately just try to cook him. There was some level of okay, I guess I have to do this. I wonder how much of it is that I'm not killing Şengün at all for this game. He needs to be better, but the team needed a number one on offense, and he stepped up and was like, okay, I guess I have to do this. And other guys on the team, Amin Thompson did that. Fred VanVleet did that. No one else on the team did that.
Exactly.
That's why those three guys, they're good. I mean, I know VanVleet's numbers probably don't look awesome from Game 7. I thought he played more than fine.
We didn't talk about his Game 6 because obviously the vibes are a little bit different now. But after his Game 6, you're not allowed to talk trash about that contract ever again.
Reverse Harden.
Yeah.
He actually comes through in the big moment. It's all the other moments where you're like, which Fred are we getting? In the big moments, you feel good about this guy.
VanVleet should never have to buy a drink in Houston again.
If it's an El Tiempo, he might have to pick up that one.
Well, yeah.
Just with this contract.
I'll buy the first one.
Okay.
I'll buy the first one if it's not at Dyken Park. If it's that actual El Tiempo.
Okay.
Because that actual El Tiempo was $10.
I was thinking at Dyken, yes.
Yeah, $10 at El Tiempo.
I can do that.
I can do that. But it's a frustrating loss. I'm not going to kill him. The way that it ended, I feel like don't let it spoil what they did to fight back in this thing, you know? And I'm not one for moral victories. I'm not. But neither is this team. And I think that's a prevailing sentiment that I took away from this one. But you want to weigh in on this one, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. I can be your unlicensed professional on this day if you need to get something off of your chest. Do you want to just keep it going and then get back on the clock here, Sean, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's just keep
All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Like 5 minutes.
Let's read some comments here. First off, from YouTube at ESPN Houston, Jalen Green will be a Guangdong Tiger next season. Ni hao. It's funny. It's funny, but people were saying the same thing about Dylan Brooks, and he got a 4-year, $80 million deal with the Rockets. Okay.
Under no circumstances was he going to return to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Kevin Porter Jr. is I'm a Chinese all-star candidate. Jalen Green is not. There's actually odds as far as who could land Jalen Green next year. Lakers are the favorites at plus 2,000. But look how long these odds are. Knicks plus 2,500, Heat plus 2,800, Clippers plus 2,800, Warriors plus 2,800, Celtics plus 3,300, Thunder plus 5,000, Raptors plus 7,500. I think those odds lend themselves to the possibility that he is here. And when we talk about what's on our wish list for the Rockets this offseason, because I do think that they will be aggressive and try to make some sort of splash happen, I think that ultimately he's probably going to be here again next year. Like I think they're going to have to find a way to get him in a package that can get a Giannis to, I think, make this happen. I don't even know if in a Durant trade, I necessarily want to put Green in. Like, I'm actually going to fight on it just to make it a little more difficult for them. I'd rather give up draft picks for Durant as opposed to a young player who's still got upside.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's a little bit of like, you still need a team for when Durant's on your team.
Correct.
So that's why you don't want to trade the players as much. But yeah, I'm a little bit lower, just like personally, on Jalen Green. After this series,
I get it. Everyone should be. I'm just pushing back on I don't think the guy needs to be crucified. I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not at full, again, to quote the Memphis Grizzlies talking about Dylan Brooks, under no circumstances. I'm not there. Like, I can see circumstances where it's like, it's not a disaster if this guy's back on the team. But I am kind of done with the, during this series, when they'd go to commercial break or when they'd show promos for this game, Jalen Green being the picture that they use for the Rockets.
Totally
I'm out
agree
on that.
No,
I'm out on that.
It is Amen Thompson is the guy.
Yeah.
Green is not the guy.
It's Thompson and Şengün. When you need two, it's Thompson and Şengün, maybe Fred VanVleet.
But
Jalen Green, get the hell out of every promo.
100% agree.
He is not, I'm not viewing him as like a star of this team.
If you want to compromise here, if you want me to go after Jalen Green, how about this? Wingstop endorsement pulled.
Oh my God, please! I thought that was a regional commercial.
It's
then I
not.
saw other people. I was like, how's he have a national Wingstop commercial?
Wild. It's actually wild because I don't think many people know who he is, and he's also listen. I hope he works on this too. This is just so that it makes our job a little bit easier. I need him to enunciate a little more. I need him to be a little more loud. I want him to be confident talking
Say
the
with
same
your
way
chest.
He's confident on the court.
Yeah.
Say it with your chest. Do it with your chest. Huh?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the dumping on Green I will do. He was not good in this series. There's no doubt about it. Outside of game 2. But I think the entire offense around him, while he's getting double teamed, no one else is stepping up. And Şengün's missing easy shots. And it took forever for Thompson to get going too in this series.
I will say though, again, this is where I'm done with him as like a star player.
Oh yeah,
is
totally with
is like if you're getting double teamed, dude, and you're still a star player, like your team is going to need more than 8, 10, 12 points a night from you when you're getting double teamed. Like, I'm sorry, guys get
Fair.
double. You're not the only guy in the playoffs to get double teamed.
Steph Curry's getting triple teamed at times. And
Not even
still gets 22 and a
I
half.
mean, I'm not even trying to compare him to Steph Curry, but it's just like Ant Edwards. Go watch the Lakers series. Guess who they're doubling? Anthony Edwards. He scored 40 points in a closeout.
Also,
what are,
Fair
or not in
point.
the closeout game, in the
I get what you're
to
saying.
go up 3-1.
Yeah.
Like you're not the first guy to get doubled in a playoff series.
I will say it feels what the Warriors double teams feel different, and this could be again just the Rockets' lack of decisiveness, inexperience, all of that. But the Warriors doubling everybody, the fact that they could both double Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green seemingly at the same time without any issues, blew my mind.
Yeah, without there being like an obvious 4-on-3 or something. Yeah.
I mean, look, they're the Warriors for a reason, and I have so much respect for that organization, like to the point where I do not share the same hatred that people in town have for it. But I mean, shoot, 5 times now in the playoffs they've taken you out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the same thing.
By the way, I just wanted like if the Rockets had won, like I would not be doing like victory laps of like, oh my God, they slayed the Warriors. It's like, nope, they had their chance. That was in the 2010s.
Yeah.
Like this
is a
this
different
Warriors team, while good, while better than the Rockets, like we're not doing like they whatever washed away the sins of the James Harden era. It's like, no, these are two teams that are, they are going to play a good first round series.
Right.
Probably don't have long-term finals aspirations for this year. But yeah, I think that the Warriors defense, like there is something, the Warriors defense better than the Lakers defense. If you want to do the Anthony Edwards thing, it's just like, again, you can't just voluntarily take yourself out of the game just by like, oh, I'm just making the right pass. It's like,
fair.
Like that, you know who does that? James Harden. James Harden does that. James Harden literally said that after a game 6 with the Sixers, where he's like, hey, I passed the ball never got back to me.
Yep, that's right.
You can't just like, don't do that, Jalen Green. You have to find a way to attack when they double team you.
I agree with you on that. And how he develops that over the offseason, that's going to determine what his NBA future. But he's also young, and I'm not writing the entire, book
obituary
on Jalen Green like it's the King's Guard with Jamie Lannister, before the last few things that we see. I think there's still plenty of time for him. It was bad, though. It was bad. I just think for him, for Şengün, I can't be angry. Next year, I'll be angry. This is where I was with the Texans losing to the Ravens in the playoffs for the 2024 season.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it was a good year. I thought that as a 2 seed, it was a little fraudulent. The West is a logjam. Like, who's really the 2? Who's the 3? Who's the 4? Who's the 5? But it was a hell of a year. I really like them. I like where they're going. Next year, if this happens again, I am beating them with a club.
Yes, this is the last time that losing in the first round can still be a feel good.
Exactly. Season. Like the Texans against the Chiefs. I was pretty hard on them because they were whining about the refs. You got sacked 8 times and kept shooting yourself in the foot. And while this Rockets team shot itself in the foot a lot, like it's hard for me to get upset about it against this Warriors team. I'm curious as to how you're feeling. It's the Paul Gallant Show. I am your unlicensed therapist on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Sean Mapes is behind the glass as well. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay there.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
It's always fun winning in the city and winning in this arena. So Fred had made a comment earlier in the series, said this ain't that team. It's that organization, though. And we like coming to this city and playing in these situations. It's been good to us.
Oh, he's the perfect villain. Damn, that sucks. I didn't hear that live. I came into the very end of Draymond's press conference after last night's 103-89 season-ending Rockets defeat against the Warriors. They lose the best of 7 series in 7 games. But seeing that after the fact and then hearing it again this morning, yeah, that sucks. Nothing you can really do about it. He's the perfect sports villain.
And what hit me during Game 7 is that he's exactly good enough to get away with this. Where if he was any worse, it would be kind of clownery. If he was any better, it would be like, all right, dude, get over yourself. But he's like the perfect level of like, man, he can back up exactly as much as he talks. He can back up that exact amount. It helps that he has Steph Curry and whatever. But like even his performance last night, I thought he was really good. He made those first 2 threes. I was like, oh my God, here we go. Didn't keep that up on offense, but on defense, he just shut everything down.
I want to know how people feel about this clip from Draymond Green. Because, listen, Green talks a lot of trash. There's no denying that. And sometimes I'm not 100% sure if he believes the trash he's talking. So I'm very curious as to what we all think. I know how I feel about it, but how you guys feel about Draymond saying this about what the Rockets did taking them to 7 games.
Ime, the way he had those guys fighting, I gained a lot of respect for that team throughout this series. One of the tougher series I've played in, personally. But that's a young team to be reckoned with. And I told myself I was going to talk crazy because they have been talking crazy all series and on the internet, but I gained so much respect for those guys. Sengun is an incredible player. The way Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams led those guys, they had no experience, and they led them, took us to the brink. That team's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I hope they understand it. You know, things can change fast in this league. You're only on the up until you're not, you know. But they got something promising that they can continue to build on. Jabari Smith, incredible. He played like a vet this whole series, getting his spots, knocking big shots down.
Use more minutes.
A lot of respect for those guys.
I mean, this is the equivalent of getting not just a pat on the head. This is like a dap up from somebody who I don't think offers respect like this very often, especially when, I don't know, one of the players' mothers is constantly going after him all series long. Tari Eason's mom. Also Tari Eason. I mean, he's right in that there has been a lot of mess talked by the Rockets throughout this series. But he just did say, they got my respect. Do we raise a moral victory banner? Do we raise a have the Warriors respect banner?
94, 95, 2025, earn Draymond's respect.
Earn Draymond's respect. I mean, there's a part of me that feels like that's about as difficult to earn. Not quite as a championship, but as a lot of things are as difficult. What there are a lot of things that are difficult in this world. Getting a compliment from Draymond, I would think, is one of them.
Yeah, being a young player getting a compliment from Draymond, being a young European player getting a compliment, getting singled out.
Yeah,
that was big for Sengun. I would like to know. I would just because they talked. All the Warriors guys kind of talked about it without talking about it. Where I would like to know a little bit more of like how playing this Houston team compared to the other Houston teams that they played in the playoffs. Like you said, they're they've played them 4 times before this.
I
would like
Harden was a baby back bitch. If Draymond said that, oh my God.
Like,
I'd be
because
my favorite player, Draymond Green.
There is a little bit of truth to that, where the way this Rockets team responded from being down 3-1, like there's 2 different games where I'm like, this would have gone differently if their best player was James Harden.
For sure. They would have packed it in. Cancun on
Even
3.
Even this game, it was a 5-point game at the start of the first, or start of the fourth quarter into the third.
Right.
Like, this was a pretty close, at least well-contested game by the Rockets, who could not make a shot
at all. Right. They couldn't even set up.
I'd just like to know, like, obviously, like, the 2018 team is, like, actually the better basketball team. But I do wonder, like, has any Rockets team had their respect the way this one did? Because, again, those teams were better. Some of those teams were better. But I don't know. I didn't feel like a lot of respect was being paid.
More head pats. Here's Steph Curry complimenting the Rockets as well.
I can only speak for myself in the way that that was one of the toughest defenses I think I've ever faced, in the sense of the physicality that was allowed early in the series, and then their commitment to just trying to take away all the patterns that we usually thrive off of and guard me at half court at times. It was wild.
Yeah. All right. Well, some compliments from Draymond, some compliments from Steph Curry. Here's a little more, and I was talking about this in the Twitch because I thought there were some funny points brought up by both Rare Candy and Todd the Show. I mentioned that Draymond Green went out of his way to compliment Jalen Green, who in this series, he famously called out for painting his fingernails, implying that makes him, I don't know,
less of a
man.
I was going to say less of a basketball player.
Less of a basketball player, less of a man, whatever. I mean,
there's a generation gap there.
He's calling out his manhood. That's for sure what was happening, even if he wasn't doing it directly there. And those are throwing hands words. And Green never really did that. I mean, Green had that passive-aggressive comment. All Draymond does is talk. No, Draymond plays defense, and you didn't do much the rest of the series, which makes your disappearing act that much worse. At least he's reflective enough to realize I was awful in this series. But both Rare Candy and Todd the Show said this about me mentioning Draymond Green praised Steph Curry. Rare Candy said Draymond wants the Rockets to keep Jalen. And Todd said it's even more embarrassing. Here's what Draymond had to say about Steph Curry. Not about Steph Curry, about Jalen Green.
And trying to take him out of this series. We know what they're capable of when he's scoring. And so we really wanted to take him out of the series, and I think we did a good job of it. But like I said, he's a good young player. He'll grow. He'll continue to learn from this. Tough first experience for him, but he's not the first young up-and-coming star to have a tough experience in the playoffs. It won't be the last. I think he'll continue to grow from it. You got a great coach to lead him, Fred, great leader to lead him. I think he'll grow from it. I got to give our guys a lot of credit, and our coaching staff a lot of credit for the game plan.
So do we like that? Or are some people like Eric the Driver, who says, I want everyone to know that I hate Draymond. I think he's a terrible human being. That text from Eric the Driver. Do you hear that from Draymond and you're like, what's he up to? Because I think a lot of people are, wait, he's complimentary of us? What's going on here?
Yeah, no, this one's the one where Draymond, I don't want to say loses me, but that's where I'm like, wait, you're being so complimentary of the guy who went 2 for 8 in a closeout game. Also, it makes me doubt how sincere all the other compliments were. It's like, oh wait, if you're talking about this guy for 40 seconds complimentary, and the most Şengün could get was like, man, he's tough. That's where I'm like, wait,
but he hates white Europeans.
That is true.
He complimented
the
him.
exchange rate on how much he can compliment him. That almost killed Draymond to say that.
Or at least white looking. I listen, I don't know. Okay. I don't see color. Okay. People don't well actually me. Okay.
Oh, on Turks or the Turkish people.
I don't know, man.
Listen, we're staying away.
We're staying away from that.
We like Turkey. If you're listening, we like Alper and Şengün. This is a Şengün show.
We are a Şengün show, but we don't necessarily like all of you people. That's where we're at. Okay. If that makes sense. Well, hang on. I mean,
didn't say that.
Some of the
I don't know enough.
some of the Shingun's fans are a little bit, I don't know,
Oh, the rhetoric.
racist
Yeah, I don't like the rhetoric.
towards Jalen Green and are rather, let's just say, hypocritical when Shingun gets similar energy, not even necessarily racist. They respond by being absolute psychopaths. Okay. But we like Shingun. I'm not feeling Jalen Green these days. I don't think it's all over for him. I liked hearing the compliments that the Warriors gave him. Draymond was incredibly introspective after this one. He basically did a podcast episode in his media availability. I think he spoke for 30 minutes and said a lot of interesting things. Apparently, he had a big team meeting, and that's the reason the Warriors won. Paul Gallant Show, Sean Hayes behind the glass, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Rockets lost to the Warriors. I am your therapist all afternoon long. Stay put. But first, let me tell you about something else. You want a little therapy for your love life? Things aren't working so well, and you want to get that extra spark? Boing! Well, my friends at Rise Health can help you out. RIIZE health.com. You go to the website, you're going to meet discreetly with a board licensed physician. You can answer some questions. 5 minutes later, you can put in an order for a revolutionary new product that's going to have you working overtime. Oh, yeah. Rise Max, a rapid enhanced dissolving strip. It's in a packet the size of a condom. You put it under your tongue. Oh. Sildenafil, tadalafil, oxytocin. Afternoon daylight. Whoop. Your skyrocket will be in flight. Guys, we live in a world where you don't have to have shame over this. You want to get things fixed? Well, don't skimp out. Get Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. Get the Max Reds, baby, and you're going to rise up, you'll rise up again. Rise, RIIZE health.com. Promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. Rise up. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston after a season-ending loss for your Houston Rockets. They fell to the Golden State Warriors 103-89 last night at Toyota Center. I was there for the game. Gotta say, from a crowd perspective, for the most part, you guys showed up on time. Traffic is a nightmare around that stadium. The more I think about it, the amount of one-way streets, and I guess I'm being an excuse maker here. Excuses, skin of a reason, stuff with a lie. But it is really difficult driving around Toyota Center with all those one-way roads. But anyway, I got in, and you guys did a pretty good job, I thought. Despite the Rockets never being in command of this one, it was loud, really loud, all game long. It might have been its loudest when Steven Adams checked in. I've never heard a guy come off the bench to get the kind of cheers that Adams did. And, you know, Adams has been a huge part of this team. It's an easy player to love. But that was an amusing moment. The crowd delivered. You guys did well, even if you didn't all necessarily show up on time. What's funny is I posted a clip from the live stream that I did on Friday after the game saying, hey, show up on time. And my best friend said, hey, man, did you really need to call us out as a fan base for not showing up on time? You've been doing a lot of calling fan bases out of late after all. And then guess what? He didn't make it on time. Oh, there's traffic. It's like, yeah, that's why you got to go early. And on a Sunday, there's not really any excuse. Anyway, the Rockets lose. In the last segment, we were playing audio of Warriors players, Draymond Green, Steph Curry, complimenting this Rockets team. Here's what Ime Udoka had to say about this past season, the journey for the Houston Rockets.
Some growth, some good, some bad. Obviously, a poor ending. To play, one of our worst games in the playoffs in Game 7. We had a few bad ones early and kind of corrected ourselves from there in a lot of ways on both sides of the ball, and then to come out a little bit flat tonight. Obviously, that's going to leave a sour taste in our mouth for sure. But you look at big picture, the growth that we made. We just said no moral victories or whatever. We could be much more consistent, but getting to the 2 seed and 50 whatever wins, and the growth that guys have showed, kind of have a blueprint for where we want to be, and that's the standard on a year-to-year basis. But all that doesn't really matter when you go out with the chance to move on, obviously, and advance. And like I said, kind of laying an egg in our last game. Going to sting for a minute.
That was the theme of his press conference, stinging for a minute for Jalen Green, for Ahmed Thompson, for Alperen Şengün. I hear sting for a minute. I hear a coach who wants to continue to try and develop this current group. So I really wonder what their offseason approach is going to be. I think it is very tempting to look at where the Rockets are, the young players that they have, the tradable assets that they have, all these draft picks, including a potential top 4 lottery pick with the Phoenix Suns, and to think we could shop and get something right away, right now for next season. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Kevin Durant, others, I'm sure. Those are the two at the top of the list. Devin Booker's more of a pipe dream and does seem rather repetitive. Better version of Jalen Green, no doubt about it. How much better, I think, is the real question. Do the Rockets need to be urgent? There's a song by Foreigner. Anyone ever heard it before? Urgent. You want me to sing it? Hell yeah. Urgent. Emergency. Urgent. I don't think that Rafael Stone is sitting with Tillman Fertitta and Patrick Fertitta who've got like a saxophone.
Yeah,
and
they're
just
playing
saying,
air sax.
Yeah, they've got saxophones on. They're wearing tank tops, like they're the guy from Never Gonna Dance Again. That the sax player in that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not George Michael.
Yeah, like I don't think they're erotically playing a saxophone, like telling it, "Hey, email urgent. I need you to be urgent. Hey, Raphael Stone, be urgent, 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 emergency, urgent." I don't get the sense that the Rockets are feeling that they need to be urgent right now. You know? Urgent, 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 urgent. I love that song.
Need Kevin Durant.
Urgent. Giannis Antetokounmpo. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Like I get that's what a lot of people are thinking right now. Let's go get that guy. It's gonna be expensive. It's gonna be really expensive. Can you roll the dice one more year? Can you roll the dice and potentially come back to both of those guys? Maybe less so with Durant, because is Durant going to be 40 at the end of the year?
No, he's 37.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Spring chicken.
Yes, he is actually, Sean. Right you are. Right you are, says the man wearing a ridiculous Hawaiian shirt that looks part Greek and part Aztec, along with an El Tiempo themed Astros hat.
Yeah, an Astros hat that is based off of a restaurant that sells margaritas in the stadium.
Correct. What? Why are you judging me?
It is just it's funny when you think about it that it's celebrating a menu item at Dyken Park.
Urgent. I was urgent to get this hat today.
I could tell.
I thought they might run out of them. And I got there and there's plenty. And I was like, damn, I didn't need to rush to get this.
Probably could have hit it after the store.
Oh,
After the show.
Easily could have done it after the show. That was my first. I was like, damn, there's a lot.
You worked yourself into thinking like everyone loves the El Tiempo stuff.
Everyone loves paying outrageous prices for El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park.
Yeah.
So of course they'll buy
the hat's going to be flying off the shelf.
El Tiempo hat. And so I was urgent to get that. I don't think the Rockets are going to be urgent to upgrade to the point of everything's on the table. They're going to pull an Atlanta Falcons on draft night and make some stupid trade,
Yeah. We can do this on the other side, but we talked about it with Dell. Dell and I talked about it this morning about the percent chance you would take of I don't want to call them a big three. The three best young players on the team, Şengün, Thompson, Green. The chances all three of them are on the team next year. What you think and what you would, like what your plan would be and what Stone's plan will be.
Okay. So let's do that on the other side. Number one, what should the Rockets do with their big three? Amen Thompson.
I specifically said I don't want to call it
I'm going to call it the big three. Okay.
Fred VanVleet's number 3.
I'm urgent for them to become a big three. Urgent. Okay. First off, what should they do with Thompson, Şengün, Green? What will they do? Number two. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. I do not think that the Rockets feel pressure to be urgent this offseason. It's no emergency urgent. I don't get that sense. But there's lots of possibilities as far as what could happen. So this is the question that we have asked you, thanks to Sean Mapes bringing up something from Dell's show earlier. Number one, what should the Rockets do about their three best players in terms of upside? Amen Thompson, Alperen Şengün, Jalen Green. By the way, that's the order. Jalen Green has played his way into being, that's the clear order. Thompson is clearly number one. Şengün is clearly number two. Green is clearly number three.
Yeah. And one thing, first hour and 15 minutes of the show, it's like, I kind of wish we did the, oh my God, Amen Thompson thing. We can do it later, but Amen Thompson. Shout out to you, buddy.
Thompson had some amazing moments in this game when the Rockets looked completely dead. Thompson was the guy that was stepping up. If he ever develops range, watch out. And I think that he is capable of adding that range to his game. I'm not expecting him to become a dead-eye three-point shooter, but can he be Jimmy Butler scary to the point of, if you leave him open, he's going to hit.
He'll take them.
He's going to hit several of them, and he'll actually take them, right? That's what you're looking for out of him. So Thompson's clearly the number one. He is untouchable. You do not move him. I'm willing to say that.
Yeah,
There's no move I would make, Sean.
I think if you were in more of a desperate spot, or maybe if you're more urgent, that maybe Amen Thompson is someone that you'd think about trading. Like if you believe enough in what you're getting back and what your team will be when you get, just throw a guy, Giannis back or something. But I think specifically for this team, they're not in the point of desperation where they need to do that. Where if there's a trade where it hinges on getting on the other team getting Amen Thompson back, I think the Rockets are in enough of a position of power to where they can just be like, all right, then we won't do the trade. They have that level of comfort of that we can run this back and it's not a disaster if it means losing Amen Thompson.
And I think they have to look. Again, with Thompson, untouchable, so untouchable. But I mean, straight up trade for LeBron in his prime. Okay.
Yeah. That's why untouchable thing's always kind of dumb. Where it's
but
unless he's the best player in the league, you're trading for someone.
The likeliness of a package being available to you that allows you to get someone as skilled as him, as athletic as him, I think it's very low.
Yeah.
So I'm just taking him off the board as far as what I would do if I was in charge.
0.0%.
I am intrigued by the idea of trying to pair a Giannis Antetokounmpo with a Şengün, just given how size lineups have worked for the Rockets in this series. They work pretty well. I like when they go big. It's, I think, a zag to the rest of basketball that perhaps if they had a little bit better of shooting, it might have worked out.
Yeah.
But I am willing to move Şengün for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And if I can get Giannis, I am doing that. I am putting Şengün in there. I say that not as somebody who doesn't think Şengün's ever going to be the guy, but I do think that this is a big offseason for Şengün from the perspective of I want him to be stronger. I want him to be in better shape. It is tough to sometimes pull off both of those things in one offseason. And on top of that, I want him to be a more consistent scorer. It was really strange how many moments he had where he was just unable to complete a play.
Yeah.
all season, not just these playoffs. I know a lot of people, we tuned in starting with the playoffs, but nope, this has been happening all year. Şengün at the very least owned up to it after the fact, but Şengün is on the table for me in a trade that would get me somebody that I know could be here for a while. For Kevin Durant, off the table.
Yeah.
100% off the table.
I was gonna say, I think a star like Giannis, obviously he's like a top 5 player in the league. So like, yeah, no duh. A guy that good is the only guy that you're trading Şengün. Oh, the realistic guys that we think could be available, even to like broaden this a little bit more. It's like Zion, no thanks. For any of these guys, really. I'm not signing up for Zion. Ja Morant, like, again, just could theoretically be available. No thanks. I think Giannis is the only guy where Şengün would be on the table. Even then, you don't want to do it. And for anybody else, I don't think I wouldn't. I'll say I wouldn't. I don't want to speak for everybody.
I'm with you there. Jalen Green. Every single trade conversation I'm having this offseason begins with him. That does not mean I'm completely out on him, but it does mean that I look at him as my most tradable asset. And even after this series, you know what I'm doing? Instead of saying, like, whenever anyone asks about the struggles he had, the disappearing acts he made, I am literally going and grabbing those clips of Warriors players complimenting Jalen Green. I'm doing whatever I can.
Hey, listen, they just wanted to take him out.
So that's what I would do. Is every conversation begins with Jalen Green. Thompson, shut up. I'm hanging up the phone. Şengün, I mean, it's legitimately just Giannis that I'm thinking about it with. What I think will happen, I think we will find out after the draft. A lottery is released
May 12th.
So we've got a week.
Yeah, about a week.
I think a week from today, if the Rockets get a top 3-4 pick, which is not likely. I think it's like 10, 12% or something like that. If they get that, they might not need to trade anybody. But I'm thinking that if they want to actually upgrade the roster, they're going to have to trade one of those 3 this offseason if they want to actually upgrade it.
Like a meaningful upgrade.
Right. Like, I don't know that. And look, there could be other people who are available that are better 3-point shooters that the Rockets could potentially trade one of those first-round picks for. And just to be perfectly honest, I don't know who is getting shopped around right now. I don't. We'll find out in the weeks to come once teams are back from the immediate vacations that they took.
Yeah, there needs to be a little time to get back in the office before you start tampering again. And so we'll have a pretty, free agency starts, June 30th. Mm-hmm. We'll have a pretty good sense by like May 30th about what at least the likely options will be, if not their destinations.
Some comments on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. They can't shoot a barn inside the paint. Hit the broadside of a barn? Because they just can't shoot the barn.
I don't think they can hit the broad side, the narrow side,
the entire barn,
top side.
They have to shoot better. I agree. They have to. We all agree.
Yeah,
they have to.
That's something where specifically the inside the paint stuff, like that is just being a better finisher for Jalen Green, for Alperen Şengün, and to a certain extent, Amin Thompson. Although he had one crazy one at the end of the first half. Mm-hmm. Where it looked like he just disappeared and reappeared at the rim and then had a crazy reverse layup. Good, my God, Amin Thompson, what a player!
So awesome.
That second and third quarter from Amin Thompson. I'm going to be talking about that the entire summer. Just like I don't know what you do with this guy.
We needed it.
He even cramped up like he's LeBron.
That game sucked. Like that was the first half. I thought, are they going to score 50?
I know.
All game.
There's some scary like. They had 38 points with like half the second quarter remaining. I'm like, oh my God.
No, they had 32 with 3 minutes left in the second quarter.
Yeah, that's what
it was. Even worse.
God.
It was so hard offensively. I like it was over early for me. I just thought to myself, I don't know how they score.
Yeah.
This is all game long. Like there wasn't even a stretch where it looked easy for them.
And they weren't even like putting up threes.
No.
I don't think they shot.
They had 12 threes, I think.
In the fourth quarter, right? By the time the game was over in the fourth quarter, they had shot like 14 threes or something.
Van Vliet brought it up after the game, and it's like, yeah, Buddy Hield had, I think, more attempts than them ultimately.
Probably at least close.
Right.
Yeah. And you're just not going to.
No.
You're not going to keep up in a game where one team probably has about as good of an offense as you do. Credit to you partially for shutting down the best player on that offense. But when they have one guy who's hitting 9 threes and you as a team are going to hit 3, just not going to happen.
They needed Draymond to get ejected.
They really did.
I mean, honestly, I watched the replay. I was being honest with myself, because I knew what I wanted to happen. I want the Rockets to
flagrant
win the
2.
game.
Every time they go to the mic, you're like, flagrant 2, please.
The whole time I'm thinking, oh my gosh, if he gets kicked out of this game,
we're back.
Like it's the Warriors and Cavs game where Draymond got kicked out for the little dust up with LeBron. If that happens, I might have stood up and not said anything because you can't do that in the press area. And done like a little under the table fist pump because they needed that to happen. But then I watched the replay, and if I'm being honest, I thought, yes, it looks so bad, and he has enough of a track record of doing this where even if he does have no control over his motor functions, taking out Fred VanVleet the way that he did in the second quarter, like even though based off of his track record, that does lend itself to the idea that he did it on purpose. Like I know that Fred VanVleet was on Draymond Green's podcast this offseason, and I also sensed that Draymond was actually concerned for Fred VanVleet right after it happened.
Yeah.
And that's where I thought to myself, okay, I don't want him getting ejected for this.
No, I thought it was the right adjudication of it. It was just technical because come on, dude. You can't be like, even if you're not in control, like you can't be so out of control that you're hitting a guy in the face.
How is that?
I think because he's in control. I think that's how.
I mean,
I think that's how his limbs that are out of control always just randomly hit guys.
It's if you jump up in the air, your arm going forward into something and your legs going out. It's bizarre. It's like a Russian acrobat.
Well, it's also like he got a reach-in call, and so he's kind of going backwards, and then he just goes forwards with his hand. Like that's just not how your body works.
No, it's not. It's ragdoll physics that are glitching in oblivion. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and yet it happens. Sean Ace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What's in that cup? Oh, it's just an El Tiempo margarita. That's all. Yeah. I was one of those people who today, to give myself a little treat, because I've been working so hard, covering the NFL draft, covering the Rockets and Warriors in their 7-game playoff series, I thought, you know what? I deserve a little treat. So I went down to Dyken Park today and bought one of those promotional El Tiempo Astros collab hats. And it cost less than an El Tiempo margarita at Dyken Park in center field. But it's a cool looking hat. This is the only time that I have ever gone down to Dyken Park when the shop opens at 9 a.m. thinking that I needed to get there to go and get something that was a part of the collab. I know that they had a DJ Screw collab last season, and I thought about getting one of those too. But instead, I settled for this. And I'm very satisfied with my outrageous purchase today. Very satisfied with it. Not satisfied with the Rockets, their loss last night to the Golden State Warriors. 103-89 if you want to weigh in on it. The offense just struggled. It never was close to easy last night. I never had a sense that the Rockets would win the game. I will give them credit for fighting back in the game at the end of the third quarter, thanks to Amin Thompson, making it almost a one-score game. I think they had an opportunity to make it a one-score game, but Tari Eason, who was pretty awful, missed a couple of free throws. And here we are, now looking at the offseason for the Rockets. Christopher Soriano comments on YouTube, to get bigger, the Rockets need Rise strips, RIIZE, health.com, promo code 975, 20% off your first order. No, that's not what they are for. They don't make you better at shooting the basketball. Trillo Riley comments, Tyler Hero for Jalen Green, yay or nay? Selfishly, I don't want Tyler Hero in Houston because as someone who, at least as of 1:36 p.m. Central Time on May 5th, 2025, as someone who is still single, I do not want Tyler Hero in the Houston dating pool. I don't want to compete with that. I can't compete with that. I can't. He's got swag. He's got that cool guy swag. I can't handle it. I can't have another guy like that in town, okay? Got it tough enough as it is. I'm not even 6 feet tall. It's difficult. These streets be hard out there. Okay? Speaking of hard, risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com. Promo
Do
code
you, like the
975.
Rockets, need help scoring? Rise Health.
It does, yeah. I mean, listen, but it's not for basketball purposes. Okay, just want to make everyone know about that.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to make that trade happen, but it's less to do with Jalen Green versus Tyler Hero, and more to do with I don't want Tyler Hero competing against me in the dating side of things. Yeah, yeah, man.
Not worried about Reed Shepard.
Nah,
not as worried.
The funny thing is that like Reed Shepard is not like 3 inches taller than me, maybe. But whenever I see him, I just think to myself, nah, I got it.
Yeah, he looks small because he's next to 6'5" guys
exactly
all the time.
And then you stand on the court and you think to yourself, oh yeah, Steph Curry's way taller than me. Damn, everyone's tall out here. What's going on? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. A real quick 10-minute drill. I don't know if this is an NFL story anymore because Bill Belichick is the head coach of North Carolina, but damn it, Bill. This is tough because I feel like I am obligated to step in here and defend the wall for Bill Belichick. I've just been conditioned to do this for my entire life, with the cheating scandal that the Patriots were involved in, whether it's Spygate or Deflategate. When I am called to defend the wall, I will rise to defend the wall. RIIZE health.com, promo code 975. I rise to the occasion there. And I don't know what to do here because every single day it feels like there's a new story about how Bill Belichick's 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, strong, powerful, independent woman, how she is demanding, and perhaps Bill Belichick is demanding for her. So the latest story is that Super Bowl commercial, the Dunkin' Donuts commercial, had Ben Affleck, it had Matt Damon, it had Casey Affleck. Did it have Tom Brady in it? I know it had Bill Belichick.
They've had Brady in the past.
Okay.
I don't know if this one did.
It was just a bunch of massholes that were in it. Okay. And apparently Jordan Hudson, who by the way is a looker, like what? We don't want to put her in this commercial. We don't want to have any sex appeal in this commercial. It's just a bunch of bros from Massachusetts. That's sexist. Paul, it's sexist to say that there's sex appeal. Shut up. Okay. There's nothing wrong with Jordan Hudson forcing her way into this commercial. I think it was better because I got to see her for a second and her strong, powerful, independent womanness. Okay. I saw her and my jaw dropped for a moment, and then I closed it and stopped doing awooga. And what I saw is a commercial that was made complete by her presence. And oh, I'm sorry, Bill Belichick's trying to get his girlfriend in a commercial. That seems to me like an awesome boyfriend move. She got to be on national TV. She too has played in a Super Bowl in a way. All right. So can we stop trying to stop love? I don't want a Romeo and Juliet situation on our hands where everybody that's close to them ends up dead and then they go out together, you know, Laverne and Shirley or Romeo and Juliet style. I don't want that. What I want is for us to sit back and appreciate two people who are clearly in love. There's nothing wrong with love between a 72-year-old man and a 24-year-old. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, hey, it's just a boyfriend being a good boyfriend and a girlfriend being a girlfriend getting what she wants. What's wrong with women getting what they want? Oh, Jordan Hudson can't be in the Dunkin' Donuts commercial? You're a sexist.
I wonder if Ben Affleck will. Like, I just want to know what his honest reaction was. It's just like, yeah, sure, she can be in it, whatever. And like where he's like, this is a crazy move. I've been on a lot of top tier movies, but also, yeah, sure, this girlfriend can demand to be in this Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Sure, whatever.
What's wrong with that? Listen, Ben Affleck, who's he judging?
Oh yeah, maybe he's just like, been there, brother.
Getting married to J-Lo again? Have they broken up and been married again since in like the last 3 months? Isn't he back with Jennifer Garner? He just goes back and forth between two Jennys from different blocks.
Yeah, that's his move.
Yeah.
Respect it, honestly.
Other stories around the National Football League. Just this one. I can't believe that Abdul Carter thought that he deserved Lawrence Taylor's number. That guy's a bust. Right now, mark it down. Bust. Hey, Lawrence Taylor, can I have your number? The greatest defender, maybe in NFL history. Come on, man.
Gotta ask.
What an egomaniac. Yeah, can I have your number? Dog, yeah, you haven't. Imagine if you suck and Lawrence Taylor lets you wear that number. It's really that simple. You're a pass rusher. Sometimes pass rushers aren't good. He's great at Penn State. He was an awesome player. But my goodness, the ego that some of these kids have. He should be forced to sit down and watch Lawrence Taylor highlights. And hell, I mean, Phil Simms even thought about giving it to him, but Phil's family told him, don't. What are you doing?
I wonder how that conversation goes down. Like, he's like, I'm cool with it, whatever. And then Chris Simms has to be like,
must have been. Chris is a hot taker.
Yeah.
We like Chris, but Chris
is like, maybe if a quarterback asked for it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Defensive end asking for number 11. That would be my thing. It'd be like, you're a defensive end, dude. You're not wearing my number.
Clean Up and Aisle Me, by the way. I forgot. Yeah, Laverne and Shirley was like a sitcom.
Yeah.
Who are the two?
Thelma and Louise.
Thelma and Louise. My bad.
Yeah. I gotcha. I knew the reference you were making.
Okay, thank you. You just didn't want to break my heart.
You're on a roll. I didn't want to step in there and be like,
Yeah, Bill. I don't know. I don't know. I've
Jordan Hudson. I pulled up her Instagram. Jordan Hudson has the Instagram handle of just Jordan with an O. That helps that she spells it with 2 O's.
I like it. Jordan.
Yeah, but I saw that. I was like, how does she have like a one name Instagram?
Well, I mean, she's her 15 minutes. They're still going. She ain't no Hawk Tuah girl.
Only 100,000 followers, by the way.
Really?
Right?
What?
I would have thought
on
that.
Instagram?
Yeah.
No way.
Do I have the right Jordan?
Damn, that's actually disappointing.
Yeah, it's like almost like, what has this all been work?
So he's trying to build her brand up, and she needs help. Okay,
she's trying to build her brand. Bill Belichick's trying to do something else. Yeah, 104.
Way to stop that thought, Sean. Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mates behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975, or Twitch is all over the place. The Astros lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to the White Sox. Do we want to weigh in on that, or do you want to still talk about the Rockets losing to the Golden State Warriors? We're sad. We're sad little pandas here in town. Stick around on the most interactive sports talk show in town.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We were talking about Bill Belichick in the last segment. Christopher Soriano says Bill Belichick is hanging in there with her because of he's been listening to the Paul Gallant Show. And you know what? Yeah, it could be that Bill Belichick has stumbled onto Rise, RIIZE strips, risehealth.com, promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. Come on. Don't skimp out. Belichick ain't skimping out. Yeah.
No. But he's also seemingly thrifty, so he would use the promo code.
Good. I like that because that helps me out.
Everybody's wardrobe, he's thrifty.
the sweater with the hole in it. I know that's just Belichick being Belichick,
but it looks especially
derelict. Yeah.
Oh, it also looks especially bad when your girlfriend's stepping in and answering questions for you.
But she probably is the one that found that sweater, because you notice it's a navy sweater.
Yeah.
But I bet she found that and then she personalized it so that it did seem a little worn and torn. Like, that was a nice worn and torn shirt if you paid attention to it. They're perfect for each other. I'm so tired of people trying to keep them apart. Okay? Come on.
Yeah.
Paul, are you saying this because your dad was, when you were in college, was dating somebody that was perhaps a little bit younger than him? Yes, I am. They had a great relationship. Now, I don't know if my mom or my sister liked it, but yeah. My dad, when I was in college, what? I'm going to tell the story. It's fine.
No. I just the mom and sister element.
Yeah, they hated it. But when I was in college, my dad was dating a 27-year-old. Honest, she was nice. I liked her. I also liked looking at her. That was a little weird, perhaps. But listen, I'm a college-age kid, and I'm okay with this. If Bill Belichick can do it, I mean, if my dad did it, why can't Bill Belichick do it? Oh, wait, there's 20 more years of separation? Oh.
But 6 more Super Bowls.
That's true.
No offense to Mr. Gallant.
No offense to Gare Bear. Right,
yeah,
that's right.
I mean,
anyway, listen.
0 Super Bowls.
I'm just saying.
As far as I know.
I believe in love.
We're all looking for our Jordan Hudson.
Oh, Robert De Niro can't have a kid at age 90. Oh, Al Pacino can't either. Yeah, it is kind of gross.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait in 50 years when I have my 24-year-old girlfriend. I can't wait.
It is truly the wildest story, and I feel weirdly defensive about it, and I have no reason to, other than this guy was my favorite football team's head coach, and they won 6 Super Bowls.
When you put it like that, it's such a silly.
It's so dumb.
Not even still that.
No, not even. He hasn't been for this is going to be his 2 years now, and yeah, and it's been a while since the Super Bowl happened, the last one, and I feel weirdly defensive, like he's family, but I don't have a good defense, and everyone's had that with a family member before. But would you rather me talk about this in the end of the Rocket season? Because I know what this town is. We did it in the beginning segment. I'll post the segment. I filibustered the entire first 15 minutes. We did not mention the Rockets lost to the Warriors once. Not once.
Yeah.
It was a tough one. I mean, they never seemed to have a chance in the game. They really never did. The offense was just brutal. And sure, they went on that run, and the crowd was electric as they got closer and closer towards the end of the third quarter. But ultimately, the Warriors pulled away. After the game, here's Tari Eason talking about the L.
It's a lot of emotions right now. It's a lot of emotions, especially going through my head. I mean, for me, this is by far the toughest year I've ever had. Just playing basketball, coming back from injury, unsure of myself. Not to make excuses or anything. Dealing with that, my father passing last month. Just a lot of stuff, and it's a lot of emotions going through my head right now. I love this team. I love these guys. And, it hurts. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, he's very emotional up there. Look, the whole team is. I mean, to lose like this, it's got to suck. To see during a press conference where Fred VanVleet was being asked the majority of the questions, the Rockets set it up where both Fred VanVleet and Alperen Şengün were sitting next to each other on the podium. And there was a long stretch where Şengün didn't get asked a question, and Şengün was just looking directly down for the entirety. And I could tell, like, oh, God. I feel for players when you lose your first series like this and you thought that it was going to be this magical turnaround, especially with how Friday was. It sucks. We can never really, as a show, talk about Game 6 on Friday, which is one of the most fun moments I've had watching the Rockets. Game 6 was amazing. I mean, they went on the road and they kicked the Warriors' ass.
Yeah.
And Draymond was throwing temper tantrums. Like the Warriors lost all composure. I thought they'd won it. I really did. It was stupid to think that. And I feel like a fool in retrospect for thinking like, oh, yeah, they have Game 7 locked down because of the way that this game went. The Warriors, of course, are going to look at themselves in the mirror, and there's this big, ass-kissing article, Bobo article, schmoozing article, fluff piece about like Draymond Green spoke to the Warriors and got them all back on track because Draymond Green knows what accountability is. Well, except for when he does the shenanigans on the court, because he will never face any accountability for it. I've just accepted it. But Draymond Green knew that he was throwing too many temper tantrums in the game against the Rockets, and he realized that he had to own up to it first to make everybody else on the team own up to what they hadn't been doing. That's not actually directly pulled from the article. I haven't read it. I saw the headline.
Yeah, that's the gist.
I got pissed off reading the headline. I'm like, oh, okay, great. We're going to give them a big old smooch in the butt because they won a game against a team that can't shoot a three. But yeah, that's how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes.
It do be like that, unfortunately. But yeah, no, Game 6 of this series right up there with the Altuve home run as far as great moments that we really can't ever talk about.
You're right. Yeah, Game 5 Astros Rangers. Yeah.
Because Game 6 of this series was like
amazing.
That was where you're like, oh my God, this team is like different. This team, like, because again, I think I mentioned it early this show where like those James Harden teams were better, I guess.
Definitely.
Most of them were better.
Yeah.
2016, probably not. But those teams, like, they don't go on the road down 3-1 or down 3-2, I guess, at that point. They don't come back and force a Game 7 after being down 3-1. Like that, they roll over in Game 5. That's what they do. And so that's where in Game 5 a little bit, mostly in Game 6, where you can start to believe is just in the fact that they showed that fortitude, not just VanVleet and Adams, but you could kind of see that trickle its way down to the younger guys who hadn't been there before. And in Game 7, just didn't have the horses, really. That's the main takeaway from the series, that like the playoff like mentality and things, like I feel good where the Rockets are about that. It's just the basketball IQ and actually putting the ball in the basket. That's where they hit their ceiling.
The hesitation. You almost wished that they all had a little bit of J.R. Smith in them. Just
let it fly.
Just let it fly.
Yeah. Solve your problems with aggression.
Yeah, because there was just a lot of pausing and hesitation last night in particular. And Warriors deserve credit. I mean, I think they caused some of it with the way that they played. But yeah, you got to be a little more decisive out there. That's Green. That's Şengün. By the way, Şengün taking some strays on the YouTube chat. Chad Shipman says Şengün, Tyler Hero, all NBA cringe team. Şengün cringes after every negative moment on the court. I don't know if that's necessarily cringe as much as it's annoying.
He had a moment that I normally, like, the complaining stuff, like I don't get too bent out of shape about it. There's sometimes where I'm like, dude, like
he's bad about it.
You have no. It's just like when you have no case for it, it's like shut the hell up.
Yes.
If you have a case for it, I'll let you do it a little.
Even then, I don't like it, and he does it a lot.
But he had one. It wasn't even directed towards the ref. It was directed towards a teammate. Where when Fred VanVleet is leading a fast break, it's like a 3-on-2 for the Rockets, and VanVleet takes the transition 3, and you just see Şengün just put his arms up like a
yes.
WTF.
I remember that
like,
too. There are
cock his head back moment where I'm like, need better body language from you.
Those all blend together because there's been so many in this
Yeah.
series and in Game 7. There was one.
This was the one last night that I'm thinking of. Yeah.
There was a play last night where he misses a layup and his head's he wasn't even complaining. His head just goes straight down, and then Van Vliet shoved Butler from behind about 30 seconds later, and I was like, this game is over.
Oh yeah, that's when I was like, okay, this is where we get the someone gets thrown out of the series, because that happened. I thought that was going to happen in Game 7. Just whoever was up 10 with two minutes left.
I kind of wanted it to happen because I was like, all right, well, I am here, so
yeah.
can I at least
maybe
get
if
some
Tari
fireworks?
Eason was in the game,
yeah,
he gets tossed.
Yeah, that's really the only one. Another comment. This is another Şengün strike. Trill O'Reilly, was Şengün complaining with his hands up because he wasn't getting questioned over Fred? No. I think Şengün was happy that he wasn't getting questions.
Yeah. No,
he was reflective, and he definitely feels he needs to be better next year. I'm not dumping on the young players from yesterday's game. I mean, I think they're all aware that they weren't good enough. If this was one of those things where they were pointing at the refs, bitching and moaning afterwards, or if it was Jalen Green again saying what he said about Draymond earlier in the series, all he does is talk. No, he plays great defense. You do nothing.
Or James Harden after Game 7 not being available for the media on Saturday.
He wasn't available.
Nah, he just left.
He's in the past. I'm not biting.
Hey, at least our guy who goes 2 for 8 shows up and does.
You're right, and he
does
called
the press
himself
conference.
out.
He's 23 years old.
Man, James Harden, what
ultimate soft boy
tool.
move.
What an absolute tool not showing up. I get it. Like, you can't control how much someone loves something, but has anyone disliked basketball more than Harden? It feels like he just doesn't care at all. At all. He likes making money. He likes having a good time. And you know what? All the power in the world to him. But, I mean, that doesn't get old. Doesn't get old at some point. Anyway, I'm not biting. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5.
We'll get to it later.
713, I'm sure we will. 780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN, YouTube on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody. Happy Cinco de Mayo. The Rockets are done, and the Astros lost 2 or 3 to the White Sox over the weekend and are in third place. But guess what? It's Cinco de Mayo. Celebrate, everybody. How does one celebrate? I don't know. Maybe you're like me. You go down to Tyken Park when the Astros team shop opens so that you could buy an El Tiempo themed Houston Astros hat that says on the front of it, Houston Astros baseball, pennants and rings. I don't think it needed the pennants and rings underneath it. I don't.
But I think it's supposed to be like the sign for El Tiempo.
Right.
So they had to put something there.
It could have said pennants and Ritas. I think that would have worked a little bit better.
Yeah. Or just like 2017 and 2022.
Mm-hmm. That would have worked.
Yeah.
Alas.
Earwax.
Thank you. Albus Dumbledore behind the glass. That is Sean Mapes. You want to jump in, you know how to do it on a fairly interactive show today. If you want to vent about the Rockets, you can. If you are just tuning in, I'm not mad, and I'm not even disappointed. I thought that they showed a lot of grit, scrap, heart to force a Game 7. Unfortunately, they just don't have an offense. They don't have one. They have a lot of players who do not have range. They have a lot of players who have a very difficult time creating their own shot. They have a lot of players who lack touch in the lane. So in a series where your best scorer was Fred VanVleet reaching a level that I did not know he still had left in him, and Amen Thompson, but not from outside, you just aren't going to win. You're not going to beat a team in Golden State that has all of these guys who can shoot from outside. 1, Steph Curry. 2, to a degree, Jimmy Butler. 3, Brandon Pajimski. 4, Buddy Hield. They got guys who can stretch the court. Hell, 5, Moses Moody. 6, Draymond when he's open. He's always been able to hit it. He just doesn't take it very often. I like the way this team plays, but who do you trust from outside? Like, who is, after Fred VanVleet, who chucks a lot, who is their best three-point shooter? You'd see games where Dylan Brooks was really good. You'd see games where Jabari Smith Jr. was really good. But, like, consistently, who are you looking at? Maybe if Jabari Smith played a little more minutes in this series, we would have seen a guy actually get into a rhythm and hit more shots. I think, honestly, if you're going to second-guess Ime Udoka for anything in this series, that's probably one of the things I would the most, specifically with some of Jalen Green's struggles. But they just had no punch offensively, and that's why they're home. So I'm not mad. I'm not even disappointed. This was reality. Slapping them in the face. Over 7 games, we saw that in the playoffs, you can't win in transition all game long. You just can't. And while they still got their moments in transition where they're just running by everybody, guys are going to need to develop shots. And I don't know how much better the entirety of the roster can get as far as their outside shooting. So it does lend itself to the possibility that this offseason, they're going to be aggressive. They're going to shop around and potentially bring somebody in. Whether that's just a veteran who's good at shooting threes that will only cost maybe a draft pick or 2, or it's an actual big boy, like one of the best players in basketball. I don't know. I think that the Rockets, though, will be patient as opposed to urgent or panicked. I think that they should trust themselves just like they should have trusted themselves after last year. The Boston Celtics are the example of what you want to do with a young basketball team. There is no reason for impatience. None. These guys are in their early 20s. What's the rush? I know that you want to rush things because you want to finally have a winner, but does a 50-win regular season with a noble playoff bow out against the Golden State Warriors make it move a little bit? It should have. I don't want people walking down the street saying like, "Oh, Rockets never can get it done." I don't want that after this series. I think that's an unfair way to describe what just went down.
Yeah, I think the way this series did go down, I think it has. I would guess that internally for the Rockets, it's kind of built in some like, hey, we can run this thing back. Like it's not the end of the world if they don't make any major move, like you said. If I would just like someone who can come off the bench and be a add some scoring punch, like just a guy who you go, hey, we know that this isn't going to help our defense. We know he's not going to be a plus player, but if he can get out there and just get hot for 6 minutes and just make the Warriors guard us differently, that would have been useful in this series.
Is that guy in house, Sean? Is that guy Reed Shepherd, who we laughed at the comparison on Friday? I know that you were not in. It was me and B-Man.
No, we Lance, Dell, and I did a very serious show, so we
Okay.
didn't laugh at anything.
Reed Shepherd was compared to by a Rockets executive, but there was no quote attached to it.
Oh, in the Tim McMahon?
In the Tim McMahon piece, he was compared to Steve Nash. Because he didn't play a lot his first year.
Oh,
And he's
yeah?
6'2".
That's why?
Yeah. I know. It was so funny.
Oh, that's why he's Steve Nash, because he didn't play as a rookie.
It was really
Got
funny
it.
to read it. But is it possible? I mean,
that he's Steve Nash now.
Is it possible that he is the 3-point shooter that comes off
That
the
he's the Aaron Holiday plus on this team?
Damn. Say it like that, then
I mean, that's the role I'm talking about, is to be better than Aaron Holiday, but to not, you're not a star acquisition. That
Yeah,
you're
that's
just
fair.
slotting in that old Lou Will kind of role, that old, these teams, or these players that teams had. I mean, Eric Gordon back in the day was kind of that for the really good Rockets team. So I think that's something that the Rockets should, like, I don't think they should 100% run it back. I also have some questions about Cam Whitmore.
Dude, I think Whitmore's done.
Yeah.
There's something
I just have some
going
questions.
on behind the scenes
Yeah.
that needs to be figured out. But I mean, the fact that they were refusing to play him in garbage time of some of these games.
In game 5.
Right.
He didn't play.
Yeah. Someone actually texted in, what was Cam Whitmore? He's not going to be here next season. I imagine he gets traded for like a second round pick or something.
Yeah. Or maybe he's you flip him into like a veteran basically the like Steven Adams of guards that you get.
Yeah, that
and
could
you
be
hope
that.
you hope that that guy, we're so fresh off the loss. Like I don't have names in mind.
We'll put a list
who could
together
be
at some
available
point this week. Right.
Mhm.
Like, because we will be moving away from the Rockets for a lot. That's one of the frustrating things about this past week. Like I got super into it.
Yeah.
Like we all do in the playoffs, maybe not so much in the regular season. And now, it's done. It's just done. Damn.
Yeah. Now,
Now I'm not going to.
well, we have to go. Well, let's just check back in with the Astros. And oh my god.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. Like I don't want to go back to the
hell
Astros.
happened?
It was great to see Lance McCullers on the mound yesterday.
That was great.
That's it. You lost 2 or 3 of the effing White Sox. Oh, the weather, Paul. Affected. It was a global warming. Shut up. Stop.
Yeah. Don't be down to the White Sox in the 6th inning.
The
How
White
about that?
Sox are god awful. Text in for the 281. There's a way you can get Giannis Antetokounmpo without having to give up Amin Thompson. It would likely have to include, though, taking on Damian Lillard's contract as a negative asset. Ew.
No thanks. No
Yeah.
thanks.
I'd rather have Victor Oladipo's.
For that reason,
I'm out. Same. Would you give up Van Vliet, Şengün, and picks galore for Giannis and Lillard? No.
Lillard won't play next year. And then when he comes
not
back,
play
we'll be
that-
coming off an Achilles and like 36 years old. Sorry, not interested.
Not happening. Anyway, you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call. It's a text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rocket season is over. Also, it is Cinco de Mayo, and Cinco de Mayo is one of my favorite holidays because it is, yes, a holiday to celebrate a Mexican victory, but it has somehow become an American holiday, and I love it. USA, USA. We'll talk a little bit about that on the other side, too. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Rockets didn't beat the Warriors, but they did get their respect. They did get a tip of the hat from the Warriors. It wasn't just Steph Curry. It was Draymond Green, of all people. Come on. That's at least something going forward. Don't be sad. Think about the potential of the future. Tomorrow, I love ya. Tomorrow, you're always a day away. Or a couple of months, potential offseason moves away as well. They do not need to be urgent, the Rockets. They don't, in my opinion. They don't need to panic. Take your time, see what's available to you. And for the young players who did struggle in this series, specifically Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green, this has got to be a training montage of an offseason. You know, I don't care if it's push it to the limit, limit, standing on the razor's edge. I'm Jalen Green and I've got to be confident. You know, or it's Alperen Şengün also, perhaps with a little Joe Esposito and Karate Kid. You're the best around. Why are they making another Jackie Chan Karate Kid movie? You're the best around. Although
nobody's ever going to knock you down.
That's right. At least there's no.
I mean, if someone did knock down Alperen Şengün, hands up looking at the ref.
Oh, God. Sean.
What? That's what he would do. He would put his hands up. He swept the leg, ref.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do that.
Those are the two guys that need montages this offseason. And listen, if the montages are mediocre, you know, then when we get back to this conversation next offseason, we will be demanding that they leave.
What's the one from Rocky IV where he's just like driving in his car at night?
Rocky IV is a montage, Sean.
I know, but the part of the montage where he's just driving around at night, that's such a cool.
It's a good question. I don't.
It's a cool one. I don't know who needs that. Maybe just Fred VanVleet, just like, hey, just chill. Think about the past.
It all blends together. But there's no traumatic event for the Rockets to look back at, like Apollo Creed getting murdered by a Russian in a boxing ring. It was
an exhibition.
Yeah, it was an exhibition, and it wasn't even a playoff game. It was just straight murder, like an actual murder. That happened in the United States of America. You know what?
He should be charged.
Yeah, you know who would have arrested him right there? Our current president. We would have played a little war games with the shins for a bit, huh? You know, maybe get a favorable trade in return, seeing as, you know, we traded a women's basketball player for the Merchant of Death. Whoops. Anyway, what other montages could happen for the Houston Rockets this offseason? 713-780-3776. Also, from the 832, who wins the title first, the Cougs or the Rockets? Oh, that's tough. Here's the thing with the Cougs. Like, no matter how, this was maybe their best team ever. Obviously, Phi Slama Jama would have something to say about it. And they got all the way to the end and they didn't win. Much like with Phi Slama Jama, they got all the way to the end and then they lost to NC State, who had no business probably being in the tournament. You know, it's one of those things where the Cougs should have a better chance, but the tournament is just so hard to get through for so many teams.
Yeah.
So
they'll be a top 5 team in college basketball the next year and the year after, at least.
I don't see the Rockets winning the title next year.
Yeah.
I would say that they're probably 2 years away. I think the Cougs have a chance to do it next season because they're already, I think, preseason number 1.
And they had a top 2 recruiting class.
Yeah.
So, like,
but Joe Lunardi doesn't have them as his number 1 overall, number 1 seed going into the year. He has Purdue, who they beat. He has Purdue. What a load of crap.
Why? What?
I know, it's bizarre. Probably just Big Ten obsession. Big Ten gets his ass kissed so much. From the 832, are the Rockets not just in the same scenario as the Texans 2 off seasons ago, just one piece away, score, I know, important, from taking that next step?
Were the Texans one piece away?
They were portrayed as one piece away.
But they added like
Stephon Diggs,
3 and
Danielle Hunter.
Joe Mixon and
Joe
Danielle
Mixon.
Hunter.
Right.
They
lot.
added a bunch of pieces.
That year, they were a lot further away than we thought. I thought they would get to the AFC Championship game. They had a chance to beat Kansas City, all things considered, despite a very disappointing season offensively. But the offense, I think, was so disappointing this year. I guess what you would ask yourself is, who is more disappointing, the Houston Texans offense this past season or the Houston Rockets offense in this series? And I would say the Texans this past season.
Yeah.
The
'cause they couldn't
Rockets
score on anybody.
Right, exactly. And that's saying something because the Rockets offense was, it was World War I-esque. They were like going into last night's game. At times, it felt like an army of people that only have swords and spears. This is probably like how the Aztecs came across the Spanish, Hernando Cortez comes in here. They got just clubs and they're wearing loincloths and stuff. And then here's the Spanish. They have dogs wearing armor and they've got muskets and they've got smallpox too.
Yeah.
Like the Warriors had all of that. So,
Yeah.
I mean, even with the Warriors not being what they used to be, still like that Warriors team versus that Rockets offense, it's a little bit of a mismatch.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that was Mexican history.
Yeah. That was
Happy Cinco de Mayo, everybody.
Mexican history.
Yeah.
I'm sure they love that.
You know what? That actually is a good question. I don't know. Like, do you take the side of the Aztecs who were murdering the hell out of everybody in the area, or do you take the side of the Spanish who were murdering everybody in the name of Christianity? He said in quotation marks, and he is still pumping the
Still doing
quotation marks.
Burn the
doing it.
boats. Burn the boats that old Cortez did.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible that humans are just tragically flawed, violent, and difficult to understand? It could be. It could be.
I don't want to think about that. Let's talk about Game 7. some more.
Okay.
Speaking of tragically flawed, the Rockets offense. I also think comparing the Rockets to the Texans a couple years ago, it's easy, or it's not easy, but it's easier in football to have an easy schedule, go 10-6, and make the playoffs. Like that, it's just like an easier, you don't have to be that. Like, every year there's a team that's like absolute bum team the year before, changes like 2 things, wins their division. Or in basketball, like having the come out the Rockets had, like actually doesn't happen that often.
But to the 2 seed, yes. Making the playoffs, over half the league makes it.
Yeah.
And now with the play-in tournament.
But yeah.
But I get what you're saying. I do get what you're saying.
They're like 53 wins. They went from 41 to 53 wins. Those are like the hard wins to improve by.
And it's difficult to, before you've done anything in basketball, I think more than any other sport, like be taken seriously.
Yeah.
I feel like basketball, we definitely look at the majority of the league and say frauds.
Yeah. And
frauds.
And there's a little bit of just, hey, these guys are 23. Unless they're all going to be
that's fair.
Better than the old school OKC Thunder, chances are they're not going to make the finals.
Right.
Like that's the only team that's led by several guys in their 20s to ever like do anything. And even then, I think Durant was in year like 5 or 6 when they made the finals in 2012. So it's hard to have that kind of microwave success in the NFL or in the NBA where like, Patrick Mahomes, his first year starting, he can push the GOAT to the brink. And then in year 2 starting, win a Super Bowl. Like that just doesn't really happen for a guy, no matter how good they are. Like LeBron didn't do that.
No.
I guess they made the 07 finals. But
Yeah,
even then, that's more time.
That Eastern Conference was just jail.
Yeah. I mean, the Pistons were a real team, but other than that, there was like.
I'm looking at the remaining playoff teams right now, and there is a part of me that wonders if the Rockets got literally any of the other matchups in this first round series outside of maybe the Thunder, the Celtics.
Would they have won?
Would it have been different? Would they have won? I don't know.
I have a hard time seeing them beat the T-Wolves.
The T-Wolves would be hard because they got Anthony Edwards. But I'm looking at the teams that are left. Okay, T-Wolves I take seriously because Anthony Edwards. Warriors you have to take seriously. You can't. They're frauds. No, they just took you down. But The Nuggets just fired their coach. The Thunder, okay, they've had a really good regular season. Cavs, frauds. Knicks, frauds. Just biggest frauds. I want to transfer to the Eastern Conference right now. Pacers win game 1, and they're shooting like 60%. So that's probably why they won game 1. But still, I just do not take the East seriously at all, except for my beloved Boston Celtics, of course. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 210, Rockets choked, losing at home to inferior Warriors, and offense no-shows again, closing them. Inferior is tough. Like, the Rockets offense being this for large portions of this past season should have had us all aware that could go down the way that it did. And basically a quarter in, I was like, yeah, this is who they are. This is who they are. But they have to change it this offseason, probably internally, because externally it's going to be tough. I am definitely open to the idea of upgrading via a trade or something like that. I just think it's going to be very expensive to get the guys that you want. So, Paul Gallant Show, you want to jump in, you want to vent, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
It's always fun winning in the city and winning in this arena. So Fred had made a comment earlier in the series, said this ain't that team. It's that organization, though. And we like coming to this city and playing in these situations. It's been good to us.
Oh, God, he's such an a-hole. But you'd like him to be your a-hole. And text from the 214, the Rockets allow Golden State to punk us again, and the chump Draymond gets the last laugh. Sickening. Yep. He's had 5 last laughs. You're basically his 5th stand-up special. He's had 5. And he keeps on coming up with new material, but the classics, they always work. And by the classics, I mean, Fred VanVleet fouls him. Oh, no, my limbs are going in every possible direction. Boom! Fred VanVleet taken out. And Draymond actually seemed to feel bad in that spot right there. How does he have so little control over his limbs? He's 37. And how do they so comically fly all over the place? Like he's an octopus.
Yeah. And then always.
It's tentacular.
And always happen to hit someone in the face.
Yeah.
Or crotch.
Every single time. It's very strange that his body does that. And that I even think it's semi-plausible that this isn't on purpose all the time.
I think it's a reaction where he just kind of like goes like, it's a little bit of like get off me kind of thing where it's just like a but that is something on purpose.
Was
like
he a
there's no
squirmy
reason
baby
to
growing
do that.
up? Right. Yeah, that's what I think. He was a squirmy baby growing up.
Yeah.
You had to put him in the what's the baby
The
Bjorn
straitjacket? Oh.
Baby Bjorn, right?
Yeah.
Not a straight jacket.
No, where the swaddling where
I get what you're saying. It's so strange with him doing that all of the time. You know what's worse though, and I think a lot of Rockets fans are in agreement on this. Even though the Rockets definitely earned the Warriors' respect, it's so annoying to, in addition to hearing Draymond say, "Yeah, I love winning here," the "F you, Draymond" chants and all that. It's also really funny to hear Draymond pat the Rockets on the head like he did here. Here's Draymond Green, arch enemy of Houston sports.
Ime, the way he had those guys fighting, I gained a lot of respect for that team throughout this series. One of the tougher series I've played in, personally. But that's a young team to be reckoned with. And I told myself I was going to talk crazy because they have been talking crazy all series and on the internet, but I gained so much respect for those guys. Sengun is an incredible player. The way Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams led those guys, they had no experience, and they led them, took us to the brink. That team's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I hope they understand it. Things can change fast in this league. You're only on the up until you're not, but they got something promising that they can continue to build on. Jabari Smith, incredible. He played like a vet this whole series, getting his spots, knocking big shots down. A lot of respect for those guys.
I mean, it's Draymond Green saying it. So I think there's an element of, wait a second. He's being nice. What's his angle? What's he doing here? But that is somebody who is really hard to impress. And just like for a sports talk show host like myself, it's difficult to impress me. I've seen a lot of championships. You could even argue I've won championships thanks to where my parents procreated me. But I'm hard to please. I'm hard to impress. Draymond is too. And here he is going out of his way to compliment a team that he was getting in shoving matches with and probably doesn't exactly like that much. I think it's really funny that a lot of people think that, oh yeah, he's just saying that so that the Rockets stay together as currently are. Like he's this like master 7D chess player who has galaxy brain at all times and knows exactly what to do to keep the Rockets at a level where he could still flick them to the side to open up the playoffs. I think it's a bit of a reach. I really do.
Yeah, if they had lost game 5 and he had been talking like this, if there was a 5-game series, they win 4-1. It's like relatively without a sweat. I think I would put some eggs in that basket. But I think the fact that the Rockets did like actually come back in the series, and even though they could not score for the entirety of this game, the game was never completely out of reach until the fourth quarter,
Right.
until the end of until basically Steph Curry started being able to make shots. Like that, it took what, probably 30 40 minutes for 40 game minutes for this game to actually get out of hand. So I think I think that it's plausible that he actually was impressed by the Houston Rockets showing. I don't know, and especially a guy who he himself is one of the best defenders of recent vintage. Him seeing a team that plays defense the way that the Rockets play defense, I think there's a chance that he's like, wow, these guys are good.
And I'm curious as to if the Rockets feel like they're good enough. You can't offensively. You can't. There needs to be some sort of change.
There's got to be something.
Right.
Got to do something.
I definitely think the idea of some sort of offensive coordinator is a good one too. You know, I like Ime Udoka and what he's bringing to the table, but this is a rather young coaching staff that's underneath him. So now he has to, I think, take a look around and see if there's any assistants who Tillman Fertitta is going to have to pay top dollar to, which he did not want to do for Jeff Bzdelik with Mike D'Antoni when the Rockets were, actually a championship level franchise. I'm wondering if they splurge on that side of things.
Yeah.
They have to. I think there's nothing wrong with different minds being brought in. I get that you want to keep your core group together, but much like with the Texans, with D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, it's been 2 years. Fresh blood might be nice after 2 years for the Ime Udoka team and for this Rafael Stone Ime Udoka partnership. Some fresh eyes, fresh thoughts might be good.
Yeah, it wouldn't be insane. I mean, I think part of the reason the Celtics are so good now is the fact that they did go from Ime Udoka for a year. And I'm not saying they need to replace Ime Udoka as the head coach, but they go to an offensive-minded head coach in Missoula who's able to kind of like also freaking psychopath. So he's able to keep the like toughness that Udoka really worked hard to instill that one season he was the coach. Because in that one season, a group that's older than this group, it was like in February, he was still calling guys out for being soft every other night.
Yeah.
And eventually they take that team to the finals. Something happens to Ime Udoka. He can't coach the Celtics
What
again. Who knows? And they promote Missoula, who is a pretty, not like revolutionary offensive head coach, but he's taking the next step of basketball, like where shots are being taken.
Exactly.
And it's a team with the toughness of a Udoka team with the offensive innovation of Joe Mazzulla, that you hope that maybe is more similar to another Boston Celtics. Man, Paul, this segment is for you. It's kind of like the Doc Rivers Thibodeau pairing in Boston in 2008.
Yeah, you have the players coach in Rivers, and then you got the Hardo
and defense. And he was the defensive guy.
Yes,
but he was the guy coming up with all the game plans, all the things. It was Thibodeau on defense.
He's the coach that, especially with now an established track record on Rivers. No offense to Rivers, but he's probably the guy that got them the furthest. Because obviously, you bring in Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, and you already have Paul Pierce. Scoring is not going to be that hard when you have those three.
You just roll the ball out there.
It is really that case for those three, and obviously Garnett, the intensity that he has too. So, can the Rockets find that kind of personality? I do think at this moment in time, that is something, that guy with gravitas, they are lacking. Like Fred VanVleet is the glue of this team at this moment in time. He's their leader. I think Thompson could have it theoretically someday, but I think he's still figuring it out. Dylan Brooks, it's a little cartoonish. I do like his mentality, but also I think it's very clear that he's mellowed out a little bit. And that was written about by Kelly Iko in an article that we talked about on Friday. Anyway, Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets season came to a sad, disappointing end last night. You want to vent about it? You want to talk about it? You can. We've also got some garbage time. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance. The Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on X at Gallant Says. At Sean A. Mapes at ESPN 975. The Rocket season's done. And now begins our, I guess, hungry eyes era. The Rockets are competent. The Rockets are relevant. And now we're about to get wandering eyes. This ain't like your traditional relationship, you know? You meet somebody and you hope that it's just going to be amazing from start to finish. No. No, no, no. Now, you've arrived. You're a cool kid. You're a cool kid at school. You going to stay with the person you started with? No, you're going to start looking around. It's natural. The laws of the jungle. You're going to keep looking higher and higher up the totem pole, and you want to keep climbing. But it's one of the ways to get climbing is to add things. So this is going to be very interesting. I don't think the Rockets need to have any urgency or panic, though. I do think that they should tell themselves that it's okay to walk away. And by tell themselves, I mean Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, tell that to the Fertittas. To the Fertittas' credit, they seem a lot more patient than they were a couple of years ago. Understandably so, given the result that they have seen. But there is no need to rush into anything right now. None. It would be fun to go and get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Lesser degree, Kevin Durant. You don't need to go crazy to do it. So I'm just preaching caution. You don't want to be reactionary because your offense looked like a medieval army fighting against SEAL Team 6. You don't want that.
No, you definitely don't. You don't want to be the people being like, wait, they have guns?
Exactly.
What
The
are guns?
Aztecs against Hernando Cortez and company.
Why are they reloading again?
What?
Yeah, I think that the front office and the ownership, I think that the results have kind of helped them become more patient because, I mean, I remember after last season, like we were doing the same thing. Just like, I don't know, Donovan Mitchell, could a Donovan Mitchell spring loose? Could any one of these guys spring loose? And should that be something the Rockets look to go from 41-41 to take that next step to be a surefire playoff team? And they made that next step without making that trade.
They did.
They had enough internal improvement in year two with Ime Udoka, and year two for most of the guys that are on this team being on this team. I mean, they did bring back most of the group. If anything, they only added kind of pieces on the perimeter. And I guess Adams got healthy.
Mhm.
And that's it. So I think that they've had their patience be rewarded. So it would make sense if they were patient again. But the thing is, they are in a good position to where if they want to throw some chips around, they can do that as well.
Take a look at the Boston Celtics. And Ime Udoka was there, and honestly, that's probably going to help them out a little bit. Patience can work.
They need their Derek White, the Rockets. I think that's my takeaway. They need a Derek White type of.
I don't know. I mean, they're still looking for the first Jason Tatum and or Jaylen Brown, which Amin Thompson, I think, is close to becoming. But after that, can you find that next piece that's up there? And I don't know that Alperen Sengun will ever be there. And I'm already out on Jalen Green ever being there, even if I'm not as mad at him as others are about this series. The Derek White guy would be great, but is Derek White the guy I'm looking at and saying, like, yeah, this is why the Celtics are so good? Like, they got a lot of guys who can shoot, you know, like Peyton Pritchard, 6th man of the year, you know?
Yeah,
like,
but
he's basically the new Derek White.
But they improved off of the Marcus Smart piece by getting Derek
Fair.
White. That's
Fair.
what I was talking about.
Fair. Okay.
It's like they need I mean, if you could just go like take this guy out, drag in better version of that guy. That's more of what it is. It's like, could they improve off of, I mean, in the starting lineup, it's Jalen Green or maybe Dylan Brooks.
Okay.
Of like, can they get the next version of that guy?
Time for a little garbage time before we get out of here. Well, I don't know why there are so many teams in sports that have done nothing and believe that their past doesn't matter. But I think this is a very bold strategy before Celtics Knicks game 1 tonight to hear this from Josh Hart leading into their series. Said Josh Hart about the Celtics sweeping the Knicks this year. Didn't they sweep them last year too? Didn't the Cavs sweep the Knicks too? It's the regular season. It means nothing. There's bits and pieces you can take from it, but at the end of the day, the series is nothing. Okay, sure. But he went further. When asked if there's freedom in being the underdog against the Celtics, we don't really involve ourselves with what other people think. Same people will praise us, then kill us later. If we are counted out already, we should play with a great level of freedom. That's about it. We don't really care too much what the outside world said. We're focused on how we feel internally and going about it that way. Those comments right there, talking about going in with confidence, fine. But I don't know. I think you got to at the very least acknowledge the fact that it has been rather one-sided. Maybe this is me, the Celtics fan, being a little bit insulted that he's not recognizing the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, it was 4-0. It was 4-0 very similar ways. 4-0 all blowouts are pretty close to blowouts. There might have been one close one.
Right. I think there was one, and it was the last one, I think.
Yeah.
And the Celtics still came back and won.
And it's not just the Celtics. It's like you said, it's the Cavs, it's the Thunder, it's the Rockets. Like I think the Rockets for their one win again, they had one win against the top 2 seeds in both conferences, and one was against the Rockets at home with no Fred VanVleet. They won by like 3. So the Knicks certainly seem very fraudulent. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they are fraudulent because I don't know if people actually buy into them enough for them to be frauds. But this is a team that struggled with Detroit.
Yes.
And now they have to play the Boston Celtics, who are way better.
Boston has won 8 of 9 total.
Okay. 8 of the last 9?
Yes.
So that's 2 seasons worth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was wondering if it was 9 in a row. It's like, no, it's 8 of 9. It's a little different. Anyway, also in garbage time, the Pirates fan who fell out of the bleachers on top of a 21-foot high wall at PNC Park, he is awake. He is awake, which means we can joke about it, right? I like truly thought, and again, I went on Reddit, found that there was someone sitting behind him. The guy was apparently annihilated, but I really thought it might be an act of protest because I think it happened as the Pirates had given up a home run.
Yeah, and it looked like he just got up and immediately toppled over.
Yes,
which would help either
crazy
theory, honestly. Yeah.
So he's 20 years old. There's a GoFundMe for him. His name's Kevin Markwood, and he is awake. The club senior vice president of communications said the investigation concluded he did not buy any alcohol. Well, yeah, he's 20, but he did consume 2 beers over the course of the game. Are the Pirates are about to get sued? I think they are.
They're going to lose their license to sell alcohol.
Dude, the club senior vice president of communications is saying like, oh, he didn't buy any. Sure,
yeah.
Dan. I'm skeptical about that. Anyway, he is awake, so that's good to see. A woman on a Southwest Airlines flight, get this, from Philadelphia to Chicago. Oh boy, it's 2 places that are interesting. She decided to remove her clothes and defecate on her seat during the flight. Out of caution, the aircraft was immediately taken out of service for deep cleaning. The airline has since apologized to passengers for the disturbing incident and the resulting delays. Speaking of suing, could you sue Southwest Airlines for someone on your flight stripping naked and standing up on their seat in the middle of the flight and dropping a deuce? Could you sue for that? Like for damages, for distress?
I mean, it does seem distressing.
Pretty distressing. And one last note. South Korean scientists have invented a liquid metal robot. We're screwed.
Why? Why would you do that?
Great question. I don't know.
Because obviously you've seen Terminator 2. That's why you're doing
That's why
this.
they did it. Researchers at Seoul University have created liquid particle composite called a particle armored liquid robot can deform, engulf, and merge without losing its structural integrity, enabling it to perform functions that are difficult for rigid robots. Oh my God. Yep, that's bad. Anyway, on that note, May as well have yourself the best Cinco de Mayo you can because Robos are coming. Sean Mapes, big thanks to him. Big thanks to everyone who listened today, our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, and Twitters on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. And you, the people. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Guess we don't have to talk about the NBA anymore, huh? Just have to talk about the Rockets anymore. I feel like that What Up H-Town was a little gleeful almost.
Little gleeful?
Yeah, like there was joy in it. It feels
Oh.
like. Did you detect a little bit of joy?
Yeah,
in that What Up H-Town?
it didn't really fit the tone, I think, of the city.
Like today's kind of a somber day. Like it's sad.
Are there
Losing
days
game
that we
7.
should maybe skip that to reflect the mood of the
Skip
city?
it? No. But maybe accurately.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
describe the mood of the city. Like, hey, what up, H-Town? Hey, how you doing? Not great. Yeah, there's more joy, I feel like, than our listeners currently have. Are you happy the Rockets lost yesterday, Blankers?
No, not at all. I mean,
you do hate them.
According to some,
established on the show.
According to some, no, others have tried to establish on the show. No, there was no joy in Mudville. I get it. I just normally do it the same way every time, unless there's like an absolute catastrophe. I don't rule that a catastrophe. So it is what it is.
So yesterday was not a catastrophe, according to you.
No, it was bad, but it wasn't a catastrophe. I mean, I don't think that it was a complete embarrassment, or I think there's a lot of good things you build on with this franchise, this roster, and this rotation. I think there's obviously some shortcomings that they have to address.
Yeah, I mean, I do think I think it was a good year, which is probably not something that people want to hear today because you lost in 7. You lost to the hated Warriors, and no one really cares about that today. That's something that you talk about, like, going forward and all that. I do think that there's some positivity that came from that. I think there's a lot of positivity that came from that series, and I think there's a ton of positivity to come from that city. But was yesterday a catastrophe? 73780 ESPN, HRP listener line. It's about to pour. By the way, it's about to rain very hard.
The temperature all of a sudden dropped about 10 degrees. The wind picked up when I was walking out of my car, and I'm like, oh, yeah, we're about to just absolutely get pounded with rain.
I hope the generators fueled up there, Brian. Did you double check that before you started the show?
But if they
About to
go
get
out,
hammered.
then we get to talk Rockets less. So I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Remember the other, it wasn't the other day, but remember when Direct Show came through here?
I was on because we had a remote that day.
Brian, way to make it all about you.
I will make it about me because
I was asking Blankers if he remembered, and you just jump right on in there.
I thought we had a remote that day.
We did.
And so I was headed home, and I was caught. I don't remember exactly. It was on my 10. I don't remember the exact area I was. I found out later from a wind map that the area I was in hit 120 miles per hour.
You look at a lot of wind maps?
I did that day, or in the aftermath. I mean, I never thought I was more sure. I've never been more sure I was going to die than in that moment. Yeah, and it was the scariest thing I've ever been.
You've been more sure of being right when you were wrong a lot.
I tried to call my wife in that moment because it was that insane.
I was stuck on like 6:10:45, right around there. I thought I was going to die too. Like the wind was like kind of like lifting my vehicle at times.
Which one was this?
It was the Direct Show that came through here. Did you make it home yet before Direct Show came through? Because we were out in Katy. We were out at Katy
we were at the Decoy, I think, right?
Yes, we were. We were at the Decoy. So I live up like in Spring Woodlands area.
Right.
So I went 6:10 to 45, and like it came in like right as I was going 6:10 to 45, the interchange.
I remember you guys telling me and I took the Beltway all the way around to 59, and I remember it was a long time to get home. But it never got to the point where I thought that we were going to tip. I was going to tip over.
I was more scared of like debris like crashing onto me than I was like tipping my truck. But that was a pretty terrifying drive home. Hopefully today's nothing like that. Hopefully it's
way to put
just
that
a quick
in my head,
moving
Jeremy.
storm and it's not a very Direct Show like thing. I drove home through a storm that storm that came in Friday. I was doing the baseball game, of course, and it started at 4. And it got suspended in the 7th, and I had to drive home in it. And that was a pretty gnarly storm,
It
too.
really, when it hit Sugarland, it was coming down really, really hard.
Pretty gnarly.
But yeah, I'm trying to remember the last storm that I had to drive. The last one, the big flood storm, I got caught in the Galleria area.
Oof.
Yeah, and then and I lived in Midtown at the time, and I was trying to take I-10 home. And that's when they stopped traffic completely from going down near right by the Washington exit because it was like a soup bowl. And then they literally knocked down the HOV wall and had cars turn around and go the wrong way back towards 610 because it was literally cars were just all floating into a soup bowl of just the highway.
I did that before. I went the wrong way on a highway once during like a flood to get home. But you got to do what you got to do whenever the crisis is here. We've gotten 7 minutes into the show. And we haven't mentioned Cinco de Mayo, which the show tweet, Brian, was not lost on me that you didn't give any Cinco de Mayo reference on the show tweet today. Killer B started 5, Rocket sad face emoji. Is there any defense of Jalen Green? ? Astros bad weekend, angry emoji that's red. LMJ though, ... movie reviews, which doubt we get to that today.
Probably not.
And Mailbag Monday was the show preview. You didn't mention Cinco de Mayo. In fact, you put 2 white guys in the GIF that you used that were giving each other a high five. This is a racist tweet. Today is our day. And you're sitting out a pair of gringos and no Cinco de Mayo reference in the show tweet.
Did that help?
And I'm Mexican.
No, it's very
I mean,
disrespectful.
Canelo won over the weekend.
You're not really putting the station's reputation. You're not making it look any better by doing this. I want you to know. I'm gonna have a drink of tequila tonight.
I mean, you were going to have a drink of tequila anyway, right? No, you're more of a bourbon guy.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a new tequila sponsor, though, for our
We
podcast.
did,
Blue
yeah.
Star Tequila. So I'm going to have a little Blue Star Tequila, maybe
Joe,
a little bit of lime, maybe some salt on the rim,
Joe passed me a bottle last week. I wasn't disappointed by that.
Yeah, get me some Blue Star. We're trying to milk the clock here and not talk about the Rockets. Game 7 yesterday. We've made it 8 minutes into the 3 hour. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's having good nature humor.
It's raining outside like it was raining Buddy Hield 3-pointers last night. Am I right?
Which, I mean, I did want to lead with this, but you saw Buddy Hield shot 81% from 3 yesterday. High volume 3-point game. That is an elite 3-point shooting night. Just saying.
And the last one got him the 9 that he needed too. The last one that was completely unnecessary with 30-some seconds to go. But you know that he had it someone planted the seed that he needed 9.
So whenever Branham, you're an idiot. You can't have a plus 75% shooting night be called elite. Your standards are way too high. Are they? Are my standards too high? Or was that the most elite shooting game of the series? 9 for 11, 81%. So I'm going to retract that take from Bad Take Boulevard. I want the record to show
You're
that.
taking back your apology for being called out as being wrong on that?
No, I won't take back my apology, but I would like the record to show that I apologize for being wrong because I overdo it. I apologize whenever I shouldn't even be sorry. I admit I'm wrong when I shouldn't even admit that I'm wrong. But I do want to retract that from Bad Take Boulevard because clearly I was on the right side of history there. Thank you to Buddy Hield and his giant teeth.
At the time of release, though, it had not happened. So
it had happened before. It's just very rare.
Right. I mean, but I thought you were talking about just because of the recent history of what happened after you made the statement.
What do you mean?
That 81% I don't think had been reached before.
I think it had. I think it was only been done like 2 or 3 times.
78% was the highest.
I started to tune out because I was taking my beating like a man on that one. So here's another way to not talk Rockets for a couple of minutes. It's not good news though.
Okay.
It's not good. Do you want to hit the sounder, Brian?
We got breaking news?
Yeah, breaking news coming from Astros camp. Sounder's not ready.
Yeah, I gotta find it. I can't find it all of a sudden.
Got a case of the Mondays. That Brian, he's not ready. He's not prepared. He's still recovering from his weekend and that Blue Star tequila. You do it. You the sounder.
Which one do we use?
The breaking news. Yeah, it's good for me. Yordan Alvarez is going on the IL with right hand inflammation. So that Cesar Salazar news that we were talking about before the show, and you're like, I wonder if it's Yordan. Bingo, you were right. It is Yordan. Yordan's landing on the IL, which. That's fine. Like I like to err on the side of placing players on the IL. That way you can give them they're not rushing back. They're not trying to get in the lineup. They don't feel bad. Just give them the 10 days. Give him the 10 days to try to get right, to get the hand right. Also mentally, he's been in a slump. There's no reason that he's hitting the ball so hard that, if you can save 3 days out of the 10 days on the IL, it's worth not putting him on there. He could probably use the 10-day reset for the just being in a slump alone, even before the hand. So I think it's the right move. Now, it is curious because we heard over the weekend that the Astros weren't going to have any imaging on the hand. Why not? Yeah. Why wouldn't you have any imaging on the hand just for peace of mind? And it's also the curious case of Yordan Alvarez that the guy gets a lot of boo-boos that's never really serious. So either one of two things is the case with Yordan Alvarez. Either he is soft as puppy dew in the rain or he's got a really bad body. And maybe it's both.
I mean, isn't it also the thing that you missed from all that was correct is the fact that it's also the Astros, which means that when you say it's nothing and doesn't need imaging, that means it's probably something a lot more than nothing because they can't do anything right when it comes to medical announcements, releases, and maybe even the treatment itself, for all we know, for all the ways they've screwed up injuries. But it's we chuckle at it now because it really is so preposterous that we're told that he's going to be fine and we don't even need imaging. And now here he is headed to the injured list. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Didn't we do this with someone else last year where they told us imaging wasn't necessary and it turned out
Tucker?
Was it Tucker?
I think that they might have done the imaging with Tucker though.
I
don't think they ever said we're not doing imaging with Tucker. I think Brian's talking about another scenario. Obviously, the way they handled Tucker was. I'm not arguing that the way they handled Tucker was right.
Because I think you're right. I'm trying to remember who else was one of those where they were out for at least a decent amount of time when we thought that they were.
There was somebody.
I think it was Fromber actually. I think it was Fromber with the ankle.
Yes, it was because
when he slipped down the dugout stairs.
And he doesn't need imaging. It's why not? Why not just send him to an X-ray? Is he scared of the machine?
And he missed the start, right?
He did miss the start.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, which that one they probably view as like a minor ankle sprain. So that one kind of makes a little bit of sense. Like, I don't go get an x-ray every time I minorly sprain my ankle, but I also don't have them like in the clubhouse, like I'm being a little egregious in the clubhouse, but I bet you they have an x-ray machine at Minute Maid.
Down the hall,
Down the hall, the x-ray room. So why not? Like, why not? It's not an extra expense. Maybe you have to pay the guy that's operating the machine an extra $25. Like, so what? Like, go get an x-ray, dude.
Yeah. Now here's the thing that we do have to also throw the caveat to be a little extra concerned is he's on the IL. How long he stays on the IL, where a bone bruise can turn into 3 months, is anybody's guess.
No doubt. Like, if I'm talking like holistically, not from the Astro sense. Like, if I have a guy early in the year that's struggling and he's got like a sore or anything, like, I'm placing him on the 10-day IL period. Like, before I even bat an eye, for 2 reasons. One, I don't want him to like feel that he needs to be in the lineup so he comes back too early. Secondly, the mental reset for a slumping hitter is worth it. Like, it's worth it. So
look, and
I was clamoring for them to do that over the weekend. People thought I was nuts over the weekend. Well, what do you mean? You can get 8 days of Yordan. It's okay. It's going to be all right. He can use a week and a half off.
My major focus is just on the fact that the way the Astros handle things and the way it actually plays out after they tell you not to worry is a reason why you always have to worry. You have to absolutely be completely pessimistic every time the Astros make any announcement, because little things become big things all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's like the secondary part. Like, mine's like more holistic. Yours is from an astroscope, and you're 100% right.
Especially with Yordan's hands, because it wasn't that long ago when Yordan's hand was injured and Dusty didn't know which one it was.
Right.
Why does this happen, by the way? Like, let's talk about the science of a sore hand. Why? Like, what's happening here? Like, is it overused? Is it just getting sore because of the overusage of it? Why does he have a sore hand that doesn't need to be surgically repaired? Like, is it carpal tunnel? Like, what is, like, can we get a real answer here? And not that they owe it to us. Like, I don't need the whole, the Astros owe us news. I get that they don't. I'm just talking, like, generally speaking, I really wonder what is wrong with his hand, because this is chronic. It's a chronic hand injury.
And again, I'm going to speculate and just throw out a possibility. But the only thing that will debunk this is the fact that Yordan doesn't seem like he works at his craft a whole hell of a lot or wants to put extra work in. But a lot of guys that are like insanely focused on, like what Bregman used to be, like he's constantly in the cages, like after games, before games, on off days, and the entire off season, they're constantly tinkering with their swing and in the cages and swinging over and over again. That's how I could see through repetition of that degree, things happening to your hands, your wrist, because otherwise it's like, what are you taking Tybo in the meantime and hitting punching bags? And how the hell is it your hands taking hits otherwise?
Maybe he travels his gaming device on the road and is like that.
Yeah, maybe.
I actually had that thought in the shower today about his work ethic.
You're thinking about Yordan in the shower?
I was going to say, and your wrist cutter. I mean, I just
what how did that come into play?
Because it's hands and wrists.
Not mine.
I didn't say yours, but I mean,
I think you said your wrist.
And your wrists come into play. Like his wrists are on your mind when you're in the shower.
For some reason, I saw a tweet and I was thinking about his injury, and I started to think about his work ethic. And I'm like, I wonder what his work ethic is really like.
Are you on your phone in the shower?
No. But I read it right before I go in.
Okay.
Yeah. Like, I think I was, meditating, and then I went to the shower after my meditation, and then, sometimes I'm looking at Twitter when I meditate. Here's the question that I asked myself, to get completely off topic and, to stall the rocket talk here, milk the clock on it, take a knee. I think he's the most talented hitter in baseball. I think I mean that sincerely. I think Yordan Alvarez is the most talented hitter in baseball. I think that he does a lot of things that literally nobody else is capable of doing. I think his combination of like contact, his combination of power, his combination of zone, like play discipline, swing decisions, whenever he's going right, I don't think there's anybody better in baseball, including Aaron Judge, including Shohei Ohtani. I don't think that they have Yordan Alvarez's skill. But why does Aaron Judge's production so much better than Yordan's? What is the uncommon denominator here?
Stays healthy.
I think one, I think it's health. Secondly, I think there is the work ethic question. I don't know Yordan's work ethic. I'm not around him. But he's more skilled than Judge, and Judge is way more productive than Yordan over the course of a regular season. Let's not have the playoff conversation here. And then I also think it's like how serious he takes every single game and every single plate appearances. I don't think Aaron Judge has ever cheated out of a plate appearance. I think Yordan Alvarez goes weeks where he's kind of like, okay, I know I'm very skilled. I'll put up my numbers. And then whenever he dials it in is whenever he goes on his tears.
His body language, along with his track record, can give you basically no other means other than to assume that he just isn't a workaholic when it comes to the game. It just kind of all comes naturally to him, because even in spring training, it's like, I'll do what I got to do. And then even if he comes to a slow start, but when I feel like it, look out. And then he gets hot. And then, when, he starts getting criticized a little bit, he picks it up. But with all the injuries that we've been through with him as well, it just seems like there's that kind of, okay attitude until, and it's kind of like load management in the NBA, or, teams that think we don't have to really ramp this thing up till we get to serious business late in the season and playoffs, that it's one of those situations where you can kind of see that he doesn't look like the kind of guy that is just a perfectionist in his craft.
I'm just throwing it out there for clicks, mostly. 7137.
The fireworks thing in Atlanta was the one
Just
that really
throw
took
the crap
the
out there to get clicks.
I mean, this is multiple occasions over the course. This is was it 2 years ago where he had the hand issue that landed him on the IL? It was the last year of Dusty.
22.
Actually, it might have even been the second to last year of Dusty.
I think it was 22. World Series year.
Okay, so 2022. Now it's another hand issue that's landing him on the IL in 2025, right? So 22, 23, 24 years. So he's landed on the IL twice with a hand issue that does not require imaging.
Yeah, I mean,
what is going on?
And again, it's like, it's crazy. But again, this is what I was talking about when I was getting into all from the releases and the medicals and all the other things. The fact that we can, in every situation with every injury, going from a pillow to Tommy John with a crick in your neck, to the fact that with Yordan's injuries, we can constantly go back and forth and go, like Brian said, at one point, not only was imaging not necessary, between the manager and the player, we didn't know which hand, and then the player had to call an impromptu press conference to clarify which hand.
Yeah, the people want to talk about this, so we'll continue to put the pin in the Astros thing, but or the Rockets. We'll talk plenty of Rockets. We'll probably talk majority Rockets today. But the Hive has some thoughts on the Yordan Alvarez. Does Yordan Alvarez have a bad body, or is Yordan Alvarez soft, or is he both? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. 713-780-3776. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the Twitter at ESPN 975. I guess we're still on the Twitch at twitch.tv/ESPN 975. Blankers and Pac-Man, Joel Bryan, at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Collectively, we are the Bees. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's going to be a sad day, I think, on the show. It's gray in the air. Feelings are gray. Rockets lose game 7, and then Jordan lands on the IL. Good news is the Texans played golf today. Cal McNair didn't say anything racist. I consider it a win.
Never quit.
These golf tournaments are usually where he goes and runs his mouth a little bit. He talks about
Well, the warden was right next to
Chinese
him, ready to snap on him if he did.
That's true.
She was waiting.
Or his little pit bull.
Yep.
We'll get to some of what Cal had to say, talking about moving.
It's
Big
always
Sarge,
fun to win.
he posted Kaimi Fairbairn's golf swing on a drive, and I critiqued it on Twitter. And I mean, I'm an expert on driving because I did win a long drive competition, so I think I'm an expert talking about this. All right, 71370 Joyceman.
Didn't I win ours?
We didn't have a long drive competition in our tournament.
Yeah, I thought we did.
I don't think you won it.
Okay.
Do you have a prize?
I'm trying to remember. I thought I did, but
No, I think you're making this up.
I'm not.
Like you hit the ball far, but you didn't win a long drive contest.
Okay.
You never.
I've won plenty. Rest assured, I've won plenty of
Can't let
them.
me have
I
my
just
moment.
don't have to.
Look at me,
I
he's
don't have to
one-upping.
blow the horn on it.
He's one-upping me. He's
No, I'm not. You
He's trying
dropped
to
that one without any rebuttal for quite a while.
I think you're one up. I'm not saying I didn't go out and just like openly brag. I definitely did that, but you're one upping my open brag by saying you won
It didn't
several.
start out that way because I wasn't trying to do that. I asked.
How
if
can you
I
say
thought
that
I-
without?
What?
I thought I had the long drive at our tournament.
No, but then okay, I see what you're saying. But yeah, but then you immediately got to the I've won several.
When challenged by
I don't know how
you,
to say
yes,
this.
yes, I did.
I didn't challenge you
kind
about
of a big
anything.
deal.
I challenged that you didn't win it that specific day. I know you hit the ball
Hey,
far.
Judge,
You hit the ball
you'll be
further than
fine
me.
right there.
But definitely
Well, I'm
one
the
up.
best there is, plain and simple.
Texter, who is Buddy Hield. We'll tell you all about Buddy Hield a little bit later. But the only elite three-point shooting game of the series was by Buddy Hield. Texter, hey, Blankers, don't forget to shout out the Broadway girls. What were you up to this weekend?
Coaching all weekend, sir.
Let me read the rest of the tweet. Also cool to see the Trash Pandas progress. No, this is a hilarious text. If we do not know context at all here, let's not give the context for a moment. Hey, Blankers, don't forget to shout out the Broadway girls. Also cool to see the Trash Pandas progress over the past month. Great games this weekend. Allison, a.k.a. the other team's mom, that was excited to play Killer Bee. You told me about this before the show.
I did. We played in Alvin, and there were quite a few people that were around the tournament and parents and coaches that were fans of the show and the station, and it was really cool to catch up with a lot of those people. And Allison says she listens every day, and she says she texts quite frequently. And I said, so how do we know it's you? Do you leave your name? She goes, no, I don't do it. And I said, you should do that. So
Yeah.
I appreciate her doing that.
Yeah, we love characters on the show, Allison. So make sure you continue to put your name. But yeah, don't forget to shout out the Broadway girls, Blankers.
They changed their name, I think, recently, but they did beat us. So
My friends from Mexico say Cinco de Mayo is for white people. That's probably fair.
And I'm Mexican.
That's probably true. A lot of people don't know what the significance of Cinco de Mayo. For a bunch of gringos to drink a bunch of margaritas. No, it's when they won a key battle. It wasn't actually like they're independent or anything like that. They just won a key battle in an important war. Texture says that Jordan slammed his hand in a car door. Do we know that? And did it happen twice now over the last 5 years? Like Jordan Alvarez is an enigma. He really is. Like the dude is mysterious. And he's mysterious with games that he misses. Sleeps in his pillow wrong in Tampa. The fireworks get to him in Atlanta. The second time in the last 5 years, he lands on the IL with a hand inflammation that doesn't even require imaging. Like, it's one thing to have chronic hand problems, but they're saying, oh, we don't need imaging. No, we're good. Second time in 5 years he lands on the IL. We don't need an x-ray. No, it's okay.
Yeah, he's had plenty. And like I said, almost every injury with the Astros is like this, but that's the reason why, we always remind people, and you started the Jordan rules. I mean, the fact is that you have to handle that guy with kid gloves. And even when you do, things are just going to pop up and they're going to happen. And you just have to accept it and go, yep, that's okay though, because it's Jordan.
Yeah, it's true. It is true. Like that, you have to accept it. As much as I love Jordan, he has a glass jaw. Will never be a star if he continues missing all the time. Look, that's fair. You do begin to question his peaks. Like, will his talent? Because I think he has the most talent of any hitter in baseball. I think when you could collect all the attributes of what it takes to be a great offensive player, I think he has the talent of being the best offensive player. His power is great. He combines that with good contact. He combines that with good skill or good play discipline, all of that. But you start to wonder if he's ever going to hit that potential. Like, is he ever going to have a 162-game season? And, of course, no one plays 162 games anymore. But is he ever going to rival an Aaron Judge season? I doubt it.
I said at some point in his career I thought he'd win an MVP. But in order to do that, you're right. I mean, you got to stay healthy, and you've got to and put up the big numbers. And that's why, going back to what I said in the first segment, I just feel like he comes across as the guy that doesn't matter enough to him. Like that he's just that seems like that would be too much work.
He's a little Anthony Rendoni.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't go that far.
Half Anthony. He's a half a
Just
Rendon.
kind of like he knows the ability he has.
Never go full Rendon.
But yeah, he just doesn't have that, for lack of a better term, that eye of the tiger that I'm just going to maximize every ounce of talent that I have. He's kind of like, yeah, I'm good. I got a contract and we're a good team. And when they need me, I'll be there.
Yeah. Tybo reference in 2025. Does no one Tybo anymore? Is that not a thing?
I don't think so.
Do you
Did you
Tybo?
want, did you want me to just say that he was punching the heavy bag? Is that better?
It's more evergreen.
Instead of being just a little funny with it by going, yeah, he was probably doing Tybo in his off time.
Doing a little P90X.
There you go.
A little CrossFit.
I question Alvarez. I need to find a good box. I question Alvarez's offseason routine. He's never ready. I think it's fair. Luis Ariz is a better hitter than Jordan. Luis Ariz is a better contact hitter than Jordan. Luis Ariz is not in the same stratosphere as an offensive weapon as Jordan Alvarez. You probably think that Tony Gwynn was as good as Babe Ruth, huh?
Should we save that for Thursday?
What?
Yeah, it's like
that take.
Jeremy's sitting here talking about.
Well, I think he's talking purely contact.
I know, but that's not what I mean. I guess we're putting context into it.
A lot of people confuse best hitter for like best average hitter, which I think is bad context. I think it's a bad way to use that. But oftentimes we see that used as like best
Tony
average
Gwynn
hitter.
being the best
yes,
hitter.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, but you're talking about like the 5-tool player, so to speak. Like you're talking about.
I'm talking purely offense.
All the attributes of his offensive abilities with a bat in his hand.
You can get rid of defense and arm. Like
Right,
I'm talking
no.
about like the three offensive traits of a good offensive player. Like he doesn't have like elite speed, obviously.
But I think that's what I'm saying. They're trying to pick it apart by just saying, from a purely like hitting for average type thing. But overall, the power, everything that you go through, like you said, his eye not of the strike zone, let alone the fact that he can be a 300 hitter and hit you 40 bombs. And the fact that he's clutch too. He's got the clutch gene, because we talk about the Bagwells and the Biggios and the James Hardens of the worlds and the people that just kind of curl up in the postseason or never do it. He's done the exact opposite. He steps up even bigger when the lights get brighter. So everything's there for him. And I think it's for the taking. I just don't think he's aggressively pursuing the take.
Jordan career's batting average is 215. Ariz is 305. That's incorrect. Jordan's career average is 295. This year he's batting 210, but then your Ariz stat for this year would be wrong. So I don't know where you're getting your information, Texter, but it's not accurate. I feel like the Astros just make up an injury and they want to sit Jordan out a few games. If there's anybody making it up, I don't think it's the Astros. I don't want to say Jordan's making up injuries. But Jordan is now landed on the IL 2 different times in 5 years with the mysterious hand that does not require imaging, and Dusty Baker didn't know which hand. He left a game because of fireworks in Atlanta. He left the city of Tampa when he slept on his pillow funny and had to come back to Houston to get looked at for his neck. There is mysterious injuries when it comes to Jordan Alvarez.
Specifically with the hand, though, because you're right on everything else. I think there's a point to what the texter is saying. If the team is just adopting the idea that no imaging is required with something that could be classified as chronic, that does send off alarm bells of maybe a fake injury just to buy him some off time and get his head right.
Why wouldn't they place him on the IL immediately?
I mean, that's a great question.
It's a good question. I don't know.
It doesn't add up. None of this adds up.
I feel like we can say that about every side of the argument,
No,
though.
absolutely. You can. And that's why people get frustrated. Ocho, the only surprise here is how Kawhi Alvarez's customary injuries happening. He usually goes on a hot streak for a few weeks, cools off for a month, then gets a paper cut injury. SAWFT, soft. Ocho's been on the Jordan soft train for a long time. I've been there with him. Like, these things are weird. They're weird. How many players in baseball over the last 5 years, and I'm not even talking about the double knee surgery, because that's legit. Like, you have double knee surgery, that's legit.
Mm-hmm.
But how many players over the last 5 years have two different IL stints because of an inflamed hand that doesn't require imaging, and the manager doesn't know which hand, that leaves the game because of fireworks smoke.
The fireworks one always takes a cake.
And leaves the city whenever he has a strained neck because he slept on his pillow. And we hear that injury from time to time, but I'm talking about the full body of work. Yordan Alvarez's lineage of injuries over the last 5 years is a unicorn. It is unlike anything we've ever seen.
And multiple times, he's done the whole sit out of city, take Crane's plane, day of game. He did it, was in Chicago last year.
What was that one? Oh yeah, he flew. That's right. What was that injury?
Wasn't that like the flu?
He didn't go to Chicago and then he flew up for the series finale, hit a home run, and flew back with the team.
Yeah. He flew up on Crane's plane day of because I think he was sick all weekend, and they were like, "Well, we don't know how serious it is." Fly him up day of game, hits a bomb, flies back with the team, and everybody's supposed to go, "Yeah, nothing to see here. We're all good."
So is he soft or is he got a bad body?
Or is it the whole? Well, maybe, or is it maybe this the attitude?
Yeah, I think it's both. I think he has a bad body, and I think he's a little bit soft. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about the Rockets now. We've punted for 35 minutes. Houston Rockets lose Game 7. Main takeaways from that defeat. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. You know, I'm always talking about the stress and anxiety of the week, and for good reason to look for an excuse to go out on vacation. Doesn't take a whole lot to do today, huh? Pretty easy. I'm going to get out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and lose my thought in all of this day-to-day stuff. I'm actually going up there at the end of the month. Looking forward to visiting Two Creeks Crossing Resort. The best weekend idea for you, best midweek idea for you. Just get away for a couple of days. Go enjoy all there is to enjoy at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston, like the open green spaces, like the wildlife you just don't see in the city. If you like beautiful mature trees, they got that for you. If you're a fisherman or fisherwoman, drop your line in the water. They have some of the best fishing in Texas. Escape the city, enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. One of the great perks of Two Creeks Crossing Resort, and they have a long list of it, is it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You can get out of town without traveling too far. Don't waste your day in the car. Don't head to the airports. That's always stressful. It's more burdensome than it's worth. You can get to Two Creeks Crossing Resort in an hour and a half. Hike the 92-acre property this afternoon. Kayak, pickleball, or just hang out by the pool with a drink. That's good, too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort's always looking for new ideas to take care of their visitors. They'll throw a barbecue cook-off one weekend, crawfish bowl the next. Whatever's on their mind, they're going to do it. They're going to take care of you. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, or pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anybody. I've been saying it's a great weekend place. It's a great during the week, too. You can save 20% right now on your next 2-night stay, Sunday through Thursday. So you have a couple days you want to take off, or maybe you don't work the customary Monday through Friday, Sunday through Thursday stay, 20% off on rentals, RV sites, yurts, cabins, and tents. So book that now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You ever heard this song?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I like this rain theme.
You don't like the theme?
No, I want to be sad today.
Yeah, it's about rain.
Yeah, I don't know if this doesn't strike me as sad music though.
It doesn't?
Oh, I think it does.
This strikes me as like walk off a building music because I don't want to hear it anymore.
Before you walk off a building, you're probably sad.
No, I think like my sad music though, I'm listening to like sad country and western, maybe a little grunge music, maybe a little Avril Lavigne.
Oh,
so you're not describing sad, you're describing emo.
No, I mean I said country.
Okay, you did describe. Well, country can be kind of it's emo with twang at times.
Like I want to like beer in my tears or tears in my beer.
That's not emo.
I know. That's why I said what emo. Yeah, I don't. This is like a little this is a little upbeat.
I would disagree with that.
I don't want to like
pretty.
I want to do like a little rock Night at the Roxbury type.
No, this is not that song at all.
Yeah,
I mean this is on a melancholy list, like a range of melancholy.
This is very
from 1
melancholy.
to 10. No, this isn't close to a 10 on melancholy.
8.5.
Nah. This ain't an 8.5 on the melancholy range.
Joel?
This is like a 6 at best.
I think it's a 7.5, 8.
I want some like honky tonk 10 melancholy.
See, I think the most like soul crushing music is slower than this and not country.
Okay. Like I feel like they play this in some weird nightclubs.
No, the pace isn't fast enough for a nightclub.
This is more like a romantic movie. Talk to me like lovers do.
During the part where they split, sure.
Man, I don't know. Challenge for the week. Who's got the most interactive talk show, the Killer Bees or the Killer G's? I mean, Paul can have that. I don't care who's the most interactive.
We don't brag about it. We're all about it.
We'll be
trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're trying to make everybody think that you know ball.
We'll be interactive. I don't know who's the most interactive, and I don't really care to have the title. Good rain songs about rain by Gary Allen. So mark that one down. Gary Allen sounds like a little country and western. I played golf with Gary Allen once upon a time. We weren't in the same group, but I hit my ball into his group. Always thought Jordan was overrated. See, I don't think Jordan's overrated. I just don't know if he's materialized and reached his potential, and I question if he ever is gonna.
Or wants to.
I guess you could say that's overrated, Branham. Or wants to, maybe. Night at the Roxbury. Yeah, that's yeah. See? They texture
Nilly Vanilli had Blame It on the Rain. That was the clubby version of a rain song.
Jordan is the Neymar of baseball. I don't know enough about Neymar's game.
Either.
Was he always hurt, Neymar?
I don't know. We'd have to ask Glenn. I don't know.
I'm putting 2 and 2 together because Neymar obviously was like an uber talent. Like many people thought he was going to be the greatest footballer of the world. What is that trophy they give to the best footballer of the world every year? It's like the trophy d'Or or something like that.
No, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what it's called.
Bell d'Or?
That might be it. I think that's it. Or it might be the ball.
They're probably
it's something like that. Y'all know what we mean. And all you soccer heads are y'all don't know soccer.
And the World Cup thing is the boot or something?
No, I think the Rangers and the Astros play for the boot. No, that's the Golden Boot.
The Golden.
It's not the MVP. It's for the goal. It's for the goal leader of the World Cup. Right. Which I mean, same thing, I guess. Keep stalling, guys. That game hurt last night. We're doing our best. I feel like we've done pretty good. To stall about the Rockets. Should we stall one more second?
I mean, it's 3:43. We're already due for a break.
Can we go even a little bit longer and just like dive right into the gimmick here?
We spent most of this segment talking about what is or is not an emo song, so I think we successfully stalled.
Raindrops falling on my head.
That feels a little more happy.
That's like more upbeat. It's like
just
like
Eddie. I love a rainy night. It's a country song, but it's got a little kick to it.
Do you have a playlist you go to whenever you're feeling a little down? When you're feeling a little sad?
No.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
You're not in touch with your emotions.
I am. Probably more so now, but don't have a playlist.
I don't have a specific playlist. I just I'll put on some old school country. That's what I'll do. Is I'll put that. And anything that's like upbeat, I'll just skip it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have a specific playlist, but I do have a game plan. I guess is the best way to put it. A good rain song, Stand by Eminem. That's a pretty good song.
It's a good song.
It's not. I don't know if I call it a rain song, but a good song.
Yeah, I don't know about a rain song. It's a good song.
I mean, there's definitely rain when he's talking.
The video.
There is in the video. Yeah.
I think you can even hear it on the song, couldn't you?
I think there are some times in the song
right,
you do.
Yeah. I mean, I have a very vivid memory of the video where he's sitting there pinning his letter and there's rain coming down.
Yeah.
Golden Boot. Raindrops. You just somebody already texted that. 25 Rockets or the 15 Astros. Good things ahead.
Let's hope so.
That's not a bad comp. Now they've missed the playoffs next year. Rockets would.
Yeah, that was a comp I've talked about before. The only problem was that I don't see them missing the playoffs. That's to me where the comp falls short next year. Like I can't see them missing the playoffs next year.
I mean, the West is tough though.
Yeah, unless they make a drastic move and that shakes things up. Or I mean, obviously there's always the injury case.
Well, if other teams make a drastic move, like if San Antonio gets Giannis, and they already got Wemby and other pieces,
De'Aaron Fox.
I mean, and a couple other Castle and other guys. I mean, San Antonio didn't make the playoffs; they could be in.
Wouldn't they have to trade Castle? You think for Giannis? Would he have to be included in that trade?
He might, but they're saying that the Spurs have 2 lottery picks.
Oh, do they?
In this draft. And so Monday night, we're going to learn a whole hell of a lot because Monday night's the lottery.
Yeah. I'm not sure we can talk about the Astros or the Rockets. Maybe our attention should be put forward to the rough mix. They're on a roll. Who are the rough mix? Is that the
That's
rough
got to be a
necks?
typo for
Did the rough Knicks win again?
I guess. I'm not sure. Rain's on Led Zeppelin. Missy, I Can't Stand the Rain.
Ooh, good song there.
Balloon d'Or. I don't know how to pronounce that, though. But it's the Balloon d'Or. They give it to the best footballer in the world.
I think I said that but mispronounced it. Probably.
You said Bell.
I thought I said. Oh, you're right. I think I said Bell Dior.
You said Bell. I said
So
Ball.
Right. So I did mispronounce it. Yeah.
You mispronounced balloon? What?
Are we sure it's actually like balloon?
I think it's Balloon d'Or.
Yeah. Glenn will be here at 6. Soccer matters. he'll set us straight.
That'll be like, whoa! What are all these questions for me tonight?
All right, we've done enough. Rainy night in Georgia. Says another texter. Okay. Let's talk Rockets. We'll do what you want us to do. I think Rockets fall to the Warriors yesterday. What does this mean going forward? All of that good stuff. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
It's more like it here.
Who the hell's this?
I don't know, but it sounds cool.
Gary Allen, Songs About Rain.
I like how
nominated during the last segment.
He's got good range there.
Hit that note again.
He is pretty deep. Actually, I wouldn't even say it. Deep's not the right word. What would it be called? High, maybe? High pitch?
I wouldn't classify him as a high pitch.
He hit that note earlier. Like that. Like I think it's about to be coming up again. I don't know. 713-780-ESPN. I don't know anything about music. I got suspended in choir when I was in middle school. That's a true story.
For what?
I don't want to say. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. I did hit that note. Pete, have some thoughts. Here's what we're going to do. You get your grievances out to us. What did you like about this series? What didn't you like about this series? What do you want to gripe about? What do you want to grieve? Whatever you want to do to get off your chest, let the Killer Bees be that shoulder for you. And it's a safe space, right? Safe space. We're not going to mock you and ridicule you and call you stupid. And
I don't think that. I mean, if it's a really stupid take, I think we can do quite a bit of that.
There's no such thing as stupid take. There's only stupid people.
Okay, so if it's a stupid person,
just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
There you go.
But we're not going to force feed sunshine and rainbows on you like other stations might.
I don't think anybody's doing that today with the Rockets, though, right?
I don't know.
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't know. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. First gripe, grievance, whatever. Pete, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up, Pete?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
Well, I'm not going to gripe about last night's game. As a matter of fact, I'm going to praise the Rockets for having a great season. I mean, a lot of the experts didn't even think they'd be any better than a play-in team. So for them to get the second seed and to vastly improve from the previous year, that's all I can ask for. And, you know, they should be very proud, too, for the fact that they came down from a 3-1 deficit. Ultimately, the Warriors just played a better game. They had a better defensive plan, and our guys just weren't making the shots. So, you know, but the future looks bright. I look forward to seeing what happens with the draft lottery and the growth of the team. You know, they're going to be better days ahead. So I'm feeling good about the Rockets' prospects down the road. As far as Golden State, hey, congratulations and hats off to you, Steph, Jamie Foxx, and was it Buddy Hield or Bucky the Beaver? Whatever. Hey, y'all have a good evening.
Rack 'em,
Pete.
Rack 'em. I don't know if you got a tongue, though.
Pete gets us off the schneid, starts it with some positivity, finishes in a flurry.
I don't want to do the tongue thing. We're going to have to come up with our very own, but we're going to workshop that. We're not going to do it today. There's too much stuff to do today. That's like a Friday show. We'll workshop that. Rack 'em, close, but not quite. But good call.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think he covered the gambit a little bit, but I mean, from a very red Kool-Aid drinking perspective, that I mean, we both said it before the series. I said no matter what happens in the playoffs, the season's been an overwhelming success. I didn't think they would get the 2 seed in the West. I didn't think they'd win the division. I mean, and we talked about the fact, and I reiterated a couple times, you can't win 22 more games than you did the year before every season. So essentially, the first year was a hell of a success because you won 22 more. This year, you were the second seed, won the division. I just think that the turnaround has been quick. The progress is continuous. And now you've got work to do this offseason to try and do it again and try and get a little bit deeper into the playoffs to do a little more.
Yeah, he said something that irked me a little bit. And I've been kind of like a damn a little bit where I'm like withholding. Now what Pete said about like a really good step forward, 100%. Like if you're talking about this season as a whole, good season. They took a tremendous step forward. They have cemented themselves as what we would call a playoff team for the foreseeable future. Like we're going to go into every season saying that they're going to be a top 4 team in the West, but they might not live up to it every single season. But that's going to be the benchmark that they've set themselves with this year, which is great. I mean, 50-win season, top 4 team in the West. Love their future. And I agree with that. Like, I do love their future. I am optimistic about their future. But the one thing, and it's not Pete's fault, the one thing that irked me, even going into last night, not even like, and yes, the outcome like cemented this thought. I got way, I don't know how the best way to say this. I feel people got way too comfortable bringing the series back home tied 3-3. The sense I got, it's not even like the players or the team, but the overall sense I got from the city was that getting it back to Houston tied 3-3 was a win almost. Like when they won game 5 at home, okay, everybody sees that 3-2. Now bring it back to Houston. And then once they won game 6 in Golden State, it felt like everybody had relief. Like everybody
relaxed
breathed
a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not going to even say the players, though. Just like the thought of the series and the thought of the fans was like, yeah, we got, and then they see the line, oh, they're favorites, and oh, they're the most talented team. They're going to go into game 7 and roll. Like the confidence that was there. It almost felt like bringing it back to a game 7 was a win in itself.
Well,
when it shouldn't be that case. Like, obviously, the goal of a series is to win the series. And I got way too much feeling across the board that bringing it to a game 7 in Houston was the victory in its own right.
Yeah, I mean, I think from the standpoint of if you needed some other further validation to say that the season was a success, we talked about it before the series started.
Well, I think those are two different conversations.
But I know, I understand. But I'm just rebuttaling. The fact that when you look at it and say, okay, short of being swept, it was a successful season. But I feel you. There were a ton of people that I talked to leading up to Sunday night that really felt like once we get it back home, it's ours. And I'm going to be honest with you. Once I saw the way the game went down in game 6, where I thought the Warriors were going to put all their chips on the table, I came away from that game going, as much as I thought experience would beat youth, the more talented team is clearly the Houston Rockets. They figured some things out. They really took it to the Warriors on their home floor, and I thought that they had a clear-cut advantage coming home, that they were going to take it home. And you know me, I'm normally, hard to actually get over on that side and be convinced. I was leaning more and more like this was a game that I thought that they could, if they played their same kind of game, that they could absolutely win this thing.
And that was the sentiment that kind of annoyed me, was that people got comfortable. They got comfortable ahead of game 7. And it was like, it's the discomfort of and this isn't even tangible because it wasn't even like within the team, but it was the discomfort that got you there. Like, why get comfortable now going into a game 7? Like, it felt to me like people thought the job was done once it was brought back to Houston. And the job ain't done in a series until you win the series. So, like, whenever he's like, well, they did a great job getting it back to a game 7. No, One, you should have never been in that position. Secondly, you don't quit because of the game 7. You brought it to a game 7. I think the series was lost in game 3. That to me is, and even game 4 a bit, because I felt game 4 is very winnable as well. But Jimmy Butler didn't play in game 3. Before that game, you have to take advantage of Jimmy Butler missing this game. Rockets offense no-showed. Jalen Green no-showed, and they lost what should have been a winnable game, and they lost in game 3. So, I thought the Warriors were clearly the better team yesterday. Over the course of a series, I thought the Rockets were the better team. I thought the Rockets lost the series in game 3.
I just feel like what also goes kind of forgotten is when, I kept talking about the fact the playoffs are a different animal, and it's totally different. And that Jalen actually came out and expressed his true feelings about why he tightened up. But then game 7 is a different animal than that, because game 7, whether they realized it going into the game or not, that bad boy right there is a pressure cooker, and your nerves are going to be there, and they are going to be probably stronger than they've been for just about anything in your life. And you really get a chance to see who these players are and what they're made of. And unless you've been through that fire before, strange things happen. And I also think that the team that made better adjustments were the Warriors, because Steve Kerr was constantly tinkering. He was adjusting. He went to the zone again yesterday because they don't have shooters that can shoot their way out of it. From the Rockets' perspective, I thought the fact that, he tried Kuminga, but he was, he sat post. He was trying to find different combinations, different answers, but they were constantly tinkering to try and see what the Rockets were going to do and how they were going to react. I just didn't feel like the Rockets reacted to a whole lot of stuff very well.
713-780-ESPN. I think we have to categorize the outcomes of yesterday's game. Like, you can look at it from a season perspective. We can look at it from going forward perspective, all of that. Let's talk specifically about the game yesterday. Them losing game 7. Let's look at that before we break down everything else. And we'll break it all down. 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Wes, we'll get to you on the other side. The Hive has some thoughts on the text line as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Brian McTaggart reported that Yordan Alvarez flew back to Houston for tests. Yordan Alvarez misses a town. He misses Kansas City. He's always missing his town, Yordan Alvarez. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Wes, you're in the Hive. What's up, Wes?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Hey, yeah, I didn't expect the Rockets to finish any higher than fourth, to be honest. And I do want to commend them on their game plan since they just don't have any outside shooters. Fred stepped up for a few games, but they just couldn't. I mean, they pounded it in the paint, and we had 3-point opportunities. If they could have finished, you know, they'd make a great move, and just they missed a ton of like 2 or 3 foot shots. And then they get fouled, and then they just couldn't. I don't think they made one shot when they were right there at the goal.
Yeah.
And, you know, the opportunity to get a 3-point play. But, you know, I commend them for sticking to their game plan. But, you know, when you have Curry not scoring a point in the first quarter, I mean, there's, I'm thinking, we're going to do really good. We're going to win this game. But, you got three guys on the Warriors. You got Hill, the white kid, and then Curry, the best shooter ever, can outshoot any of our guys. It's just we just need to get that one guy that can shoot consistently from the free throw line and outside. But, I was very impressed this year with the Rockets and their coach because they did play hard. I wouldn't mind moving Green. But other than that, I was really happy with the season.
Appreciate the call, Wes. Look, there's a lot to unpack there. I think one of the first things is I think Jalen Green needs to learn from what Steph Curry did. Steph Curry didn't have it going. He didn't have a shot. He was missing shots, but he found other ways to affect the game. He got others involved. He actually played better defense than I think a lot of people have given him credit for in the past, but I thought he actually played decent defense last night. But you knew at a certain time he was going to go off. He was going to find the shot. But in the meantime, he did a ton of other things to kind of help that team win. And Buddy Hield was a guy that had it going. And they're all experienced enough to figure out that if he's got it going and the Rockets defense was going to continue to collapse and double and focus on Jimmy and Steph, guys were going to be open, and Podziemski and him and Hield were knocking down shots.
More Hill. I mean, Podziemski only hit one yesterday. Like, he wasn't the issue.
I thought the issue, but he was effective.
He was 1 for 7.
Not from three or from overall from the field?
From 3. He was 4 for 12 from the field.
I'm not specifically talking about just from 3.
He was 4 for 12. That wasn't effective.
He was what?
4 for 12.
Okay, but I still think his ability to get penetration into the lane, he created a lot of things for the offense.
2 assists.
Okay, go ahead.
Why does that upset you?
Jeremy, at a certain point, I just pull the plug on it because it's not worth going any further and just go with your next point, your comment.
I mean, Hill's the one who killed him. Like,
obviously.
Podziemski, whatever, however you say his name, was to me more of a non-factor yesterday. Like, Alpi Şengün was defending him. Like, that shows you the lack of respect that Ime Udoka had for him whenever they were man-to-man, which they didn't do a whole lot
but
of
man-to-man. But he had a hell of a good series.
He had a good series. Last night he wasn't good.
Overall for the series, the Rockets continually just left him and struggled with him, and he was effective.
Okay, yeah, he was effective in the series. I don't think he was effective yesterday. Buddy Hield killed him, and I felt like the Rockets should have made an adjustment quicker defensively, defending Buddy Hield, because you can't take away everything. You can't take away everything from a good offensive team. So whenever you're going to defend Steph Curry the way you defend him, when you're going to defend Butler the way you defend him, you're going to leave some things open. Once you realize Buddy Hield is hot, you got to make that quicker adjustment. You can't let him continuously hit 3 after 3. And they did a pretty good job in the third quarter. Like, I don't think he scored again until the fourth. So, like, I do think for a moment that Ime in their defense had a good defensive adjustment for him in the second half, but then it's like they let it slip. They let their hand off the rope a bit in the fourth quarter. So that was very disappointing. And it was the only elite 3-point shooting game in the series. Buddy Hield, 9 for 11, 81%. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Marcus, you're in the Hive. What's up, Marcus? Uh-oh. We're getting rickrolled.
We're on hold.
Same thing that happened to John Lance that ended up on car wreck.
I think Marcus is doing it on purpose.
I think so.
I mean, he was
barely on hold for 10 to 15 seconds max.
Which is why he would have done it on purpose. Like, if he was on hold for 10 to 15 minutes, it makes more sense.
Normally, if it's a good business, don't they have like a voiceover guy come in right about now and say, if you're having trouble financing your home property, we're here to help.
You guys could do a live read over this music.
Probably could.
All right, let's put him back on hold, see if he comes back. He's not going to pull a fast one on us. 713-780-ESPN. It's like, and Wes, like the Wes's point about their 3-point shooting, like, obviously they need better shooters. I think they need more shot creators, though. Like, the Rockets have guys who can knock down threes. Like, Dylan Brooks was almost a 40% 3-point shooter this year. Jalen's 35. Jabari's 35. Fred's 35. Like, they're capable 3-point shooters. The problem is none of them are really great at creating their own shot. Jalen's probably the best at creating his own shot, and he was a disaster in this series outside of game 2.
I think the other thing, it kind of goes back to what Steph was doing when he wasn't scoring is that the shots that you take, too, obviously put positively or negatively affect your percentage. Jabari pulls a lot of deep threes. Fred pulls a lot of deep threes. Jalen pulls a lot of contested threes. Your percentage goes up when you get like shoot around shots, when there's no defenders, and like you were talking about, the Rockets can't defend everything. Buddy Hield was getting a lot of shots where there was no defender within 5-6 feet of him, and he could just take his time, line up the seams and let it fly. Most NBA players that are guard forwards like that can shoot a better percentage if they're not being contested like that. And the Rockets weren't contesting threes, and that was a pattern throughout the series.
Yeah. The bigger thing for me is they don't have an offensive playmaker. Like Jalen Green is supposed to be your offensive playmaker, and he was not that guy 6 out of 7 times in the series. Like Fred VanVleet tried his little heart out. He's not an elite playmaker. He's not even he's borderline good playmaker. Dylan Brooks is not a guy who's going to get his own shot. Like sometimes if you have a smaller guard on him, he might post you up and knock one down from the elbow, but he's not a shot creator. Amin at this stage of his career is not a shot creator. In fact, I would have liked Amin to be more aggressive throughout the entire series at attacking the rim. Like there were some moments yesterday where he was highly efficient, and even in game 6 of him attacking the rim, playing bully ball. I'd like to see more of that going forward, but he's also not a playmaker. Like he's not going to get other guys involved really. Like if he's driving and somebody like a defender comes and defends him, like he'll dish it off for an easy slam, but he's not an elite playmaker. I'm not sure he'll ever be an elite playmaker. I would like him to try to get to the rim more often. I thought that was whenever they were more efficient, quite frankly.
Amen can affect the game in a variety of different ways, and it doesn't have to be because of his outside shot. And I think that, when Jay Billis, when he was doing one of the early games in the series, was bragging about his elite touch around the basket, and then he clanked a bunch of shots inside. It was easy to go, yeah, right. But at the same time, Amen's really good in and around the paint. We saw the quick jump. He missed the first opportunity and jumped off the floor so quick his second jump that he hammered down the rebound before anybody was close to him. He rebounds the ball, offensive rebounds at a high level. He rebounds the ball. He can start the break. He can do a lot of things to help your team. This team desperately needs shooting, and they need more. They need, and I agree with you, they need. I was harping all season long on their inability to finish. Well, part of their inability to finish is also how can you facilitate easy offense? Well, easy offense is done when the guy that has the quick first step doesn't always have to go 1-on-2 or try and run into contact. Once the defenders collapse to try and stop him, that's where the kickouts happen, and those open threes are there for the taking. And the Rockets capitalized during the regular season a lot on that, but they certainly didn't do it in this series.
Yeah. 713-780 ESPN. A lot of Alpi bashing going on right now. Shingun is Turkish for Angel Reese, says a texter. B Hatch on YouTube.
I'm a dog.
Shingun showed the world how soft he is in that series. I've seen a lot of people down on Alpi, and I don't think that Alpi played his most efficient game yesterday. I thought he was okay. He at least brought a fight with him. Like he fought in this series. He might not have been the most efficient offensive player. I thought yesterday he was pretty dang bad offensively. But I will tip my cap that Alpi at least brought his lunch pail and was ready to scrap a little bit. Like he was ready to bang, and sometimes he shot away from that banging. But he showed up. Like I give him credit for showing up. Could he be far more efficient on the offensive end? Yes. And if I'm looking at one thing where he has to get better, he needs to finish through contact. Like he can't be scared of 6'7" Draymond Green that's going to give him a forearm whenever he backs him up into the paint. And he did that yesterday. He shied away from it. He was shooting fadeaway jumpers. He was shooting fadeaway one-legged jumpers. Like, let's take some more efficient shots than what you're taking, Alpi Shingun. And he has to get stronger. He has to be able to finish through contact.
But yeah, my big thing is, look, I was saying throughout the series, I thought he was their most consistent player because even with his shortcomings, he was putting a double-double up every night. And he's putting up pretty good numbers. Now, his shooting percentage wasn't great. It wasn't great last night. We talked about the fact that every time Draymond was on him, he tightened up. The fact that he rushes a lot of shots. Throughout the series, the other thing that was consistent was his inability to finish around the basket. He rushed a lot of shots, but he was awful at very close range. And he's got to change all of that. But the good thing is that even with all that said, he wasn't putting up singles, right? He wasn't putting up triple singles.
Right.
He was putting up numbers and helping the team win. From the first quarter of the first game when he had, 12 or 14 within the first 6 minutes of the game, he was constantly there. And you're right. I think he learned a lot just in Game 7 last night about the fact that it's like everything you can feel even more because he tightened up in certain areas. He missed free throws. He missed a ton of shots. But do I believe that he's a good player that's going to get better? Absolutely. But I have major concerns about a guy that can go for 38 one game, but for the rest of the series doesn't get more than 10 points in any game in the series. I would start there. I mean, to me, it's Jalen. Then quite a distance away when we talk about tiers. That's when I'd get to Alpi.
Jalen had 38 points in Game 2.
He did.
38 points in Game 2. If you would have told me that, or if I would have told you that Jalen Green would score 38 points in game 2, the series goes 7. How many points would you think Jalen Green would average in that series?
21 or 22 points.
Okay, like over 20. Like
Yeah,
just
about a
if
season
we're spitballing and we're just kicking around stuff before the series, I'm telling you right now, it's a lock. Jalen Green's going to have 38 in game 2. What do you think he would average over the course of the entire 7-game series? The series can go to the distance. We would all be over 20. He averaged under 13 and a half. He was at 13.3 in this. And look, I'm not one to like, hey, you have to be a high scorer to be effective and to impact winning and all of this stuff. But you can't just go into the shadows and disappear.
You and I talked
for
about after
periods
game
of time.
2, would he have another 30-point game? Because we had that conversation about Curry when Curry had his first 30-point game. And normally you're the guy that's more pro Jalen than me. But I was the guy that said, yeah, I think he's going to have one more game where he goes for 30, where he really goes off in this series. Never in a million years, if you'd have told me that he was going to be single digits the rest of the series after I thought, hey, I don't really feel comfortable with the fact that he came out and basically admitted that he got super tight in game 1 and was, it was a little bit big for him. But when you come back off of that and get 38, the rest of the series, I'm thinking, oh, he's figured it out now. Now he's comfortable. Now he's going to do what he's done all year long. Whether they win or lose, and whether his percentage is great or not, he's going to get you 20 or 22. Never in a million years, if you told me he's only going to have single-digit games the rest of the series, would I believe you?
Yeah, I wanted to find the opposing view on this because I knew we would kind of all be on the same page with our Jalen disappointment. Like the degree of disappointment probably is where our conversation lies. How disappointed are we? What does this mean for his future? All of that stuff. But I wanted to find somebody who is backing him up. So let's hear that on the other side. Lou Williams, of all people, is the one defending Jalen Green. We'll hear that side of the argument, react to that. Draymond Green had nice things to say about Houston as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Talking Rockets, talking depression, talking sadness. Lopez, Jalen is not that guy. Move him out now before you have another Harden situation on your hands. Huh. On one hand, I would like him to be Harden. On the other hand, I don't want him to be Harden. Like, if he has the career of James Harden.
He's really good on one end of the floor when he's got the ball every single second.
Touche. That's a fair point. And then he disappears in the playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I guess I don't
have
want
to
that.
have
and I don't think that
options
you have
for
to
Game
look
7.
very far to see what happened to back that up. I mean,
it's not a great thing.
7 points from the beard yesterday in Game 7.
Although certain parts of the local economy, I think, would receive a boost.
Hilarious joke.
True.
Thank you.
713-780. Here was Lou Williams defending Jalen Green. Here's the countering view that I searched very hard to find because I knew he weren't going to have it, so I wanted to get it. Here's Lou Williams, NBA chicken wing legend.
I've heard the talks. I've heard the talks about them moving him. Only way you consider moving a guy like Jalen Green is if you have a real chance at going to get a Ja Morant or a Kevin Durant or one of these guys that are obvious franchise changers. Other than that, you stay put. You hold your cards where you are. You have a nice young nucleus. Granted, he did struggle in these playoffs, but it was his first introduction. Imagine if the Lakers turned their backs on Kobe when he played how he played against the Utah Jazz when he was such a young player. Like, no, you go out there, you have your experiences, you have your ups and downs, you wipe yourself off, and you go in the summer and you make adjustments how you can be a better basketball player. In this series, I think he learned that it's other ways to impact the game. Like, you can't just be a one-trick pony. You go out there and you can't score the basketball, then what? Are you not going to guard? Are you not going to make plays? Are you not going to have any presence? Those are things that he can adjust to. It's not a lot of Jalen Greens just laying around anyways that you could just up and move these guys, And so I think that's the part of our league that we got to get better at. We're so impatient when we see these guys have struggles that we just, boom, we're ready to move on from them. No, like, allow him to grow, allow him to learn and improve his game.
Thoughts?
I got plenty.
You will.
I understand. I hope other general managers of other teams in the league look at Jalen Green that way, because my biggest fear is that what we've seen too much of being every game critiques of the Houston Rockets, critics and critiquing Jalen's play, that series just told the rest of the league that this kid has a bunch of shortcomings, and this kid, as much as he has this unbelievable skill set of potential, might never maximize it. And we were talking about it from Jordan, from a baseball perspective, but Jordan's shown it. I mean, Jalen has flashes where we're like, could this be? But every time it's prefaced with, could this be the time that he doesn't have the roller coaster with the pitfalls and he finally figures it out? But now, when it comes to the most important time of the year, yet there's another wrinkle. And I think that that's what's so concerning to me. That's why I'm ready to move on. But the problem is that I don't want to give him away for nothing. And I don't think that, I'm not sure that Ja Morant is in the same category. I think Kevin Durant doesn't have many years left. I think that you have to get the right deal in return. So I'm not just going to give him away. But I've seen enough to have too many more questions than answers in terms of what he's going to be able to do in this league. I just don't believe he's going to figure it out.
I think it's impossible to know for sure one way or the other. My personal
feeling, though, that's why maybe a fresh start somewhere else is the best thing for both sides. I just don't believe he's going to ever maximize his talent.
Look, if I were betting one way or the other, I'd be on your side of it for sure. Like, we can't see the future, so we don't know how it's going to go. But we have what we've seen, and then we form our opinion based on what we've seen and guess what it's going to be like going forward. The mentality is one thing that, worries me a bit. Now, I do think that Golden State made it a factor early in the series to take Jalen Green out of the series. So the way that he was defended, I think, was part of the reason that he had his scoring struggles outside of game 2 early in the series. But last night, I didn't feel like they were doing all the stuff they were doing early, like blitzing and doubling them and all that. So I think the focus shifted to Fred VanVleet.
I was just going to tell you that. I think that after the 38 burger, I think that they absolutely put him as their mission number one to stop Jalen Green. And that's when they were doing all that kind of high screen and rolls, were caught by both guys blitzing him, get the ball out of his hands, don't let him beat us. I think last night they basically dared him to shoot. That he looked like he was running scared the rest of the series, the last 3 games of the series when the Rockets made their run. And I think Golden State completely changed their defensive mentality and said, we might actually want him to keep shooting the ball.
They weren't scared of Jalen Green by game 5, 6, and 7. They were early in the series. They were after game 2. Then Fred VanVleet hit up, got on fire, and okay, are we going to let Fred VanVleet beat us in game 7, or are we going to let Jalen Green beat us in game 7? And Steve Kerr and the Warriors said, we're going to let Jalen Green try to beat us in game 7, and he couldn't. Fred VanVleet was jacking up terrible shots because he knew that Jalen Green was another no-show. He knew that Jalen Green wasn't going to have a great offensive night. And I think it was a shrewd decision by Kerr. Now, players do mature. Players and I understand where Lou Williams is coming from here. Players mature, players develop. Draymond Green mentioned it in the post-game press conference yesterday. Jalen Green isn't the first young player to struggle in his first ever playoffs. He won't be the last player to ever struggle in his first ever playoffs. So I understand where Lou Williams is coming from. Now, the Kobe, he's not comparing Jalen Green to Kobe Bryant, the player. He's comparing the situation of a young player that had struggles early in his postseason career that turned out to be really, really good in his postseason career. So he's not making the comparison of Jalen and Kobe by any stretch of the imagination. He's just using an example of a young player that struggled early in his playoff career and then got way better at it. Now, if you look at Kobe's early postseasons, he wasn't a crazy rotation player early in his career. He cited the Utah series. He played 14 minutes, 4 minutes, 19 minutes, 28 minutes later in the series. And he never had elite scoring games, but he also wasn't shooting it a lot then. Because that was his rookie year. He was straight out of high school.
He airballed the chance to win a game.
Okay.
Late in the deciding game, he airballed a really good look to win it. And people hammered him.
See, I didn't remember that. I vaguely do now.
And then he came back with a vengeance after that.
I would argue, okay, I like the bravado. I like the courage of a 19-year-old or 18-year-old that is willing to take that type of shot. And if you were to do the age comparisons too of when Kobe was 22 versus when Kobe was 22, Kobe was they were starting to, I think they won championships by the time he was 22 years old. If my math is serving here, looks like they won the Pacers series before he was even 22 years old, whenever they beat Reggie Miller and Jalen Rose and them.
I just watched a documentary on him in the last 2 weeks where he had just, Vanessa was 18. He was 22, and they had won back-to-back titles.
Yeah, so he was doing it pretty early in his career. It is. Look, I don't think that Jalen played poor, very, very poor. This has stained Jalen Green to me, and I believe he stained a lot of opinions in the city of Houston as to how we feel about Jalen Green. Jalen Green could average 30 points next regular season, and you know what our conversation is going to be about Jalen Green all next season? Doesn't matter until the playoffs. He could have an MVP season next year, and because of what we saw from him in these first 7 games of his playoff career, nothing matters until the playoffs.
We've said this multiple years about James Harden, yet James Harden had MVP regular seasons. James Harden was dominant offensively. The thing is with Jalen Green is that we talk about all the different efforts. The first thing Jalen Green's got to do is learn how to overcome himself. Because right now, when you look at the way he played scared. You looked at his face and you looked at his body language. You looked at the way when he had the ball in his hands. The results weren't there, obviously. And you go, ooh, boy, before you do anything else, you got to get your head right and realize that you got to really toughen up and be able to take missing shots and be able to bounce back. Then you can talk about how the Warriors defended you or how you have to improve your basketball game.
Yeah. So, I guess where I stand with Jalen is pretty much what you said. I'll echo what you say. I'm not desperate to get rid of him because, I do think that there is some bounce back. I'm very curious to see what Jalen Green looks like next year in the playoffs. How does he handle this adversity? How does he handle this disaster? Now, I do question the mentality here, and I have a pretty good guess that it's not going to be great. I don't have confidence of him going forward in playoff basketball. But there's I have a quote that I really, really like that I use a lot. There's 2 things that bring change more than anything: desperation and embarrassment. And how is Jalen Green anything but embarrassed here? He has to be embarrassed based off this series. Mm-hmm. So how does he bounce back? What does he look like next year? What does he look like his next crack at the postseason? I am very intrigued and eager to see what that looks like. Now, I don't think it's going to be great, but it does intrigue me. So as far as like his future in Houston, I'm not trading him for the sake of trading him. I'm not trading him for a 30-year-old version of Jalen Green. He would have to be in a package for a superstar player. I'm not quitting Jalen Green unless I'm getting a superstar level player in return.
No, that's that. I'm not giving away for, as I said last week, I'm not giving away for pennies on a dollar, but I'm exploring every opportunity. I'm listening to every phone call, and I'm trying to figure out, because I've seen enough. If I'm Rafael Stone or if I'm someone in that organization, I've seen enough to question more than I have answers, to where I believe that maybe it's best for both parties to just get. I think Cam Whitmore's probably close to being in that boat as well, and he doesn't have the accolades in terms of as a professional NBA player that Jalen does. But I think that at a certain point, you've seen enough to realize, short of a fresh start somewhere else, where maybe they change the way that they offensively give him the ball or do things with him, that it might be, from a mental perspective and from his game's perspective, a better opportunity for him. But the Rockets have to get something for him. Now, Lou Williams mentioned a name that we've thrown out, like a John Morant. John Morant comes with a lot of baggage, shoot, but there's another guy that really desperately needs a fresh start somewhere else overall, and then you hope that works out for both sides. I just have seen enough to Jalen. I don't want to see him in a Rockets uniform next year unless you can't get anything for him at all, because he's too valuable still as a commodity, with, like we're talking about, potential, because we can't see the future, that I don't want to give him away.
Yeah. That's my stance as well. I'm probably a little bit more keep him than you, but again, like we're saying the same thing. Like we would want a really good player in return, not just trade him for the sake of trading him. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mark, you're in the Hive. What's up, Mark?
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Loud and clear.
Well, I was just about to say, I'd like to give the Rockets hats off to playing against a team of superstars. And guys, I wouldn't get rid of Jalen Green, because first of all, you got to remember, this is this team's first time in the playoffs in years. And, you know, this is a very young team. If anything, I would say get a superstar whose contract about to run out and bring him in and get some of those seat warmers that's not contributing to the team off, you know?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear your comments after that.
Appreciate the call, Mark. I think that, you look at that and you say what you said, and I said, but okay, I say Amen Thompson had a bad game. We had people clamoring early in the series for Amen Thompson, who was supposed to be untradeable, to not only be tradable, but should be non-starting. He should be coming off the bench. And yet Amen Thompson was able to pick up his big boy pants and finish the series strong enough to realize he has a boatload of potential ability, and he handled the moment and showed that he can play on that level. Alpy may not have shot the ball well, but Alpy was your most effective double-double every single night. He might have been your most consistent player. Fred really picked it up, but Fred also was really awful early in the series. So you see from some of these other guys that didn't have any playoff experience, they adjusted. They did what they had to do. They were aggressive. They were attacked. The moment didn't seem too big for them. Jalen, on the other hand, I can't say that. Now, he got the one heater where at home he was feeling really good and everything was going his way. Golden State adjusted. They decided to defend him a little differently when the shots weren't falling or he wasn't getting the same shots. He didn't do anything else to affect his team or the game positively, and he disappeared.
Yeah, he did. He disappeared. Now, I agree with Mark's point for the most part. I don't want a major disruption to this young nucleus this offseason. Like, I don't want to trade multiple pieces from this young nucleus. Now, if you wanted to trade one that you like the least plus your surplus, and the surplus could be like, Jabari, Tari, Cam, Reed, draft picks, whatever, however you feel about them. Like, I would consider that the surplus. But I don't want to trade more than the one nucleus from this team. Like, I do want to mostly run it back with a tweak or two.
See, I was going to ask you what you meant by that, of the nucleus, because you rattled off some guys.
Yeah, I would say the nucleus is your starters and your key rotation players. Like, Tari didn't play a lot of minutes this series. I thought Tari was bad in this series. I thought he was bad yesterday.
I thought he was bad, but I thought he got more minutes that maybe I even thought he was going to get during the series.
16 yesterday. He probably averaged, in the teens, low teens. Tari played more minutes than Jabari yesterday, which I think is criminal.
That's
I don't like that.
I thought he had some 20-minute games in the series.
I'll have to pull it up.
But
I'd be surprised if it was over 20.
Look, I would be done with Tari Eason.
I mean, Dunn he hit 19 a couple times, so close. But
if you want to, I'm just saying, if you want to put him in a deal, I'm not going to be
no.
heartbroken. But
I would consider him the surplus. Like, I don't know if he's part of your core nucleus. Like, your core nucleus to me are your starters. Like, we're not counting veterans in this mix. So like Jalen would be part of your core nucleus. Min would be part of your core nucleus, and I think Alpe's part of your core nucleus. I would say everything else, like all the other young guys, are more like nucleus adjacent. Like, they're more of the surplus. I think Jabari surplus. I think Tari surplus. I think Reed surplus. I think Cam surplus. And I think all the abundance of draft picks you have is surplus. So I really don't want to trade more than one of that first core. I wouldn't trade more than one of Jalen, Alpe, and a Min. If you want to trade one that you really don't like or you don't think fits the other's games that well, okay, I'm cool with that. And then if you need to pull a few pieces from the surplus core, I'm cool with that. But I wouldn't trade more than one of those three.
Depending on what
I would describe it.
It depends on what you're trying to get or who you're getting back in return.
For me, it doesn't. For me, it doesn't.
See, to me, it does. But at the same time, I think what you have right there, if you just take one of those guys and the surplus that you mentioned as you categorize them, that's more than enough, I think, to get a really good player.
Sure, I think so too.
But the thing is, then I also think that also you have to take into consideration and realize maybe your two best players right now are better suited for the rest of their career, at least for the short term, to be more like your second or third option at best. Maybe Alpe's a third option on a really good team. Maybe Jalen's a third or fourth. Right now, Jalen doesn't even look like he's a top 3 option on a really good team.
Jalen wasn't a top 5 option for the Rockets in this series.
That's what I'm saying. So
Fred VanVleet was better. Dylan Brooks was better than Jalen Green.
I think Amen was better.
Min was better. Alpe was better, and Steven Adams was better. There were 5 Rockets in this series that were better than Jalen Green.
So I'm saying from the regular season on, going forward from this point, I that's why I have the strong feelings I have about getting rid of Jalen. I'm done with Jalen, unlike I said it, but I'm not giving him away. Alpe, I think there's enough meat on the bone there that I think that you can live with him as your third best option, or if you have to go second best option. Ben, that he reacted well. He adjusted well. He showed me enough that I'm not getting rid of Amen Thompson.
I also feel like it's very dangerous making reactions on one series. Like, what if Golden State's the best team in the world at defending Jalen Green and no one else is better?
I don't know that. But in my personal opinion, I don't think it mattered who they played in this series, and I think Jalen Green would have been the same player because I saw a guy that looked like he was intimidated. He was scared.
I mean, Draymond Green and the Warriors are going to intimidate you more than, let's say, like Memphis.
But I think that, again, and Memphis isn't the greatest because of the fact that they seem to be in turmoil and they seem to be similar to the Rockets in terms of a lot of young players. But do they have any, like, go-to guys? Ja's supposed to be that guy. Jaren Jackson Jr. is kind of like an Alpe where he makes an all-star team.
Yeah, we're talking about Jalen going up against them and like the intimidation you'd have against them.
But I think that if you go up against a Denver or you go up against, a Minnesota, I think that he still has the same kind of series. I think that the coaching is good enough that the things that he would have seen would have been similar. And I think that it looked like the moment was too big for him, no matter what his ability was and who they played.
In a lot of ways, Golden State was the worst first-round opponent they could have. What was likely? Because, like, Golden State was in the mix, Minnesota was in the mix, Memphis was in the mix. Like, LA, the Lakers were in the mix for a little bit. Then they kind of went on a winning streak late in the year, or at least, like, won enough games late in the year. But it's also, in a lot of ways, the best team that you can learn from. Like, the Rockets are a lot better at losing a 7-game series to Golden State than they would be losing a 7-game series to Memphis.
Yeah, the combination of experience and coaching, I don't know that you would have found much better than what you found in the series that you got. But you're right. If nothing else, the silver lining is what I take away from that is you can learn a whole hell of a lot that can benefit you going forward as you try to get better. Because you're right. There are teams in that series, whether it be the coaching and or the experience on the other team, that I would have felt better about the team's potential to have better results and Jalen.
713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just want to say on Jalen, it shocks me when everybody keeps saying that he's young when, like, Amen Thompson has been in the league 2 years less than him. Him and Alfie are the same draft class. Like, it's just not a good excuse. Like, he didn't even play bad. Like, he didn't even bother to show up for most of the games. Like, that's the problem. Like, I thought Alfie was kind of bad yesterday, but he was trying. Like, and I think from, like, an organizational standpoint, like, you have to look at that. Like, the dude looked like he was shell-shocked or something like that. also, like, coming out of this series, I feel like there's only one just, like, untouchable on this roster, and that's Amon Thompson. I'm not saying blow it up, but, I mean, I just don't see anybody else who I can just surely say, like, this guy is a must-keep. I mean, Şengün is close, but if we can improve this team and move forward, I'm all for it, right? And obviously not doing anything stupid.
Appreciate the call, Gary. That's what I saw. I saw a guy that looked like the moment was too much for him. I saw a guy that looked like once he realized that his shot, he wasn't getting his points, that he basically was mailing it in. I saw a guy that by last night's game, it looked to me like he was a guy that should have been your sixth man coming off the bench, and you give him a shot and you see if he's going to help you or hurt you. And then accordingly, like Ime did, if it ain't going for him, you sit him back down. And they did that. He did that frequently throughout the last couple of games. And I think that if that's the way I'm looking at and perceiving one of my guys that's supposed to be my leading scorer and one of my two best players on this team, I have major concerns.
Yeah. There's holes in everybody's game. Even Amin has holes in his game, right? Like I cringe anytime Amin shoots outside of 5 feet, and I have high doubts that he's ever going to be a good shooter outside of 5 feet. Now you can get away with it. But I agree with Gary's point that Jalen Green was like the middle school freckly-faced teenager that's scared at the middle school dance. Like he was along the back of the wall, wanted to be anywhere else but there. Whereas Amin showed up. Alpi, I didn't think Alpi was that efficient, really the entire series, especially last night. And Alpi owned up to it after the game. He's like, yeah, I wasn't very good offensively. He said he wasn't very good offensively the whole year. He said he was better offensively last year. Now, where he works on his game is something that needs to be talked about. I think the number one key for Alpi, get stronger finishing the paint. Like he's going to sit there and work on a shot, which I don't want you to be a shooter. I want you to go bang in the paint with your nifty footwork, get to your right hand hook and score 25 points a game. I don't need you to be cute on how you're scoring 25 a game. Just go give me 25 a game on highly effective shooting.
There's no better resource sitting right in his own backyard than the guy that he should learn from.
I had heard that they spend time together.
Well, they need to spend more time together because Dream had to go up against Shaq and Ewing and really hyper-physical centers too. And I think Alpi's footwork is already there. I think that where he can learn the most from Dream is not developing the Dream Shake. It's when you get the bigger, more physical centers on you, how do I maintain myself with contact? Where do I get stronger so that I can be more effective when contact comes at me? What are the moves that I can begin to use aside from a Dream Shake that can make me effective against the bigger, more physical centers? That's where I'd start. And also an off-season workout program that says I have to get in better shape. I have to get stronger and have better endurance when I go up against big physical bodies, regardless of how tall they are.
Yeah, it's he needs to bang better. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Hey, guys, real quick before I get to my point on Alpi, one thing I would like to see him do, too, would be at least a good enough three-point shot that you have to guard him at least if he's wide open. Kind of like Draymond, but a little better maybe. Just for spacing purposes, because Amon Thompson needs space in the paint to operate, and I think that would help at times.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying it's priority over the footwork and the paint work, but it's good enough. I think he could get to being a 32-35% three-point shooter in one off season. But the reason I was calling was I haven't heard a lot of talk on this angle, given that, I'm thinking of the names and nobody's perfect. Maybe Giannis, obviously comes with a big price tag. But Devin Booker, nice player, but I question on the defense end whether Ime is going to really be able to get him to buy in. And then also like same issues with Durant to a degree, given his age and the buy-in on the defensive end. Not that he's horrible, but as he ages, maybe that becomes an issue on the defensive end. And I was thinking, what if they went maybe somewhere younger, cheaper, and thinking more like a Cam Thomas or Trey Murphy, somebody that can shoot, has good size, can play some defense, as opposed to going all in on one guy. Maybe you spend half as much, maybe 2 or 3 picks instead of 5, and go get a guy you think that could fit and just be at least an upgrade at the position. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it, Phil. I think it's a different conversation. I think those guys are in such a completely different ball game that they're not 1, 2, or 3 threes on any playoff team. I think those are guys that when you identify what the Rockets lack the most, there is truly a lack of shooting. And they need multiple shooters that could help this entire offense. I don't think the offense was great this series. I don't think that the adjustments were there, but I don't think that their offense was very effective. But I think that if you want to say, hey, I want to stand pat or I'm not going to make many changes, the one thing that they have to address is they have to get better shooting overall on this team next year.
Yeah, their offense was bad.
It was terrible.
I wonder if they would argue with you and say that Reed is their shooter.
Well, they will.
Which, I mean, it's a different can
but
of
in order
worms.
to be on the court to get the shots that we're talking about, you have to be able to do some other things that allow you to stay on the court.
Yeah. The shooting would help a lot. And I like Phillips' names, but you're right. It's a different conversation. Like, they're not the guys that are your priority number one. Well, maybe they are. Maybe they are if you make that your decision. Where we're not going to go big name hunting. We're going to just fill out this roster. The problem that comes with that, though, is you still have a lot of players on this team that aren't getting minutes that are rotational guys. So you have a surplus of talent that is not playing. So you're going to have to make a decision with sooner rather than later.
You go around the league, those guys are, I don't want to say a dime a dozen, but you can get a lot of those guys. The Grayson Allens, the Gary Trent Juniors, there's another kid on Milwaukee, AJ whatever, but all he does is shoot.
Hoffman.
No. But the other kid from Duke that's bounced around that was with Memphis at the end of the year.
Carlos Boozer.
No, he played with the Clippers.
You were about to say white guy.
I was. He absolutely. It's the white guy.
Shane Battier?
No.
He's not white.
Some
would say.
There's enough. My point being,
like
you can find shooters like a dime a dozen. Grayson Allens of the world come at veteran minimum type prices, and they can help your team immensely. You're not going to be giving up rotational pieces and draft picks for guys like that. Now, if it's a younger guy like a Trey Murphy III, maybe one guy is in a switch, a flip-flop situation where a guy's not helping you. He's not getting enough run in New Orleans. But overall, that they're not going to be even close to a deal that they're talking about when you're talking about the Durants and the big name.
Yeah, I want to hit the Alpi three-point shooting thing on the other side. And then more about the Rockets' loss yesterday, their season coming to an end. The Hive has thoughts. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Brian's entertaining himself back there. Kernard is who Blankers is blanking on. See what I did there? Laughing emoji. I don't know what that emoji. Oh, thumbs up emoji.
Yes, Luke Kennard is the guy I was thinking about.
He can shoot it.
Yep.
Would he crack the Rockets rotation?
Yeah.
I think Jabari needs to play more going forward.
I don't disagree as long as his shot selection's better. I mean, look, I think the wide open threes, the corner threes, or the threes where it's passed to him, where because of defense drawn inside, you get a good clean look. I think the contested threes, the 40-foot threes, and the transition threes should not be a part of his repertoire, but he's a better shooter than some of the guys that were shooting a lot in this series.
One of Jalen's best assets is his quickness and explosiveness. He needs to learn to use that more when his shots aren't falling and revert to attacking the rim. I don't think he loves attacking the rim. I don't think he loves the contact. And there was times yesterday, too, where like he was slow getting back up and then slow getting back on defense that led to a Golden State advantage. He's another guy who needs to get stronger. Like we're mentioning Alpi missing a lot of shots in the lane, needs to get stronger, finish through contact. Jalen has to do that too. Like go ahead 20 pounds, Jalen, and attack the rim all the time when your shot's not falling.
See, I think, and it's changed a little bit. When John Morant came into the league, John Morant was exactly that. He was a guy that capitalized on his unbelievable jumping ability, athleticism, and ability to have touch around the basket to get a point. He wasn't a three-point shooter. I think Jalen has come into this league thinking I am a three-point shooter and I am a shooter anywhere. And I think the one thing that we've talked about multiple times throughout the year is Jalen needs to learn when the shot's not falling, there's other ways that you can get buckets, you can get points, and there's other ways you can affect the team, quite honestly, that I don't think he's really highly interested in doing. But when your shot's not falling, especially from the outside, get you a couple easy ones. I thought a clear-cut sign that he was going to be useless last night was the fact that the first time he got to the free throw line, he was clanking free throws. I was like, I think he's lost it for this series.
Yeah, that was not a good sign. Would you rather have Jalen Green or Ben Simmons? Jalen went off for 38 in game 2. I'm confused on how he has that game in him, but completely shies away from the moment in all other games. That's what's annoying about
everybody
him.
is. I think everybody's like, okay, if you get single digits in 6 of the 7 games, but in that other game you get 38 points. Again, this is what's so frustrating about Jalen Green. You know it's in there. You know he has all the tools, but Mr. Goodwrench has a whole lot of time, a big of a struggle time trying to figure it all out.
It impresses me how quickly you come up with bad jokes.
Cool.
Mr. Goodwrench.
What was the
He's got all the
tools.
So
Mr. Goodwrench has a whole hell of a hard time trying to figure out how to use them all.
Like it's impressive that you had that in your bag. Quite frankly, like I mean that sincerely.
Like bag.
Yeah. Like it's impressive. Jalen has 6 Man of the Year potential. I mean, he was the leading scorer on a 52-win team. Like that's a part of the aggravating thing too. Is that he's capable of scoring on a really good team. He's just also capable of completely disappearing in a playoff
But think about how many times the three of us have gone over and over again on Jalen on a hot streak. Is he going to keep it up, or are we going to see another roller coaster where it happens? And then when it happens, is he going to snap out of it? Then when he does, is this it? When he finally doesn't do it, it's just his consistency is he's inconsistent. It's all we've seen throughout his stint with the Rockets.
I'm in on that Giannis track emoji. The absolute hardest decision they have to make is, does Jalen have that killer instinct that is needed to be the star and a champion? Amin has it. I think Alpi has it, but I don't think Green has it.
I don't think it's fair to say any of them have it.
You don't think Amin does?
I mean, I think Amin has
Amin's
dog
the closest. He mentioned Alpi, or they mentioned Alpi.
I mean, I think Alpi's.
I think Alpi wants to have it.
He plays hard. I mean, I think Alpi's got the right mindset.
But the killer instinct and the it factor and the clutch gene, and no matter how you categorize it, it comes with getting it done at those biggest moments.
Well, Amin didn't get it done either.
Who?
Amin.
That's why I'm saying. I said all three. I think Amin is the most likely, in my opinion, that he will have it. He will have it eventually. I think Alpi wants to have it, and there's no doubt he is going to work his tail off to try and get it.
We would be arguing semantics, but I don't think that you have to be like a champion to have a killer instinct. I think there's been many players in the NBA who have killer instincts that are always on bad teams. Like, to me, they're not
No, but I'm saying
always
I
correlated.
think it's in Alpi. Because I don't think the moments got to be too big for him, but I think he thought some things to get intimidated by Draymond from time to time. I think he can overcome that.
I don't think he loves contact.
But I think he can overcome that a lot easier than overcoming the weak knees and the court's too bigs and the disappearing acts that I saw for 6 games.
Oh, no argument there. Am I the only one that thinks Jabari should be on the untouchable list, Jaybert? Yeah,
Yes,
Jabari, he wouldn't be untouchable for me.
Not for me.
I like his skill set. I think he can be a really good role player. I think he should be getting more minutes, but he wouldn't be untouchable for me.
For sure, he's not for me. Like we talked about like all the time, the ceiling and the range for him. I don't think he's ever going to come close to from Chris Bosh, if you want to go highest of high ends, to all-star caliber stretch 4. But I think he's talented. I think he's a rotational player. I think on a lot of teams in this league, he could be a starter.
Yeah, I don't even think he's an all-star.
I don't either.
I believe he's somebody who can be a really good defender. Not a great perimeter defender, but he's good like down low. He's fine on the perimeter. He gets passable on the perimeter. I think he needs to elevate his rebounding game, but he's a very good catch and shoot 3-point guy. And you can't find a whole lot of really good catch and shoot 6'10" 3-point guys that can play the 4. I like his skill a lot. I think he would be very attractive on the like the trade block, or if he was a free agent or something like that. I want him to play more than 19 minutes a game. 713-780-ESPN. Mike, you're on hold. We'll get to you. A lot of texters weighing in on the Rockets eliminated from the NBA playoffs. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Esme just told me I look very handsome. I told her I was married, Esme. Chill out. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mike, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Yeah, I'm talking about Jalen Green. Can you chalk up his ineffectiveness in this series to his inexperience, or is it just that he's the next James Harden?
Appreciate the call. See, I think in order to be anointed the next James Harden, you've got to be able to do James Harden things in the regular season. It's one thing to say that you led a team, a 50-win team, to be their leading scorer. It's another thing to say that James Harden was winning MVPs, perennial all-star, and doing the things that he was doing regardless of his shortcomings. I think that Jalen Green showed in his first playoffs a different aspect of what I've seen from his entire career as a Rocket that leads me to believe that as much as he is saying the right things right now, the things that he's said and done, I'm deeply concerned. I don't know that he's ever going to figure it all out. And that's all over. That's his whole game. That's as an NBA player. That's in the playoffs. That's everything. I think there's too many signs that create way more questions than we should have answers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. His youth is a factor. His lack of playoff experience is a factor. I probably undersold the experience in this series, too, at the start of it. I think experience did come into play over the course of this 7-game series more than I thought it would, especially last night, especially in Game 7, especially in Game 3 when they didn't have Jimmy Butler and the Rockets, should have taken advantage of that. That's the hard part of trying to dissect it. It's a hard part of, okay, was all of the struggles because he's never played in the playoffs before, or is it more than that? Is it the melting down? And whenever, you look at the box score, or you watch the game, you have to kind of go based on your eye test. Yes, like Lou Will said, that yes, young players in the past have had trouble their first ever playoffs, and they get way better at it as their career progresses. But I wonder if we go back on a case-by-case example of that and we watch the player as much as we watch Jalen, if we'd be like, yeah, but I still trust him going forward. To me, it's more about like the trust. Like, do you trust the player growing? Like, I trust Alpi getting better in the playoffs. He was more effective than Jalen, obviously, but I trust him going forward to improve. Amin Thompson, I trust him to improve going forward. Do I trust Jalen to improve? I really don't. I don't.
Here's the biggest thing, Jeremy. And you said it earlier when we were talking about the Kobe factor. How many of those guys that in their first playoff go round were starters leading their team in scoring that had a team that won 50 games?
Probably not many.
Right. So that's the thing. If it was a guy that was coming off the bench in his first go round as an NBA player or a very young player that also was experienced in the playoffs for the first time, I think that it's extremely understandable because they haven't really flourished to be who, to show the signs that they're ready to kind of be that in that conversation of, do you have the it factor? Are you going to be able to take your team to the next level? When you're a starter and you're the leading scorer and your team is extremely successful, and then in your first playoffs, you do what he did 6 out of the 7 games, I think you've established enough to have more in the I'm deeply concerned boat than, I just write this off as this was his first playoffs.
Same. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Mr. Vegas in the Hive. What's up, Mr. Vegas?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
All right, that's good. I got you on speakerphone. I just wanted to cap out these playoffs, man. I was like, I'm not disappointed. Thanks the team for taking us there. It's been good. I can't get mad. I'm happy they came back and lost only because Jalen Green scored 8 points. You got Sangoon pirouetting in the lane up under the basket all night long. Can't grab a rebound. Can't the man just get up and just dunk the ball? So somebody said we get Giannis and we get rid of them two. Who we got? We got some hard-nosed players out there. If we get rid of the 2 soft ones that we gave all this money for, a lot of money for them to do that, even though Sangoon's an all-star, but it'd be nice if we can get Giannis and Sangoon. We can almost create something like the Twin Towers like the Spurs did. Good season. If we trade them, I wouldn't be mad at all. Still love the Rockets, baby.
Appreciate the call, Mr. Vegas. Give Johnny my best, if they're related. But I look at it and I say, of the two guys, yeah, I mean, look, you and I had differing opinions on the fact that I questioned when and that they did too soon the extensions for both guys. But I also get it because they didn't max them out and because they're still tradable contracts.
And you don't want to let good players walk for free.
Right, exactly. But at the same time, you look at it now and you say, okay, now we're taking the two guys that are supposed to be the two guys for the foreseeable future, and we have a ton of questions about both of them. The biggest thing is, of the two, I think Alpy did enough to where he's not going to feel it nearly what Jalen's going to feel. Because Jalen's going to have this following him around now, and it's going to be a bigger dark cloud that is going to be inescapable until the next playoffs. But in the meantime, he's going to hear about it all the time. And that's going to create the same kind of pressure that he felt that he wilted under when he got into the playoffs.
Sure. No, Alpy was more passable. Like you could, I mean, Alpy was passable. Alpy came to play. Like there are some tendencies of Alpy that I don't like. I don't like that Alpy gripes about every single call. I don't like how he pouts when he doesn't get a call or doesn't get the ball at times and he's late getting back on defense. I think that there were moments in yesterday's game where he shied away from contact, which I find to be soft. I don't love his shot selection, like a little fade away from 12 feet. Hate it. One-footed flamingo shot. Oh, my goodness, how pretty a shot it is. He shoots 10% on the flamingo shot. Why do you want him to keep shooting it? Because it looks pretty? Can't stand that. I don't like him shooting threes. And we had the caller earlier. I think it was Phillip. Like, if Alpy can become a 33% three-point shooter, yes, it would help this offense. But where do I want him spending his resources this offseason? Do I want him to spend all of his time shooting a bunch of threes, or do I want him to spend his time like on his footwork in the paint, putting on weight in the gym? I would take the latter. Now, if he can do both, now he really elevates his game. He has to be at least a 33% three-point shooter to take that shot as much as he does. He takes one every game, and he doesn't hit them he hit one yesterday in garbage time. But even the fadeaways, like, dude, you're not effective there. I don't like. Are you capable of making that shot? Yes. But if you're shooting it at a 20% clip, that is not helping the team. So there are areas where I don't like Alpy's game, and at moments I think he can be a little soft at times. But he showed up. He came to play. He tried hard. He had fun out there. All of those little morale words.
21 and 12 for the playoffs.
They went to him offensively. Like, he was a key focus. Like, when Jalen Green was a no-show, who were they going to on the offensive end? They were dumping it into Alpy and generating their offense from there.
If you tell me that you have a guy that averages 21 and 12 and shoots 45% from the field.
45 ain't great.
I understand that's not great, but there's more than enough to work with there. But what I was going to get to is I don't want him shooting threes. I want him to be where he is most effective, which is in the paint. Now, you can say he missed a lot of short shots. Exactly. So all off season long, to take the next step, to be a guy we can count on more, that's where you've got to – I don't care about – you're right. I hate the flamingo shot. But the thought of him shooting consistent threes or trying to get to a 30-some% three-point shooter, to me, isn't even something that I want to see. I understand that if they give you an open shot at a certain point, you're going to have to prove you can make it or respect it. But at the same, but his most effective skill set that could get even better is to develop even further as a post player and in and around the basket. And I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities for him to do this offseason.
You know, he didn't spin off his right shoulder very well either. I've noticed that in this series. And maybe because Golden State magnified it, trying to, like, force him to go there, and he wouldn't do it a whole lot. Like, there were a lot of times where they were cheating his left. Like, he was backing it in. He gets over his left shoulder and go with the right-hand baby hook, which I think is his best shot. And they were daring him to go baseline. And he would not go baseline very often. He would do it every now and then, but very rarely.
But you also realize that when whoever it was that brought up about, was it Phillip or whoever, about his three-point shot, it's one thing to say, hey, teams were daring him to shoot the three. Golden State was daring him to shoot the free throw line shot. Golden State was daring him anything outside of 5 feet, and he struggled to make the 5-footers.
Well, it's not an efficient shot.
But that's why.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Before he starts working on a three-point shot, work on what you're going to do when a team gives you a cushion from the free throw line.
Back it in and get you a right-hand hook from 5 feet.
But if they're going to give you that face-up and you don't feel comfortable from 10, get to a point where it's not from 10, but that you can knock that down consistently.
No, I don't want that shot.
See,
no, that's a non-starter for me.
I think he can find, like you said, whether it's facing the basket or he faces it from the free throw line, puts it on the floor, and turns to go one way or the other so that he gets to where his sweet spots are with his shots that he's comfortable shooting.
Yeah.
But this one-handed hand grenade launching, shot putting, knuckleball thing that he throws up anytime he's outside of 5 feet, I can't stand seeing it.
Pass the ball. I don't want him to shoot outside of 5 feet.
I thought they passed up a lot of opportunities inside the paint yesterday.
For sure they did. Alpe's a career 51% shooter, 27 from 3. 27 ain't good enough. Like 20, and he's left wide open, daring him to shoot because they want him to shoot that because they know a 27% shooter from 3 is not an efficient shot. Jabari not being able to back down Steph is unbelievable. Jabari doesn't have a very good post-up game. Like that is a big knock on Jabari, and I would agree that it is unbelievable. Jabari's more of a, quite frankly, Jabari's more of a 3-and-D guy. Like he doesn't create his own shot. He's not a great dribbler. He doesn't he doesn't drive all that well. Maybe he can slash if you get the guy who's closing out on you up in the air or something like that. But Jabari is a really tall 3-and-D guy, and that's fine. That's fine. Like there's a lot of players in the NBA that are getting paid handsomely to be 3-and-D guys.
Yeah.
And there's very few 3-and-D guys who are 6'10". So he does have a unique skill set, but he does have a lot of holes in his game, which is okay. Just play to your strengths. And I do hope that he's somebody who can average 25 minutes a game next year, and as opposed to paying under 20 in almost every game in this series.
Would you consider Dylan Brooks the ultimate 3-and-D guy for right now that got paid?
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty out there.
No,
in
I'm
the
saying
NBA,
there's
but
lots
yeah,
of others.
He's
But
a
Dylan
3-and-D
Brooks
guy
has
too.
maximized it. If you
Sure.
accept that as your role and you do it really well, you can get paid handsomely and be effective on a playoff team by doing so.
No,
so
absolutely.
Yeah,
They need 3-and-D guys.
And I think that, again, people just assume because you're a top 3 pick in the NBA draft that you're supposed to eventually become an all-star and become like this anchor franchise player. You can become a really good player in this league, but because the guys are coming out younger and less experienced, and in a lot of cases not even matured enough yet physically and mentally, it's all a crapshoot. It's all based on potential. And with potential, you could get it. You could get big money and turn out to be great, or you could crap the bed.
Now, if you are going to be a 3-and-D guy, you do need a playmaker to be efficient offensively.
No doubt.
And that's kind of where the Rockets are. Texter, Şengün's a big. He should be 60 to 70% under the rim. Agreed. Like 50 is not good. 45% of the series isn't good.
I think the biggest thing is we can say for like the push shots and the face the basket shots that were factored into those stats that we were reading off and talking about, that's one thing. But if you just narrowed it down to his points in the paint, his shooting percentage inside the paint, that's where it is atrocious.
Yeah, it's can improve, no doubt. And I think it starts with being stronger. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Draymond had good things to say about the Rockets, and somebody's calling for Ime's job. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Brian's on a rain kick. I'm tired of hearing about the lack of experience as a texter. Last year we watched the Thunder become the youngest team to win a playoff series. Not getting out of the first round as a 2 seed is unacceptable. Ime needs to go.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. We just got done talking about it was the worst possible matchup for a young team making essentially their first playoff appearance with the exception of a few guys, and you play a team like that. I was harping on the experience. I was harping on Jimmy and Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr for a reason. They know how to get it done in the biggest moments. They know how to game plan, scheme, and adjust. And you just have to say that it's one thing that you want to be critical of some of the things Ime did or didn't do. Okay, that's going to happen in any series. To call for his job after what he's done the first 2 years coming off of Steven Silas, come on, man, be real.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I mean, the gap between 2 and 8, and really like 2 and 10 in the Western Conference is pretty even. Like, I'm not going to make excuses for the Rockets. Lost the series, whatever. Now the Warriors were the betting favorite to win the series at the start of the series. It's Oklahoma City and kind of everybody else in the West, at least in the regular season it was. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Anthony, you're in the hive, Anthony. What's up?
Thanks for taking my calls, guys. I wanted to talk a little bit about the offense. I feel like our offense is a whole lot of just watching somebody go one-on-one. It's 4 guys watching somebody dribble the ball. And I know we don't have Golden State's coaching. I love Udoka. But watching this series, it was just crazy to see how much off-the-ball movement Golden State had versus our guys. And I know we don't have shooters, but I kind of don't fault the coaching staff for that either, because we drafted Shepard thinking he would be a shooter and kind of Cam Whitmore the same way. But I would love to see an offense with more movement along with more shooters, and I'll hang up and listen to you.
Well, I appreciate the call. Look, I think that from the standpoint of the offense, I think the regular season offense was different. I think that in this series, the offense wasn't great. I thought that at least in the regular season, there was some move. No one's – I don't think – I'm too far off in saying there are very few teams. I don't think there's any team in the league that's going to execute the Golden State offense the way that they do it. There is so much movement, so much off-ball movement all the time, and that's predicated by the best guy in the league to do it, in Steph Curry. But I think that it's fair because that game last night was atrocious offensively because they've kind of reverted back when the pressure gets higher to an offense that gets stuck in the mud, that gets convoluted at the top of the circle between the top of the circle and the half court line and blows too much of the shot clock. And then you're forced to go one-on-one. I think they need help offensively. I know that there's been talk out there that Ime needs to get another assistant coach that's just an offensive coordinator, so to speak. Regardless of how they do it, they do have to really focus on change on the offensive side of the ball next year.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a scheme thing, though. I think it's more personnel based than scheme. I would point there more than for sure. But if I had to put one over the other, I would put personnel over scheme.
It goes back to what you said about the fact that if you've got a guy that draws a lot of attention, if you've got a guy that can facilitate with quickness and ball handling off the dribble, then everything becomes a whole hell of a lot easier. Fred at this stage of his life ain't blowing the doors off of just about anybody. And he was a guy that used to be able to do things like that. Jalen's a guy that just doesn't have the right mentality that he wants to do that. He wants to score. So, yeah, you're probably right that player isn't on the roster right now if that's what you're trying to do from a standpoint of facilitating better offense. But I do think that from a structure, systematic approach that they can get better.
Like we're talking about all the bad personnel that the Rockets have. They had the 12th best offensive efficiency in the league.
That's what I said. Offensively during the regular season is one thing.
Well, sure. Yeah. But, I mean, you're going to be kind of who you are. Yeah, it's going to be cranked up a bit in the postseason and stuff like that. But are you going to out-scheme defenses in the postseason, or are you going to out-personnel them? Like, which of the two matters more in the playoffs?
Well, I think that's a different question because I think that of the two, obviously the personnel matters more than the scheme. But I do think that what we saw was that as inconsistent sometimes as the offense could be during the regular season, they were still effective. And for more times than not, what they ran was good enough to get them looks that were better than average. But I think in the playoffs, when you see the adjustments, when you see the blitzing once the ball gets over half court, when they see the focus on individual players, how you adjust and how you still are able to create other multiple options to come off of that to get better looks. I don't think the Rockets were good at all at doing that. I think that we talked about once Jalen had 38 points, their focus was Jalen. When they went off of Jalen or when they started doing that, how did everybody else adjust? How did they? I don't think they did a lot of adjusting offensively.
Yeah, I mean, they would get some easy baskets at times. Like we saw a man cutting to the rim, Alpi finding him on a good pass, and Adams was involved. And Adams obviously needs help to get his own baskets or rebound missed shots. But I think you can point to their offensive efficiency during the regular season and say that it's more personnel based than scheme based. Like if Fred VanVleet is limited as a point guard, if Jalen Green's super inconsistent, if Dylan Brooks is only a 3-and-D guy, if Amin Thompson is only a guy who can finish at the rim, if Alpi has his limitations and then your bench is your bench, I would say the 12th best offensive efficiency in the NBA with a team full of offensive issues is pretty good.
Look, I think again, I'm not taking away from what they were able to do in the regular season, but I do think that from the standpoint of you got to have guys that want to do the right thing too. And Golden State's offense, like I said, it's on a level all by itself because they got all series long easy baskets after defensive breakdown baskets to where that's not fair to compare to them. But I think that short of guys that wide open, you have to have players that are not only able to do the things you're talking about, but that are willing to throw the ball to other guys and do the things necessary to get those points. I think that in order to do that more efficiently, especially come postseason, but I think that there's a player or two that's not on this roster that needs to help if the offense is going to stay the same.
That would say that it's more personnel based then.
Probably right.
Yeah. I think it's also very tough to take one series and be like, this is a very difficult, like this is a very broad issue because it might just be an issue against Golden State. Like it might be, well, they're so good defensively that they're able to take you out of this and that, or other teams in the NBA couldn't take you out of this and that. And now we're making these very like holistic thoughts of like, well, this is where the Rockets are awful. Well, what if Golden State's just really good in that area?
Yeah. Well, that's what I was going to say. Everybody's focused on how efficient Golden State's offense is. Rockets defense took them out of a lot of things. That game was mucked up on both ends of the floor last night, and for a majority of the series, it could get that way. But you're talking about a team that's one of the best, and since Jimmy Butler joined that team, the best efficient defensive team in the league.
Yeah.
So that's hard. But do I think that overall, whether it's so that you get players to play a different style or understand a little bit more, do I think that the offense could be tweaked and could they make changes to it? Yes.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN. Texture says it's also their first playoff series. It is that. Here was Draymond Green after the game yesterday with actually some praise to the Rockets.
I want to give a lot of credit to that team down there. Ime, the way he had those guys fighting, I gained a lot of respect for that team throughout this series. One of the tougher series I've played in, personally. But that's a young team to be reckoned with. And I told myself I was going to talk crazy because they have been talking crazy all series and on the internet, but I gained so much respect for those guys. Sengun is an incredible player. The way Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams led those guys, they had no experience, and they led them, took us to the brink. That team's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I hope they understand it. You know, things can change fast in this league. You're only on the up until you're not, you know? But they got something promising that they can continue to build on. Jabari Smith, incredible. He played like a vet this whole series, getting his spots, knocking big shots down. A lot of respect for those guys.
High praise for Draymond.
Definitely, and I think that leads to the notion that Jabari should have been playing more. And maybe Tari should have been playing a little bit less.
Yeah. I think we were about to say more.
Yeah, no.
I was going to disagree with you there.
Look, Tari's the guy that became more expendable to me as that series went on because I just think everything was magnified. I don't think he makes smart basketball plays. I think offensively, he's not who he thinks he is, and I think that he makes some bad decisions there as well. He's an above average defender. He's really good in transition and on the break and finishing, but he's a guy that I could do without.
I think he pressed in the moment too. Like I think that the first playoff series impacted him quite a bit. Like when he got to the free throw line yesterday, like he clanked those two off the front rim, like not even brutal. Close. So that was frustrating. And then, like, he let Draymond blow by him right there. Like, he had a really bad sequence, right? I think he took a bad shot, missed a couple of free throws, and then let Draymond blow right by him because he was out of position. Yeah, I was a little frustrated with him yesterday. Easy to compliment a team who's you just beat like a drum. That is true. It's a good point. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Astros. Good, bad, and the ugly. More ugly and bad with the Astros series in Chicago against the White Sox. What is your good, your bad, your ugly? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Monument Chevrolet is always a good. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, you need some Monument Chevrolet in your life. They are the dealer that you can trust. It's always annoying going to these dealers and you're not comfortable. You feel at unease because you don't know if the dealer's taking advantage of you with the prices that are too high, the add-ons, whatever the case may be. You just don't feel comfortable there. You don't feel confident there. That's not the case in Monument Chevrolet. You can trust them because they're transparent, no hassle pricing, and you're going to get your car shopping done fast too. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they continue to come back to Monument Chevrolet because they trust Monument Chevrolet for all those reasons we just mentioned. Transparent, no hassle pricing. They don't feel like they're getting taken advantage of. It's a family feel at Monument Chevrolet. It's a friendly atmosphere, good people. The culture there is fantastic. If you're looking for a vehicle for your business, that's another area where Monument Chevrolet can help you. In fact, they're one of the best dealerships nationwide in commercial vehicle sales. A huge selection of work trucks, vans, SUVs. Monument Chevrolet has the perfect vehicle for businesses of any size or inventory. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, an easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. You've been waiting to upgrade your ride. Now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person. Their dealership's massive. You can't miss it. 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Think anybody else is catching on? Y'all be safe out there. Bad
Tomorrow,
weather.
too, 80% chance.
Really? I got a ball game to call. Ray needs to get out of here. What's the hour by hour look like?
home game. There's turf, right?
Yeah, but if it's lightning.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. I don't want it to get banged.
So we might get you for the full show tomorrow.
I gotta tell you,
You're lucky.
That term used that way, I had no idea.
Have you seen it more?
No, Joe George, because you had texted all of us, and then Joe said that that banged is a term for a canceled game. I was like, okay.
Have you seen it other places though? Because I see it other places. Like I saw it yesterday.
I have not.
I saw it yesterday. That the game was banged. The White Sox Astros game. I mean, it's common. It's common vernacular. Maybe they don't use it in softball though.
Yeah, it was just
they don't use it for the glamour girls
in that way.
Yeah. All right. Good, bad, ugly from the Astros weekend. Astros start a series in Kansas City today. If you haven't heard the news, Yordan Alvarez has been placed on the, what are we calling it now? The IL?
Yeah,
IL.
injured list, yeah.
Yeah, not the IR, the IL. It's hard for me to make that change. I've been conditioned on the IR.
Well, the switch in baseball was DL to IL.
That's right, DL.
We can't use disabled list now.
That was the thing? It made the disabled unhappy?
I guess. I'm not sure.
They don't care about the injured?
Not as much. Not as much.
Soft. Yeah. So anyways, Yordan Alvarez is on the 10-day IL. It's retroactive to, over the weekend because he didn't play in all those games. But good, bad, ugly. Astros dropped 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Blankers, what you got? Bad and ugly, of course, we spooked again.
So we're starting with bad and ugly?
Yeah, they lost the series.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look, my ugly is what continues to be the whole Taylor Scott thing. I'm done. I've said, I understand. I don't care if he's out of option. I don't care what happens to him.
DFA him, huh?
Yeah, he just needs to go. Like, I know in other cases with Montero and others, we're concerned because there was financial, aspects to this. Taylor Scott just has to go. Like, he has the one good inning and then he comes back and just blows up. And you're like, well, there goes that game. And it's happened over and over again. As much as he was good in the first half of last season, it's gone. And right now for this team, I don't need to see him on the mound anymore. So that's my first ugly and bad is that he was terrible.
I'm surprised you led with Taylor Scott.
Why?
No, because there was a lot of bad over the weekend. I mean,
that's my ugly. My ugly
I was looking at
ugly is that and losing to the White Sox 2 of 3.
Sure, yeah, that goes without being said. To dissect the Taylor Scott thing, I was looking at his numbers today. Every Monday, I go look at their numbers to kind of see what they're doing. Blah 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 blah. FIP is a big pitcher, stat that people like to use. I think it's overrated. I think it's a ridiculous stat. But his FIP last year and this year are almost the same. So, like, last year he was super lucky, and this year he's been super unlucky, Taylor Scott.
Yeah, it's one of those, and I've had several others throughout the last couple of years where you just look at him, and I just get the queasy feeling of, oh, God, this is going to go south in a hurry.
So you just want to flat out get rid of them? Yeah. I mean, they're carrying some guys right now that aren't great.
No, but I mean, look, for as much as you didn't have to give anything up for him.
No, it wouldn't cost you anything.
Yeah,
sure.
and he might have just had one of those freak of nature years last year at the start of last year. But for whatever the reason, I believe that Ort's going to get better. I believe that whether Whitley comes back or not, that you have other options. I think King has been very, very good.
That's the thing is, like, who would come up from the minors to take a spot? Like, that would be the conversation. And like, I'm not saying that I'm dying on the Taylor Scott hill. I'm okay with DFAing him. I like what they're doing where they've kind of demoted him and lower leverage, stuff like that. Maybe it is unlucky and they can figure it out. But I do think his leash is short though. Like, if this keeps happening and July 1 rolls around, I think you'd be DFA.
He's essentially a very, very inexpensive version of the Montero situation, where you take him from high leverage to lower leverage to I don't need him in any leverage situations and mop up duty until you figure out you can't deal with it anymore. But that's not good. Obviously,
Logan Van Wire, Taylor with an E. Scott.
I'm not big on him either. So
I mean, these are the conversations.
Yeah, I know.
Nick Hernandez, go Cougs, or Taylor Scott?
From an experience standpoint, it should be Taylor Scott, but it's not for me. Like,
how dare you insult my Nick Hernandez like that?
That's what I'm saying. I think from a standpoint of, would you rather hope that Taylor Scott finds it or think that you can continue to work with a Nick Hernandez to be better than he has been? I would probably lean at this point, from as much as I've seen this year of Taylor Scott, I'd probably roll with Nick Hernandez.
Maybe that's the move though when Forrest Whitley gets back or healthy. Is that he's and if King or Scott rather keeps pitching like that, then they just DFA him to make some room. Or when Van Wy's eligible to return, maybe they can get rid of Scott. Yeah, I think his leash is probably longer than what you're given, but I could see him being DFA'd by the summer if
For
if he keeps pitching like this.
And Altuve was 2 of 14. Altuve is struggling mightily.
That was one of mine for sure.
Went from a almost 300 batting average to 260s in a heartbeat, and he is scuffling.
Do we want to have the
down to
conversation?
679.
Do we want to have the Altuve conversation?
If you want to.
Getting older?
Like this is the
Is that
downfall.
what you're saying?
Let's
maybe we
Probably
earmark this
save it
for
for
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
let's put this in the vault.
Save
Yeah.
it for
Let's
tomorrow.
put this in the vault.
Gusto and Okert yesterday were.
They couldn't hold the baseball. It was wet.
It was terrible.
It was a bad decision by the umpires.
It was terrible.
Yeah, but I blame the weather.
Okay.
Blame the weather. Just to jump in because it's a good segue
Yeah,
for
go
My
ahead.
Ugly. Why in 2025, when all these teams pretty much have their own planes or a way of getting their hands on a plane, why are we making games official in the 7th inning stretch?
Oh, I hate that.
I did the math on this, denominator by the numerator divided by the denominator type of deal. This would be like ending an NFL game with 1:43 left to play in the third quarter. Could you imagine if we were outside of DeMar Hamlin, could you imagine if we just ended a game at the 1:33 mark of the third quarter because it was raining heavy and there was lightning in the area? Could you imagine that? It would never happen.
See, here's the thing.
Never happen.
Baseball is the only sport that does it.
It's ridiculous.
I was thinking about it as they kept talking about the fact that the rain was imminent and they didn't know when it was going to clear up. You still have them coming to Houston later. I know it's not ideal, but you still have the ability in a 3-game series or 2 or 3 game series when the White Sox come here that you could finish that game.
Well, the White Sox wouldn't allow it to be resumed in Houston.
I don't think it's a norm, but I think that it's a possibility. I think it's been done before. But I'm with you. I hate the fact that you're ending a game after 7 innings.
It's ridiculous. Well, it's the last time they're going to Chicago. I don't care. Let them off day. Let them fly up there for a few innings. It's not my expense. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. Stay there until the rain clears. All they did was fly to Kansas City. You're going to tell me it rained there the rest of the night? Maybe it rained there the rest of the night. I don't care. Figure out a way. You're not ending an NFL game with 1:43 left to play.
Literally, they would be an hour and a half by bus.
An hour and a half. Finish it today.
For the
Bus
Astros, I mean.
Play at noon. Finish the game at noon. Fly to Milwaukee. Play by night. Yordan Alvarez hops on a plane, hits a home run, flies home at night.
Yeah.
Ending a game in the 7th inning stretch. It is absurd. It's ridiculous. What else you got?
I mean, not that it was bad. Framber wasn't great.
No, he was bad.
And it's starting to concern me more and more that as much as we had the conversation about and people were worried about who you call your ace or not. Brown is head and shoulders your best pitcher, but Framber's supposed to be right there with him. And Framber's starting to worry me a little bit in terms of the fact that he ain't great. He doesn't seem to be getting better. The fact that Brown, you have other options too, to where I wonder if they're going to start considering more and more. And I don't think you're going to get much for him as much as you would, obviously. But I wonder at a certain point, do they start shopping Framber?
I think that's premature, and I would disagree. I think you would still get a lot for Framber.
Even in his contract year?
Yeah, he's
as
still
a
really
rental?
good. I mean, absolutely. He'd be one of the most talented pitchers available.
Okay.
Maybe the most talented pitcher available.
Okay. Well, I'm not there yet, but
And I'd still
I'm just
wanna
not
wait. I
happy with
wouldn't-
how he's pitching all year.
No, we're still not doing it. I mean,
Yeah,
this is 2 months away.
Not only that,
Minimum.
but why trade him at his lowest possible point? Like, if there are people who are on Joel's side of thinking, oh, maybe he's slipping, like, why trade him at that point? I mean, you might as well wait it out.
I'm not saying doing it now, but it's just he hasn't impressed me with the way he's pitched in a contract year, the way I thought he was going to pitch.
That's fair.
And so I have concerns about how he's pitching. And because you're going to start getting some starters back, your rotation is going to get deeper. They're going to go to a 6-man soon.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to force Ryan Gusto out of the into the rotation at the expense of Framber.
No, I don't think he's going anywhere in the rotation either. I'm just saying, I haven't been very, in terms of bad, he was bad. I haven't been impressed with Framber for most of the year.
Yeah, Framber was on my bad. Yordan Alvarez I had on my bad even before he got placed on the IL today just because he's an enigma. You never know, and those hands are going to get achy. Those 80-year-old hands got a little achy, landed on the IL. And then I had Lance McCullers as one of my bad, too. Very shaky in that second inning. Forced the Astros to go to the bullpen earlier than they wanted to. Maybe even cost them the game. But he wasn't very sharp in that second. He's also one of my good, for the record. Great story. One of only 2 pitchers, according to my extensive research, to have a Tommy John, a UCL internal brace, and a flexor tendon surgery. He and Walker Buehler, only pitchers currently in baseball. So tip my cap that Lance returned, but he was pretty bad in that second inning. Very lucky to escape.
Now, if the glasses have full side of it, you're hoping that's just get that out of the way, get that first one back.
But we're
out
talking
of the
about
way.
this weekend.
Right. But
Yes.
this is one of the reasons why you got to show me him consistently pitching against major league hitters.
His stuff
and
was
being
kind of,
effective.
his stuff was very,
That's why I was not quick on the scale or otherwise how we were talking about it to be excited about Lance McCullers.
his location, he was leaving
Location was
sliders.
bad. Yeah.
Boobs.
Location was bad. I thought the sinker moved well, but you're right. The location was pretty bad.
Brutal.
I think he got lucky a lot to not give up any runs.
Very lucky to not give up runs. Appreciate the story. The journey was my good. His actual performance for a big league pitcher in that game was pretty subpar. He threw 40-something pitches in the second. 40. Now, he did get 3 shutout innings. Pretty lucky there. But, yeah, he was one of my bads. What goods do you have?
Look, from a good perspective, you start with Jake. Jake was 7 for 9 in the series. Jake had the massive game on Saturday, the 4 for 4 and the 2 bombs and all the bases and everything else. But DeCenzo continues to hit the baseball. DeCenzo just continues to be a guy that seems like he is solidifying more and more that he needs a place in this lineup on a regular basis. And Pena as the leadoff hitter, 4 for 14 ain't great, but Pena was better than most on a team that isn't hitting the ball a whole lot. So those were my 3 in terms of, and Hunter Brown, I think, too. We can't expect that he's going to, shut everybody down. And
I can.
You can. I don't. I mean, the fact that he only gave up, 3 runs, but he had 9 Ks, gave you another 6-inning start. I thought he did fine.
They were all in the first inning, too. I had Hunter Brown's innings 2 through 7 as one of my goods. First inning was ugly. I had Jake Myers there as well. He is that's the franchise record for total bases in a game, 13.
I had heard that.
The game he had Saturday.
Tied?
He tied the franchise record. Yeah, I think Jordan's one of them, maybe somebody else. There's only 5 players in the history of the game, the entire history of the game, to have 2 homers, a triple, and a double in the same game. Jake Myers is now one of those 5 players.
Really?
Jake Myers has done something offensively that only 4 before him have done. In baseball history, okay, more specifically, in baseball history, there's only been 5 players now that have went 4 for 4 in a game with 2 home runs, a triple, and a double. Jake Myers did it Saturday. He joins the illustrious list of Ryan Howard in 2010, Chet Lobbs in 1941.
Exactly.
Chet Lobbs, you never heard of Chet Lobbs? He's an all-time great. Johnny Mize in 1939.
Oh, of course.
And Jimmy Fox in 1933.
Jimmy
I've heard
Myers,
of Johnny
Howard,
Mize, but I don't know
Lobbs, Mize, Fox. How dare we ever talk poorly about Jake Myers, who is one of only 5 players in the history of the game to
Jake
go
Myers,
4 for 4 with 2 homers, a triple, and a double in the same game.
top 5 player all time.
Do you know who
Math
leads
doesn't
the
lie.
Astros in OPS?
Jake
Myers.
Jake stinking Myers, which is more of a testament to the Astros than it is Jake Myers.
sure.
And then Yiner coming around a little bit. Any good, bad
He is,
uglies
yeah.
we didn't cover there, Brian?
One bad that you guys didn't mention that I had, because I shared your Fromberg, Taylor Scott, and Altuve. But Christian Walker, 3 of 13, no walks, not really doing a whole lot. And then I shared all your goods. Mines were Yiner on Friday, and then Jake and Hunter Brown.
There you go. Good, bad, ugly. Astros start series in Kansas City here coming up soon. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Car wrecks of the day. What are yours? 713-780-ESPN. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and a lot of cost. Ownwell is here to help you with both those things. Let them take some things off your plate, but also save you some money. Do I got your attention? A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and I don't want it to be you. No member of the Hive should be overpaying on property taxes. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes, and their experts will be fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money with no upfront cost. How about that? Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Take a vacation. Go out to a nice dinner, whatever you want to do. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish. They deliver top results, no upfront cost. You only pay if you save. There's no risk. It's all reward. Why aren't you doing this right now? Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax for the everyday home and property owner like you and like me. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. The average customer saves over $1,100, a comma in your savings. Where else are you getting that? The deadline to protest is May 15th. Coming up soon. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL, ownwell.com. Car wreck of the day. Remember, coming up, 6 o'clock, Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis in the house. Make sure you're tuned into that. Good hour of radio. Brian, you don't talk much on that show, huh?
Occasionally, little.
You chime in, a little tactics?
Oh, he does.
No,
I've
not
heard
on
him chime
soccer, but
Tactics
sometimes he'll ask
talk?
me about music or.
Oh, okay.
Or if he's trying to make a comparison to other sports, he'll ask me to weigh in.
What's your favorite football formation?
They play with 11.
They do.
3-3-4. I don't know. I don't know how they divide it up.
I'm a
Lynn's gonna be really mad at me now. Thank you.
4-4-3 guy. They don't count the goalie in their formation.
Oh, okay. Right.
I'm a 4-4-3 guy. No, 4-3-3. My bad. 4-3-3.
I'm more of a 4-2-5 guy.
I like 4 guys on my back line. I like 3 midfielders, and I like 3 guys up top.
Heard
I
that.
like it. What's your car wreck of the day?
We got several. Obviously, the Rockets goes without saying. We talked about them in the majority of the show. Let's start with James Harden, 7 points in a game 7 to show that he still isn't anything but non-playoff James.
No good.
Ted Cruz showing up for another Houston sporting event in
I don't
which
think
the
he was
Houston team
there.
loses.
I didn't see a picture of him there.
I don't think he was there.
I think Lance had it and somebody else or something.
There's been some fake news that I think Lance fell for.
I hope that's true. But my biggest one was, if you didn't catch this over the weekend, umpire Bill Miller had one of his calls reviewed, and his mic stayed hot, but I appreciate the passion.
Yeah.
Durant hitting second, hitting third. Here he comes, trying to score. Here's the throw. He dives. He's safe.
See that tag right there? Was the
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is out. Minnesota retains.
It's 86-1 as the call is overturned at the end of 8. Red Sox ahead 6-1.
Saw that too. Damn it.
Yeah, it was the umpire's mic. He forgot to turn it off.
Yeah.
He was cussing at himself for missing the call. I actually don't think it's a car wreck. I don't think it's a car wreck. I think it's a now maybe leaving the
car
mic
wreck
on.
is leaving the mic on.
I guess that could be.
I
A car wreck.
appreciate the fact that he was passionate about doing his job the right way. That it bothered him that he missed the call.
Same. I tip my cap to that umpire for that. My nomination for car wreck of the day is the guy who drives an actual car. Jack Doohan is going to be replaced by Alpine 6 races into the F1 season.
Who?
Jack Doohan.
Joel, have you heard of this guy?
No, sir.
We don't keep up with the great sport of F1.
Keep up with soccer either.
It's because you guys are unsophisticated.
Call me what you
That's
want.
Uncivilized.
I'll wear that.
Without the Nixon cut of a blade.
Thank you, Jim Rome.
So no, that was Scottie Pippen in the Gillette commercial.
I know, but they
Without
play
the
that on
Nixon-
the play that on the Rome show all the
Touche.
time.
So Jack Doohan, my nomination. Who's yours?
I'll just make it Jalen. Another no-show in Game 7.
Yeah, was a no-show.
The people are starting to call him Jalen Harden.
It's too early.
That'd be an improvement.
All right, who's winning?
Rockets in general?
Yeah, Rockets.
I think
period.
Jack Doohan.
Nah.
No.
Half a dozen
Never heard of
races.
him.
He's being
No, we
sacked.
got votes, Brian. We're good here.
Rockets win. They didn't win the series, but they won car wreck of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis right now on ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody, on the heels of the Killer Bees tonight. I was in the car listening to Joel and Jeremy and Brian talking about the Rockets. Found it a very interesting conversation. We're going to switch it to a little bit of football talk tonight here. And we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to talk about in the Premier League. By the way, today, it was a very, very important day for Nottingham Forest to try and get a full result over Crystal Palace. It ends in a 1-1 draw, so they only pick up a point. So we'll talk some Premier League. I'm going to set some things up here, and also we're going to talk about who is heading into these Champions League semifinals in a good place and who may not be in as good a place. So we'll get to that as well tonight. I got a lot of data on the Houston Dynamo. It's not the best data. We're talking about the attack, and that's where we've all been very focused. And that's been a real key point, I think, with a lot of the fan base. So we're going to get into that here tonight, no question about it. And then we will have in the second segment tonight, Jonathan Bond, the Dynamo goalkeeper. He was outstanding. Really the one player that stood out. It was a very poor outing, I think, for the Dynamo against LAFC. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but he had 8 saves. He's going to join us in the second segment here tonight. So we're looking forward to that. Dynamo will be back in action against Seattle on the weekend. We'll have some tickets to give away. And that is a 20th anniversary celebration. So some of the Dynamo MLS Cup winners are going to be on hand. And on Wednesday, I'll have Eddie Robinson on this show, who was a part of those 2 championship teams and 11 years on TV with me, great friend. And he will recount some of that time period as well. And we'll let you know some of the other players that will be coming in as well. All right, so let's, since I was on the Champions League, I guess we might start off with a little bit of, let's not do that. Let's start off with something that I think is pretty important here when it comes to the Premier League and the Premier League update. Okay, so Liverpool's won the title, 25 wins for them. Arsenal, by the way, who's going to be in action tomorrow, on Wednesday against PSG. They're down a goal to PSG in the Champions League. That's the semifinals of UEFA. But they've won only one of their last 5 Premier League games. They were forced this weekend. Arteta was forced to play as regulars because with the logjam at the top of the Premier League, Liverpool obviously has blown it away. They've won it, 82 points. Listen, that team has won 25 games. Nobody's done that. Arsenal's way behind at 67 points. They didn't win on the weekend. They've only won one of their last 5 in the Premier League. And then, of course, lost 1-0 at home in the first leg to PSG. Now they go back to PSG. I'm not feeling optimistic about Arsenal right now based on form. And I know people won't like hearing that. Does that mean they're not capable of reversing the tie at PSG? Of course they can reverse it. They've got talent. But they had to play a lot of these guys in the Premier League because that's not secure. And they're in a place, Arteta, where it's like, look, we got to make sure we end up top 4 so we're in the money. So they can't blow off any of their Premier League games and try to rest people. Now, conversely, PSG was able to rest people, and we'll get a little bit more into that when we talk more Champions League. Man City. By the way, for all of you who have loved to dig the screws in on Pep Guardiola and Man City, well, they're unbeaten in 5. They've won 4 in a row in the Premier League. They are, what I would say on the rise. They are going to get the Champions League money again. So this is considered a really bad season for Man City, but they're still in 3rd place. Newcastle at 63 points and Chelsea at 63 and 4 and 5. And then there's Nottingham Forest at 61. Chelsea's got 3 wins and 2 draws and 5. Forest picked up a point today. And then there's still Aston Villa, who sits at 60. So they're all in contention for European places and top 4 as well. So it's a great finish, as always, to the Premier League. And you get this top and bottom in the league. And then, you go to the middle of the table, and the Brightons, the Fulhams, the Crystal Palaces, they're all safe. It's not as consequential these last 3 games for them. Then you go to the bottom of the table, and oh, goodbye, Ipswich Town, Leicester City. That one hurts. Southampton as well. They're all going to get relegated. And that is promotion and relegation, but that has more teams engaged here. Now, there are a few noteworthy things with American players. Bournemouth in 8th place. By the way, I think Tyler Adams has built himself back up. He's fundamental to Bournemouth. They're on 53 points. They're in 8th place. Good run for an American player, too. Had some pretty serious injuries. We're going to need him in the World Cup. No question about it. Fulham in 11th with Anthony Robinson. Crystal Palace in 12th with Chris Richards, who played today. By the way, Chris Richards will be with Crystal Palace, and he will play in the FA Cup final, which is a rare thing for an American player. That's a pretty cool little footnote. Chris Richards is going to play in an FA Cup final for Crystal Palace against City. How about that? Relegation, I mentioned, Ipswich, Leicester, and Southampton. Top goal scorers in the league. Far and away, it's Mo Salah with 28. Alexander Isak, 23 at Newcastle. A lot of people trying to come in for him now and buy him. Erling Haaland, injury-filled season, 21. Top assist man, Mo Salah, 18. 28 goals, 18 assists. Unbelievable. Jacob Murphy. Yeah, you probably don't know him because you don't watch Newcastle a lot. 11 assists for him. He's number 2 in the league. And guess who's number 3? An American international, Anthony Robinson. So there's a little bit of an update on the Premier League. It's good stuff going on there at the end of the year. Now, speaking of a guy who used to play in the Premier League, the Harry Kane curse is over. Now, for years, Harry Kane has been trying to win a trophy. All-time leading goal scorer at Tottenham Hotspur. People have, taken digs at him because of the fact that he hasn't been on a team that has won a trophy. Well, Bayern Munich won the German Bundesliga this past weekend. Now, the one thing I like about Harry Kane, he is a model professional, tremendous striker. And let's rehash, again, the fact he's never won that trophy at Spurs. And that was time included where Mauricio Pochettino was a head coach, who is now the current U.S. national team coach. Now, that leads into his current coach now at Bayern Munich. Remember when Vincent Kompany was named the manager of Bayern Munich? Even we were all skeptical, myself included. He was chosen over big names like Ralf Rangnick, Julian Nagelsmann, right? From Burnley to Bayern Munich, just like that. Now, remember, at Burnley, he had a very attractive playing team in the English Championship, which is the division below the Premier League. He got them promoted playing very attractive football. Now, when you get promoted to the Premier League, we all know you have to sometimes upgrade your roster. Sometimes there are players that were good enough for the EFL that got you there that may not be good enough in the Premier League. And a lot of tough decisions have to be made. And I mean, they're tough because there are people that have gotten you there, but they may not be fit for that level. He thought he was going to play that same sort of attractive football in the Premier League with Burnley, stuck to that very rigidly. Others thought, well, you might need to be a little more pragmatic and play it a little bit differently. But by playing the same way as he did prior, it was a kiss of death, and they went right back to relegation. Back down they went, and everybody was saying, you weren't pragmatic enough, you didn't change. Well, he gets a job at Bayern Munich, which everybody's kind of going, well, that's kind of an interesting jump. By the way, Vincent Kompany was a heck of a player. Guess who he was a heck of a player for? Guy who knows him named Pep Guardiola. Pep Guardiola had a 2-hour phone call with Karl-Heinz Rummenigge, the former great German national team striker of Bayern Munich, who's in the front office. 2 hours he talked about Kompany. He lauded him. After that phone conversation, he was brought to Bayern Munich. And he is being given a lot of praise, Vincent Kompany, for bringing Bayern Munich together as sort of a more collective team now. Of course, Harry Kane has 24 goals. So the perfect marriage between a manager and a striker. Harry's got the trophy. And guess what? Vincent Kompany now has moved into the elite coaches of the Bundesliga and really in some ways Europe now with a coveted first trophy, winning it for Bayern Munich. All right, we continue on. Remember Liverpool fans where we were all crazy and up in arms because Roberto Firmino was leaving? Well, guess what? That was with Liverpool in 2019. 2 years later, after winning the Champions League with Liverpool in 2019 with Jurgen Klopp, they beat Tottenham 2-0 in Madrid. 2 years later, and by the way, Mendy was in goal as Chelsea beat Riyad Mahrez's Porto in 2023. Mahrez got his hands on a winner's medal when Pep Guardiola's side got the better of Inter. So they're now all on Al-Ali, and they have won the AFC Champions League for the first time in their history. What is the AFC Champions League? The Asian Football Confederation. They won 12, drew 1 in 13 games they played on the way to the title. So they are now guys that have all won the Champions League with different teams. They are all now winners at Al-Ali. So how about that? Pretty interesting, right? We wondered where Roberto Firmino was. I did for sure. Jose Mourinho and Fenerbahce lost a very, very big competitive kind of derby match against Beşiktaş for the Turkish fans out there. Special one ain't so special anymore. They were denied the Turkish championship again. It's going to probably go to Galatasaray. Mourinho has been under heavy criticism ever since he got to Turkey. You remember me saying on this show, like many people, that he has now kind of become a mercenary as a coach. He's jumping around. He gets these big, high-paying jobs. He's filthy rich, but he goes in and he ends up leaving, not accumulating and accomplishing what needs to be accomplished. And then it's like a kid who kicked his toys out of the sandbox. He blames players, and there's a divide between the players who like him and don't. And they're hammering him in Turkey right now. Because of the culture, they're hammering him because they don't see an identity in the way the team plays. They are hammering him because he tends to play a lot of these older players. Dzeko, one of them. So Turkish TV program, unlike here in the United States, when they talk football, they go all out. So here's what one of the Turkish television program guys mentioned. He said this. He said, quote, "I don't think Jose Mourinho is a good coach. In fact, he's a terrible coach. He's making fun of us. He surprised us again with a starting 11 before the game. Can he have such tactics, such preference for players?" That's kind of a reference to Dzeko, by the way. Then the guy goes on to say, "This is called joking. He cannot destroy a team like this with his ego and arrogance. Sorry, but he has done ridiculous things. Quote, I beg you not to continue with this man." I guess he's speaking to Fenerbahce here. "I have no respect for Mourinho anymore. And regarding the players, I want to say one thing. The championship may be lost, but not without fighting in a game like this. Did Fenerbahce have a tactic? Are they even playing?" And this is what one of the former players had said. And yeah, it's pretty damning. It's pretty heavy stuff. The guy's name was Elver Balic. And he was really, really critical of everything going on with one Jose Mourinho, whom they call the special one. He is not fantastic anymore. But you know what? He's going to get hired again somewhere. You watch. He'll get hired again somewhere. I don't doubt it. All right. For the segment when we talk Dynamo, when I bring a little bit of my opinion in the third segment. And by the way, you can call the show tonight, 713-780-3776. Coming up is one Jonathan Bond, the Houston Dynamo goalkeeper. I do want to remind you that our T-shirts and hats by LamontBrands.com. LamontBrands.com. You can get the Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats. So if the comments about soccer now becoming over dataized. Can I say that? Like the Def Leppard album, Adrenalized. We're going to say, or Adrenalized. We're going to say over dataized. There is going to be a new data piece now. It's called Packing Expected Threat Model. No, I kid you not. Packing Expected Threat Model. PXT measures the value of players' actions in terms of increasing or decreasing the probability of scoring or conceding a goal. Stay tuned. We'll figure that one out. Packing Expected Threat Model. New data. There's a lot of criticism coming up and coming out from a lot of different people about robotic play in football now globally, too much data, too much safety. We're going to talk some data, and we're going to apply it to the Dynamo game, which they lost in LA. And it's pretty interesting. And listen, you can cherry pick data to support your position. There's no question. I just think it's being taken to another level. And we'll talk about that in the final segment. But Jonathan Bond of the Houston Dynamo will be coming up. As we go to break here, I want to remind you, we got a live show at Senate Avenue Brewing. It's a small batch brewery and kitchen. Senate Avenue Brewing. 7 big screens in the tap room. Andrew Mitchum is the owner. He's a huge soccer fan, big Dynamo fan. Great, comfortable atmosphere, dog-friendly patio. You take 290, you get off at the Senate Avenue exit. You go north 1 block. It's right there. Food, burgers, amazing. Fish and chips, pizzas. The Bulgogi Bowl. That's the one since we're there on Tuesdays, that one's available. Steak and Steins on Thursday. Fish and chips on Friday. It's Senate Avenue Brewing. And we're going to have a big day out there on the 13th. Got Paul Gallant.
Killer Bees.
And
then Soccer Matters for 2 hours.
Don't forget Brian McDonald.
I don't know if I'm the highest drawing point, but thank you.
Buddy, you're a draw.
I don't know.
You're definitely a draw. You're definitely a draw. And then a quick word here for Nico. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations in Houston, the best in Greek food. It's an institution. We all know that. We know Dimitri. He is legend. Such a generous guy, by the way. I've known him all these years. All the Greek favorites, souvlaki, gyro, lamb shank, amazing soups and pastries. There's 3 locations, I-10 in the Beltway near Katy. The new Woodlands location is amazing, and the original in Montrose, my favorite. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Stay with me. Coming up, Houston Dynamo goalkeeper Jonathan Bond. And as we go to break right now, caller number 4, I got a pair of tickets for you to the Houston Dynamo Seattle Sounders this coming Saturday. And this is the 20th anniversary with a lot of former Dynamo players there. Caller number 4 at 713-780-3776.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
We're going to let this play a little bit. Billy Idol killed it. It was over 20,000 people. Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion with Joan Jett. Told a great story about how Rebel Yell was named. He saw Mick Jagger and Keith Richards drinking this stuff out of a bottle called Rebel Yell, and he ran back to his hotel and wrote the song because he wanted to use Rebel Yell before the Stones took that title. Killed it. These older musicians, man, they just own it when they're incredible. Joan Jett was great too. All right, Cactus Music, perfect time to talk about them. Best in vinyl, best in CDs. It's Cactus Music. I urge you to get down there. Also, big shout out right here to Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture, DanishInspirations.com. All right, so we got a ticket winner for the Dynamo Seattle, and we're very privileged now to bring on the show in a few minutes, Jonathan Bond. And the Dynamo got beat 2-1 at LAFC, and we're going to talk about that a lot. Now, it's a very heavy schedule for the Houston Dynamo. Wednesday, they'll be playing in the Open Cup against Phoenix Rising. That's a USL team. Then Wednesday, and then Saturday, they'll take on Seattle. And then the following Wednesday, Minnesota, and then the following Saturday, FC Dallas. So there's a number of stuff going on there. I will tell you this. It was not a good weekend for Texas MLS teams. And if you saw, I put out on Twitter, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, a little statistic that the three Texas teams did not produce a goal this weekend in Major League Soccer. Not only that, the three Texas teams only produced a total of 6 shots on goal. So we'll get a little heavier into that, but the Dynamo failed to even post a shot on goal, which is not going to do it for you on the road. Okay, I think we're ready to go. My producer extraordinaire, Brian McDonald, says Jonathan Bond is ready. We bring him on. Jonathan, thank you very much for coming on the show tonight.
Hi, Glenn. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for coming on. I've enjoyed watching your play in Major League Soccer, and I think everybody, myself included, glad to see you back here in Houston. So I guess the obvious first question, Jonathan, for you is the decision to come back was based on what criteria for you as a player who's had a long career?
There was a few factors, a few different things that went into the decision. I mean, it kind of came a little bit out of the blue because of the unfortunate injury situation. Obviously, Andrew with the long-term injury, and then Jimmy not long after. And it's something I wasn't really expecting. But once I spoke to Pat and Ben, I had a really good feeling. They kind of outlined their ambition and their plan moving forward. I felt like it kind of matched with what I was looking for. I played a decent amount of games for Watford that season, but I wasn't playing every game as every player wants to play. So, yeah, it was kind of a mixture of things. And moving back to the league, which I really enjoyed, obviously spending three seasons here. My son was born here and met my wife here, and so I have a connection to the country. Obviously, my mum being American as well, so it just lots of things felt right, and I was excited about moving back. So, I think that was in the end a relatively straightforward decision for me.
But it came really quickly, right? I mean, you didn't have any inkling that the Dynamo had shown interest in you, or just came quickly because of the injuries, right?
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, from what I understand, they wanted to go with Andrew for the season, and then before you know it, it's just it's professional sport. Like, it's just these injuries. Like, it's a terrible injury. No one can foresee that. But obviously, yeah, the window was still open, and yeah, it really was kind of a little bit out of the blue from my side. So yeah, it all happened very quickly. But yeah, both sides wanted to make it happen, and it was a little bit difficult getting out mid-season with Watford. But in the end, well, yeah, I think we're both glad that we could make it happen.
So the Dynamo got beat, for those listening in here tonight, 2-0 at LAFC. But I'll tell you what, the man of the match clearly was Jonathan Bond, who was outstanding in goal. He had 8 saves in this one. I mean, it's a big number of saves to have to make. You know, on nights like that, Jonathan, and you kept the Dynamo in this game. I'm going to say it. You don't have to say it. You kept the Dynamo in this game. Does the ball look a little bit bigger on a night like this? I mean, what's happening when you kind of get in that zone and you just, feel unbeatable to a degree?
The confidence is, it's crazy. Like, obviously, the game didn't start perfectly for us. But then you kind of, once you start making a couple of saves after quick succession, the confidence starts to come, you start to flow, you're not thinking kind of on autopilot a little bit. And you're fully enjoying yourself. Obviously, at the end of the day, we want to get results. So, ideally, we would maybe be, not kind of chasing the game. But to be honest, LAFC played really well on the day. It was a really difficult place to go. Obviously, I had to go there quite a few times for when I was playing at Galaxy. And it's always a difficult place to go. So I felt like we battled really well, especially second half. It wasn't completely out of the question that we would get something from the game. But yeah, just on a personal level, obviously that's my job, is to try and keep the ball out of the net. And at the end of the day, we didn't win the game, but it was obviously always nice to make some saves.
Well, one guy who's not going to want to see you again is Denis Bouanga, that's for sure. You and him had like a personal battle going on in this game, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, we always have good battles, to be fair, whenever I played him, but he's a top player. I was a little bit surprised he was still in the league, because he had such a strong couple of years, and I'm sure he's had lots of interest and stuff, but you can see he's obviously a top player. And, most of our team talk, when we're talking about LAFC before the games, centres around his threat, his speed. Obviously on the night, he must have really wanted to score. I felt like he was shooting at every opportunity. So, he's a good player, and that's the thing in this league. Like, there are so many good attacking players that you kind of get tested every game. So, it's something that you kind of relish as a goalkeeper as well.
You grew up in the Watford Academy. That's the club you're coming back from. Obviously, you have big ties to them. Where and at what time and at what age, what got you in goal?
I loved playing outfield, to be honest, when I was young. And then I think it's a classic story. Like, our local team's goalkeeper got injured or didn't want to play anymore. We needed a goalie. The manager of the team, I was basically, we're talking literally like a local team, it's not like a proper club or anything, but the manager of the team was like my best friend's dad. And I was round their house, and the manager was like taking shots at me in the garden. I kind of kept a few out. So he was like, yeah, you're going in goal. So I was like, okay, fine. And then I think it was only 3 or 4 games in, Watford scout came to watch, and we got a call. So then it was just about going on trial, and then suddenly, before you know it, I really didn't know what I was doing. Like, I'd never had like goalie training or coaching. I was just kind of like copying what I saw people do on TV. I still don't know what I'm doing really, but from 10 until kind of 18, I was just in the academy system at Watford, and then ended up making my debut. So all I knew really from those like youth days was just Watford and the Watford Academy. That was kind of the route.
Talking to Jonathan Bond, the Dynamo goalkeeper just acquired from Watford, is off and running in goal, had an outstanding game against LAFC. And by the way, I think you're a very humble guy. I think you do know what you're doing. I do think it's fascinating to look at your career, though. You went on a litany of loans, and there are places like Brackley Town, Forest Green Rovers, Dagenham and Redbridge, and then finally you hit Peterborough United, and you really start getting a string of games. I mean, is part of this just, you really, it seems like there's a lot of goalkeepers that just, it's kind of like you got to wait it out for your time sometimes.
Yeah, I had a kind of it was an interesting kind of start because I got thrown into Watford's first team environment, and I kind of got some first team games early, but at the same time I was never like the number one. So I wasn't like number one goalkeeper at 18, 19, 20. I was kind of like a young number two, kind of learning off the experienced number one. But then those 3 years go by quite quickly before you know it, and you've not played too many games. So I almost wish I'd gone out and played a bit more. The loan system's like really important in England. So kind of 16, 17 before that period, I was like those teams you mentioned, going to kind of just non-league, where you're just playing against basically just men, just really like physically strong, just a very, very intense kind of level. But you just get used to playing in front of small crowds and just dealing with a results orientated kind of game rather than just development. And I would always encourage like any young goalkeeper to try and play men's football as early as possible, obviously within reason. But yeah, it kind of helped me. And it's just difficult. England's difficult to try and get a foot in the door and make a name for yourself as a goalkeeper. There's just only one goalkeeper can play at each team, So yeah, it was kind of a journey. And yeah, like you said, Peterborough kind of got that full season, and then went to West Brom and then LA, and yeah, kind of went from there really. But those early loans definitely they shape your career quite importantly.
Jonathan Bond, Dynamo goalkeeper, joining us. Jonathan, tell about us a little bit about your time in LA and some of the memories you had from playing for the LA Galaxy.
Yeah, I loved it. I got really kind of good connection with the fans and the club, and wasn't necessarily like the easiest time to go in. I think there was a lot of kind of discontent about how things had been going just before I'd got there, and obviously COVID as well. So I was playing in front of kind of 25, 30% capacity stadiums, but honestly, yeah, each year that went by, I just felt like it was more and more that I settled into the city. And like I mentioned earlier, kind of my son was born there, and I met my wife there, and yeah, it's kind of it became a home away from home. And it's just somewhere I'll always look back on with like really fond memories. Of my first game for Houston, when I was in the roster for the first time, Blake played really well, but I was kind of I'd only been in the country for a couple of days before that. But I got a really good reception, felt really nice to be back, and it was kind of it was a nice feeling to kind of go back and see some old faces. But yeah, now I'm just looking forward to kind of making new memories and finding a new home kind of in Houston. And every player wants to be loved and have a connection with the fans, and obviously you have to earn that. But it definitely helps a player settle down and perform better when you feel like you do have that support. And yeah, so far, luckily, I have felt a really warm welcome, not just from the fans, from everyone inside the club and teammates. It's been really easy to settle. So yeah, so far, so good, I think.
First start for you, was that Colorado? Is that, am I right on that?
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
Okay,
yeah.
So that Colorado game, I mean, you're coming in, you're replacing a goalkeeper that's a young guy that's done very, very well. There's a bit of pressure on you in that game, right? To get off to a really good start in Houston, right?
Yeah, I think I wasn't 100% sure whether I would come straight in, to be honest, because I knew that Blake's really popular. He played really well and come in, and obviously having two goalkeepers injured and then Blake coming in and doing so well, I just felt like obviously everyone wanted him just to keep going, keep running with it. But obviously if I was to be put in, which I was, then I have to perform, no matter what the situation really. Like you're talking about, professional sport. It doesn't matter whether who played before you and how they did. You'll always be judged for what you do anyway. So I think like with Tim, the goalkeeping coach, Tim Hanley, obviously Pat himself was a goalkeeper as well. And then we have Andrew, Jimmy, Pedro, obviously young goalie as well. It's a really good group. So I feel like whoever plays, obviously we have a cup game on Wednesday, like whoever is playing, I feel like he's got full support of the group, and I definitely felt like I had that from the group. I felt like I supported Blake when he was playing for the first game at Galaxy, and then he definitely supported me for the games that I've played. But yeah, no, I get it. Obviously, he's coming through. He's making his career, and he played really well. So every time he plays, I don't think there's anyone in this club that doesn't want him to do well. Especially having met him, very, very nice guy as well. So yeah, it's one of those things we all have to perform well when we play. It's just how it is. But whoever plays, like I said, will have support of the rest of the group.
Wonderfully refreshing way to talk about it in a highly competitive world, obviously, because you are based on performance, and that's why you're where you are. I wanted to ask this question, and I'm really interested to hear what you have to say about this. Stylistically, purpose of play, game model, whatever you want to call it, compare to me the EFL to Major League Soccer and give us, kind of some of the differences in the two leagues and maybe some of the differences you as a goalkeeper have to contend with.
Yeah, it's big difference, to be honest. When I moved from the we've been promoted, we're in the Premier League, but most of my time was obviously in the Championship. And then when I moved to LA, I had that pre-season and everything to kind of settle, get my feet in, see what it was about, and lots of 6 weeks training before you even start the season, and you're adapted. And it was very different, but I felt like I had adapted by the time the season started. But then to go back to the Championship, it's like, oof, this is different. And then obviously to come back to MLS, it's another reminder. Like there are a lot of differences. I would say specifically, the Championship's just very much, everyone says it's so physical and relentless. Like there's a game every 3 days. Set pieces, like everyone is 6'4", 6'5" that's coming up. I would say like the fields and the pitches aren't as great in England. So it's difficult to play like technical football when every team is just so aggressive and pressing you and the surfaces aren't great. But on the attacking side, in talking about MLS, the level of like technical quality that you have on an individual level here just can open the game up to like that not necessarily a lot of players have in the Championship. So from a skill level, it can surprise you if you've not played in MLS before, because all the players are capable of something like pretty special. So it's kind of a bit more technical, bit more tactical in MLS, and in England it's just more about like doing the basics well and consistently and not making mistakes, running hard, being good on set pieces. It makes it very difficult to play, on both sides. But those are, I would say, are like the main differences talking between the two.
Jonathan, a big, big thank you to you for coming on tonight. That was a really interesting answer you gave, too. I think a lot of people are going to be really interested in this interview. A big thank you to you. Best of luck on Wednesday in the Open Cup. Best of luck against Seattle this coming weekend. And I really appreciate your time, and I know my listeners do as well.
Thank you, Glenn. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. That's Jonathan Bond. Great stuff there. And 3 games with the Dynamo. He's proven to be a very, very good goalkeeper. Great to hear his insight on things. All right, a couple of things here before we hit the break here, a little bit of a housekeeping here. Don't forget, we have the Gold Cup final here for the first time. And I can't say enough about wanting to get out to this game, because if you want to get a feeling of what the World Cup is going to be like in the 7 games here, I think being a part of the Gold Cup final is going to give you that feeling. You get your tickets and information, suites, all of that to stay up on it. LSSE.net, LSSE.net. Now that's July 6th. We've had a lot of Gold Cup final games here in Houston. A lot of Gold Cup preliminary round games. We've never had the final. This is just another historic feather in the cap, for Lone Star Sports and Entertainment and Houston when it comes to historic matches being hosted here. And all those historic matches over the years, well, that's what got us the World Cup in 2026, the attendance at those games. So get in line to be the first to know about tickets, all the great offerings on suites, luxury private boxes, LSSE.net. There's premium options there. I remember I bought a suite for the Manchester United Chicharito debut. And I think Pat Onstad and I were calling that game maybe. I think so, if I remember correctly. Anyway, It was a great night at Reliance Stadium at the time, and now it's Energy Park. So it's lsse.net for those tickets. And then a reminder for Hugh O'Connor's I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center, home of the Liverpool Supporters Group. Yes, you are champions, but it's open to all and all sports and leagues. Football watching there all the time. Whiskey and beer offerings, amazing food, bangers and mash. It's Hugh O'Connor's I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. All right, when we come back, we're talking Dana with the Dynamo. Some of it's not pretty. I'm telling you up front right now. But we're speaking the truth on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. By the way, that's Joan Jett doing a cover of Tommy James and the Shondells, Crimson and Clover. If you look at her in rock history, a female on guitar fronting a band, she goes way back. She was a pioneer. She was outstanding this past weekend, opening up for Billy Idol at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Again, a big shout out, Senate Avenue Brewing. It is May 13th. I'd like Joan Jett or Billy Idol to play that show. That might draw a few more people out there. But we're trying to get you out there for a great day of all day of ESPN 97.5, starting with Paul Gallant, moving into the Killer Bees with Joel, Jeremy, and Brian, and then finishing up strong with Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Pat Onstad is expected to be one of our guests out there. I will announce other guests that are going to be out there, but it's going to be a really, really great time out there all day long. Senate Avenue Brewing. You take 290, you get off at the Senate Avenue exit. Small craft beer. It's all brewed in-house, all made in-house, fresh, clean. They're coming up. They've got light beers for you all the way up to heavier beers, including a copper ale that I like. But I know that I think Andrew Mitchum's wife asked him to produce an even lighter beer that they have there. And of course, as a good husband to a wife, he did that. It's Senate Avenue Brewing. It's going to be Soccer Matters Live, but the opening acts are going to be Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees. So it's going to be a great day there on May 13th. Again, that's Senate Avenue Brewing, and that's off 290, the Senate Avenue exit. It's right there. It's easy. So get up there. Great food, great beer, and we're going to have a good celebration up there. All right. I want to move this on here really, really quickly here. With the World Cup 2026 coming to Houston, right? Yeah, it's out there. I'm reminding you, World Cup 2026 is coming to Houston. It's not that far off. It's coming to the H, 7 games. July 30th, 1966, England win their only World Cup. They do it on home soil, 4-2 over West Germany. Hat trick from Jeff Hurst. The captain of that team was Bobby Moore. 1 year later, Bobby Moore would come to the Astrodome with West Ham United and play Real Madrid. There's a great piece of soccer history for Houston that ties into the World Cup right there. All right, Dynamo lose 2-0 at LAFC. Nathan Wardaz, Jeremy Abobasi. The Dynamo were outshot 18-4. I'm going into data here because everybody talks data. Everybody's using data. Dynamo did not have a single shot on goal in this game. Now, you can't win road games without that. You can say you controlled the second half and all that. I get that. The Dynamo did play better. They were lucky to get out of the first half only down a goal because of the man that was just on in the prior segment, Jonathan Bond, who had 8 saves. He kept the Dynamo in this game. Good goalkeepers do that. The Dynamo were outshot 18-4. I mean, Bouanga had a bunch of them. He was going, him and Jonathan Bond had kind of a one-on-one going on within the game. 10 shots on goal for LAFC. The Dynamo had 547 passes, but it didn't get you a shot on goal. They had 10 crosses. Bond had 8 saves. Stoppage time, Franco Escobar gets sent off. That's too bad. He won't be available against Seattle. I think you're pretty understanding that with Franco Escobar, you're going to get him sent off probably twice a year. So in 10 matches, the Dynamo have only 29 shots on goal. It's not enough. It's essentially 3 a game. But that data is a little bit skewed, and I'm going to tell you why. In all their road games, they've only had 4 shots on goal on the road. That's, I mean, I get waiting
out of how many road games?
Out of 4.
So 1 per game?
Yeah, pretty much.
I could do that math.
I just want to make sure that I have that correct. It's either 3 or 4. The Dynamo went to Columbus. The Dynamo went to Seattle. They went to Portland and LAFC. Yeah, 4 road games. Okay, so as we move on with the data, here's what else we know. 15 of the 29 shots they have on goal came in the last 2 home games prior to the loss to LAFC. They had 8 against Colorado and 7 against Austin. The Dynamo are 0-3-2 on the road. I have to think you have to begin to take a little bit more risk. And at some point, the draws and losses on the road aren't going to, I think you got to throw a little caution to the wind, get more players in the box. Yeah, I get LAFC was good. They were really sharp. They were on another level than the Dynamo in the first half. But only 4 shots.